Chapter 1. The Mysterious Bracelet. One more week, and if you do not vacate by then, my brothers and I shall no longer engage in civil discourse with you. Remember, this is my final warning. Bang! A menacing figure, a brawny man accompanied by a dozen ruffians, obstructed the entrance of a dilapidated grocery store. After delivering his threatening ultimatum, the brute smashed the store's only somewhat intact glass display case with a single blow before swaggering away with his entourage. What remained was a scene of devastation within the grocery store, where Li Muqing, a figure of resignation, stood amidst the chaos. Have thugs become so brazen these days? Alas, I can only blame my own inadequacy for failing to protect this last remnant of my family's legacy. Shaking his head, Li Muqing knelt to gather the scattered items from the floor. Recently graduated from university and without a job, he had returned home to inherit the grocery store left behind by his late father. A year prior, Li's father had passed away unexpectedly, leaving behind the modest establishment named Ordinary. Initially, Li Muqing had envisioned a life of simplicity managing the store, cherishing the memories it held. However, 2 months ago, the land had been designated for redevelopment, leading to pressure to sign relocation agreements followed by demolition. The group responsible for this development, Fei Hong Corporation, was notoriously a criminal organization masquerading as legitimate. They employed intimidation and coercion on the local residents, offering meager compensation for relocation. The community, plagued by despair, sought justice but found that Fei Hong's connections rendered them powerless. Consequently, most were forced to comply, signing agreements to leave. Ultimately, only Li Muqing remained, a solitary holdout with nothing to lose. In truth, he could have left if the compensation offered by Fei Hong were reasonable. He would have departed in an instant. Yet, the paltry sum they proposed was insufficient to establish a new grocery store, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Now, alone and with Fei Hong's relentless tactics looming over him, the past month had made him acutely aware that his days were numbered. Reluctantly, he contemplated yielding. After a brief tidying of the grocery store, Li Muqing locked the door and retreated to the warehouse to pack his belongings. It would be wise to prepare early. Who knows when those thugs might come to finish me off? As he lamented his fate, he continued to sort through the long-neglected items. What's this? After a while, he stumbled upon a bracelet of strikingly futuristic design, compelling him to pick it up and examine it. Most of the items cluttering the room were remnants of his father's possessions, previously untouched. The allure of the bracelet, with its unknown material and captivating style, piqued his curiosity. Father had quite the taste. I wonder if it will fit me. After toying with it for a moment, Li Muqing found it surprisingly suited him and slipped it onto his wrist. Not bad at all. It looked rather impressive. I've now acquired a new conversation piece for outings. Just as he was about to resume his packing, a sudden prickling sensation coursed through his wrist. What is happening? He raised his hand only to discover the bracelet emanating a soft glow. To his astonishment, a synthetic mechanical voice emerged from the bracelet. Ding! Energy assessment complete. Energy levels are sufficient. Master recognition process complete. Commencing interdimensional search. Location secured. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Teleportation sequence commencing. Target dimension. A 657498 stux. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. A barrage of announcements left Li Muqing in shock, unable to process the implications of the bracelet's proclamations. It was not until he heard the countdown that the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Hey, wait, what is going on? Stop counting and explain. 1. Teleportation sequence activated. Ignoring his pleas, the bracelet completed its countdown, and in a flash of white light, Li Muqing vanished from his location. Where am I? As his vision adjusted, Li Muqing found himself in an unfamiliar place. A thick layer of clouds blanketed the sky, allowing the sun only to filter through in fleeting rays, casting a chill that contrasted sharply with the summer attire he wore. Surrounding him were dilapidated villas, once opulent but now steeped in desolation, their exteriors marred by the passage of time. Shattered windows and rampant vegetation enveloped the properties, some reduced to mere rubble, remnants of their former glory. Have I crossed over? Is this another world? Recalling the bracelet's previous statements, Li Muqing suddenly realized he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Ding! Teleportation successful. All parameters normal. Initial transit permits a stay of 60 minutes in this world. You will return after 60 minutes. Please utilize this time wisely. The voice of the bracelet echoed again, clarifying his current situation. What exactly are you? Gazing down at the bracelet, imbued with a sense of wonder and trepidation, Li Muqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. Who could have imagined that a mere bracelet would transport him to another realm? This was the very fantasy he had often envisioned in countless anime and novels, and now it was unfolding before him. Moreover, according to the bracelet, he might even return home. This was nothing short of surreal. The ability to traverse between worlds was something he had never encountered in any of the stories he consumed. At that moment, Li Muqing recognized the magnitude of the opportunity before him. As long as these two worlds do not progress in perfect synchrony, any discrepancies could be exploited for significant gain. In that case, who are the Feihong Corporation to me? Just wait. If you think you can intimidate me, you will soon regret it. With a resolute determination, Li Muqing vowed to seize this opportunity to strengthen his position. He would ensure that those who had tormented him would face the consequences of their actions. However, what kind of world had he entered? Li Muqing resolved to embark on an exploration of this new reality. Chapter 2. The function of traversing. After mustering the courage to stroll around the vicinity twice, Li Muqing determined that his current location was a villa district. More precisely, it was an abandoned villa district. From various signs, it was evident that this place had been desolate for over a decade. The houses had been stripped bare of their previous belongings, leaving behind only remnants of rusted metal and debris. Nevertheless, Li Muqing demonstrated his knack for scavenging, unearthing a dusty gray gold necklace and a rather exquisite diamond ring from the rubble. With this modest bounty, his motivation surged, and he soon discovered a stagnant date within one of the houses, October 10th, 2154. Upon seeing this date, Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback. If it were not a jest, he was indeed in a world more than a century into the future. However, where were the people? Not a soul was in sight. Furthermore, given that over 100 years had passed, one would expect advanced technology, yet the surroundings were in utter disarray. With a heart full of bewilderment, Li Muqing began to broaden his search radius. Unfortunately, being a newcomer, he refrained from making too much noise. Unbeknownst to him, after rummaging through fewer than 10 houses, an hour had slipped away. This journey through time had yielded only 2 pieces of jewelry. One could say it was a venture with little success. Yet, that would be an understatement. He had also gleaned that the temporal disparity between this world and his own was over a century. Nonetheless, this brief stay assured Li Muqing that the area did not pose significant danger, at least enough for his survival. Should he have the opportunity to traverse again, he resolved to make more extensive preparations. After all, entering empty-handed would be less advantageous. As the final minute approached, Li Muqing's bracelet unexpectedly began projecting a countdown, revealing a new function. He sought a more concealed spot and prepared to await the bracelet's return to the real world. Although he had not encountered other individuals, discovering a living soul in this realm could offer an opportunity to exploit the unequal information between the two worlds for profit. After all, this world was over a century ahead of his own. The technological advancements must surely surpass those of his time. At the very least, he could bring back some high-tech innovations to earn a profit, couldn't he? Just as Li Muqing leaned against the wall, engaging in a mental brainstorming session while waiting for the time to reach zero, faint sounds suddenly broke the silence outside. The noise was subtle, yet in the tranquil atmosphere, where only the wind whispered, Li Muqing discerned it. He hurried to the window, now devoid of glass, and indeed spotted 2 figures below, cautiously making their way. One of them carried a backpack, clad in a weathered green short jacket with several tattered holes, and faded denim shorts. A hat adorned their head, and long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail trailing behind. The figure before Li Muqing was athletic and well-proportioned, though her facial features were obscured from his view. The sight of her perfectly rounded and firm posterior undoubtedly surpassed that of any modern woman emerging from a gym. Trailing behind her was another individual clad in a worn and ill-fitting casual outfit, carefully toting 2 grimy bags as they followed closely. Having finally encountered living beings, 2 young women at that, Li Muqing felt a surge of joy and instinctively wanted to call out. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. He was on the verge of being teleported away. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. At that moment, as if sensing something amiss, the person below halted abruptly, turning to face him. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, Li Muqing caught a glimpse of her slightly astonished yet charming face, forever etched in his memory before he was forcibly returned by the bracelet as time reset. Once again lost in thought, Li Muqing awoke to find himself back in the familiar warehouse. Everything around him remained unchanged. Yet the necklace and ring in his possession clearly indicated that the preceding events were not mere figments of his imagination. To his astonishment, everything was indeed real, and he had retrieved the items from that realm. With a complex expression, he regarded the bracelet and murmured, "What exactly are you, to possess such extraordinary capabilities?" "I am known as the Dimensional Plane Teleportation Bracelet," came the electronic synthesized voice. "My function is to assist my master in traversing different dimensions. The previous owner met an untimely demise after crossing into this world, leaving me with depleted energy. Through a gradual self-recovery process, I have taken a decade to restore sufficient power. You are now my new master, and I can facilitate your teleportation between two distinct planes. Furthermore, I possess numerous other features awaiting your permission to unlock." Li Muqing was taken aback when the bracelet's mechanical voice actually responded to his inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he posed another question. "So, you require adequate energy to transport me between dimensions? How may I replenish your energy?" Understanding that the bracelet's teleportation capability hinged on its energy source, he listened intently. "I can replenish energy through various means, the most basic being electricity. However, electricity serves merely as a rudimentary energy source, sufficient only for dimensional teleportation. To unlock higher-level permissions, I would require the absorption of rare metals such as lithium, beryllium, titanium, vanadium, germanium, niobium, molybdenum, cesium, lanthanum, tungsten, radium, and others. However, unlocking these permissions necessitates meeting specific conditions, which I will indicate to you later." Relieved by the bracelet's explanation, Li Muqing breathed a sigh of relief at the mention of electricity. That posed no threat. Nevertheless, the list of rare metals sounded foreign to him. He resolved to take things one step at a time, confident that as long as he had the means, there was nothing in this world that could not be acquired. "I shall refer to you as the bracelet. As long as you possess sufficient energy, am I free to traverse dimensions at will?" "Respond, my master, even with ample energy. A cooldown period of 12 hours is required for teleportation. Once this cooldown has elapsed, I may transport you at any moment." "Is there truly a cooldown period?" "It appears that this dimensional transport bracelet is not without its restrictions. I wonder if fewer limitations will be imposed once my permissions are lifted." "Very well. How much energy do you currently possess? How long must I wait until the next teleportation?" Li Muqing finds himself rather impatient regarding the prospect of travel, especially having seen that one face just before his return, which has inexplicably etched itself deeply in his mind. Responding, the bracelet states, "Presently, my stored energy is a mere 8 units. A formal teleportation requires at least 20 units. I kindly ask you to expedite the replenishment of my energy." Chapter 3. Abundant Harvest Goodness. A single teleportation demands approximately 20 units of energy. Does that not imply a round trip would require 40? Li Muqing hastily removed the bracelet and placed it beside the power outlet. The bracelet indicated that simply positioning it near the power source would allow it to autonomously capture electrical current to serve as energy. It also cautioned that a significant amount of electricity would be necessary for replenishment, urging Li Muqing to prepare accordingly. To this, Li Muqing expressed indifference. After all, he is now capable of traversing 2 dimensions. A small amount of electricity seems inconsequential. Having secured the bracelet, Li Muqing hurriedly departed. He had recently returned from another dimension with 2 rather appealing pieces of jewelry, intending to exchange them for some funds. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that his bank account holds just over 1,000. Although the general store's inventory is valued at 4,000 to 5,000, the surrounding populace has vacated, rendering sales futile. Not to mention, he still owes several thousand for goods to his suppliers. In essence, Li Muqing has reached a point of utter desperation. Otherwise, he would not have remained in this stubborn position for such an extended period. The Feihong Group has been exceedingly oppressive. Had they adhered to standard compensation protocols, Li Muqing would have relocated long ago. It is worth noting that Li Muqing's general store occupies a 2-story building. Though time has rendered it dilapidated, it is still worth at least 100,000 to 200,000. Yet, the Feihong Group only offered 30,000, which is nothing short of robbery. Once I attain success, I shall undoubtedly turn the Feihong Group's world upside down. Shaking his head, Li Muqing resolved not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. He mounted his small electric scooter and traveled to a jewelry shop 3 streets away. This establishment is personally operated by a jeweler, whose handcrafted pieces are greatly favored by the local community. In addition to selling jewelry, the proprietor consistently buys gold and silver, asking no questions about their provenance. This is precisely why Li Muqing chose this location. "Boss Liu, are you busy?" he called out upon entering the jewelry store and seeing the proprietor forging jewelry. Li Muqing was no stranger to this place, having previously engaged in transactions involving gold and silver jewelry, thus establishing a degree of familiarity with the owner, Lu Dali. "Ah, Xiao Li, long time no see. I heard that your area is undergoing demolition. Have you come to manage my business, old Lu, after striking it rich?" Lu Dali jested upon seeing Li Muqing. "Lu boss, Please don't mention that. The demolition is handled by Fei Hong Group. It's not that I've struck it rich. Even having a meal is a struggle, Li Muqing lamented, sharing his woes with Lu Dali. Sigh, those unscrupulous individuals truly lack shame, greedily grasping even at such money. They deserve nothing less than condemnation. Upon hearing Li Muqing's plight, Lu Dali felt a surge of solidarity. Enough of this talk, Lu boss. I have unearthed the last 2 pieces of jewelry from home. Could you assist me in appraising them, so I can find a suitable place for them? With that, Li Muqing retrieved a necklace and a ring from his pocket. His earlier banter with Lu Dali had merely been a prelude to justify his intent to sell the jewelry. You have truly endured much. Let me examine these. If they are genuine, I shall certainly offer you a fair price. Lu Dali, moved by the conversation, set down his small hammer and began to evaluate the pieces brought by Li Muqing. Before long, Lu Dali reached a conclusion. These pieces must have been stored for quite some time. It's no small feat to have uncovered them. This gold necklace is quite exquisite, a style I have yet to encounter, and the gold is of the highest purity, 24K for certain. The ring is also commendable. The diamond appears natural, weighing approximately 2 carats. And the band is platinum, a design I have not seen before. Indeed, they are fine items. Li Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over him as Lu Dali praised both pieces. What about the price? Lu Dali pondered for a moment. Shall we? Considering your current difficulties, I shall not take advantage of you. The necklace weighs 25 grams. At the current gold price, I will offer you 400 per gram, totaling 10,000. As for the ring, I will give you a fair price of 50,000. In total, that amounts to 60,000. Does that sound agreeable? 60,000. Li Muqing blinked in astonishment, nodding his head without a second thought. This sum exceeded his expectations. After all, these were items he had stumbled upon. Any money in exchange was a boon. Seeing Li Muqing's agreement, Lu Dali swiftly took out his phone to transfer the funds. Once the money was received, Li Muqing expressed his gratitude with a smile and departed from the jewelry shop, not even requesting a receipt. Such private transactions of gold and silver typically did not involve documentation, emphasizing the principle of cash and goods exchanged without further obligation once one left the shop. As he gazed at the sudden influx of 60,000 in his phone, Li Muqing felt an indescribable joy. Having spent merely an hour in that world, he had earned 60,000. Would there be any less to earn in the future? Li Muqing suddenly felt as if a broad and promising pathway had opened before him. With his newfound wealth, Li Muqing indulged in a lavish feast and then strolled around the vicinity, purchasing numerous items. By the time he returned to his grocery store, which also served as his home, it was already past 9 in the evening. At a little past 1 in the afternoon, having calculated the time, it had already been 8 hours. Eagerly rushing into the storage room, Li Muqing was relieved to see the bracelet still lying quietly there. After effortlessly acquiring 60,000, he feared the bracelet might suddenly vanish. Bracelet, how is the energy replenishment? Master, the energy has currently been restored to 19. What? Only 19? The charging efficiency is rather slow. The low current power here results in a sluggish energy replenishment. To expedite the process, Master must place me in a location with a higher current flow. A location with a higher current flow? Li Muqing immediately thought of the transformers and power poles on the street. Surely, those places would have sufficient current. He decided to test it later, as there were too many people around now, and any unforeseen issues would be undesirable. Thus, Li Muqing continued tidying up at home until around midnight, when he stealthily slipped out. At the stroke of midnight, the entire street was eerily quiet, devoid of any figures, save for the flickering dim lights. This was not surprising, as the residents had vacated the area, leaving only Li Muqing behind. However, the power pole connected to the transformer loomed on the street, as it was a main thoroughfare where pedestrians and vehicles occasionally passed. Upon reaching the transformer, Li Muqing cautiously retrieved the bracelet and whispered, "Is the current sufficiently strong here?" Beep. Detecting high current, energy can be rapidly restored. Please place me on the ground and step back a distance, as the absorption of current may lead to unpredictable situations. Chapter 4. A second crossing. Following the bracelet's instructions, Li Muqing placed it beneath the transformer and swiftly ran several meters away. It was no joke. This device operated on several thousand volts, and a slight electrical discharge could prove fatal for him. As he had not ventured far, the bracelet began to absorb current. Initially, there was no sensation, but soon Li Muqing distinctly observed blue arcs of electricity flickering around the bracelet. This indicated that the voltage surrounding it had reached a critical level, ionizing the air and producing a bluish glow. After another 2 minutes, Li Muqing sensed something was amiss. Did you not see that the transformer is beginning to spark? Just as he contemplated calling it off, the transformer suddenly emitted a thunderous sound and exploded. Of course, the explosion was not an actual detonation but a shower of sparks, followed by the transformer igniting. With the transformer now inoperative, the street plunged into darkness, enveloped in a cloak of blackness. Li Muqing hurriedly approached to retrieve the bracelet and, using the light from the burning transformer, swiftly made his way back home, not daring to look back. This was a perfect embodiment of the phrase, a thief's guilty conscience. Panting, he wondered if anyone had noticed. Upon returning home, he peered outside and, seeing the streets still devoid of life, let out a sigh of relief. Bracelet. How much energy was replenished? The current energy value stands at 68. How much? 68. The response from the bracelet startled Li Muqing. In just 10 fleeting minutes, he had accumulated nearly 50 units of energy. It appeared that the bracelet's efficiency was not lacking. Rather, it was his own limitations that were inadequate. However, the cost of burning out a transformer with each charge seemed rather exorbitant. Yet, an idea struck Li Muqing. Why not simply siphon some electricity from the headquarters of Feihong Group on his next visit? Yes, that would suffice. Glancing at the time, he noted that there was less than an hour remaining before the cooldown period for teleportation ended. However, Li Muqing had no intention of initiating the teleportation immediately. After all, it was quite late, and with the synchronization of time between the two worlds, it was also nighttime on the other side. What if something terrifying were to emerge? Furthermore, Li Muqing was utterly exhausted from a long afternoon without sleep. He could hardly hold out any longer. Thus, he snuggled up with the bracelet and fell into a deep slumber, dreaming sweetly of wealth throughout the night. The next day, when the sun was well above the horizon, Li Muqing finally rose. He tidied up his supplies, packing everything he intended to bring into a large mountaineering backpack. In addition, he clutched a brand new multifunctional entrenching tool, the most lethal weapon he could find, even more convenient than a fire axe. Once prepared, Li Muqing communicated with the bracelet and commenced the teleportation process. Beep. Energy check completed. Energy levels were sufficient. Initiating teleportation program. Target: a 657498 Stux dimension. This teleportation will consume 22 units of energy. Teleportation countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. Following a series of alert sounds, Li Muqing once again felt darkness engulfing him, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. A second later, the anomaly dissipated, and his vision gradually began to clear. Indeed, he had returned to the same world as before, appearing precisely at the location where he had last teleported back. It seemed the bracelet facilitated fixed-point teleportation, necessitating caution in the real world. With this newfound understanding of the bracelet, Li Muqing set out to seek out any signs of life, hoping to gather information about his surroundings. After a brief period of adjustment, he exited the villa and began his search for the living. In truth, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Would he encounter the two women he had seen the previous day? During his last teleportation, he had only spent an hour there, and although he hadn't entered most of the houses, he had already gained a reasonable understanding of the layout of this dilapidated villa district. To find people, he would likely need to venture beyond this area, as it did not seem conducive to human habitation. As before, the villa district was vast, in disrepair, and eerily silent, apart from the whisper of the wind. There were no other sounds, as if Li Muqing were the sole inhabitant of this world. This unsettling atmosphere weighed heavily on him. Such scenes were ones he had only witnessed in films, typically foreshadowing ill omens, and he began to feel an unsettling chill in his heart. Thus, he quickened his pace. And after half an hour, Li Muqing finally arrived at the original entrance of the villa district. Gazing at the once resplendent, now dilapidated entrance, Li Muqing felt once more that his instincts were correct. This world had undoubtedly witnessed some unspeakable calamity, for how else could it have fallen into such disrepair? Outside the villa district lay a broad road, flanked by a plethora of oddly shaped flora. These plants struck Li Muqing as vaguely familiar, yet he had never encountered them before. As he ventured further, he caught a distant glimpse of the city's silhouette against the horizon. Though it remained in a state of ruin, with numerous skyscrapers collapsed or severed in half, a clear testament to its desolation. Could it be that this world, a century hence, had endured a cataclysmic war? Had it transformed into the fabled wasteland? This thought suddenly surfaced in Li Muqing's mind. Although lacking concrete evidence, he surmised it was likely close to the truth. Were this world as prosperous as his own, such a scene would be utterly inconceivable. The vast city on the horizon appeared to be quite distant. Despite it being morning, thick clouds obscured the sun's rays, casting an uncomfortable gray pall over the sky. Li Muqing felt a twinge of hesitation, pondering whether to venture such a great distance into the city. What if he encountered some dreadful creature along the way? Just as he found himself in this quandary, he noticed something lying beneath a large tree not far from the roadside. Driven by curiosity, Li Muqing approached cautiously, and indeed, he discovered two individuals collapsed beneath the tree. From their attire and physique, they were unmistakably the same two he had seen the previous day. He rushed forward and was alarmed to find their complexions pale, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. The good news was that they were still breathing. But the girl with the long ponytail bore several visible wounds that were still bleeding. Without delay, Li Muqing retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, which he had purchased just yesterday. After all, as he prepared to explore the unknown, a first aid kit was an essential item. The injuries on the long-haired girl's back and limbs required care, and with no prior experience, Li Muqing clumsily disinfected and bandaged her wounds, taking the opportunity to observe the faces of the two girls. Chapter 5. A reunion with two beauties. Both individuals were undeniably stunning, each exceeding a score of 90 in beauty, and remarkably, they wore no trace of cosmetics. The girl with the long ponytail possessed a strikingly heroic visage, with a high nose and delicate lips. Even with her eyes closed, Li Muqing could discern their impressive size. Her facial features were flawlessly harmonious, complemented by her sun-kissed skin, making her an unequivocal beauty in the real world. The other girl, in contrast, appeared to embody a youthful charm, with a round face, petite mouth, and large eyes. Her hair cascading freely. Clad in a suitable Lolita dress, she would undoubtedly be the quintessential representation of a Lolita, likely turning heads with a staggering 200% rate when out and about. However, what perplexed Li Muqing was how two such beautiful young ladies could be found clad in tattered garments, unconscious in this desolate wilderness. In a flurry of activity, he hastily bandaged their wounds and then retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, gently administering it to the long-haired girl in a state of unconsciousness. Only when her parched lips regained some moisture did he carefully set her down and turn his attention to the equally dehydrated little girl. Perhaps it was the water that worked wonders. Before Li Muqing had finished, the long-haired girl began to stir, seemingly on the verge of awakening. When he turned to look, their eyes met, and for a moment, both were left speechless. The long-haired girl, just coming to, found herself gazing at a stranger holding her companion, and her thoughts were undoubtedly a mystery. After a brief, awkward silence, as Li Muqing opened his mouth to explain, the long-haired girl's expression suddenly shifted. With a swift motion, she drew a uniquely crafted firearm from her waist, aiming it directly at Li Muqing. In that instant, terror gripped him. He never anticipated that his act of kindness would culminate in such a dire outcome. Just as he attempted to clarify his intentions, he saw her eyes narrow, and she decisively pulled the trigger. In the next moment, a beam of blue light erupted from the muzzle, hurtling toward him. It was over. He lamented that he should never have come. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, his mind racing through memories from his life since birth. This must be the fabled lantern of life flashing before his eyes. And it was a pity that he was to meet his end in this foreign realm at such a young age. Suddenly, he felt a searing light brush against his ear. With his eyes still shut, he sensed a warmth on the side of his face, followed by a thud behind him, as if something had collapsed to the ground. I'm not dead. If I were, my mind wouldn't be functioning. I must be alive. With this thought, Li Muqing opened his eyes to see that the long-haired girl had lowered her weapon and was now lying back down, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Was she mocking him? Li Muqing surmised that his earlier display must have amused her, rendering her guard completely down. Turning his head again, he noticed a humanoid figure sprawled on the ground barely a meter away. Upon closer inspection, this creature bore no resemblance to a human, or rather, to a normal human. It was devoid of clothing, its pale skin marred by extensive decay. Its entire body was grimy, smeared with patches of blood. The creature's eyes were a dull gray, lacking pupils, and its gaping mouth was smeared with blood, revealing sharp, disheveled teeth, while long, pointed nails adorned its hands and feet. This being was unmistakably akin to the zombies of legend. Is this thing a zombie? Perhaps the shock from the earlier gunshots still lingered, as his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Regrettably, his inquiries remained unanswered. The girl with the long ponytail ignored him, while the other girl, with a youthful visage, remained unconscious. The creature I had just dispatched was a zombie. It was not until they returned to the stronghold of the two women that the questions found resolution. After having given the girl with the youthful face some water, she awakened, and the two visibly weakened girls requested Li Muqing's assistance to return to a grand villa within the residential area. Throughout their journey, Li Muqing diligently supported them, intermittently posing questions that reflected his concern. He inquired about their identities, the reasons for their presence, and the circumstances surrounding their injuries, subtly attempting to glean information about this world. However, the two women remained silent, as if rendered mute, gazing at him with eyes that mirrored a deep appreciation for rare creatures. Upon reaching their stronghold, seeing the frail state of the two women softened Li Muqing's heart, prompting him to retrieve 2 cans from his backpack and offer them. This act elicited an extraordinary reaction. The two beautiful girls' eyes glimmered with hunger upon sighting the cans, transforming them into ravenous wolves as they snatched them away. They devoured the contents with fervor, leaving not a trace of residue, even licking the cans clean of any remaining juices. The empty cans were left in a state cleaner than before washing. Once the women had consumed their meal, their gazes towards Li Muqing were imbued with warmth. At last, the girl with the long ponytail spoke, addressing the question Li Muqing had posed half an hour earlier. A sigh of relief escaped him. Once they began to speak, the subsequent matters would become more manageable. Are you satiated? If not, I have more. Do not eat too quickly. It may lead to choking. You should drink some water. Li Muqing adopted a quintessentially nurturing demeanor. Observing that the two clearly had not eaten enough, he retrieved several compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his pack. These provisions were procured from a general store, and he had plenty more. As anticipated, the two women eagerly accepted the biscuits, devouring them without hesitation. However, having laid the groundwork with the canned food, they no longer exhibited their previous wildness. Instead, they chewed the biscuits delicately, washing them down with water. Clearly, this method maximized the biscuits' energy, indicating that both possessed experience in wilderness survival. Seizing the opportunity, Li Muqing posed further inquiries about their identities, the nature of this place, and the origins of the zombies. The very act of asking these questions made it evident to them that he was not a native of this world. Li Muqing was no fool. He had considered this before posing his questions. Yet, having witnessed the girl with the long ponytail refrain from ending his life with a gunshot, he surmised that neither of them were malicious individuals. To establish himself in this unfamiliar realm, he would require some form of support, and they, it seemed, were his chosen allies. Chapter 6. The Wasteland World. It has been proven that Li Muqing possesses an astute perception of others. In response to her rather naive inquiries, though the expressions of the two women grew increasingly perplexed, they nonetheless divulged all that they knew to her. The long-haired beauty is named Qin Xia, while the girl with the youthful countenance is called Mo Li, though she prefers to be addressed as Nan Nan by those close to her. Both are survivors in this desolate wasteland, or perhaps more aptly, wanderers of the wasteland. This land underwent an unprecedented global conflict decades ago, which has rendered it into its current state. The present date is June 29, 2166, and the location is Zhangyang City in Huagua, identical to where Li Muqing had arrived. In 2143, over 20 years prior, the world faced a near exhaustion of resources. In a bid to seek allies against the escalating resource crisis, the globe was divided into four major blocks: the Oceanic Nations Alliance, led by the United States; the European Community, formed by the nations of Europe; the Asian Community Alliance, comprising Huagua and several Asian countries, and a scattering of third-world nations and neutral states. Initially, there were collective efforts to advance space technology in search of resources beyond Earth. However, on an otherwise mundane day in 2149, the Oceanic Nations Alliance brutally cast aside its facade of virtue and launched an aggressive invasion against the third world countries. The phrase "one action triggers a chain reaction" aptly encapsulated the events of that time. Within a month, the flames of war rapidly engulfed all nations across the globe. The other two major coalitions, the Asian Community Alliance and the European Community, were compelled to enter the fray for their own interests. This conflict evolved into the Third World War, as nations battled fiercely over the dwindling resources. The war persisted for 5 years without yielding a resolution, leaving the Earth scarred and ravaged. Ultimately, a red regime long oppressed by the Oceanic Nations Alliance could no longer bear the torment and unleashed a nuclear weapon it had secretly developed, successfully detonating it along the western coast of the United States. This year was 2154, marking the onset of the nuclear phase of the Third World War. That year, nuclear warheads erupted like grand fireworks across the globe, with the entire planet suffering from the repercussions of nuclear fallout, leading to catastrophic ecological devastation. A nuclear winter descended, blanketing the majority of the Earth in polluted ice and snow. Moreover, humanity resorted to an array of novel weaponry, unleashing biochemical weapons that proliferated rapidly. Within less than a year, the Earth was transformed into a wasteland, once home to over 10 billion souls. The population dwindled to a mere 1 billion due to the war, with civilization teetering on the brink of collapse and humanity, as fortunes entirely exhausted. Those who survived could only cling to life in the shelters established during the war or in remote corners, awaiting the end of the nuclear winter. Amidst the desolate wasteland, creatures ravaged by nuclear radiation and biochemical contamination have risen, asserting themselves as the new sovereigns of this world. Among them, zombies stand as one of the many grotesque manifestations born from this wasteland, alongside a myriad of formidable mutated beasts and synthetic monsters, further complicating the already arduous existence of humanity. 5 years hence, as the nuclear winter gradually recedes and the energy reserves of various shelters dwindle, humanity emerges from their subterranean refuges. Armed with remarkable resilience and adaptability, they begin to reclaim their rightful place within this barren expanse. As the year 2166 dawns, humanity has established a foothold upon this ravaged land, employing their ingenuity to navigate the transformed societal landscape, which has regressed to conditions reminiscent of over a century past. Nevertheless, the technological prowess of this world remains notably advanced, for within the shelters, humanity has sown numerous seeds of technology, yet constrained by limited resources. The development of technology has taken an unexpected turn. However, this is of little consequence, as in conversation, Li Muqing has already conceived a path towards prosperity. You're not from around here, are you? After finishing her meal, Qin Xie gazed intently at the composed Li Muqing, hesitantly inquiring, "How did you deduce that?" Although Li Muqing was aware of how overtly he had revealed his unfamiliarity, he wished to maintain an air of mystery. "This isn't our first encounter. I saw you yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, you vanished. Today, I come across you again, and from your inquiries, your attire, and the belongings you carry, it is evident that you do not belong to this world." Qin Xie scrutinized Li Muqing, speaking earnestly. Moreover, in this realm, it is unlikely anyone would be as generous as to share food with strangers, a thought Qin Xie refrained from voicing aloud, merely echoing it in her mind. Haha. Congratulations on your astute observation. Indeed, I am not of this world. As for my true identity, I must request your patience for the time being. I have a modest proposal, and I wonder if you would entertain it? Li Muqing's forthrightness sparked a flicker of uncertainty in Qin Xie's eyes. After exchanging a glance with the silent Molly beside her, she replied, "Please, go on. It's quite simple, really. As you know, I have only just arrived and am unfamiliar with this place. Therefore, I seek to employ your services as my guides. You would assist me in acclimating to this world and ensuring my safety. How does that sound? Employ? Guides?" Confusion flickered in Qin Xie's gaze. While she had heard these terms before, no one had ever presented such an offer to her. "Indeed, my arrival here represents not merely my own interests but those of my world. I wish to engage in commerce with you, to foster a mutually beneficial exchange." Li Muqing crafted his narrative with an air of grandeur, seeking to impress upon these seemingly sheltered young women. "And what, pray tell, do you wish to procure from this place? The land has transformed into a desolate wasteland, its resources nearly depleted, teeming with ferocious and terrifying zombies and mutated beasts. I cannot fathom what you might possess that is worthy of exchange." Qin Xie sighed, revealing her profound dissatisfaction with the world in which she resides. "Well, it is quite simple. I require technology, specifically, the technology from your realm." Li Muqing smiled, sensing from Qin Xie's tone that he was on the brink of achieving his objective. "Technology?" Qin Xie appeared momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, take for instance the firearm you use to dispatch the zombies, or the small devices adorning your wrists. Though I am uncertain of their designation, items of such technological nature are open for trade. In truth, beyond these." Li Muqing was aware that this world undoubtedly harbored numerous technologies absent from his own, a veritable treasure trove that promised immense wealth. After all, in the material world, technology companies are the most lucrative enterprises. Is that all? Yet you possess the means to traverse dimensions. Could it be that the technological advancement of your world lags behind ours? Qin Xie expressed her skepticism. "This is a unique asset of mine, and our world does not produce it in abundance. But I digress. Fair ladies, Miss Qin and Miss Mo, might you consider accepting my employment offer?" Li Muqing gracefully shifted the topic, extending his invitation once more. Chapter 7. Employment of Associates. What remuneration can you provide us? At this juncture, Mo Li, who had been silently observing, finally interjected. Her voice was as sweet and melodious as her appearance, akin to the song of a golden oriole. "Food is the most fundamental necessity. By aligning yourselves with me, you shall have ample sustenance daily. As for other provisions, I will endeavor to accommodate your needs." From Qin Xie's descriptions and the sight of the two women consuming canned food, Li Muqing discerned that their access to food was exceedingly scarce. Thus, the most effective means of compensating them for their services was undoubtedly through nourishment. It was a remarkable bargain to engage two seasoned wasteland rangers with the most affordable provisions from the real world. Agreed. Indeed, upon hearing Li Muqing's terms, before Qin Xie could speak, Mo Li, with her doll-like voice, resolutely declared her agreement. Li Muqing smiled knowingly at her response. This was precisely the reaction he had hoped to elicit. He then laid out all the food he had brought with him upon the table. "Here you are. My lovely employees. This is the advance payment from your employer. There will be more and better offerings in the future. However, for now, I would like you to introduce yourselves and share your skills with me, so that I may better understand your capabilities." The two women gazed at the heap of unfamiliar food that filled the table, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They had been so starved that those unacquainted with this world could scarcely comprehend the scarcity of food, especially such delectable nourishment. Fortunately, they had already satisfied their hunger, and in a bid to maintain their feminine decorum, they refrained from exhibiting gluttonous behavior. Moreover, Li Muqing assured them that in the future, they would always have their fill of food, rendering the current offerings insignificant. Next came the time for mutual acquaintance. Although the two women had verbally become Li Muqing's employees, she still lacked a comprehensive understanding of them. Thus, familiarity was paramount. Qin Xie was the epitome of a wasteland ranger, having refrained from joining any survivor organization. Instead, wandering the city alone, pursuing her desires freely. She sustained herself by hunting various creatures to procure essential supplies, making her exceptionally skilled in physical prowess, combat techniques, and marksmanship. After all, without such skills, how could a delicate beauty survive in the lawless wasteland? In stark contrast, Molly represented the opposite extreme, possessing scarcely any abilities. She had been rescued by Qin Xie 6 months prior. Before her salvation, Molly had been abducted from a shelter by a mercenary group. It is not surprising. There are countless shelters constructed during wartime, and even after more than a decade, many still remain operational. This situation has attracted unscrupulous individuals seeking opportunities to raid such shelters, plundering resources and capturing inhabitants. Those within shelters, who have not experienced the brutal realities of the wasteland, often become slaves or playthings, facing a tragically grim fate. Thus, 6 months ago, Molly was a simple girl nurtured in the comforts of a shelter, as innocent as a blank slate, akin to the era in which Li Muqing lived. When the shelter was forcibly breached and ruthless bandits ravaged the premises, she fortuitously encountered Qin Xie, who took her under her wing and raised her until now. Consequently, while Molly has acquired some knowledge of survival in the wasteland, she lacks any remarkable talents, falling considerably short compared to Qin Xie. Xie, may I call you that? For now, you will be responsible for my safety. Are you capable of fulfilling this role? After listening to the introductions of the two young women, Li Muqing pondered and made work arrangements. Undoubtedly, Qin Xie's strength was formidable, as her description conveyed. A young woman with both beauty and stature. She had survived alone in such an anarchic wasteland for an extended period. One would need considerable skill to manage that. Previously, Li Muqing had wondered why there were no monsters in this villa area. After hearing Qin Xie's account, she realized that it was not that the area was devoid of zombies. Rather, Qin Xie had single-handedly eradicated all the zombies from the entire villa district. The reason for her actions was that Qin Xie regarded this place as her stronghold. For safety's sake, she eliminated all threats. Furthermore, due to its remote location, distanced from the city of Canyang or the monster-infested wilderness, the number of creatures was sparse and of low quality. Additionally, this villa area had been raided by survivors countless times, leaving behind nothing of value. Under the accumulation of several buffs, the surroundings here remain relatively secure. It is imperative to note that when Li Muqing encountered the two young women, they were in a state of unconsciousness due to a recent attack by mutated creatures in the wilderness. After Qin Xie exerted her utmost effort to vanquish the adversary, the two women supported each other in an attempt to return to their stronghold. Unfortunately, they had not eaten for an extended period, which resulted in their physical exhaustion, causing them to collapse at the entrance of the villa area. Had they not been discovered by Li Muqing, they might have faced dire consequences. Perhaps being devoured by zombies in their unconscious state or being taken by passing survivors as slaves. In any case, their fate would have been tragic. As for protection, I possess a certain level of competence in that regard. Qin Xie nodded, retrieving her uniquely designed laser gun from her waist, performing a few impressive maneuvers with it, exuding an air of coolness. Regarding your upbringing in the shelter, I presume you received a commendable education. Have you perhaps engaged in studies related to computer programming? Casting a glance at the somewhat forlorn Molly, it was evident that she yearned to be of service, having relied on Qin Xie for survival. She now aspired to contribute as an employee of Li Muqing. Programming? Molly furrowed her brow in contemplation. During our time in the shelter, we underwent systematic studies in this area. I can manage a simple program, but beyond that, it depends on your specific requirements. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing felt a twinge of disappointment, as a mere simple program might not fulfill his needs. However, I can learn quickly. I consistently ranked first in my studies at the shelter, grasping new concepts with ease, provided I have access to a virtual learning assistant. Sensing Li Muqing's emotional shift, Molly hastily added, "Oh, a scholar indeed. That alleviates any concerns. The technical aspects will depend on your capabilities. I have faith in you. Not knowing now is inconsequential. A willingness to learn is what truly matters." Chapter 8. Enhanced Humanity. Receiving Li Muqing's affirmation, a joyful smile illuminated Molly's delicate features and combined with her exquisite youthful countenance. She appeared irresistibly adorable. Regardless of her potential effectiveness, her beauty alone was pleasing to the eye. "By the way, what is that you are wearing on your wrists?" Li Muqing inquired, pointing at the small devices adorning the two women's wrists. He was intrigued by these items, which resembled integrated terminals. Earlier in their conversation, Qin Xie had used one to project a virtual screen, elucidating the terrain surrounding Canyang City and the territorial divisions of various factions. This device is called a Personal Intelligent Terminal, abbreviated as PIT, It is an essential tool for wasteland survivors. In Anning Town, one can exchange 5 soul crystals for one. By the way, boss, you don't have one yet, do you? One, please fetch one for the boss. While explaining, Qin Xie suddenly realized that her employer was not from this world and therefore lacked a pit. She quickly instructed Molly to retrieve one. The pit was obtained by Qin Xie from an ill-intentioned individual. It served no purpose for her, so she gifted it to Li Muqing. Upon donning the pit, its ergonomic design conformed seamlessly to her arm, and Li Muqing felt no discomfort whatsoever. The energy source of the pit was a unique entity in this world known as Soul Crystal, which was harvested from zombies or mutated beasts, serving as a form of currency in the wasteland. A mere 1 point of Soul Crystal could power the pit for half a year, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Once Li Muqing wore the pit, the system activated autonomously, performing a scan that took less than a minute, after which it displayed a series of data on the screen. Name: Li Muqing muscle strength, 12 bone density, 10 cell vitality, 13 reflexes, 12 radiation level, 8 safe. Overall assessment: ordinary human. No anomalies. Li Muqing could comprehend most of the data. Muscle strength and bone density were indicative of physical power. Cell vitality likely referred to recovery ability, and reflexes pertained to response capability. However, upon observing the radiation level, a sense of unease stirred within her. After all, this world had endured nuclear warfare, leaving it rife with contamination and radiation. Fortunately, she had refrained from recklessly venturing into perilous areas. Otherwise, she would have had no refuge from potential exposure. Boss, your data is quite impressive, ranking high among ordinary humans, Qin Xie remarked, glancing at the values on the pit. Of course, I often engage in fitness during my leisure time. By the way, what are your stats? Would you mind sharing? Li Muqing initially intended to boast, but suddenly recalled that there were likely no gyms in this desolate place, swiftly diverting the conversation. Examining the data was of little consequence. The two women extended their arms, adjusting the pit to display mode. Name: Molly muscle strength, 23 bone density, 28 cell vitality, 30 reflexes, 26 radiation level, 12 safe. Remarks: degrade enhancement agent, SST virus vaccine, anti-radiation vaccine. Overall assessment: enhanced human. No anomalies. Name: Qin Xie muscle strength, 46 bone density, 59 cell vitality, 50 reflexes, 43 radiation level, 9 safe. Remarks: C-grade enhancement agent, SST virus vaccine, anti-radiation vaccine. Overall assessment: enhanced human. No anomalies. The array of data left Li Muqing utterly astonished. Not only were Qin Xie's Wasteland Ranger statistics superior to her own, but even Molly, with her seemingly innocuous appearance, surpassed her in strength by a factor of 2. Observing their slender arms, especially Qin Xie's, Li Muqing found it hard to believe that this woman could deliver a punch with 4 times her own strength, let alone the other impressive metrics. However, Li Muqing also noted the remarks beneath their data, indicating enhancement agents, suggesting that their formidable physical attributes were likely connected to such substances. The proprietor need not dwell excessively on these figures. We are all individuals who have undergone enhancements through potent serums, endowing us with physical capabilities far superior to those of ordinary humans. Qin Xie, displaying considerable empathy, noticed Li Muqing's astonished expression and took the initiative to elucidate. C-grade enhancement serums are available for purchase in Anning Town, priced at approximately 50 soul crystals each, while D-grade variants are significantly more affordable, at just 10 soul crystals each. Do not underestimate these values. After all, a single soul crystal can secure a month's worth of sustenance, albeit the most rudimentary synthetic nutrients, sufficient to allow a person of lower standing to scrape by. The provisions brought by the proprietor should fetch a handsome price in Anning Town, and once exchanged for soul crystals, could facilitate the acquisition of those serums. Qin Xie's suggestion stirred a deep interest in Li Muqing. It is said that a single injection of a C-grade serum can double one's physical prowess. With appropriate training, one could attain a level comparable to that of Qin Xie. Such physical attributes may not be remarkable in the wasteland, yet in the realm of reality, they constitute the very foundation of Li Muqing's confidence. However, having previously committed to gifting the food to the two women as remuneration, Li Muqing found it difficult to retract his promise. Moreover, considering that Qin Xie was still nursing her injuries, it was imperative that she recuperate fully before embarking on any journey. Thus, Li Muqing resolved to return to the real world, gathering additional provisions before returning. The food upon this table is now yours. I shall not barter with it, for it is unlikely to meet my needs. You should focus on recuperating over the next few days, preparing yourselves. I will return with supplies, and we shall depart for Anning Town in 3 days, where you will assist me in procuring goods. As Li Muqing articulated this plan, a flicker of warmth appeared in Qin Xie's gaze. In the desolate world, one would rarely concern themselves with the ownership of food or the well-being of their subordinates. Self-interest would reign supreme, indifferent to the survival of others. Yet, Li Muqing was distinctly different. He not only contemplated his own welfare, but also genuinely cared for the welfare of his employees, a sentiment that Qin Xia and Moli had not experienced in quite some time. This sustenance should suffice for your needs over the next 3 days. Do not indulge excessively, as it may harm your health. I shall return shortly. By the way, are there any weapons available that I might take for self-defense? Initially, Li Muqing had intended to depart, but suddenly recalled that he should not leave empty-handed. This was the wasteland, a realm abundant with items unattainable in the normal world. Securing a couple of firearms for protection should be a trivial endeavor. Qin Xia paused momentarily upon hearing this, and then produced the firearm she had on her person, handing it to Li Muqing. This is a Hu Lang B4 laser pistol. Utilizing standard batteries as its magazine. One magazine can discharge 50 laser shots, the power of which you have witnessed, sufficient to penetrate a person's skull. Laser weapons are notably quiet, with minimal recoil, yet their operation can be somewhat complex, and their wear rate is relatively high. In the wasteland, only those with considerable experience dare to wield them. But I believe this weapon would suit your world quite well. Li Muqing took hold of the uniquely designed Howler B4, just a few hours prior. This very weapon had been aimed at his own head, leading him to believe he was on the brink of demise. The magazine was new. Having fired only a single shot, it should suffice for self-defense. If it doesn't, I can procure a few standard batteries. Qin Xia murmured while instructing Li Muqing on how to handle the weapon, inadvertently revealing her concern for him. In truth, she likely hadn't realized that her fear of his demise stemmed from the prospect of losing her own access to sustenance. Indeed, that must be the case. Chapter 9. 2 phone calls that's unnecessary. 1 magazine will suffice, as it's merely for self-defense and does not require excess. The operation of the Howler was relatively straightforward. Even without prior experience, Li Muqing found it easy to learn. Upon tentatively firing 2 shots, he discovered that the weapon was indeed rather unwieldy. It was effective at close range, but accuracy diminished with distance. In simpler terms, the pistol lacked a tactile feel. The trigger, when pulled, emitted a laser after a delay of about 0.5 seconds, with virtually no recoil, rendering the experience rather devoid of sensation. Nevertheless, as Li Muqing had asserted, it was merely for self-defense, and long-range capabilities were unnecessary, as long as it possessed lethality. After all, he had no intention of returning to the real world to rob a bank. He was not that foolish. At that moment, Molly emerged from the corner, producing a pair of gloves and presenting them to him. What is this? Li Muqing inquired, noticing nothing particularly remarkable about the gloves. These are electric gloves. When worn and activated, they can emit a powerful electric current from the fingertips, proving invaluable in close combat, Molly explained. Electric gloves? Li Muqing's interest piqued. Such covert devices were far more practical than a firearm, alleviating concerns of detection. Very well, I shall take my leave. When I return, I will bring some fresh ingredients. In the meantime, see if you can restore power. I noticed some refrigerators nearby that could be utilized for food storage. After placing the Howler and gloves into his backpack, Li Muqing offered a reminder to the 2 women. As the war progressed, in addition to nuclear weapons, EMPs, electromagnetic pulse devices, had become rampant, leading to a catastrophic impact on the city's electrical infrastructure. Consequently, large appliances had transformed into unwanted refuse. Li Muqing had previously spotted a few, uncertain of their utility. Turning to exit the room, he discreetly activated the communication bracelet in a corner unseen by the 2 women, initiating the teleportation sequence. A brief wave of discomfort washed over him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar chamber. Beep. Teleportation successful. This transfer consumed 21 energy units, leaving a remaining reserve of 35. Please replenish energy promptly, Master. As soon as he landed, the bracelet kindly provided a reminder. Energy truly is not to be squandered. Li Muqing mused. The last time I managed to gather energy was after burning out a transformer. Now, it's nearly depleted after just 1 round trip. However, this time, there was no rush to teleport back. He could take his time to recharge. During my last teleportation, I expended 22 units of energy, yet upon my return, only 21 were consumed. Why this discrepancy? Suddenly, Li Muqing keenly noticed the variance in energy consumption, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Master, energy expenditure fluctuates according to the items you carry. Typically, a single individual consumes approximately 20 units of energy, with additional items necessitating extra energy. The greater the number of items, the higher the energy expenditure. The wristband responded empathetically to Li Muqing's inquiry. I see, Li Muqing realized with clarity. On my outbound journey, I was burdened with a substantial supply of provisions and wielded a spade, whereas my return merely included a firearm and a pair of gloves. This accounts for the differing energy consumption. Understanding the rules of energy expenditure allowed Li Muqing to mitigate some risks, should he encounter an urgent situation necessitating immediate teleportation. The burden of excess items could lead to failure, which would be quite unfortunate. He then retrieved the Jackal B4 and the electric gloves from his backpack, indulging in their novelty for a while. This marked the first occasion Li Muqing had engaged with such intriguing objects, and he was filled with curiosity. However, after a brief period of play, his stomach emitted a rumble. The sky outside had darkened. Li Muqing had spent an afternoon in the wasteland world without a single drop to drink, so his hunger was hardly surprising. Just as he was preparing to venture out in search of sustenance, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Li Muqing frowned. It was Liang Xiaowan, his former girlfriend. This woman had truly perfected the art of shamelessness. Li Muqing and Liang Xiaowan had been together since their freshman year, but by their junior year, following the unexpected passing of Li Muqing's father, Liang Xiaowan began to distance herself upon learning of his family circumstances. By their senior year, during their internships, she concocted an excuse to break up with him. At that time, Li Muqing had refrained from any entanglement, resulting in a peaceful separation. However, not long ago, for reasons unknown, Liang Xiaowan had learned of Li Muqing's family's impending relocation and had begun to reattach herself to him. "Hello, Xiaowan," he sighed, reluctantly answering the call. Initially, their relationship had been quite harmonious, although Li Muqing had since seen through Liang Xiaowan's true nature. He found it difficult to harbor resentment towards her. After all, they had shared many experiences, and he felt a lingering sense of debt towards her. "Aching, I'll be on a business trip to Sanyang tomorrow. Would you join me for a meal?" Liang Xiaowan's voice on the other end was faintly cheerful. After graduation, she had secured a job in their university city, which was approximately 200 kilometers from Sanyang, where Li Muqing resided, not too distant. Of course, a meal is certainly feasible, but Li Muqing steeled himself and addressed her directly. "Xiaowan, we can no longer continue this." He was acutely aware of her true intentions, especially since she had broached the subject more than once before. "Why is it that now that your family has been compensated for relocation and you've gained wealth, you look down upon me? Li Muqing, you are nothing but a heartless scoundrel." Indeed, Liang Xiaowan cannot utter 3 sentences without mentioning the matter of relocation. "It is not as you think. I have already informed you that although my family has been relocated, the compensation amounted to merely 30,000 yuan. While we do have a house to return to, I am uncertain how many years it will take before we can reside there." Before Li Muqing could finish, Liang Xiaowan's tone shifted dramatically. "Humph, Li Muqing, are you trying to deceive a child? Your building may be old, but it surely would not yield such a meager compensation. You simply do not want me anymore, do you? I can see your true colors now. You are a despicable man, a vile creature, and you." Here, 100 words are omitted. Faced with Liang Xiaowan's incessant tirade of insults, Li Muqing grew weary of listening and promptly ended the call, blocking her number. This woman is utterly beyond redemption. Yet, his once pleasant mood was thoroughly marred by Liang Xiaowan's phone call, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Just then, Li Muqing's phone rang again. Chapter 10. Resolving a Major Dilemma. Asong? What is up? This time, the caller was Wei Song, Li Muqing's childhood friend and closest companion. Wei Song had grown up alongside Li Muqing, sharing experiences from elementary school through high school. However, after high school, Wei Song deemed himself unfit for academic pursuits, skipping the college entrance examination to venture out into the world. By the time Li Muqing returned to Sanyang after graduating from university, Wei Song had already established a small Japanese-style izakaya, having utilized his savings and skills acquired over the years, thus becoming a small business owner. "Haven't eaten yet? A client has ordered some delightful dishes today, and there are leftovers. Come over and enjoy a meal with me," Wei Song suggested. Whenever he has something exquisite at his restaurant, he always invites Li Muqing to dine, truly embodying the spirit of brotherhood. "Absolutely, I'll be there shortly." Li Muqing readily agreed, suddenly reminded that he might need Wei Song's assistance with something. After his recent transmigration, Li Muqing realized that the simplest way to trade with the inhabitants of the wasteland world was through food. While his grocery store was stocked with plenty of ordinary food items, he understood from Qin Xia's advice that he should not distribute these items indiscriminately, as the packaging would reveal his secrets. Although most food could be manually unwrapped, doing so single-handedly would be exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, he needed to seek suppliers who could provide food without packaging to meet his requirements. Given that Wei Song was involved in the culinary industry, he might have some connections. Consulting him could prove beneficial. If it all goes well, perhaps tonight he could take Wei Song to indulge in one of his favorite activities as a form of gratitude. After all, he had just come into possession of 60,000 yuan, although he had spent a few thousand on equipment. The remaining funds were sufficient for a lavish meal together. Setting out on his small electric scooter, Li Muqing traversed nearly half the city and arrived at a bustling commercial center. He then slipped into a rather inconspicuous alley, ultimately entering an even less notable small shop. Indeed, this establishment belonged to Wei Song. The exorbitant rental prices in the bustling commercial district left Wei Song with no choice but to open his shop in such a corner. Upon entering, the interior belied the shabby exterior. The space was surprisingly ample, accommodating around 10 tables and featuring a circular bar next to the open kitchen, capable of seating several more patrons. By this time, the workday had concluded, and nearly half of the seats were occupied, suggesting that many weary professionals preferred dining out rather than returning home to cook, indicating the shop's culinary offerings were quite commendable. In the open kitchen, a figure was busily attending to tasks. Though his face remained unseen, Li Muqing recognized it to be Wei Song. "Hello, may I take your order?" asked a staff member, presenting a menu while also offering the option to order via a QR code. Li Muqing casually selected a corner seat, and soon a server approached to inquire about his order. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no need to order. Please inform the owner that someone is here, and he knows what to serve." The server appeared somewhat puzzled by his request, but Li Muqing paid her no mind, merely gesturing for her to leave. It was quite normal for the staff, mostly part-timers who frequently changed, not to recognize him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the same server returned, this time bearing a cup of fragrant tea and a plate of exquisite snacks, which she silently placed on the table before departing. Li Muqing sipped his tea and nibbled on the delicacies, remaining seated for about half an hour until the clock struck 8. Several groups had come and gone, and finally, a figure clad in a chef's uniform appeared before him, setting down a large platter of food as he took a seat across from Li Muqing. "Here's your favorite noodles, along with these sushi, all crafted from today's finest ingredients, reserved just for you." Wei Song placed the food down, and the two exchanged smiles before diving into their meal with gusto. "Business seems to be thriving," Li Muqing remarked. "It's going well, primarily due to the quality of the cooking, which everyone appreciates. Please, your dishes are merely adequate. Sometimes, they're not even as good as mine. Get lost. What skills do you possess? Don't think you're invincible just because you can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Oh, I know much more than that. And surely it's preferable to your raw offerings." As they ate, their banter continued, and soon, 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of sushi were devoured. Such is the bond of good friends, engaging in playful arguments that lifted their spirits immensely. "By the way, I need to ask you something." After satisfying their appetites, Li Muqing finally broached the main topic. "What is it? Speak plainly." "It's about locating a nearby manufacturer of canned goods. I require a batch of cans produced to my specifications, as I need to procure them shortly." Indeed, Li Muqing intended to wholesale these cans to the wasteland, as they, while rare, were still somewhat available in that desolate world, and their simple packaging rendered them more discreet compared to other items. "Canned goods? What on earth do you need those for? Unwholesome and unappetizing. Are you contemplating abandoning the grocery business to transition into selling canned goods?" Wei Song, somewhat taken aback, posed this question to Li Muqing, well aware of his friend's background. "It's not for you to worry about. Just confirm if you can handle it," Li Muqing replied, knowing that the bond of brotherhood did not necessitate extensive explanations. Indeed, upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Wei Song refrained from probing further. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a friend in that line of work. His factory isn't large, but he specializes in contract manufacturing for branded goods, located on the outskirts of the city." Excited by the prospect, Li Muqing eagerly inquired, "How many varieties of canned goods does he offer?" "Initially, I require a modest quantity. Perhaps just a few dozen boxes. Can he accommodate that?" Subsequently, Li Muqing articulated a few specifications, primarily requesting simple packaging devoid of any printed text. It appeared that there were indeed basic meat and fruit canned goods available, with sufficient variety and quantity. As they were friends, and it was merely a matter of a few words, Wei Song, unfazed by Li Muqing's requests, promptly dialed his friend while simultaneously asking Li Muqing if he had any additional requirements. In just a few brief exchanges, the arrangement was finalized. "All right, let us go with 10 boxes each of pork, beef, luncheon meat, pineapple, yellow peach, and pear, with the simplest packaging and no printing. You can pick up the goods tomorrow afternoon." With an air of confidence, Wei Song remarked, "Everything is settled. How do you intend to express your gratitude?" It was evident that he was proud of his connections within the burgeoning culinary scene of Sanyang City. "What do you want me to treat you to? Just say the word, and tonight's expenses are on me." With the significant matter of canned goods resolved, Li Muqing was naturally elated, thumping his chest and encouraging Wei Song to name his terms. Chapter 11. A visit to the wellness center? "Oh, is that what you're suggesting? In that case, I'll take you up on it. How about we indulge in a wellness session together?" He chuckled, fully aware that Li Muqing would likely decline. "All right, let us go for a wellness visit, and you can introduce me to new experiences." Knowing that Li Muqing would probably not attend, he settled for a barbecue instead. "But I want a drink, you know." "What? You wish to accompany me to the wellness center? Did I hear that correctly?" Wei Song was momentarily taken aback by Li Muqing's unexpected proposal, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Tonight, you'll take me there, and I'll cover the expenses. Wei Song's astonishment was not without reason. Having grown up together, he understood Li Muqing's character better than anyone. The notion of visiting a wellness center was far-fetched, as Li Muqing rarely ventured into places like bars or KTVs. This was not merely due to a lack of funds, it was also a matter of personal preference. In contrast, Wei Song reveled in such establishments, having developed a penchant for them over time. Despite running a small shop and earning a decent income, he tended to spend even more. Most of his leisure hours were spent indulging in various entertainment venues, earning him the moniker of the Prince of Nightlife. Once, during the sorrowful moments following the demise of Li Muqing's family and the heartbreak of a breakup, Wei Song had repeatedly invited him to unwind, yet Li Muqing never acquiesced. However, today, Li Muqing unexpectedly exhibited a change of heart, expressing a desire for Wei Song to take him for some relaxation. This revelation astonished Wei Song. Was he truly seeking a place for relaxation, a grand retreat, or a modest one, engaging in indulgence, or something more reserved? Depending on one's desires, anything was possible until satisfaction was achieved. Ah, who would have thought that today? Boss Li was feeling generous. Had he struck it rich? Indeed. He had discovered a lucrative opportunity and earned a bit of money. Li Muqing did not deny it and continued, stating that the world outside was so vibrant, and now, while still youthful, was the perfect time to explore, regretting it later would be too late. How true that is, exclaimed Wei Song, slapping the table. What are we waiting for? The timing is perfect. Let us go. Wei Song leapt up excitedly, beckoning a waiter to handle the subsequent arrangements, then dashed off to change into a different outfit, pulling Li Muqing along as they exited. Shall we drive, or take a cab? Wei Song inquired upon reaching the entrance. Whichever you prefer, I shall accompany you tonight. I'm driving my delivery wooling van. Hope that's acceptable. Having ridden in a tractor before, do I have any reason to complain? As they engaged in playful banter, the two navigated through narrow alleys until they arrived at a more spacious area. Wei Song brought his van to the forefront, and they set off to seek pleasure. The vehicle adeptly maneuvered through the streets of Songyang, while Li Muqing gazed out at the dazzling lights of the city, feeling a sense of yearning. After living in this city for over 20 years, he realized he had scarcely experienced any nightlife, let alone ventured into entertainment venues. Previously, it was due to financial constraints, but now that he had some resources, he felt it was time to explore this extravagant world. Of course, moderation was key. After approximately half an hour of driving, they arrived at a grandiose establishment, surrounded by towering walls, with a standalone building rising majestically in the center. This place, the Shengshi Dynasty Entertainment Club? Li Muqing whispered, his eyes widening as he read the imposing characters above the entrance. Indeed, this is it. Wei Song replied with a sly grin. This place is renowned. Not only is it among the finest in Songyang, but it is also reputed for its exceptional service and beautiful attendants who can be readily swapped to ensure guest satisfaction. Rumor has it they even have exotic offerings. The best part is, they cater to all preferences, be it indulgent or subdued services, with various pricing tiers. So even a simple massage is quite affordable. Wei Song admitted this was his first visit, having only heard his less discerning friends boast about it. The more extravagant offerings were rather pricey, and though they were deemed safe, he hesitated to splurge. Nonetheless, the straightforward massage services were reasonably priced, which led him to select this establishment. Perfect, let us indulge tonight, Li Muqing declared with a flourish of his hand as Wei Song directed the vehicle towards the entrance. Even though the weathered wooling van appeared modest, the security personnel made no attempt to stop them, allowing them entry without hesitation. The wooling Shenche was driven into the expansive courtyard, which already accommodated several vehicles of varying calibers, ranging from the commonplace family car to luxurious automobiles. Notably, the presence of brands like BBA was abundant, alongside an array of Aston Martins, Maseratis, and Bentleys, indicating a consumer spectrum that truly spanned from modest to opulent. Upon alighting, the duo made their way through the grand entrance of the club, where they were promptly approached by a middle-aged woman clad in a professional skirt suit, who greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. You appear somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Indeed, it is our inaugural visit. Could you kindly enlighten us about the services available? Li Muqing responded, feigning an air of sophistication. Certainly, please follow me, the duty manager replied, leading them to a plush sofa in the lobby and patiently outlining the various offerings. The usual services were presented, including massages, foot baths, saunas, and back rubs, with prices ranging from several hundred to over 1,000. These are rather mundane. Do you have anything more exhilarating? You know what I mean, Wei Song interjected, raising an eyebrow. At this, the duty manager's expression brightened, and she subtly hinted, oh, we do have thrilling options. However, they are available only upstairs. And the pricing, let us ascend, shall we? As long as we are satisfied, cost is no object, Li Muqing interrupted, his enthusiasm for enjoyment overriding any concerns about expenditure. The duty manager, now visibly elated, promptly led them upstairs. It was no surprise that she was excited. Individuals of her rank usually catered to the general clientele in the lobby and seldom encountered such lucrative opportunities. This substantial transaction would surely yield a commendable commission for her that night. Upon reaching the upper level, Li Muqing noticed a distinct shift in decor. It was no longer the opulent grandeur of the lobby, but rather a dimly lit ambience infused with a hint of crimson glow, exuding an air of suggestiveness that tantalized the senses. In accordance with Wei Song's preferences, the manager guided them to a spacious private room, adorned in a KTV style, with 2 adjacent rooms separated nearby. The room was equipped with all the necessary amenities, clearly indicative of its intended purpose. Esteemed guests, which service would you like to commence with? The duty manager resumed her presentation. I'm not familiar with this segment. I'll leave it to you, Li Muqing remarked, reclining comfortably on the sofa in silence. Let us begin by summoning some lovely ladies to entertain us with song and games, Wei Song said without hesitation. Would you like me to provide details regarding the costs? The duty manager inquired once more. Just summon the most beautiful ones. Let us start with 10. Skip the foreign ladies. After all, money is no object, Wei Song declared, dismissively waving his hand to send the manager away. Chapter 12. Joyous Moments 10? Do you think you can handle that? As soon as the duty manager departed, Li Muqing looked at Wei Song, bemused. A display of bravado is permissible, yet it must align with reality. Given Wei Song's diminutive stature, he would surely falter after accommodating merely 2 individuals. I once heard him boast, claiming to be a 7 wolves, yet the most he has ever summoned for service was 2 attendants, and even that left him unable to stand upright the following day. This is indicative of a lack of experience. One ought to first assess the situation, discerning which individuals are suitable before making selections, rather than feeling compelled to indulge in every option available. Do you grasp this concept? Wei Song, with an air of someone unacquainted with the world, nonchalantly picked up the tablet on the table to order food. It is understandable, for this was Li Muqing's inaugural visit to such an establishment. It is only natural that he would be unfamiliar with the procedures. However, at this juncture, he instinctively felt a tinge of resistance. Although he had ventured here for amusement, he was not yet prepared to fully surrender, as the individuals within these venues are far from pristine, even in upscale establishments. The phrase, "A pair of jade arms serves as a pillow for thousands, and a single rosy lip is tasted by multitudes," is no jest. Amidst Li Muqing's lingering apprehension, the door to the private room was soon reopened. 10 uniquely charming young women entered in succession, embodying the essence of beauty in all its forms: tall, short, voluptuous, and slender. Each possessed distinct characteristics, yet they shared a singular unifying trait: they were all exquisite. One cannot deny the exceptional quality of this establishment. However, the final price remains an enigma, and one wonders how magnificent it might be. As the 10 captivating girls assembled, Li Muqing conceded that he was somewhat dazzled. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sensation. He could appreciate their beauty without harboring any significant desires. In stark contrast, Wei Song was a different story. His eyes gleamed with an almost ravenous glint as he surveyed the girls, his gaze roving hungrily across their forms, nearly salivating. Are you satisfied, gentlemen? Would you like to keep them all? The manager inquired with a smug smile. Indeed, splendid. However, upon reflection, summoning 10 at once seems rather extravagant. Instead, let my brother and I each select 2. They may introduce themselves. Wei Song quickly regained his composure, astonishingly Muqing with his ability to restrain himself from choosing all of them. After the customary introductions, Wei Song selected 2, both statuesque and alluring, one of whom appeared to possess a hint of mixed heritage. As for Li Muqing, he chose 2 that merely caught his eye. Once the selections were made, the girls exited, with the chosen ones retreating to change attire while those unselected awaited the arrival of the next patrons. Only 2? That's uncharacteristic of you. Li Muqing seized the opportunity to tease once they had departed. The girls here are simply too stunning. With so many, I might not manage. The body must take precedence, Wei Song replied with a lewd grin, adding, you must let loose tonight. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to your expenditure. Remember, no shyness. Li Muqing merely shrugged, non-committal in his response. He indeed came to experience the world, yet when it came to that final step, it was likely he would falter. Whether one attributes it to his psychological fastidiousness or his disdain for such individuals, Li Muqing resolutely chose to uphold his principles. At the very least, it would afford him some solace. After a brief wait, the beverages and food arrived, and the 4 young ladies returned. It was evident that they had made a concerted effort to enhance their appearance, presenting a rather different demeanor than before. With everyone gathered, the entertainment commenced in earnest. It was nothing more than singing, drinking, and engaging in games, all designed to enliven the atmosphere and, incidentally, to heighten the ambience. Despite it being his inaugural visit to such a venue, Li Muqing did not hesitate. He drank and played as was appropriate, and with the 2 ladies he had chosen, He engaged in the expected manner, prompting them to cast flirtatious glances his way, the implications of which were unmistakable. After all, with his striking looks, even the women present could not remain unaffected. The preliminary activities lasted over an hour, during which everyone imbibed a fair amount, and the mood reached a lively crescendo. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wei Song wrapped an arm around each of the two ladies and shot Li Muqing a mischievous grin before departing the hall. With Wei Song's exit, the two young ladies with Li Muqing became even more attentive, eagerly clinging to him, the unspoken meaning evident in their actions. "You two know how to give massages, right?" Li Muqing inquired unexpectedly, catching them off guard after their efforts. "Yes, we are both professionally trained and certified," they replied, acknowledging that being massage therapists was indeed their legitimate occupation. "Very well, then please assist me with a massage. There is no need for anything else. Just a simple massage will suffice," Li Muqing stated, before making his way to another room, leaving the two women exchanging glances that conveyed a singular thought. Could it be that such a handsome man was not interested in more? Nevertheless, Li Muqing was the customer, here to partake of services. His wishes were paramount. After a moment of surprise, the two young ladies promptly followed him into the room. What ensued was entirely conventional. Li Muqing changed into loose-fitting attire and reclined on a specially designed massage table, while the two stunning women diligently attended to him. Let not the mind wander. They were indeed focused on providing a legitimate massage. Though questions lingered in their minds, it seemed that a straightforward massage was indeed more profitable for them. It must be said, they were quite skilled. As they worked, Li Muqing surprisingly drifted off to sleep. Time passed unnoticed, and upon awakening, Li Muqing found himself still in the dimly lit room, realizing the two women had quietly exited, perhaps upon noticing he had succumbed to slumber. Checking the time, he discovered it was nearly 2 in the morning. He had entered around 11, estimating he had been asleep for over 2 hours. Wei Song should be finishing up by now. After washing his face in the nearby shower, Li Muqing returned to the hall, only to find Wei Song had yet to emerge, while shadows still danced within the room. Goodness, is Wei Song that formidable? Has he not yet surrendered? As Li Muqing was taken aback, the door to the room swung open, revealing 3 figures slowly emerging. When they entered, Wei Song had his arms around 2 young ladies. But to everyone's surprise, he was now being supported by them as he exited. It seemed this lad was truly not up to par. Chapter 13. A narrow path for enemies. Wei Song plopped down beside Li Muqing, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. After taking a puff of smoke, he eagerly inquired, "How long have you been out?" "I just came out too, but I fell asleep and didn't partake in anything," Li Muqing replied. "I must ask you, with such fervor, aren't you concerned for your health?" Wei Song appeared somewhat excessive in his demeanor, yet he seemed oblivious to any negative implications. "Hey, you actually slept? You didn't take the plunge? What a waste. You have no idea the pleasures those ladies can bring," he reminisced, a look of indulgence washing over him as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dispersed, Li Muqing waved his hand to clear the air. He was not a smoker and had little fondness for the scent. "Enough of that. I realize I still dislike this place. It's fine for a bit of fun, but to truly engage, I'm not ready for that leap. As long as you enjoyed yourself, that's what matters. Such loyalty, ah-ching. Just for that, you can dine at my establishment for free from now on. Please. Have I ever paid for a meal at your place?" "Your sincerity is lacking," Li Muqing responded, rolling his eyes. "Now that we've had our fun, it's time to head back." "Head back? Why not just sleep here? They have everything you could want, better than your home." Upon hearing Li Muqing express his desire to return home, Wei Song was momentarily taken aback and quickly countered. Li Muqing shook his head, helping the somewhat unsteady Wei Song to his feet. "Let us go home. I'm not accustomed to sleeping outside." This was said sincerely. Yet the most pressing concern was that his wristband was still at home charging. He was more worried about losing it than anything else. "All right, let us return then. I need to open my shop in the morning anyway." Wei Song said nothing further and followed Li Muqing. Once they reached the lobby on the first floor, they settled the bill, and upon seeing the over 30,000 yuan charge, Li Muqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the wealth of the affluent. For young ladies, a few drinks and some snacks had resulted in such an extravagant expenditure, suggesting the high profitability of the establishment. This expenditure was undoubtedly the largest Li Muqing had ever made in his life, yet he felt no regret. After all, with the wristband in his possession, this amount seemed trivial. Having both indulged in some libations, despite their vigorous activities dissipating the alcohol's effects, it was prudent to arrange for a designated driver for safety. Conveniently, the establishment offered complimentary designated driving services for patrons whose bills exceeded 10,000 yuan. Thus, they merely needed to wait in the lobby for a designated driver to retrieve their vehicle and escort them home. Though the service was somewhat pricey, it must be said that the quality of service was indeed commendable. As Li Muqing and Wei Song rested on the sofa beside the hall, savoring fragrant tea and enjoying a moment of leisure, the doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and several figures entered in succession. It was quite surprising to see visitors at such an hour. The establishment seemed to be thriving. Li Muqing couldn't help but comment on this unexpected influx. After a long night of commotion, it was already 2 in the morning, and he hadn't anticipated that anyone would still be patronizing the venue. Clearly, they were intent on an all-nighter. Taking a sip of tea, Li Muqing suddenly recognized a familiar face among the newcomers. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him, the burly man who had persistently threatened him. The sight of this man filled Li Muqing with resentment. Over the past month, this brute had harassed him countless times. While he had never physically assaulted Li Muqing, he had certainly destroyed a fair amount of his belongings. Not to mention the numerous incidents of vandalism and humiliation he had inflicted. Li Muqing didn't even know the man's full name, only that he was referred to as Brother Zhang. As Brother Zhang and his entourage entered the hall, the other patrons rushed forward, adorned with sycophantic smiles. Brother Zhang merely exchanged a few quiet words with the manager before gesturing for her to make arrangements. At this moment, Li Muqing noticed something was amiss with the group. There were 6 individuals in total. Leading them was Brother Zhang, flanked by 2 rather unsavory lackeys and 2 seemingly modest young women. Most concerning was the fact that the 2 lackeys were physically supporting a stylish yet alluring young woman, who hung her head low, obscuring her features. However, judging by her figure and the exposed skin, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Yet, she appeared weak and was being dragged along by the 2 men. The late hour and the circumstances of her presence in this place raised alarm bells in Li Muqing's mind. Moreover, the expressions of the other 2 women seemed peculiar. Although they walked alongside Brother Zhang, they appeared reluctant. What were their intentions? Who was that girl? A myriad of questions filled Li Muqing's thoughts, causing him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. He was perplexed by the current situation and wished to avoid any confrontation with Brother Zhang. Li Muqing feared that if provoked, he might impulsively draw his firearm and eliminate the man, for Brother Zhang was truly detestable. However, Brother Zhang soon spotted him. Well, if it isn't Li, the owner of the grocery store, have you struck it rich? Dare to indulge in our Feihong Group's establishment now? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to sign the papers to move out? Brother Zhang exclaimed, his tone dripping with mockery. What is this guy doing? Wei Song, perplexed, wondered why Brother Zhang was approaching them. The members of the Feihong Group had been the ones harassing Li Muqing during this period. Li Muqing first whispered to Wei Song, then stood up and gazed directly at Brother Zhang, stating, "What I choose to do here is none of your concern. I advise you to adopt a more respectful demeanor. If I am in a good mood, I might leave swiftly. However, if you continue with your previous attitude, well, let us just say it won't end well for you." What did you say? Seeking death, are you? The provocative words of Li Muqing ignited Brother Zhang's fury. He could hardly fathom that someone who had always been submissive in his presence would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Huh? You mentioned that this is the venue of Feihong Group. Is this how you treat your guests? In the face of Brother Zhang's anger, Li Muqing remained unfazed, donning an expression of arrogance. With genuine strength now on his side, he would no longer tolerate disrespect. In fact, Li Muqing contemplated further provoking Brother Zhang, knowing that if he struck first, the ensuing events would be more manageable. Indeed, Li Muqing's insufferable demeanor successfully enraged Brother Zhang. Having always looked down upon Li Muqing, and with a considerable amount of alcohol in his system that night, he exploded like a powder keg. Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? Kneel before me. With that, Brother Zhang swung his fist directly at Li Muqing. Chapter 14. The might of the gloves. Brother Zhang's punch was powerful, but due to his intoxication, his aim was lacking. Li Muqing merely sidestepped slightly, evading the attack. What the hell are you doing? Fighting in this place? Although Li Muqing had avoided the blow, Wei Song, who stood beside him, was furious. Wei Song had always been a rebellious spirit, having fought many battles. And as a result, he never attended university after high school, instead being sent by his parents to learn a trade. Witnessing Li Muqing being attacked, his immediate instinct was to retaliate. Hold on, I'll handle this. You take care of those 2 behind, Li Muqing interjected, indicating the 2 lackeys supporting the girl behind Brother Zhang. Wei Song said little, merely casting a glance at him. Are you sure? The meaning was clear. It was no wonder Wei Song thought this way. Brother Zhang had the appearance of a typical thug, tall and robust, weighing at least 50 pounds more than Li Muqing. However, Li Muqing returned a resolute gaze. Seeing this, Wei Song said nothing further and dashed past Brother Zhang, heading straight for the 2 lackeys. This exemplified the trust between brothers. Requiring no words, just a mere glance sufficed. As Wei Song advanced, Li Muqing would not remain idle. He swiftly retrieved a pair of gloves from his bag and donned them. Meanwhile, Brother Zhang, having missed his strike, was still dazed, unable to comprehend what was unfolding as he watched Wei Song dart past him. After a moment of confusion, Brother Zhang shouted at Li Muqing, "Are you still trying to evade? Stand still and let me hit you, or I'll bring people to smash your little shop tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Muqing's expression darkened further. Oh, so you've grown accustomed to bullying me, have you? Did he truly believe that Li Muqing was merely a plaything, to be toyed with at will? If that were the case, then today he would certainly pay the price for his previous actions. With an impassive expression, Li Muqing stepped forward, positioning himself directly before Brother Zhang. Upon seeing the grim countenance of Li Muqing, Brother Zhang assumed his threats had taken effect. A smug grin spreading across his face. Humph, at least you're sensible. You can serve as my personal punching bag, as long as it brings me some comfort. I might even grant you a few more days. With that, his massive fist was raised, mercilessly hurtling towards Li Muqing. However, Li Muqing had no intention of being his human punching bag. Confronted with such formidable force, Li Muqing narrowed his eyes, choosing not to evade but instead extending his left hand to meet Brother Zhang's fist while his right hand sought the opponent's waist. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Brother Zhang's fist collided with Li Muqing's palm. Simultaneously, Li Muqing's right hand reached the bodyguard's waist. Brother Zhang was utterly enraged, realizing that Li Muqing intended to resist to the end. Yet, with Li Muqing's slight stature, Brother Zhang was completely oblivious to what he could possibly use to fight back. However, the very next moment, he would find out. With a faint crackle of electricity, Brother Zhang's body suddenly stiffened, trembling twice before his eyes rolled back, and he toppled backward. Ouch, that really hurt. Li Muqing grimaced, shaking his hand. He had indeed met Brother Zhang's punch with his palm, and the tremendous force had left his hand stinging. He then glanced at the fallen Brother Zhang. Was that it? He had expected more resilience from Brother Zhang, yet he was rendered unconscious in mere seconds. But this was not entirely Brother Zhang's fault. The electric gloves possessed formidable discharge capabilities, each glove equivalent to the current of 5 stun guns. Brother Zhang had been subjected to the equivalent of 10 stun guns electric shock, so it was no wonder he fainted. Meanwhile, Wei Song had engaged in a tussle with 2 of his underlings, clearly gaining the upper hand. Although he had exhausted some energy earlier, his years of brawling experience rendered him more than a match for 2 drunken subordinates. After incapacitating Brother Zhang, Li Muqing promptly moved to assist in a 2-on-2 scenario. Within 30 seconds, the 2 underlings were also electrocuted into submission. What on earth is this? It's astonishing, Wei Song exclaimed, eyeing Li Muqing's gloves with wonder. A friend of his had a penchant for tinkering with gadgets, and this was one of his creations. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use, gone after a single application. Li Muqing told a minor fib. In truth, the electric gloves were rechargeable and reusable. However, such advanced technology seemed rather futuristic for the current era. So to avoid revealing his true capabilities, Li Muqing opted to say otherwise. Oh, not bad at all. Next time, could you ask if there are more available? I'd like to get a few pairs of gloves, then I wouldn't fear losing in a fight. Wei Song brushed off the comment, the topic quickly forgotten. Now, both Brother Zhang and his subordinates lay incapacitated on the ground, while the 2 remaining girls huddled together, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Li Muqing and his companion. Interestingly, the girl who had earlier been supported was now also sprawled on the floor. At that moment, Li Muqing finally caught a glimpse of her visage. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, her face adorned with delicate makeup, rivaling even the starlets seen on television. However, her eyes were gently closed, indicating she had lost consciousness. It was then that Li Muqing recognized the gravity of the situation. Such a stunning young woman, brought to this place in the dead of night, was decidedly suspicious. What had transpired? Speak. Li Muqing suddenly directed a fierce gaze at the 2 girls, feigning intimidation. I'll talk, just don't hit me. One girl, visibly frightened, promptly divulged the information they knew. It turned out that the unconscious girl was a classmate of the 2 others, inexplicably chosen by the young master of the Feihong group. Consequently, the young master had employed certain tactics to coerce the 2 girls into luring out their classmate, subsequently drugging her drink. Brother Zhang, who had been drinking with them, then brought her to this establishment, facilitating the young master's ulterior motives. Originally, the plan had been flawless, but now it had been disrupted by Li Muqing. What should they do? They would soon have company. Realizing the unfolding events, Wei Song looked at Li Muqing, his expression fraught with concern. In the interim, individuals in the hall had begun making phone calls for assistance. If they did not leave soon, escape would be impossible. Let us take this girl and go, Li Muqing decisively declared. Given that he was now aware of the situation, failing to rescue the girl would weigh heavily on his conscience. Moreover, with her beauty, remaining here could expose her to further danger. Since the situation had escalated, it would be best to see the rescue through to completion. With that, Li Muqing forcefully lifted the girl and placed her on Wei Song's back. Wei Song, why must I carry her when you are the one intent on saving her? I'll hold them off when they arrive. Li Muqing's retort swiftly quelled Wei Song's protests. He then charged towards the exit with Wei Song in tow. However, before they dashed out, Li Muqing did not forget to press his hands onto Brother Zhang, delivering yet another electric shock. Even in unconsciousness, Brother Zhang's body convulsed in response. Approximately 5 seconds later, Li Muqing noticed Zhang's trousers had become damp, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he finally released his grip and made a swift exit. Chapter 15. After rescuing the beauty from the moment Li Muqing encountered Brother Zhang until he fell unconscious, and Wei Song carried the girl outside, the entire episode, while seemingly prolonged, lasted merely 2 to 3 minutes. The young woman at the front desk had shrunk behind the counter in fright. Yet she fulfilled her duty by alerting the club's security. As the two emerged from the club, Wei Song's vehicle was fortuitously driven to the entrance by the designated chauffeur. At this moment, Li Muqing could discern a group of figures hastening towards them from the distance, presumably the security personnel of the club. Aware that they could not linger here, the two hurried to the car. Upon opening the door, Li Muqing swiftly pulled the designated driver out, took the unconscious girl off Wei Song's back, and shoved Wei Song into the driver's seat. He then opened the side door, cradled the fainted girl, and got into the vehicle. Off they went, racing into the night. What a thrilling scene. Perhaps due to the earlier altercation, Wei Song was still brimming with adrenaline, his limbs working in concert as he skillfully maneuvered the Wuling van, which surged forward with a whoosh, leaving behind a cacophony of shouts from the security guards. They navigated a couple of turns, evading the crowd, and burst out of the club's premises. Once on the main road, Wei Song chuckled triumphantly, pressing down on the accelerator as they weaved through the streets, the vehicle disappearing into the embrace of the night, leaving only the glaring orange brake lights behind. The security guards were thrown into disarray, some insisting on pursuing while others argued for attending to the unconscious girl. Amidst the commotion, Wei Song had already driven far away, and there was no way to catch up. Ha ha ha, what a rush. I never anticipated that a simple outing could be so exhilarating, having a brawl, and, on top of that, rescuing a damsel in distress. Truly delightful, Wei Song exclaimed as he drove, evidently relishing the night's escapades, which he would savor for quite some time. The car continued until they reached a location near Wei Song's modest establishment. Under Li Muqing's direction, Wei Song parked the vehicle in front of a reasonably nice budget hotel. Let there be no misinterpretation. Their intention was merely to ensure the girl was settled safely. Without knowledge of her identity, they had no choice but to find a hotel. Upon arrival, they booked a room and carried the girl upstairs. Initially, the receptionist hesitated upon seeing the girl's dazed state, reluctant to allow them entry. However, Wei Song skillfully employed his silver tongue, claiming they were all friends and that the girl merely needed a place to rest. He even persuaded the receptionist to accompany them upstairs, successfully dissuading her from considering alerting the authorities. Once in the room, the two young men gently placed the girl on the bed and requested the receptionist to assist in adjusting her clothing before covering her with a blanket, preparing to leave. Just before departing, Li Muqing contemplated for a moment and decided to leave a note by her bedside. If you have the time tonight, please take care of her. She has had too much to drink and I fear for her safety. Before exiting, he also reminded the receptionist, handing her 200 yuan as a token of gratitude, more than the cost of the room. The receptionist readily agreed, and Li Muqing finally left with a sense of relief. What's this? Have you taken a liking to the girl? So concerned, Wei Song teased as they exited the hotel. We hardly exchanged 2 words. How could I possibly be smitten? Li Muqing shrugged, unreservedly admitting, but I must concede, she is indeed quite beautiful. It's not every day one has the chance to foster a good connection, and besides, since we've intervened, we should see it through. Moreover, I did leave my phone number, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should reach out to me tomorrow. Who knows, perhaps a captivating tale will unfold. You sly one. Always scheming. Wei Song chuckled and scuttled the car back to its original spot. Let's head back. Though I advise you to gather your belongings and lay low for a few days. Although tonight was exhilarating, you have stirred the ire of the Fei Hong group, and you cannot withstand their wrath alone. As he stepped out of the car, Wei Song's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he addressed Li Muqing. Understood. Li Muqing replied without protest, recognizing the wisdom in Wei Song's words. At present, he lacked the strength to confront the Fei Hong group single-handedly. Besides, they held knowledge of his vulnerabilities, leaving him with no recourse but to flee. Why not stay at my place for a few days? They likely won't recognize me. Never mind. I have other places to go. Li Muqing declined, shaking his head. He continued, be cautious yourself. Those from the Fei Hong group can resort to anything when pushed into a corner. Due to the bracelet, it was highly probable that Li Muqing would vanish for a spell, and he feared that if the Fei Hong group could not locate him, they might retaliate against Wei Song. Rest assured, I still have some standing here. I won't let matters escalate. Li Muqing nodded at this, bidding farewell to Wei Song before mounting his electric bike and heading home. By the time he arrived, it was already between 3 and 4 in the morning. Upon seeing the bracelet lying quietly at home, the last remnants of his worries dissipated into thin air. However, Li Muqing found himself wide awake, contemplating his next steps for the coming days. Staying at home was no longer an option, by tomorrow at the latest. Someone would surely come knocking at his door. It was possible that they would arrive tonight itself. He needed to pack some essentials and find a hotel for the night. Dawn would bring further obligations. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing hastily retrieved a suitcase, quickly packing some clothes and valuables before making his escape into the night. It was not cowardice, it was merely a recognition of the situation. When he returned from the wasteland, he would no longer fear the Fei Hong group. After leaving home, Li Muqing found a decent hotel nearby, freshened up, and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Of course, he remembered to place the bracelet on the charger. He slept soundly until noon when a phone call jolted him awake. The call came from an unfamiliar number, and Li Muqing considered hanging up immediately. But a sudden thought compelled him to answer. Li Muqing. As soon as he picked up, he was greeted by Zhang Ji's venomous voice. Without hesitation, Li Muqing hung up the phone. It was no surprise that the Fei Hong group had managed to find his number. But he had no desire to engage in conversation with Zhang Gu. It was futile to think they could locate him now. Zhang Gu clearly wished to convey something to Li Muqing, and after the call was disconnected, he attempted to reach out several more times, but Li Muqing ignored all attempts, even blocking the number. Just as he intended to indulge in a brief slumber, his phone rang once more, this time from an unfamiliar number. Li Muqing hesitated, pondering for a few seconds before ultimately answering the call. On the other end, a melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Li? The voice, pleasant yet tinged with trepidation, did not have the air of a salesperson. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? I am. The girl on the line faltered, seemingly at a loss for how to introduce herself. I know who you are. If you wish to inquire about the events of last night, I can certainly enlighten you, Li Muqing replied with a slight smile, recognizing her identity and the purpose of her call. Thank you, Mr. Li. My name is Han Muir. You may call me Muir. This morning, upon awakening in the hotel, I was quite frightened, but I found the note you left by the bedside. Thus began her inquiry about the previous evening's occurrences. In truth, Han Muir had awakened much earlier, checked herself for any issues, and sighed in relief upon finding no harm done. It was only after noticing the note from Li Muqing, which contained his message and contact number, that she spent the morning grappling with her thoughts, finally mustering the courage to place the call by noon. Subsequently, Han Muir recounted her recollections from the previous night. Just as her classmates had mentioned, she had been lured out under the pretense of having fun, during which she was offered a drink that had been spiked, rendering her completely unaware of what transpired thereafter. Li Muqing, without reservation, shared all the information he possessed, concluding with a cautionary note. Miss Muir, it would be wise for you to maintain a certain distance from your classmates. You never know when you might find yourself at a disadvantage again. Additionally, please exercise caution. The people from Fei Hong Group are unscrupulous. Although they may not dare to act brazenly in daylight, they are capable of employing underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Remain vigilant, Li Muqing earnestly advised her, particularly emphasizing the notorious deeds of Fei Hong Group, which nearly prompted Han Muir to consider withdrawing from Sanyang City altogether. If you notice anything amiss, do not hesitate to contact me. After all, I have my own grievances with Fei Hong Group, and now that the veil has been lifted, I bear no burden in confronting them, Li Muqing reassured her. Understood. I will certainly be more cautious in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Li. I am feeling rather unwell today, but once I recover, I must treat you to a meal, Han Muir concluded before hanging up. Alas, this young girl was facing persecution from Fei Hong Group. It was unfathomable how many other misdeeds they had committed in secrecy. Once I am empowered, I shall unearth their transgressions and strive to dismantle this societal scourge. However, it is thanks to you that I have garnered a modicum of favor in their hearts. This Han Muir is undoubtedly far more beautiful than Liang Xiaowan. No wonder the young heir of Fei Hong Group has taken a liking to her. If she were to secretly harbor feelings for me, would I accept that or not? Li Muqing found himself lost in a bewildering reverie, a common affliction amongst men who, when encountering beautiful women, cannot help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. Once the phone call concluded, the silence enveloped his device, yet Li Muqing's drowsiness had evaporated. After rising and refreshing himself, he stepped outside, for he had pressing matters to attend to. Upon exiting, he hailed a vehicle, making his way to a vast industrial park on the outskirts of Sanyang City. This location housed factories and an array of large warehouses available for rent. Li Muqing's intention was to secure a small storage unit, as returning home was not an option at present. He required a place to stockpile goods, especially since he had plans to collect canned goods today. After perusing several warehouse rental companies, Li Muqing found a suitable facility and paid 6,000 yuan, granting him usage rights to a warehouse of less than 200 square meters for 3 months. It was not that he was unwilling to rent a larger space. Rather, he realized he was low on funds. Having indulged extravagantly the previous night, spending over 30,000 yuan, his total assets now barely exceeded 30,000. While this seemed substantial, he still needed to pay for the canned goods, which left him rather financially constrained. However, his plight was only temporary. the next time he ventured into the wasteland. He would undoubtedly return with many valuable items. Have you risen? Come help me fetch the goods. After resolving the warehouse issue, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, Li Muqing picked up the phone and roused Wei Song from his slumber. This fellow must have returned home quite late the previous night, as he had not prepared any ingredients for today and likely would not open his shop. Consequently, upon receiving the call, he quickly got out of bed, freshened up, and drove his wooling vehicle to meet Li Muqing, setting off towards the canning factory. Along the way, Wei Song maintained his spirited demeanor, engaging in playful banter with Li Muqing until they arrived at their destination. The canning factory was located in an industrial zone to the west of Sanyang City, approximately 20 kilometers from the city center. By the time they truly reached the site, it was already past 4 o'clock. Upon arrival, Li Muqing noticed that the factory occupied a considerable area, reportedly housing 10 production lines, making it quite a substantial establishment. As soon as he entered the factory premises, he was greeted by a rich aroma, a delightful blend of meat and fruit scents, indicating that the facility was actively producing canned goods. Wei Song's friend, the factory owner Meng Bo, was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as Wei Song stepped out of the car, the two engaged in friendly pleasantries, clearly old acquaintances. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Boss Meng guided Li Muqing and Wei Song on a tour of the factory, after which they signed a purchase agreement. Li Muqing made the payment, allowing him to collect the goods. This batch of goods cost him over 40,000 yuan, exceeding the amount of cash he had on hand. Upon hearing the price, Li Muqing nearly contemplated borrowing money from Wei Song. Fortunately, with the generous support of Mr. Ma, Li Muqing decisively withdrew 50,000 from his account to settle the payment. The goods were stored in a spacious warehouse, comprising those specially processed canned goods belonging to Li Muqing, all neatly packed in unadorned cardboard boxes stacked in a corner. Each box contained 24 cans, which, though relatively small, accumulated to a substantial height with a total of 120 boxes. Li Muqing approached and opened one of the boxes for inspection, discovering that the cans were indeed bare, save for labels indicating their contents, devoid of any other designs or inscriptions. Excellent. I will need to trouble Boss Meng to arrange transportation for these cans. I have also inspected your production line. The raw materials and processes are exceptional. I intend to place substantial orders with you in the future. Is that agreeable? Nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the cans, Li Muqing made his request. Of course. No problem at all. As a friend of Wei Song, you are also a friend of mine, old Meng. Should your orders increase significantly, I can offer you even better prices, and I will handle the shipping. Just provide me with an address, and I assure you, delivery will be made the following day. Meng Bo, eager to accept such a straightforward business opportunity, noted that although Li Muqing's requests were somewhat peculiar, they would, in fact, simplify his operations and reduce costs. After discussing some finer details, Li Muqing provided Meng Bo with the address of his newly rented warehouse, instructing him to arrange for the canned goods to be delivered. Before departing with Wei Song. Chapter 17. The third delivery. I must ask, how have you suddenly come into such wealth? Treating me extravagantly and purchasing thousands of dollars worth of canned goods. Have you truly discovered a lucrative venture? On their way back, Wei Song could not contain his curiosity. Last night, during their revelry, he had not sensed anything amiss, but upon waking today, the discrepancies weighed heavily on his mind. He knew Li Muqing's financial situation. He rarely had more than 10,000 to his name, yet the expenditures over these past few days had far exceeded that amount. Indeed, I have found a potential avenue, though it is still in the experimental phase. If it proves stable, you will certainly have your share, Li Muqing replied with a smile. This was no jest. He had given it considerable thought. In the wasteland world, there existed numerous technologies and products far surpassing modern advancements. As long as he could identify suitable ones to bring back to his own world, it would undoubtedly spark a technological revolution. At that point, Li Muqing realized that he could not navigate both worlds alone. He needed trustworthy individuals to assist him in managing the company. Wei Song was undoubtedly his first choice. With your assurance, I feel at ease. If fortune smiles upon us, do not forget your old friend, Wei Song responded. Upon returning to the city, the two first stopped by Wei Song's shop to prepare a simple meal, after which Wei Song escorted Li Muqing to the hotel entrance. Are you planning to stay in a hotel during this time? Quite extravagant. Wei Song jested just before they parted ways. Not quite. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to distant lands, and the signal may be poor. Should my phone be unreachable, do not fret. I shall return in a few days. Li Muqing first gave Wei Song a forewarning. He was set to traverse into the wasteland world, where time flows synchronously. While he is there, he would surely be out of contact. Li Muqing feared that Wei Song, unable to locate him, might assume that the Fei Hong group had eliminated him and promptly alert the authorities, which would lead to unfortunate consequences. All right, understood. I shall keep an eye on your family. Do remember to inform me upon your return, Wei Song replied with a wave of his hand, and his vehicle vanished into the bustling traffic. The next day, Li Muqing awakened naturally, around 10 o'clock. After refreshing himself, he donned a specially acquired outdoor exploration outfit, slung a large backpack filled with various snacks over his shoulders, and wheeled his suitcase out the door. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the warehouse he had rented. The previous evening, Meng Bo had already dispatched individuals to deliver the cans to the warehouse, 120 boxes in total, which, while considerable, amounted to merely the cargo capacity of a single truck. Upon seeing the towering stacks of cans, Li Muqing smiled faintly. This was his capital for venturing into the wasteland world. He retrieved his wristband and inquired, "Wristband, has your energy been replenished?" "Master, the energy has been fully restored, currently at 100, the wristband replied, prompting a nod from Li Muqing. After charging for several hours, it was no small feat to fully replenish its energy. "By the way, aside from the items I carry, can I also transport other objects to another world?" This question weighed heavily on Li Muqing's mind, for there were over 100 boxes of cans. If he could only take a few at a time, it would pose quite a challenge. Answering the master, "You may choose to transport items you have physically touched along with you. For instance, these stacked boxes can be brought along if you so desire. However, please note that doing so will consume a considerable amount of energy, so I advise you to carry judiciously." Upon hearing this response, Li Muqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief to know he could bring them along. He had feared he would have to carry the boxes himself to transport the cans. Accordingly, he selected 6 varieties of cans, each in 10 boxes, and piled them together. These were the provisions he would take with him on his journey. Carrying too much would be impractical. Once there, he would still need to manage it, and he was uncertain of the prices he could fetch. Thus, he opted to take a modest amount to test the waters. "Oh, if only I possessed some form of spatial storage ability. Moving things wouldn't be such a hassle," he lamented after arranging the cans, feeling a bit breathless. "Master, I do possess a spatial storage function, but my current permissions do not allow me to activate it." The wristband's remark astonished Li Muqing once again. It even had a spatial storage capability? At this moment, Li Muqing recalled a phrase spoken by the wristband upon its acquisition. "In addition, I possess numerous other functionalities awaiting the owner's permission for activation." It dawned on him that amongst these functionalities lay a storage capacity. Eagerly, Li Muqing inquired, "How may I unlock the storage space's permissions?" The master merely needs to teleport back and forth twice to reach the critical threshold for permission activation. At that time, you need only to procure a rare metal specified by me for absorption, and the permissions will be unlocked. 2 more teleports? It didn't seem overly challenging. Thus, his next objective became the unlocking of the dimensional teleportation wristband's new capabilities. With all preparations concluded, Li Muqing took a deep breath, placed his hand upon the pile of cans, and began the teleportation process. Beep. Energy check complete. Energy sufficient. Initiating teleportation sequence. Target dimension, A657498 stux. This teleportation will consume 35 energy units. Teleportation countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. As the wristband's voice faded, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. In an instant of disorientation, Li Muqing found himself in a dilapidated villa. "Phew, I'm back," he exhaled, stretching his body and noting that the 60 boxes of cans were now neatly arranged before him. Surprisingly, the teleportation had consumed 35 energy units. He was uncertain how that calculation was derived. Fortunately, his energy was at full capacity this time. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for sourcing energy for future teleportations. To mitigate the risk of being unable to return from this world, Li Muqing resolved to search for energy-replenishing items in the wasteland. He had heard that soul crystals could augment the energy of the pit. Perhaps they could be utilized as well? With this thought, Li Muqing determined to conduct an experiment when time permitted. However, there was no rush. He would first allow his staff to escort him around Anning Town. Casting aside concerns about energy for the moment, Li Muqing descended the stairs to the villa's kitchen, drawn by the sounds of rhythmic knocking, curious about the activities therein. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback. It was transformed from the last time he visited. Previously, the kitchen had been in disarray, with only a table and a few chairs salvageable. The nearby cupboards and stove had been largely abandoned, and there was not a single appliance in sight. Now, however, the kitchen was evidently cleaned, immaculate, and the remnants of broken items had been removed, replaced by 3 somewhat worn yet functional refrigerators. Most notably, these refrigerators emitted a faint hum, clearly operational. Where had these come from? Chapter 18. Remarkable employees. As he surveyed the surroundings, Li Muqing spotted Qin Siya. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself once again astonished. The scene before him elucidated the reasons behind the significant transformation of this place. In the kitchen, Qin Siya was industriously wielding tools, her focus directed toward a partially disassembled freezer, its metallic components fully exposed. However, What left Li Muqing momentarily speechless was not the task at hand, but rather her current state. Qin Xie, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, displayed locks that were thick yet slightly dry and yellowed, joyfully bouncing with her movements. She donned a somewhat tattered white fitted tank top that clung to her athletic frame, accentuating a pronounced bust that was quite striking. Her exposed arms glistened with beads of sweat, and her sun-kissed skin was both taut and resilient. The muscle definition beneath it remarkably exquisite. Below, she wore loose military green casual pants that perfectly enveloped her lower body. This scene profoundly impacted Li Muqing. He had never encountered a woman quite like her in real life. Beautiful yet robust, her allure diverged from conventional aesthetics, radiating a distinct charm. In that fleeting moment, Li Muqing felt his heart jolted, etching the image deeply into his memory. "Ah, boss, you're back?" Qin Xie, noticing him, pulled him from his reverie with her voice. "Yes, I'm back," he replied, a smile spreading across his face as he placed his backpack on the table, the sound of crinkling snack wrappers creating a delightful melody. "Have you finished the food I left for you? I've brought plenty of delicious treats, including canned fruit. Come and try some." At the mention of fruit, Qin Xie's eyes lit up. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, set down her tools, and eagerly approached him. Fruit had been nearly extinct in her memory, and the prospect of encountering it again was both surprising and exhilarating. Holding a can of yellow peach, she gazed at the translucent glass revealing the golden peach flesh. An overwhelming urge to cry suddenly surged within her. Clutching the can for a while, she took a deep breath before placing it down, donning a sweet smile. "Boss, thank you. However, I would prefer not to enjoy such a delightful treat alone. Let's call Nian Nian to join us." "All right, where's Molly?" Li Muqing inquired, nodding without much thought. He couldn't fathom the longing for fruit that those from the wasteland experienced. "She is studying. I've set up an immersive virtual learning assistant for her, and she has been engrossed in it for the past couple of days. I'll go upstairs to fetch her," Qin Xie answered before dashing upstairs. "Studying for 2 days?" Li Muqing pondered, momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had previously suggested Molly learn some skills. Her dedication made him feel justified in having taken her on as an employee. Shortly after Qin Xie departed, both women descended the stairs together. When Molly encountered Li Muqing this time, her eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality. She hurriedly approached him, almost like a child eager to showcase her treasures. "Boss, I've learned so much in the past few days. I can now program large-scale applications. Just tell me what kind of program you need, and I will try my best to create it immediately." This girl, with her youthful exuberance, was evidently eager to prove her worth upon seeing Li Muqing. However, Li Muqing remained composed, gently ruffling her hair. Yes, Molly, you have worked hard. But let's not discuss that for now. First, have something to eat, and then we can thoughtfully plan our next steps." "All right, I haven't had fruit in ages," Molly exclaimed. With that, she eagerly pulled Qin Xie along, reverently opening a can of fruit and beginning to indulge. As the two girls savored the canned delicacies, they recounted their recent endeavors to Li Muqing. Molly's achievements were particularly noteworthy. The very next day after Li Muqing's departure, Qin Xie had ventured out to retrieve a virtual learning assistant. In the subsequent 2 days, aside from mealtime, Molly devoted herself entirely to this device, mastering decades worth of coursework in a mere 2 days. Her programming skills had reached an unparalleled mastery, capable of surpassing all programmers in the real world. Furthermore, she had specifically studied new technologies and products developed in the 50 years prior to the war, all of which could be utilized by Li Muqing. As for Qin Xie, following Li Muqing's instructions before his departure, she had gathered numerous solar panels from the vicinity and ingeniously repurposed several discarded appliances. Through her relentless efforts, she successfully established a small power supply system, managing to get 3 refrigerators operational. Despite the ease with which this was described, it was crucial to acknowledge the immense effort Qin Xie had exerted, even facing dangers such as battling zombies and mutated beasts. It must be said, her recovery abilities were remarkable, although Li Muqing had advised her to rest. She had continued to labor diligently. The most astonishing part was that her injuries appeared to have healed, a fact that could easily provoke envy. "Your hard work is truly commendable. Let's fill our stomachs first," Li Muqing said, his gaze softening as he listened to Qin Xie's account. It was rare to find individuals so dedicated to their learning and so willing to brave peril for the sake of a single request. Watching the two girls relish their meal filled Li Muqing's heart with warmth, though their manner of eating also brought a smile to his face. Qin Xie, seemingly carefree, exhibited a thoughtful side as she savored the canned fruit, taking small bites and taking her time with each slice of peach. In contrast, Molly was far more impulsive, shoving an entire piece of fruit into her mouth, exclaiming that she had never tasted anything so delightful in her life. Before long, the two had consumed half of the can, instinctively pausing without finishing it. "What's the matter? Keep eating. Surely you can finish this little can." Li Muqing found it rather peculiar. Based on their previous appetites, a mere tin of yellow peaches should have been devoured entirely. Yet, they had only consumed half and paused. Such a delightful treat felt squandered. Exchanging it for soul crystals could yield at least 50. As she spoke, Qin Xie gazed mournfully at the half-eaten can. Before encountering Li Muqing, she had grown accustomed to a life of hardship, surviving on unpalatable yet filling nutrition bars, with the occasional bite of less contaminated mutated beast meat. Now, savoring such delectable fruit preserves, even if only for a few mouthfuls, brought her immense satisfaction. Hey, reluctant to finish? I don't underestimate you. Just wait, I've plenty of cans of various flavors. Eat your fill. Upon hearing Qin Xie's words, Li Muqing felt a pang of sympathy for her two employees. Perhaps the life Qin Xie had known reflected the norm for most in the wasteland. However, now that they had joined Li Muqing, she was determined not to deprive them. Chapter 19. Preparations before departure. So many cans. As Li Muqing ascended the stairs and magically filled the table with cans, Molly gasped, her wide eyes sparkling like stars. So, dig in. Only a full stomach can provide the energy needed for work. The two women exchanged glances, nodding before diving back into the half-tin of yellow peaches. Li Muqing thoughtfully opened a can of beef for each of them, and this time, the two women swiftly consumed the cans, even finishing the syrup from the yellow peach tin, leaving the 4 cans spotless, as if washed. There was no doubt about their capacity. They were enhanced humans, possessing superior physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals. Once satisfied, the conversation returned to the larger picture. These cans of mine should be worth many soul crystals, right? And what about precious items like gold and diamonds? Is there any in Anning Town? The soul crystals were not the primary concern for Li Muqing. As long as they had enough to establish a foothold in the wasteland, any surplus could potentially recharge their wristbands. However, it was the latter part of her query, the hard currency such as gold and diamonds that could be quickly liquidated in the real world, that captured her attention. Speaking of which, 2 days ago, I took a can from the boss to gauge market conditions, and to my surprise, a single box of canned goods sold for 30 soul crystals. This was the black market price. A reliable buyer would likely offer even more. Qin Xie reported to Li Muqing. You exchanged the cans from last time for soul stones. What about the information on them? Li Muqing suddenly recalled that the cans she had brought were merely from her home, and though she had scratched off the production dates, the packaging was distinct from this world. Would selling them directly incite any issues? Boss, rest assured, I've removed all external packaging and text. Qin Xie replied with a gentle smile, demonstrating her understanding of the situation. Although her employer trusts her enough to share secrets, Qin Xie would never divulge this matter. After all, it involves significant implications and could potentially incite conflict between two worlds. That's good. I've specifically brought cans without information that can be sold directly. Li Muqing sighed in relief, gesturing for Qin Xie to continue. There's no need to worry about the transaction of soul crystals. Your cans are quite marketable. I've heard that the high officials in Anning Town have a particular fondness for them. As for the gold and diamonds you mentioned, they are no longer in circulation here, but some individuals still retain a penchant for pre-war collectibles. We can seek them out and exchange soul crystals for them. Qin Xie had never paid much attention to gold in her 20 years of life. It was neither a currency nor sustenance and had fallen out of favor. As long as we can find it, when shall we set off? Li Muqing was somewhat eager. Aren't you going to eat something? If not, we can depart immediately. Qin Xie stood up and glanced at the weather outside. No, let us go right away. Li Muqing stood up enthusiastically, intrigued by Anning Town. Hey, what about me? Just as they were about to leave, a somewhat melancholic voice interrupted Molly, whom they had momentarily overlooked. The two had been so engrossed in their conversation that they nearly forgot her. You claim your programming skills are quite advanced. You've also mastered all technological products from the 50 years preceding the war? Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Gold and jewelry could only serve as a temporary solution and could not be relied upon as a long-term profit strategy. In truth, Li Muqing's most viable option lay in leveraging advanced technologies and products from the wasteland world. At that moment, he had a brilliant notion. Molly, could you possibly code a program that resembles this? Just this? No problem, boss. Give me 3 days, and I will create a program that meets your expectations. After sharing his thoughts with Molly and receiving an affirmative response, Li Muqing smiled and added, if you finish the program early, you could also help me find a popular product from that time. Nothing too complex, but very practical. I have faith in you. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Molly's hair, instructing her to work at home while he and Qin Xie prepared to depart. The location of Anning Town was approximately 10 kilometers away in a straight line from their current stronghold. If they followed the road, it would be about 12 or 13 kilometers. If Qin Xie were to walk alone, it would take just over half an hour to arrive. However, with Li Muqing accompanying her, it would take 2 hours or even longer. Thus, before setting out, they made some preparations. Qin Xie donned a denim jacket and secured a multifunctional belt around her waist to store firearms and ammunition. with a substantial burden upon her back. Qin Xie carried nothing but numerous cans of meat, amounting to several dozens. Alongside her weaponry, her total load approached an astonishing weight nearing 100 pounds. However, for someone of Qin Xie's enhanced capabilities, this weight posed no challenge. She remained agile even with the load. In contrast, Li Muqing exhibited little change, merely extracting the hyena B4 from his backpack, as Qin Xie had suggested that they might encounter danger along the way, making it prudent to keep it in hand. His backpack contained an equal division of meat and fruit cans. This allocation was also a recommendation from Qin Xie. According to her, meat cans were a necessity. Though they could fetch a high price, one should not exploit the situation. Conversely, fruit cans were a rarity in the desolate world, making them a luxury item. If the affluent were pleased, they could be sold at auction for a considerable profit. Thus, the circulation of fruit cans should be limited, just enough to maintain value. This insight caused Li Muqing to regard her with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this formidable young woman possessed such a shrewd business acumen, leading him to feel fortunate to have her as a companion. Once all preparations were complete, it was already midday. After offering a few words of caution to the guard, Molly, Qin Xie set forth with young Li Muqing. Chapter 20. Encounter with zombies. As they stepped beyond the confines of the villa complex, Li Muqing once again beheld the grand tree where he had first encountered Qin Xie. The weather was splendid, with brilliant luminosity illuminating the surroundings, allowing him to finally appreciate the tree's full stature. The tree had long since perished. Its towering branches bore no leaves, and the trunk was marred by numerous gashes from blades, scorch marks, and scratches of indeterminate origin, evoking a sense of unease. Gazing further afield, the landscape was littered with withered saplings and desolate yellowing grasses, presenting an overall dreary vista that epitomized the post-apocalyptic world following nuclear conflict. I cleanse this vicinity of around 500 meters daily, and rarely do monsters appear. However, once we step beyond this range, caution is imperative, Qin Xie cautioned, observing the palpable excitement on Li Muqing's face. She understood that as someone unacquainted with this world, he could not fathom its inherent dangers. Understood, I shall remain vigilant. Li Muqing replied, heeding her advice and heightening his alertness, gripping his firearm firmly without letting go. Although he had yet to experience the reality of peril, he had consumed enough novels and films to recognize that seemingly tranquil surroundings often concealed lurking threats. Nevertheless, this marked Li Muqing's inaugural venture beyond their stronghold, allowing his curiosity to flourish for a while. After traversing approximately a kilometer, they were met with desolation on all sides. The only remnants of humanity were the dilapidated structures scattered about, devoid of any signs of life. Tell me about the situation in Anning Town. It would be prudent to gather information in advance, he requested. Throughout the journey, Qin Xie remained silent, and Li Muqing, feeling a touch of ennui, sought a topic to discuss. Upon hearing his inquiry, Qin Xie contemplated for a moment, organized her thoughts, and began to share the knowledge she possessed with Li Muqing. Anning Town, one of the largest settlements surrounding the old Sanyang city, is situated on the outskirts. Prior to the war, it was merely a small town with numerous factories in the vicinity, thus enjoying a degree of prosperity. After the war, as the town's infrastructure sustained minimal damage and many salvageable production lines were discovered in the nearby factories, a wave of settlers arrived, leading to its gradual growth and development. The most notable characteristic of Anning Town is its orderliness. It stands out as one of the few places in the wasteland where reason and law prevail. Although the current laws differ significantly from those of peacetime, they are still far superior to the barbaric world outside. In Anning Town, private duels and criminal activities are strictly prohibited, and it welcomes all who abide by the rules to reside and engage in trade, gradually evolving into the largest trading market around Old Sanyang City, without exception. This is one of the reasons Qin Xie frequently visits Anning Town. The safety it offers alone justifies her bringing Li Muqing there for transactions. Anning Town boasts a formidable armed force, deterring most individuals from provoking it, which contributes to its enduring stability. The highest decision-making body in the town is a council of 7 members, each possessing significant power and wealth. Thus, I suggest that if you wish to expand your business, you must seek to connect with one of these 7 individuals, Qin Xie advised, before offering another suggestion to Li Muqing. Indeed, that proposal is quite sound. However, individuals of such high stature are not easily accessible to newcomers like myself. Careful planning is essential, Li Muqing replied thoughtfully. By the way, do you have any insights into these 7 individuals? He stroked his chin, acknowledging the validity of Qin Xie's point. He was not content with merely engaging in the canned goods business. He aspired to diversify his ventures, necessitating the selection of a suitable partner. Their backgrounds? I am not particularly well informed on that matter, Qin Xie admitted, slightly taken aback. I usually only go to Anning Town to trade for daily necessities. I have not delved into the affairs of those influential figures. That's all right. Once we arrive, we should not rush into action. You can first gather some intelligence, Li Muqing suggested. All right, leave it to me. As they conversed and walked. Over an hour slipped by quickly, and they had traversed half the distance. Although somewhat monotonous, they encountered no immediate danger. After walking for so long, Li Muqing wondered aloud. Have we not seen anything moving? Is it truly this desolate here? The outside world is perilous. Apart from traveling, most people do not linger in the wilderness for long. The absence of moving creatures signifies safety. Otherwise, one cannot anticipate what one might encounter. Just then, Qin Xie, who had been explaining to Li Muqing moments before, abruptly shifted her tone and exclaimed a curse, quickly pulling Li Muqing to hide behind a larger dead tree at the roadside. What is it? I can't see anything. He inquired, puzzled. In a moment of panic, Li Muqing glanced ahead but discerned no sign of movement. Hush, refrain from speaking. Your eyesight is not as keen as mine. It is normal not to notice. Approximately a kilometer ahead, something is approaching our direction, though its nature remains uncertain. Exercise caution. Few understood. Have I unwittingly invoked something merely by uttering a word? Li Muqing, influenced by Qin Xie's composure, felt his tension dissipate, even managing to jest at his own expense. The two concealed themselves for about 5 minutes, after which Qin Xie's demeanor brightened. It's nothing to worry about, just 5 low-level zombies. We can handle them. Zombies? 5 of them. In stark contrast to Qin Xie's tranquility, Li Muqing's expression paled, although he had yet to lay eyes on the zombies. He had already conjured terrifying images in his mind. Boss, it's fine, just 5 ordinary zombies. I can dispatch them in no time. Qin Xie understood Li Muqing's current state. After all, he had come from another world and still harbored a certain fear of zombies. She, however, was different. She had dispatched countless zombies, including those with special abilities, rendering 5 ordinary zombies merely a warm-up. With this in mind, Qin Xie stood up, no longer wishing to remain concealed, intent on confronting the zombies herself. Wait, leave one for me. I want to try fighting. Unexpectedly, as Qin Xie took a step forward, Li Muqing grasped her arm firmly, unwilling to let her venture out alone. All right, I will deal with the other 4 first, leaving one for you. You have a gun. So close combat is unnecessary. Eliminating ordinary zombies shouldn't pose a challenge. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xie acquiesced. Chapter 21. The first kill. Now that they had arrived in this world, certain confrontations were inevitable. The courage displayed by Li Muqing at this moment garnered Qin Xie's respect. It seemed he possessed more than mere kindness. He also had bravery. They resumed their journey, waiting for another 2 minutes, until several figures finally emerged ahead. Now, even Li Muqing could clearly see the zombies' forms. Just as he had witnessed before, these zombies bore pale skin, their clothing reduced to tattered rags, their bodies marred by wounds and blackened, congealed blood, exuding a repulsive and horrifying aura. Boss, you stay here. I'll be back shortly. After issuing her instructions, Qin Xie took a deep breath, drawing a combat knife nearly half a meter in length from her waist, gripping it firmly. With a swift motion, she sprang forward, her body moving with remarkable agility. In mere moments, she had covered a distance of 100 meters. Gasping at the sight of Qin Xie's nimble form, Li Muqing inhaled sharply. Although the previous information from the pit had revealed that her physical prowess surpassed his by a factor of 5, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. However, when he truly witnessed Qin Xie unleash her physical prowess, he was left astounded. Such an extraordinary speed was undeniably inhuman. At that moment, Qin Xie was oblivious to Li Muqing's thoughts as she surged forward with unwavering determination. With approximately 500 meters separating them from the zombies, it was only halfway through her charge that the undead finally began to react. Yet, it was evidently too late. In the remaining distance, Qin Xie accelerated even more than at the outset. In a sudden burst of energy, her form appeared to leave behind flickering afterimages in Li Muqing's gaze. Before he could even register her movements, she had already reached the forefront of the zombies. With a swift motion, her blade fell, and black blood gushed forth as the first zombie was instantly decapitated, its head spinning away. Quick, precise, and ruthless, Qin Xie's combat skills were truly remarkable. After dispatching one zombie, she remained undeterred, finding a suitable angle to strike again, cleaving through another zombie's skull. At this juncture, the remaining 3 zombies finally grasped the situation, raising their claws and roaring as they lunged forward. However, their resistance was destined to be futile. To Qin Xie, their speed was akin to that of a crawling snail. With a mere twist of her body, she effortlessly evaded their attacks, positioning herself behind them, and unleashed 2 more slashes, sending 2 more zombies crashing to the ground. Having accomplished this, she executed a powerful kick, toppling the last zombie, and leisurely strolled back towards Li Muqing. The fallen zombie, enraged and humiliated, let out a furious roar and, after a brief struggle, rose to pursue Qin Xie. Yet, the zombie's speed was comparable to that of an average human, not slow, but certainly not fast enough. Boss, draw your weapon and prepare to fire once it's within effective range, Qin Xie instructed as she hastened her pace. Reaching Li Muqing's side in a matter of moments, ready to guide him, Li Muqing had already drawn the hulang before, clasping it firmly in his hand and disengaging the safety. Though he had held the weapon for a few days, he had only fired it once during a test. Otherwise, he had gleaned only a few parameters from Qin Xie's explanations. The effective range of this gun was between 50 to 100 meters, beyond which the laser would lose its potency due to its characteristics. With a click of the trigger, a blue beam shot forth, dissipating into the air after traveling a short distance. At this point, the zombie had barely covered half the distance, and Li Muqing had already fired. It's not that my hands are shaking. I merely wanted to experience the sensation of shooting, he quickly clarified, noticing the peculiar look on Qin Xie's face. As she had previously mentioned, the laser gun produced minimal noise and recoil. The emitted beam followed a straight path along the barrel, making it easy for novices to handle without the uncertainty typical of conventional kinetic weapons. Now I feel confident, just waiting for your signal, he added. Li Muqing took a deep breath, focusing intently on the approaching zombie, his palms beginning to perspire. Closer and closer it came, until it was within 100 meters. Qin Xie decisively commanded, fire. With instinctive reflex, Li Muqing unleashed a trio of shots. To his surprise, 2 beams struck the zombie's chest, while 1 veered off course. The creature, despite sustaining 2 gaping wounds, continued its relentless charge, seemingly unfazed. At its speed, it would close the distance in approximately 10 seconds. Steadying himself, Li Muqing aimed for its head. As the zombie drew nearer, Qin Xie remained composed, her calm demeanor bolstering his own resolve. Taking another deep breath, the zombie was now just 50 meters away. With both hands firmly gripping the gun, Li Muqing steadied his aim at the decayed skull and squeezed the trigger. With a sharp crack, the projectile accurately struck the zombie's head, the intense heat piercing through the cranium and obliterating the virus-ridden brain within. The uncontrolled zombie tumbled to the ground, rolling to a halt less than 10 meters from Li Muqing. How exhilarating, right? I remember the first time I killed a zombie. I was only 6 years old. You should practice more, boss, Qin Xie remarked with a mischievous grin, sheathing her weapon and moving forward without a glance at the fallen creature. Having personally dispatched a zombie, Li Muqing felt a surge of excitement. The earlier panic and fear dissipated with the creature's demise. Particularly after hearing Qin Xie's words, his competitive spirit was ignited. He quickly stowed his weapon and jogged to catch up with her. This time, let's also stock up on weapons and ammunition in Anningtown. Once we return to the base, I must hone my marksmanship. I can't let you underestimate me. I'm strong too. Yes, I know. You're the strongest, the best. For now, let us focus on our journey, she replied. After this brief interlude, Li Muqing felt lighter on his feet, his anticipation for Anningtown heightened by a newfound goal. However, compared to the earlier stretch of their journey, the latter part towards Anningtown proved to be less straightforward. Chapter 22. Welcome to Anningtown. Perhaps due to their proximity to a populated area, the variety of monsters encountered along the way became increasingly dense. They faced 3 waves of zombies, each comprising 2 or 3 creatures, which was unsettling. Yet, with each wave, Qin Xie thoughtfully left one for Li Muqing to practice on. Li Muqing's proficiency in dispatching zombies gradually improved. He no longer exhibited the same trepidation as during his first encounter. For Qin Xie, facing zombies was merely a minor issue, but the true danger emerged when they encountered a mutated beast along the way. The mutated beast possessed an exceptional talent for concealment. As Qin Xie forged ahead, clearing the path, it suddenly lunged forth from the thicket by the roadside, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a fleeting shadow, and launched an attack on her. Fortunately, since she was the target, Qin Xie, though momentarily caught off guard, swiftly relied on her extensive combat experience to execute a defensive maneuver, instinctively raising her arm to shield herself. In an instant, her arm was clawed by this creature. Reminiscent of a domestic cat, yet significantly larger, its sharp fangs and incisors menacing. However, it merely inflicted a scratch. Having struck successfully, the beast prepared for a second assault, only to be met with a relentless barrage of strikes from Qin Xie. Within mere seconds, her combat knife plunged decisively into its neck, ending its life thoroughly. Li Muqing was taken aback by Qin Xie's injury. After the skirmish concluded, he hurried to assess her condition, only to discover that her arm had already stopped bleeding, revealing 3 gashes, each approximately 4 centimeters long. Observing the concern etched on Li Muqing's face, Qin Xie dismissed her wound with nonchalance. She simply fetched some clean water to rinse the injury and then applied a yellowed strip of cloth to bind it. She reassured Li Muqing that such a wound would heal within a day, leaving no scar behind. As for any viruses the mutated beast might carry, she felt no apprehension. After all, she had been vaccinated with enhancement agents and viral inoculations, rendering the likelihood of infection minuscule. This series of actions elevated Li Muqing's perception of Qin Xia's abilities. Yet, it also deepened his concern for her, especially as she disclosed that she had endured similar wounds countless times before, merely gritting her teeth and persevering. Viewing it as inconsequential, having tended to her injury, Qin Xia did not pause for rest, but instead seized the corpse of the mutated beast and urged Li Muqing onward. Curiosity piqued Li Muqing. Why was she collecting the body of this mutated beast while previously she had disregarded the corpses of zombies, leaving them abandoned? Clearly, the creature's remains had value. In an area where mutated beasts were scarce, having been hunted to near extinction, the meat could be exchanged for soul crystals in Anning Town. Qin Xia nodded in agreement, noting that had it not been for the canned provisions supplied by Li Muqing, she might have considered the flesh of this beast for her evening meal. It became evident why mutated beasts were so rare. They were primarily regarded as sustenance. Li Muqing pondered why the zombie corpses could simply be discarded without concern, to which Qin Xia explained that, by nightfall, other entities would inevitably come to dispose of them. She refrained from elaborating further, hinting at a sensitive topic she preferred to avoid. Respecting her reticence, Li Muqing chose not to press her, allowing the matter to linger in his thoughts. He understood that, in due course, the appropriate moment would arise for Qin Xia to share more. After the brief interlude with the mutated beast, the journey proceeded without further complications. After traversing a considerable distance, Li Muqing began to encounter other individuals. This indicated that they had entered the outskirts of Anning Town, where people from all directions were coming and going, engaged in trade. However, Li Muqing observed a diverse array of characters among the crowd, some robust, others frail, some disheveled, and others heavily armed. Regardless of their appearance, a palpable wariness permeated their interactions. Upon encountering one another, they instinctively distanced themselves, eyes brimming with caution. Any slight disturbance could incite violence. The inhabitants here were inherently distrustful of strangers, and dangers lurked at every corner unless one was within the safety of Anning Town. Qin Xia, too, had drawn her weapon, brandishing it with an air of formidable defiance while explaining the situation to Li Muqing. It was no wonder that upon first meeting Qin Xia, they had both been on high alert. The prevailing atmosphere of this world was indeed one of trepidation. After more than 2 hours of walking, Li Muqing and Qin Xia finally arrived at the entrance of Anning Town, marked by a large iron sign bearing the town's name. Yet, what captured Li Muqing's attention was not the sign itself, but the gruesome spectacle beneath it. Bodies impaled on wooden stakes, their deaths marked by unimaginable suffering. The sight of these corpses drained the color from Li Muqing's face, particularly as the stench of decay wafted toward him, nearly provoking him to retch. These were the fates of those who had transgressed within Anning Town. Some had been executed on the spot, others slowly impaled to suffer in agony, while some had been cast into the arena, torn to shreds by mutated beasts. This served as a stark warning to any who dared enter, abide by the rules of Anning Town, or face a similarly grim destiny. In contrast to Li Muqing's distress, Qin Xia remained composed. Once Li Muqing regained some semblance of composure, she began to recount the origins of the gruesome scene. "Let us proceed into the city. It is not so chaotic within," she suggested. Not far from the Iron Gate, a checkpoint, perhaps a city gate, constructed of metal and wood, was left with a narrow passage for two to enter side by side. At the gate stood a dozen men clad in standardized uniforms, wielding identical weapons, seemingly the armed forces of Anning Town. The two women followed the increasing throng, making their way into the city. The process of entering the town was remarkably smooth. No one among the newcomers sought to cause trouble, allowing the line to advance in an orderly fashion until it was finally their turn. "Residents of the town, please present your residence permits. If not, the entrance fee is 1 soul crystal per person," the gatekeeping soldier stated, casting a glance at Qin Xia. Qin Xia remained silent, retrieving 2 small blue stones, slightly smaller than a fingernail, from her belt and handing them over. These were soul crystals, the de facto currency in this wasteland. "Pass," the soldier replied, glancing briefly at the crystals before nodding and gesturing for them to proceed. Upon passing through the Iron Gate, Li Muqing was immediately struck by a scene that profoundly altered his perception. This place bore no resemblance to a desolate apocalyptic world. Rather, it resembled the vibrant cyberpunk realms he had glimpsed on television. A broad road stretched straight ahead, flanked by houses exuding a metallic aesthetic. Some adorned with container-like spaces that barely qualified as buildings, stacked upon one another to reach heights of over 10 stories. Between these layers, thick, weathered metal pipes crisscrossed, cluttering the airspace above the streets, creating a chaotic yet lively atmosphere. Additionally, Li Muqing observed numerous small, unmanned aerial vehicles darting through the gaps above, each carrying packages, presumably for transporting supplies. In this somewhat disorderly yet dynamic locale, many eccentrically dressed individuals moved in and out of the buildings, contributing to the bustling ambience of Anning Town. "Welcome to Anning Town," Qin Xie remarked with a gentle smile, recognizing the astonishment on Li Muqing's face. "Here, you have truly entered the wasteland." Chapter 23. The Outer and Inner Districts. After a moment of shock, Li Muqing regained his composure, reflecting on the resilience of humanity. Indeed, despite enduring the ravages of a brutal nuclear war, mankind had managed to survive and adapt, as evidenced by the vibrant scene before him. "Let us go, boss. It's getting late. We should find a place to settle before planning our next steps," Qin Xie encouraged, patting him on the shoulder and leading the way. Li Muqing hurried to keep pace, his eyes still darting around, captivated by the sights that seemed to defy his understanding, as though he were immersed in a cinematic experience. Perhaps he was the only one in the real world fortunate enough to witness such a spectacle firsthand. "Excuse me, miss, are you selling your mutated swift cat? I can offer you 5 soul crystals. That's a fair price." A voice interrupted his reverie, pulling him back to reality. A diminutive figure, exuding the essence of a shifty merchant, had halted them, his demeanor obsequious as he addressed Qin Xie. They were merely 50 meters from the city gate, and the surge of foot traffic had intensified, with various vendors becoming increasingly active. This individual was evidently a middleman. 5 soul crystals? This mutated swift cat possesses considerable strength. If I were to take it to the market, I could easily exchange it for 10 soul crystals. If you lack sincerity, please step aside, Qin Xie replied. Her expression unchanging, her tone resolute. She was no novice, well aware of the typical prices for mutated beasts. Recognizing that he had encountered an expert, the merchant quickly countered. 8 crystals, 8 soul crystals. You would have to travel quite a distance to the market, and carrying a corpse would surely tire you. 10 units, no bargaining. This swift cat is on the verge of breaking through to level 2. Qin Xie wore an indifferent expression, displaying no hesitation as she spoke, while walking, showing no intention of stopping. The 10 merchants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Suddenly, with a clenched jaw, they resolved to accept the terms. 10 units it would be, with payment exchanged for the goods. Seeing the merchants relent, Qin Xie promptly tossed the corpse of the mutated swift cat over to them and received 10 soul crystals in return, nodding in satisfaction as she pulled Li Muqing into the bustling crowd. This encounter unveiled another side of Qin Xie to Li Muqing. She had not anticipated her remarkable bargaining skills. It seemed she had practiced extensively in the past. Hee, aren't I impressive, boss? It's all for survival, you see. You have no idea how challenging life is for a lone wanderer like me. After a hard-fought battle to catch a mutated beast, I was eager to sell as many soul crystals as possible, and thus, I honed my skills over time. Before Li Muqing could respond, Qin Xie continued, her words tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. Indeed, who could possess such skills without having endured harrowing experiences? It appeared that Li Muqing had stumbled upon a treasure. My canned goods pricing will depend on your bargaining prowess. The more we sell, the better you will be compensated, Li Muqing assured her, thumping her chest in promise. The two conversed as they navigated through Anning Town. After approximately 10 minutes of weaving through the throng, Li Muqing suddenly felt as though the scenery had transformed, as if they had stepped into another realm. A towering 2-meter wall emerged before them. Peering over the wall, the streets appeared orderly, devoid of makeshift iron shanties, as if they had been transported back to modern society. Ahead lay the official administrative and residential areas of Anning Town, collectively known as the Inner District, contrasting starkly with the Outer District beyond the wall. Of course, ordinary individuals could enter the Inner District, but they would need to pay a few soul crystals. We shall find a place to stay within, and then proceed to the trading point established by Anning Town's authorities. It is there that we may encounter truly significant figures, Qin Xie explained to Li Muqing. Along the way, she devised several strategies and was eager to discuss the details of their transactions before setting their plans into motion. To enter the Inner District, non-residents of Anning Town must pay 5 soul crystals for a pass, valid for 1 month, allowing unlimited access between the two areas during that time. Upon entering the administrative zone, Li Muqing distinctly sensed a tranquility enveloping the surroundings. Although still populated, the individuals here generally dressed appropriately and maintained a quiet demeanor, exuding an air of orderliness. It became clear to Li Muqing that the Inner District and Outer District represented the stark contrast between a typical urban area and a slum. Indeed, throughout history, the divide between wealth and poverty has been conspicuously pronounced, without exception. After navigating through the clean alleyways for a few more minutes, Qin Xie finally led Li Muqing to a quaint inn named Changrong, where they would reside. The lodging fees at the small inn range from 210 soul crystals per room, but Qin Xie only required a double room for 3 soul crystals per night. In her words, sharing a room made it more convenient for her to protect Li Muqing. After all, this was not their home turf, and Li Muqing was still a novice. Any unforeseen circumstances could lead to trouble. Naturally, Li Muqing did not refuse this arrangement. As long as Qin Xie didn't mind, how could he, a grown man, take issue? After an exhausting afternoon, they finally secured a place to stay. Li Muqing felt utterly fatigued and collapsed onto the bed, inadvertently drifting into slumber. When he awoke, the sky outside had darkened considerably. Have I really fallen asleep? What time is it? How long did I sleep? Upon awakening, Li Muqing's gaze fell upon Qin Xie, who was lost in thought on the other bed. And he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's a little past 6. You've slept for 2 hours. Just in time. We can go out for a bite to eat and then attend to our business. Qin Xie smiled gently, showing no signs of annoyance. After all, there was still ample time, and she had taken the opportunity to rest as well. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. After a quick wash, they ventured out again, this time not burdened by all their luggage. Qin Xie carried only a small bag containing various cans of food. In the wasteland, around 6 o'clock, the night began to softly descend, yet lights flickered to life in Anning Town. Although not as resplendent as before the war, they were sufficient to illuminate the night sky, providing ample space for activities. In a humble eatery, they casually ordered a few dishes. This meal, costing a single soul crystal, offered Li Muqing a glimpse into the dietary standards of ordinary people in the wasteland. A staple dish made from an unknown substance, some chunks of dark, somewhat tough beast meat, accompanied by 2 withered green vegetables, comprised a meal that most people seldom had the opportunity to enjoy. Anning Town enforced a curfew starting at midnight. But prior to that hour, residents could roam freely. In some shadowy corners, there were even all-night entertainment activities, the nature of which, one might assume, would not pique your interest. After their meal, noticing Li Muqing's curiosity about the bustling streets post-sunset, Qin Xie took the time to elaborate. Wherever there are people, there exists a society. With a larger crowd, various matters arise, and entertainment is no exception. Chapter 24. The High Offer. Having exited the eatery, Qin Xie led Li Muqing along the street until they soon arrived at a 3-story building. She pointed to the prominently displayed sign that read Anning Town Xinhua Trading Company. This trading company was one among many official trading establishments. Within Anning Town, each official trading post was backed by a prominent figure, a member of the 7-person council. Only they possessed the authority and capability to establish official trading companies in such a commercial hub as Anning Town. Trading on official exchanges essentially alleviates concerns regarding unscrupulous practices. Safety and credibility are unequivocally assured. However, prices are invariably lower than those in spontaneously formed markets outside. Thus, individuals seeking to sell goods must exercise prudence in their choices. Upon entering the exchange, one is greeted by a reception hall not far from the entrance. As night had already fallen, the foot traffic was sparse. And upon noticing a newcomer, the young lady at the front desk, seemingly engrossed in a leisurely repose, did not even lift her head. "Hello, I possess items for sale. Could you kindly summon your manager?" Qin Xie stated directly, immediately requesting the manager's presence. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure, donning a professional smile. "What do you wish to sell? Allow me to introduce you to a trading agent. Generally, the manager does not attend personally to such matters. The item I intend to sell requires the manager's authority. Take a look. This should suffice to summon your manager." With that, Qin Xie retrieved a can of beef from her backpack and placed it on the counter, then with a decisive twist, opened the can. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, revealing a glistening layer of oil atop a generous stack of tender beef within. The sight of the contents left the receptionist utterly astonished. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a fresh can, and the fragrance emanating from it was remarkably pure, devoid of any off-putting scent. When Li Muqing procured the cans, she had specifically instructed the vendor to ensure the highest quality. Naturally, the beef can, being the most expensive among them, boasted the finest appearance and flavor. "Well, what is this?" the receptionist stammered, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the can. "Very well. Take this can and summon your manager. Inform them we have a significant business proposition." Qin Xie waved dismissively, her tone nonchalant. The receptionist nodded fervently, calling a colleague to attend to Li Muqing and her companions, while she gingerly cradled the can and hurried away. Indeed, the tangible item held the most profound impact. With this can leading the charge, there was no fear of the manager not emerging. Sitting in the VIP lounge, Li Muqing remarked with satisfaction. Qin Xie's approach was straightforward, yet remarkably effective. He reflected that he had not anticipated such thoroughness. Evidently, while he was asleep, Qin Xie had meticulously considered the potential scenarios. As the two awaited the manager's arrival, outside the Xinhua exchange, a group of burly men with menacing gazes huddled together, engaged in conversation. "Boss, I swear it's her. It's that woman from last time, and she's brought a pretty boy into the Xinhua exchange," said a man with a scar across his left cheek and a buzz cut. "Is it truly that woman? The one who refused to drink respectfully and ended up killing 3 of our brothers?" The man referred to as the boss narrowed his eyes, fiercely fixated on the entrance of the exchange. "Yes, It was her, the one who had previously thwarted our plans, causing us substantial losses of several thousand soul crystals. And she had even absconded with our captive. This grievance is simply intolerable. Another individual echoed his sentiments. Damn it, after searching for her so long, who would have thought we would encounter her here? How dare she disrupt the affairs of our bloodstained guild? This time, we must capture her and reduce her to ashes. Wait, boss, one interjected. That girl is quite a beauty. Once we capture her, let us have our fun, make her life a living hell, rather than simply ending her existence. That would be far too mundane. Indeed, haha. Just look at her legs and waist. Ah, even the thought of it is exhilarating. Enough with your fantasies, the boss interrupted. Dolly, Anning, you two guard the entrance. When they emerge, follow them and ascertain their intentions. Xiaolu, after they leave, head to the exchange and inquire about their purpose. Since they are at the official exchange, it suggests a significant transaction. This time, we not only aim to capture her, but also to reclaim the interest she owes us. The leader of the Bloodstained Guild stroked his stubbled chin and directed his subordinates. Understood, boss. The young men promptly set to work. A storm was brewing, unseen yet palpable. Apologies for the wait. I am Lu Yuan, the general manager of Xinhua Exchange. It's a pleasure to meet you. After approximately 10 minutes in the VIP lounge, a balding middle-aged man dressed in a suit entered, a broad smile adorning his face. He held a can of beef, seemingly untouched. Who would have thought the power of the beef can would bring out the very head of Xinhua Exchange? Mr. Lu, you are likely aware of our purpose here, so I shall not beat around the bush. How much can you offer for such a can? Li Muqing, seated nearby, observed Lu Yuan with composure while Qin Xie had already spoken up. Before making an offer, I have a few questions, if I may. Lu Yuan refrained from immediately presenting a price, instead placing the can on the table and cautiously inquiring. Qin Xie glanced at Li Muqing, receiving an affirmative nod before responding. Certainly, ask away. This meat in the can, is it not from mutated beasts, but rather ordinary beef? Correct. Are there other varieties of the canned goods? Indeed. Qin Xie produced all the cans from her bag, arranging them neatly on the table. Ah, there are even fruit cans? Lu Yuan gasped, staring at the jars in astonishment. After regaining his composure, he posed one final question. Can these cans truly be supplied in large quantities? At this juncture, Li Muqing interjected before Qin Xie could respond. As long as you can consume them, we can provide them. Of course, specific details will need to be negotiated, but can you authorize this? This question caught Lu Yuan off guard. He could offer the market price for the cans, but the large-scale transaction exceeded his authority. Thus, Lu Yuan could not make an immediate decision regarding the transaction. Gentlemen, please do not rush. If you can provide a substantial quantity of products of the same quality as this canned good, I shall report it truthfully. And sufficient representatives will come to discuss with you by tomorrow. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before presenting a quotation. Meat cans will be priced at 50 soul crystals each, while fruit cans will be at 100 soul crystals each. What do you think of this offer? Upon hearing this, both Li Muqing and Qin Xie's eyes brightened unexpectedly. They had not anticipated Lu Yuan would propose such a high price. It is worth noting that Qin Xie had previously sold a can at a mere 30 soul crystals in the black market. Although this was merely an attempt to gauge the market, and there was a possibility of being taken advantage of, the exchange's pricing was indeed astonishingly high. Especially for the fruit cans, the price had reached 100 soul crystals each. Clearly, the market potential in Anning Town had been underestimated by Qin Xie. The purchasing power of those affluent individuals was significantly greater than one might imagine. Chapter 25, Codename. Heavenly Gift Meat cans at 50 soul crystals each, and fruit cans at 100 soul crystals each. This pricing is relatively high for the entirety of Anning Town. Can you accept it? Noticing the hesitation in Li Muqing and her companion, Lu Yuan, with a beaming smile, reiterated his offer. In his view, this price was exceedingly reasonable. Furthermore, as he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Li Muqing. It seemed he had recognized that while Qin Xie had been the primary speaker thus far, the final decision rested with Li Muqing. Exchanging a glance with Qin Xie, they communicated silently, gaining some assurance before Li Muqing slowly articulated, meat cans will remain at 50, while fruit cans will be priced at 200. The price for meat cans remained unchanged, but they had doubled the price for fruit cans. This decision adhered to the strategy they had previously devised. Delicious fruits were exceedingly rare in the wasteland, far scarcer than meat, thus justifying their categorization as luxury items. Moreover, the price of 200 soul crystals per can signified their determination to sell in large quantities. However, whether the other party would accept this price remained uncertain. 200 soul crystals? Lu Yuan indeed appeared somewhat hesitant. While Li Muqing may not fully comprehend the implications of 200 soul crystals, Lu Yuan was acutely aware. A D-grade enhancement potion could be exchanged for merely 10 soul crystals, while a C-grade potion required only 50 soul crystals. Such enhancement potions could elevate an ordinary individual to a near-superhuman status. A typical person's monthly sustenance would only cost about 5 soul crystals. And even a destitute individual could survive for a month on just 1 soul crystal, albeit with the most inferior nutritional bars. Thus, 200 soul crystals could provide sustenance for dozens of individuals for a month, yet here, it was merely the cost of a single can of fruit. Given the scarcity of fruits, their elevated price is hardly surprising. Most importantly, not everyone can afford canned fruits, and those who can, possess a certain status. Li Muqing's words were succinct, and Lu Yuan, being a seasoned veteran, instantly grasped his meaning. Canned fruits could easily be transformed into a luxury item, akin to the likes of LV and Gucci in the contemporary world. Both are merely clothing and bags, yet their exorbitant prices and fervent demand stem from their branding as luxury goods, leading people to believe that only those who can afford such items are the true affluent. Very well, as per your suggested price, I shall acquire all these cans, Lu Yuan declared, sweeping his hand to procure all 6 cans from the table. He instructed his staff to proceed with the necessary arrangements, and shortly returned with a card of deep blue and black hues. Please take this stored value card. It has already been loaded with 750 soul crystals, thus settling our accounts, Lu Yuan stated, pushing the card towards Li Muqing. In addition to being a stored value card, it grants discounts at our 7 official trading posts in Anning Town. Our Xinhua trading post offers a 20 discount, while the other 6 provide a 10 discount. Rest assured, it is also valid beyond Anning Town. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Muqing accepted the card with keen interest, toying with it for a moment. The card was approximately the size of a bank card, cool to the touch, made of a material Li Muqing had never encountered before, resembling soul crystals and possessing a certain weight. The upper right corner of the card's front was inscribed with the words Anning Town in both artistic and standard fonts, while the lower right corner bore the name of the Xinhua trading post in smaller text. The back featured ornate designs, likely logos or similar embellishments. This seemingly insignificant card, capable of storing soul crystals and being universally applicable, was a marvel of technology unheard of in the present world. Although Li Muqing was oblivious to the principles behind its functionality, it was undoubtedly an unprecedented advancement. Let us conclude for tonight. I shall report to my superiors shortly. I believe tomorrow a person of significance will be dispatched to discuss subsequent trade matters with you. However, may I inquire your name and where I might locate you? Having engaged in business for a while, Lu Yuan was still unaware of the names of the 2 guests opposite him. This was, however, quite typical in the perilous wasteland. Unless a long-term business relationship was needed, the selling party generally refrained from disclosing their names. I am Li Muqing, he began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Qin Xie. I am Yu Bao, and this is Tianxi. Tomorrow, you may come to the Changrong Hotel. Simply leave the time and place at the front desk. Remember, we shall only wait until morning. If there is no response by then, we will depart in the afternoon. Yu Bao? Tianxi? What on earth? Li Muqing was left bewildered, unable to react as Qin Xie pulled him up, leading him away from Xinhua trading post. Lu Yuan, accompanied by several employees, respectfully escorted them to the door, culminating in a deep bow of 90 degrees, thereby giving them ample face. However, Qin Xie paid no heed to these formalities, swiftly merging into the crowd with Li Muqing, and after several turns, they completely vanished from sight. Was such caution truly necessary? Until the sign of the Xinhua exchange was no longer visible, Li Muqing finally voiced his thoughts. Throughout the journey, he had come to understand that Qin Xie's previous actions were merely a means of self-preservation. Though the reputation of the powerful figures behind the Xinhua exchange was commendable, no one could guarantee that during Lu Yuan's reporting process, someone wouldn't succumb to temptation and engage in some unscrupulous acts. The 6 cans had fetched an astonishing 750 soul crystals, which was merely the acquisition price. If sold to the upper echelon, the price would certainly increase, and the profits could sustain an individual or a group in lavish comfort for a lifetime. Thus, exercising caution was always prudent, and it was this very caution that had allowed him to survive in the wasteland for so many years. At this juncture, Qin Xie seemed to recall something, her mood visibly dampening. Observing this, Li Muqing refrained from further inquiries. However, after walking a few steps, a question lingered in his mind, compelling him to speak. I understand the reasoning, but how did you come by the names Yu Bao and Tianxi? Yu Bao is indeed my name, she replied. In the wasteland, one cannot rely solely on a grand title. I have earned a modest reputation as a wasteland ranger, and Yu Bao is the name they bestowed upon me. At this point, a sense of confidence radiated from Qin Xie, dispelling her earlier despondency. As for Tianxi, do you not perceive your arrival as a stroke of good fortune bestowed upon both me and Nan Nan? Hee. I had a moment of inspiration and decided to use this name as your moniker. Good fortune bestowed by heaven? Li Muqing pondered these words and smiled. This so-called good fortune was not only relevant to Qin Xie and Mo Li. For Li Muqing, encountering these 2 girls was equally fortuitous. Without Qin Xie, His journey through the wasteland would have been exponentially more arduous. That is a splendid name. From now on, in this world, I shall be called Tianxi. Chapter 26. Enhancement Potion. Well, where shall we go next? Are we heading back directly? However, this path seems somewhat amiss. Although night had fallen, it was not yet time for the curfew in Anning Town. Consequently, Qin Xie led Li Muqing to wander through the streets of Anning Town for a while. Yet they had no clear destination. Let us not rush back. Just now, upon exiting the exchange, I sensed several gazes upon us, as though someone was watching. Yet after meandering nearby, they found no trace of pursuers. Perhaps she was merely being overly cautious. Without looking back, Qin Xie explained, "First, we will visit a shop to administer some of the standard immunization and enhancement potions used by humans in this world. The money earned from selling the cans is perfectly timed for this." Li Muqing nodded in understanding, realizing that Qin Xie's earlier circling was indeed motivated by caution. He had not noticed any followers nor felt anyone watching him. He was content to defer to Qin Xie's judgment. Unbeknownst to them, however, Qin Xie's instincts were correct. They had indeed caught the attention of the Bloodstain group the moment they left the exchange. Two adept trackers shadowed them, fully aware of Qin Xie's formidable skills and acute perception. Thus, they maintained a distance of several hundred meters, relying on their extraordinary vision to pursue her without drawing near. As proficient trackers, they did not fixate on Qin Xie continuously. As long as she remained within their line of sight, that sufficed. Consequently, apart from their initial scrutiny, they never again instilled in her that unsettling sensation of being watched, making it entirely natural that she ultimately failed to notice them. After Li Muqing and Qin Xie exited the exchange, the Bloodstain gang's members began to disperse. Aside from the two who followed, a slick-haired young man entered the exchange. While several others ventured off to gather information, their true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. However, one thing was certain: a storm centered around Qin Xie was gradually brewing. Disregarding the clandestine maneuvers of the Bloodstain gang, Qin Xie, having let down her guard, led Li Muqing into a nameless shop. A simple sign at the entrance proclaimed the sale of various potions, with no other distinguishing features. Upon entering, they were greeted by a counterman by a disheveled old man with graying hair and glasses, who was dozing off. The tinkling of a bell announced their arrival, rousing the old man from his slumber. "Who is there? What brings you here at such a late hour?" he grumbled, his voice robust yet tinged with irritation, clearly displeased at being disturbed from his dreams. "Grandpa, you sure it's me?" Qin Xie responded to the old man's complaints with a bright smile and a sweet tone, unperturbed. This was the first time Li Muqing had heard Qin Xie speak in such a manner, reminiscent of a child playfully teasing an elder, indicating her familiarity with this man known as Yushur. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, Yushur paused, adjusted his glasses, and exclaimed, "Ah, it's the leopard girl. What brings you to see Grandpa Yushur at this hour?" "Leopard girl?" Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Qin Xie's earlier nickname was indeed Leopard. It appeared that Yushur's moniker was also a playful title. "Hee. I just arrived in Anning Town today. I wrapped up my business and couldn't wait to come see you." Qin Xie beamed, wrapping her arms around Yushur's, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. All right, you mischievous girl, what brings you here? You must have already finished the potions I provided. And the effects of the C-grade enhancement potion have yet to be fully realized. What else is on your mind?" After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Xie, Yushur swiftly shifted to the matter at hand, clearly understanding her intentions for visiting him this evening. "Hee, Grandpa Yushur, how could you say that? I truly came to see you, but I also wanted to purchase some potions." As she spoke, Qin Xie pointed towards Li Muqing's grandfather, saying, "This is my current employer, Tianxi. He has yet to administer any potions, so please bring forth your finest D-grade potions, as well as the SSD and radiation protection potions." After a brief pause, she added that she desired the best quality, with the lowest impurity content and the most potent effects. Money was of no concern. Following Qin Xie's gesture, Yushur noticed Li Muqing standing somewhat awkwardly at the entrance. "Hello, grandfather you. I am Li Muqing, that Tianxi," he greeted hastily, his nervousness akin to a student meeting a teacher for the first time. "You are the boss of the leopard girl? You have quite an appealing appearance. Though I wonder about your physical constitution. Since you have never administered any potions, you must be rather weak." Yushur squinted, assessing Li Muqing from head to toe, delivering a rather unimpressive verdict. In response, Li Muqing could only chuckle awkwardly. Compared to the superhuman Qin Xie, he indeed felt like a mere weakling, an undeniable truth. "All right, young man, consider yourself fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, I received a new batch of materials and produced several potions of exceptional quality, including a bottle of C-grade enhancement potion. Would you like to use it directly?" C-grade? Before Li Muqing could respond, Qin Xie's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing her enthusiasm, Li Muqing discerned that this so-called C-grade potion must indeed be something remarkable. What distinguishes the C-grade? not one to shy away from inquiries. Li Muqing's curiosity led him to ask, a habit he cherished. Of course, the C grade is different. Before explaining, I must clarify the prerequisites for using enhancement potions. Qin Xie patiently elucidated, recognizing Li Muqing's unfamiliarity with the subject. To utilize an enhancement potion, one must undergo a gradual process. A person who has never used enhancement potions must start with the lowest D grade. After administering the potion, a period of time is required for it to take effect, during which physical training must accompany the process to maximize its benefits. Only after this stage can one transition to the higher C grade enhancement potion. Otherwise, the body may not withstand the potency of the potion, leading to severe consequences such as muscle and tendon rupture, resulting in incapacitation, or even worse, catastrophic bodily failure. The C grade potion, however, is distinct, although it appears to merely add one more level. Its greatest advantage lies in its ability to bypass the gradual transition from D to C, allowing an ordinary individual without any foundation to achieve C grade enhancement in one swift motion. In other words, under normal circumstances, one would require 2 injections and additional time to reach your current standard, but with the C grade potion, 1 injection suffices? Li Muqing's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the unexpected delight that awaited him. That is an accurate summary, but the enhancement potion does not take effect immediately. It also requires some time and training. It seemed that Qin Xie's explanation had been partially overlooked by Li Muqing, who only grasped that with a single injection, he could transform into a superhuman like Qin Xie. An exhilarating prospect indeed. This is it. I want the C grade enhancement potion. Chapter 27. The expensive Class C potion. The Class C enhancement potion costs 500 soul crystals per dose. The SSD virus vaccine and the anti-radiation vaccine are priced at 30 soul stones each. With a discount, a total of 550 soul crystals will suffice. Having decided on the potion, the venerable fish lion took it out, neatly arranged it on the counter, and then looked at Li Muqing with a beaming smile. The implication was unmistakable, payment in hand for goods in hand. Ugh, 550 soul crystals, how exorbitant, Li Muqing exclaimed, promptly retrieving the card he had just obtained from the exchange and handing it to Fish Lion, all the while muttering a complaint. What do you know, you rascal? A Class C potion is not something that just anyone can concoct. From the materials to the craftsmanship, it is exceedingly intricate. Even for someone like me, I can only manage to produce 1 or 2 a month. Selling it to you for 500 is already a concession on the account of that little leopard girl. Taking Li Muqing's card, Fish Lion produced his own and swiped both on a machine reminiscent of a POS terminal from a previous life. The soul stones were successfully credited. Grandpa Fish Lion is absolutely right. Boss, a Class C enhancement potion can fetch between 600 to 800 soul stones on the black market, and often there are no buyers available. Furthermore, this is a product of Grandpa Fish Lion, renowned as the foremost apothecary in Anning Town. The quality of his creations is undoubtedly the finest. Even asking for 1,000 soul stones would not be unreasonable, Qin Xie chimed in. All right, lass. The discount has already been applied. There's no need to further extol your Grandpa Fish Lion, he chuckled heartily. Though you speak the truth. My potions are indeed the best in all of Anning Town. Ha ha ha. Clearly buoyed by Qin Xie's words, Fish Lion erupted into a raucous laughter that seemed to shake dust from the ceiling. Li Muqing smiled along, but inwardly thought, this old man truly has a thick skin. With the transaction settled, at Qin Xie's insistence, Fish Lion personally administered the Class C enhancement potion to Li Muqing. The vial contained approximately 50 milliliters of a greenish, somewhat murky liquid. Had one not known what it was, placing it before Li Muqing would likely have left him unmoved. Seating Li Muqing firmly in a chair, Fish Lion retrieved a specially designed stainless steel syringe from behind the counter. He affixed the Class C potion vial to the syringe's mechanism, roughly pulled Li Muqing's arm over, and without any disinfection, rolled up his sleeve and plunged the needle in. Moments later, with a press of the mechanism, the entire potion was injected in under 2 seconds. Li Muqing felt a sharp pain at first, but before he could fully register it, the injection was complete. Following the administration of the potion, Li Muqing sensed a slight swelling in his arm. The potion seemed to be dispersing through his muscles and veins. Yet, thereafter, there was not. No additional sensations arose, no warmth in his body, nor an accelerated heartbeat. Everything felt perfectly ordinary. Eagerly, Li Muqing activated the personal intelligent terminal on his wrist, known as PIT, to retrieve his bodily data. Name, Li Muqing muscle strength, 12 bone density, 10 cell activity, 13 reflexes, 12 radiation level, 8 safe. Overall assessment, average human, no abnormalities. Oh, this data seems rather unchanged from before. Even the injected serum has not manifested any noticeable effects. Haha, dear boss, you truly are endearing. Just as Li Muqing was left bewildered, suspecting something might be amiss, Qin Xie erupted into laughter, prompting the Fish Lion to join in. pointing at Li Muqing and laughing heartily. What is going on? Li Muqing found himself even more perplexed. Allow me to clarify, dear boss. I neglected to mention that the enhancement serum requires some time to take effect. In the initial 7 days, your physical attributes will gradually improve to about half of the serum's maximum enhancement. The remaining half will necessitate longer periods of persistent exercise to fully manifest. Although you have received the serum now, there will be no immediate changes to your physical metrics. The effects will not be apparent until tomorrow at the earliest. However, your earlier expression was simply too adorable, and I couldn't help but laugh. You won't hold it against me, will you? As she spoke, Qin Xie could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled. After her explanation, Li Muqing realized he had unwittingly made a grand joke of himself. Yet he bore no resentment, sheepishly ruffling his hair and joining in the awkward laughter. After the bout of merriment, Qin Xie prepared to bid farewell to Li Muqing, noting the time had progressed to 11 o'clock, and soon Anning Town would enter a curfew. Should one be found wandering the streets after curfew, there was a considerable risk of being apprehended. Grandfather Fish Lion, we shall take our leave now. Tomorrow I will bring some delightful items to show you. Off you go. My dear, for the remaining 2 ordinary serums, administer one every other day. You are aware of the usage, so I shan't see you off. Please take care. Standing at the door, Fish Lion offered his parting words before turning to retreat inside, closing the shop door behind him. That Grandfather Fish Lion is quite amusing. Are you well acquainted with him? Have you known him for a long time? As they walked, Li Muqing finally seized the opportunity to pose this question. He knew little about Qin Xie, yet the more he learned, the more he yearned to delve deeper into her character. Though their encounters had been few, the more time they spent together, the more Li Muqing felt a compelling pull towards her, as if she were a grand and enigmatic puzzle, gradually drawing him in to decipher her essence. Yes, he is a senior of mine. I met him when I was very young, but we lost touch for a long time and only reunited a few years ago. The story is quite lengthy. Perhaps I shall share it with you when time permits. Qin Xie replied casually. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Li Muqing refrained from pressing further and redirected the conversation towards the enhancement serum. Depending on the quality of the serum used, the improvements in physical attributes can vary significantly. A D-grade enhancement serum typically boosts physical attributes by 2 to 3 times, while a C-grade can enhance them by 4 to 6 times, and upon reaching B-grade, the enhancement can be as much as 7 to 10 times. Even among drugs of the same category, the effects ultimately vary significantly. Therefore, to gain an edge in physical prowess, one must initially utilize high-quality enhancement agents. Otherwise, as time progresses, the disparity will only widen. The enhancement agent I employ is produced by the esteemed Master Yu, and it has elevated my physical capabilities to approximately 5 times that of an average individual, leaving room for further enhancement. Upon reaching my limits, I shall proceed to inject a Class B enhancement agent. As for you, my employer, it typically requires a year at the very least, and possibly 3 to 4 years, to fully assimilate this Class C enhancement agent, so diligent effort is essential on your part. Qin Xie's insights have significantly broadened Li Muqing's understanding of enhancement agents. Beyond the aforementioned quality disparities, he learned that higher-grade enhancement agents come with increased risks during injection, potentially leading to bodily mutations, severe injuries, or even transforming into a zombie or monster. As a result, most individuals cease at Class C, with only the physically robust and resolute warriors able to successfully endure Class B enhancements. Regarding anything above Class B, even Qin Xie possesses little knowledge. It is noteworthy that there are age restrictions for the injection of enhancement agents. One must be at least 16 years of age, or else the mortality rate exceeds 80%. In this context, it is relevant to mention that this year, Molly has just turned 16, allowing her to receive a Class D enhancement agent. Furthermore, Qin Xie, at merely 22 years of age, is indeed a formidable woman, surpassing Li Muqing in every aspect. Yet she is still a year younger than him, which left Li Muqing pondering the truth with a sense of incredulity. Chapter 28, Song Shalon. Before long, the two returned to the inn, passing a quiet night. This marked Li Muqing's first night in the wasteland world, and he shared a room with a stunning beauty. Although they did not share a bed, the mere proximity made it difficult for him to drift into slumber initially. However, after a flurry of wandering thoughts, he eventually succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he experienced the life of an emperor, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, including Qin Xie and Molly. This delightful reverie persisted until he naturally awakened, lingering on the comfort of the dream as he opened his eyes. "Boss, are you awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Still somewhat disoriented, Li Muqing was taken aback by Qin Xie's voice. Turning to face her, he saw she was already dressed and seated on the bed, beaming at him. "Ah, yes, I'm awake. How long did I sleep?" Recalling the dream he had, Li Muqing suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed to face Qin Xie, his cheeks slightly flushing as he quickly diverted his gaze. Had he truly sunk to such depths of shamelessness, conjuring fantasies about those around him? It is already noon. You have slept for over 10 hours. However, you should now check your pit. Your physical capabilities should have improved somewhat. Unperturbed by Li Muqing's unusual demeanor, Qin Xie kindly reminded him. What? I slept for that long. My physical capabilities have improved? Li Muqing was taken aback by the words. Promptly reaching for the pit device placed on the bedside and donning it on his wrist, he then accessed his personal attributes. Name, Li Muqing muscle strength, 19 bone density, 16 cell vitality, 20 reflexes, 17 remarks. Class C enhancement agent radiation level, 8, safe, indeed. The comprehensive data of his physique had seen a slight improvement compared to the previous night. Although it was merely a few points, Li Muqing understood the significance of this. It indicated that the agent had taken effect, and his body was notably stronger than it had been the night before. Had I slept for so long due to the injection from yesterday? Reflecting on his restful slumber that lasted over 10 hours, Li Muqing attributed it to the agent. Yes. The first injection of the agent would induce a natural hibernation period in the body, lasting approximately 10 hours, during which the body would enter a profound sleep state, allowing the agent to disseminate throughout and commence the transformation of his physique. Qin Xie nodded in agreement, then recalled something, adding, the agent not only induces sleep, but also evokes delightful dreams, enabling you to experience pleasant reveries while you slumber. Boss, you must have had some wonderful dreams last night. Care to share? The notion that the enhancement agent could also provoke pleasant dreams surprised Li Muqing, revealing that such dreams were indeed a side effect of the agent. While he acknowledged that the dream was indeed delightful, he found it somewhat awkward to discuss. Thus he responded vaguely and swiftly changed the subject. As midday approached, after freshening up, Li Muqing returned to more pressing matters. Yesterday, we mentioned that someone from Xinhua Exchange would come to see us before noon. Should we go check? Yes. It is indeed time to take a look. I wonder who Xinhua will send, Qin Xie replied. But before that, boss, shouldn't you fill your stomach? You must be quite hungry by now. Pointing to the cans on the table, she noted that she had already consumed a can of pork and pineapple that morning, leaving 2 empty cans conspicuously displayed. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing felt an immediate pang of hunger, a wave of weakness washing over him. Even with the enhancements he had received, his thoughts had been preoccupied with the vivid dream and the augmentation of his body, and he had not noticed his hunger until now. In a swift manner, he devoured 3 cans of meat and 1 can of fruit before finally halting his consumption. The high oil and salt content of the canned food effectively replenished his bodily energy, revitalizing him. After a satisfying belch, Li Muqing signaled that they were ready to depart. Upon descending to the lobby of the inn, his gaze was immediately drawn to a well-dressed, slender woman seated by the window, engrossed in a book. Her face was obscured by the pages, rendering her features indistinct, yet her physique suggested she was likely a beauty. As she noticed the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, the woman lowered her book slightly, revealing a pair of bright eyes. Upon catching sight of Li Muqing and Qin Xie, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she quickly set down her book and rose to her feet. Without any obstructions, the young woman's delicate face emerged, her features exquisitely refined, appearing to be merely in her 20s. Her overall beauty could easily be rated at a commendable 90 out of 100. Most notably, she adorned a meticulously crafted makeup look, further solidifying Li Muqing's belief that she was indeed the principal figure of the day. In this realm, those who could apply makeup were certainly not of ordinary status. Ah, Ms. Yubao and Mr. Tianxi, greetings. I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time, she remarked, rising to greet them just as Li Muqing and her companion descended the staircase, standing gracefully before them with a warm smile. It is us. May I inquire your name? Li Muqing replied with a cordial smile. I am Song Xiaolan, the chief executive of the Xinhua Exchange. I am here to oversee the discussions regarding our subsequent trade matters. She introduced herself. Song Xiaolan. Li Muqing thought to herself, having not heard of her before, yet the title was indeed impressive. The chief executive of the Xinhua Exchange held a significant position, perhaps even surpassing that of General Manager Lu Yuan. A glance at Qin Xie revealed a gentle nod, indicating her familiarity with Song Xiaolan's reputation, suggesting to Li Muqing that it would be prudent to engage further. Miss Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely apologize for making you wait, Li Muqing expressed. Not at all, it is entirely understandable. After all, Mr. Tianxi's goods have piqued my father's interest. He personally instructed me to ensure this transaction is facilitated, Song Xiaolan replied. How about this? If you both do not mind, I have arranged for a meal. After dining, we can discuss matters in further detail. Sound agreeable? Song Xiaolan's eloquence and tact were evident, seamlessly guiding the conversation towards its purpose within just a few exchanges. Respectfully, I shall defer to your invitation, Miss Song. Qin Xie responded with a composed demeanor, and with that, Li Muqing accepted the invitation, confident that no complications would arise. However, One piece of information in Song Xiaolan's statement intrigued Li Muqing. Her mention of her father's direct orders to facilitate the transaction suggested that her father might very well be the formidable figure behind the Xinhua exchange. Chapter 29. Negotiating the trade. Signing the contract outside the hotel, a vehicle awaited Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing. Despite the desolate world they inhabited, automobiles still existed. The ravages of war made the production of new vehicles exceedingly rare. However, prior to the conflicts, the global number of automobiles had soared to over 10 billion. Although many had been destroyed, a substantial number remained, and with minor modifications, they could still be utilized. On the way to Anning Town, Li Muqing encountered numerous heaps of abandoned automobiles along the roadside, most reduced to mere rusting shells, irreparably damaged. Yet upon entering the official area of Anning Town, she witnessed a considerable number of vehicles in motion, a mix of high-end and lower-end models, many of which were unfamiliar to her. Song Xiaolan's vehicle was a luxury sedan, and Li Muqing realized that the brand was entirely unknown to her, perhaps a newly established mark. The car was opulent, appearing to be quite new, with its exterior and interior rivaling the grandeur of the luxurious vehicles that Li Muqing had observed on television. In fact, the ride's comfort and experience surpassed even that of the prestigious models. Song Xiaolan escorted Li Muqing to a place known as the Shangping Grand Hotel, which exuded luxury and was likely among the finest reception venues in Anning Town. This is a property of ours. The meal has been arranged, and after a light repast, we shall discuss the main matters at hand. It is customary in our culture to conduct business over a meal, a tradition that has persisted even post-war. Naturally, Li Muqing could not decline such a generous offer and willingly partook in the feast. Despite having consumed a few canned goods earlier, his recent enhancement had significantly boosted his digestive capacity. Faced with an array of dishes, he indulged heartily. To Li Muqing, the fare prepared by Song Xiaolan was not extravagantly lavish. It consisted of ordinary chicken, duck, fish, and meat, complemented by some leafy greens. In terms of ingredients, it bore little distinction from the meals found in an average household. However, the exquisite flavors revealed the finesse of a master chef. Moreover, Li Muqing recognized that, in a post-nuclear environment fraught with radiation and ruins, sourcing normal ingredients for cooking was indeed a rare achievement. Later, he discreetly inquired of Song Xia and learned that the banquet spread was conservatively estimated to exceed 500 soul crystals, surpassing even the cost of his C-grade enhancement serum. He couldn't help but marvel at Song Xiaolan's generosity. The Song family truly epitomized luxury. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Song Xiaolan, along with her assistant, Li Muqing and Xin Xia, 4 individuals in total, managed to finish all 10 dishes, fostering a convivial atmosphere that made their discussions quite enjoyable. Once they had dined sufficiently, the conversation shifted to business. Song Xiaolan was keenly interested in the canned goods that Li Muqing possessed. Without further ado, she presented her terms. The canned goods business in the old Songyang city would be exclusively represented by the Xinhua Trading Company, controlled by the Song family. In return, the Song family would offer the same pricing that Lu Yuan had proposed the previous day: 50 soul crystals for each meat can and 200 soul crystals for each fruit can. They would purchase as many as he had. Upon hearing these conditions, Li Muqing raised an eyebrow. It was undeniable that Song Xiaolan's terms were quite generous. The stipulation of exclusive agency posed no issue for him. After all, Li Muqing preferred to avoid entangling himself with too many people to sidestep potential complications. And the canned goods were relatively trivial to him. He was willing to part with them. Furthermore, the price offered by the Song family exceeded his expectations, especially considering that Lu Yuan's previous offer had already been slightly above market value. Currently, the price set by the Song family appears to be wholesale, yet there is not a hint of reduction, indicating their capacity to derive greater value from these canned goods. It is not difficult to comprehend. If the cans were exclusively held by the Song family, the surrounding survivor factions in the dilapidated warehouse city would be entirely dependent on the Song family for access to these provisions. Moreover, the Song family possesses the ability to elevate the cans into a high-end luxury commodity, the profits of which are self-evident. Although aware that the Song family might amass considerable wealth from the canned goods, Li Muqing harbored no ulterior motives. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, he lacked the influence and resources of the Song family and was content to profit modestly from the price differential. Thus, Li Muqing readily acquiesced to Song Xiaolan's terms, leading to discussions on finer details. After approximately 2 hours of negotiation, all details were finalized. Song Xiaolan promptly instructed her assistant to draft a contract based on their discussions. Once signed, the transaction would be formally recognized. Li Muqing meticulously reviewed the contract and, finding the stipulations identical to their prior discussions, nodded in satisfaction. Beyond the previously mentioned exclusive agency and unit prices, the additional clauses were straightforward. Primarily, it stipulated that Li Muqing was to provide no fewer than 1. 000 meat cans and 200 fruit cans each month, with no upper limit. Whatever quantity the Song family desired could be accommodated. Furthermore, Li Muqing was not responsible for delivery. The Song family would need to collect the goods from his stronghold in the villa area. Lastly, concerning the payment terms, the Song family expressed substantial goodwill by promising to pay a 20 deposit prior to delivery and to settle the remaining balance immediately upon receipt of the goods. The payment methods included, but were not limited to, soul crystals, weapons, and valuable items. Anything that Li Muqing desired could be exchanged at equivalent value upon the Song family's agreement. This clause was strongly advocated by Li Muqing. Presently, he did not have a pressing need for soul crystals. Rather, it was the weaponry and various advanced technologies of the wasteland that captured his interest. Therefore, under the pretext of establishing a fortified stronghold, he persuaded Song Xiaolon to modify the payment method to this arrangement, facilitating the acquisition of further benefits from the Song family later on. Upon reviewing the contract, Li Muqing signed without hesitation. Song Xiaolon, smiling, inscribed her name on the document and affixed the Song family seal. With the contract finalized, the transaction was officially established. Mr. Tianxi, we are now formal partners. I hope for a fruitful collaboration, she stated, tidying up her copy of the contract and extending her hand to Li Muqing for a handshake. Certainly. Tomorrow, you may visit Changrong Hotel to collect some samples. The first batch will be ready for pickup in 3 days at the Panhai Villa area, south of Anning Town. Is that agreeable? No problem, he replied. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a high-powered walkie-talkie for easier communication. Li Muqing's straightforward demeanor was well received by Song Xiaolon. However, after a brief pause, she posed another question. Mr. Tianxi, now that we are partners in this venture, may I inquire if you could elucidate a certain matter for me? Upon hearing Song Xiaolon's words, Li Muqing felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that she was indeed going to broach that topic. Please, go ahead, he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the unease brewing within him. Though it may seem rather abrupt, I must ask, how are these cans produced? She inquired. As far as I understand, the current environment is hardly conducive for ordinary animals and fruits to thrive. Song Xiaolon smiled, suddenly appearing a bit bashful, and continued, this question pertains to your confidentiality, and I shouldn't have asked. However, as a woman, my curiosity sometimes gets the better of me, so I hope you won't take offense. If you prefer not to answer, I completely understand. It will not affect our trade relationship. Chapter 30. A small request indeed. That question had been raised. The origin of his canned goods was a matter that could not be overlooked in business dealings. Li Muqing could reveal his greatest secret to Qin Xia and Mo Li. But that was where he drew the line. In front of others, especially someone like Song Xiaolon, who wielded power and influence in the wasteland. He could not afford to expose such information. Such individuals were often greedy, selfish, and even ruthlessly cruel. Knowing this secret could lead to unpredictable consequences for Li Muqing. Thus, prior to selling the canned goods, Li Muqing had already devised numerous excuses, and now, they were finally coming into play. There is nothing inappropriate about my response. In business, the more one understands the other party, the more at ease one feels. He maintained his smile as he slowly articulated the excuse he had prepared for quite some time. In essence, he claimed to hail from a large shelter where biological technology thrived, and fortunately, it had not been devastated by nuclear fallout, allowing the environment to be preserved to a certain degree. This enabled them to develop livestock and agriculture through biotechnological advancements, achieving self-sufficiency. However, due to the rampant banditry in the wasteland, the inhabitants of the shelter felt a sense of crisis, prompting them to send Li Muqing to exchange their flagship product, canned goods, for funds and weaponry to ensure their survival. This was the origin of the cans. As for the location of their shelter, that remained strictly confidential. And I trust you can appreciate that. Song Xiaolon accepted Li Muqing's explanation entirely. He articulated it with remarkable clarity. And particularly his insistence on that peculiar payment method further convinced her that Li Muqing was indeed a representative dispatched by a mysterious force seeking armed support. Of course, your willingness to share this much has satiated my curiosity as a woman. Song Xiaolon nodded in satisfaction, taking a sip of her tea, contemplating how she would report Li Muqing's background to her father. Miss Song, having already disclosed my background, I find myself compelled to make a rather humble request. If it may be permissible, now that the air has been cleared, Li Muqing felt it was time to seek some benefits for himself. There is no issue. As long as it falls within my jurisdiction, I shall certainly assist you, Song Xiaolon readily affirmed. The matter at hand is this. I require you to procure some items, such as gold and jewelry, which can be directly deducted from the payment. I wonder if Miss Qin has any stock available? Indeed. Li Muqing's intention in mentioning gold and precious jewels was clear. Such items would enable him to swiftly engage in lucrative dealings in the tangible world, thereby laying the groundwork for his subsequent plans. Gold. Jewelry? Mr. Tianxi, what purpose do you have for these seemingly useless trinkets? Song Xiaolon responded. her expression not one of discomfort, but rather surprise. As Qin Xie had indicated, in this desolate world, gold, once the object of humanity's fervent obsession, had now been reduced to mere scrap metal. It possesses no nutritional value nor practical utility. In the eyes of most inhabitants of the wasteland, it is less valuable than a simple can of food. Of course, there are those with a peculiar fondness for gold, who might still choose to collect it, cherishing it as a memento despite its lack of utility. You see, the refuge I inhabit was established prior to the war and remained isolated throughout the conflict, only recently re-establishing contact with the outside world. Thus, the individuals within still cling to old habits, and the valuable items from before the war retain some allure for them. Li Muqing spoke, adopting a somewhat bashful demeanor, as if he were taking advantage of Song Xiaolan. I understand. When I go to collect goods tomorrow morning, I will bring some of the items you requested. However, our stock is limited, so I hope you will not find it lacking, she replied, her reassurance further solidifying Li Muqing's previous assertions. Such a minor task was merely a trifling effort for Song Xiaolan, yet it would garner her favor with Li Muqing, an advantageous exchange indeed. Not at all. As long as there is some, I do not require a large quantity. After all, when such items become abundant, they lose their value. Li Muqing hastily gestured, indicating his modest needs. Then it is settled. I shall arrange for some quality gold and jewelry to be collected for you. If you have any other requests, feel free to inform me directly. She continued, by the way, you might consider visiting the West Market. It offers a plethora of wares, with many pre-war items likely available. Perhaps even something that piques your interest. That would be most appreciated, Li Muqing replied, relieved to have achieved his objective. After engaging in a few more pleasantries with Song Xiaolan, he and Qin Xie took their leave. As they departed, Song Xiaolan insisted on sending them back. But Li Muqing expressed a desire to explore the West Market, leading the vehicle to the western edge of Anning Town before turning back. As the vehicle departed, Li Muqing exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked to Qin Xie, this woman is quite formidable. Despite her petite demeanor, her words are impeccably guarded. Indeed, Qin Xie replied. She is the only daughter of the Song family, one of the 7 heads. With such a lineage, it is said that all affairs of the Song family will be entrusted to Song Xiaolan in the future. She must possess considerable acumen. Qin Xie nodded, offering substantial affirmation of Song Xiaolan's capabilities. Oh, such high praise? Do you know her? I wasn't aware until she mentioned her name and title. This information is hardly a secret in Anning Town. Those involved in this sphere are well acquainted with it. Qin Xie shrugged, providing Li Muqing with context, then continued. Let us set aside this topic for now. Since we are in the West Market, we should explore it thoroughly. The West Market of Anning Town lies in its outskirts and is the largest free market within the town. Here, one can procure anything from mundane daily necessities to rockets, and even slaves and monsters. If one has the money, almost anything can be acquired. Speaking of the West Market necessitates a discussion of the delineation of Anning Town's regions. Anning Town is primarily divided into 5 sections. The central area, or inner district, serves as the official residential and administrative zone, inhabited by individuals of notable status or wealth, distinctly separate from the 4 outer districts. Excluding the central area, the other 4 districts are designated as Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. The South District is where Li Muqing and Qin Xie entered the town yesterday, primarily serving as a residential area for the impoverished, evident from the haphazardly constructed metal shanties that house nearly half of the town's permanent population. The West District is the marketplace, a hub for small-scale commerce. The East District, on the other hand, is a street of entertainment, offering a plethora of indulgences, including dining, drinking, gambling, and even the notorious blood-soaked arenas for beast fights and combat spectacles. In this chaotic world of wasteland, a variety of extreme and frenzied forms of entertainment have emerged, ensuring that any imaginable leisure activity can be found in the East District. Finally, the North District is shrouded in mystery. It serves as the garrison for the armed forces of Anning Town and houses various factories. It is the only area in the periphery that allows direct access to the inner district without restrictions, making it a crucial location outside the central area. Let us proceed. I am eager to witness the fabled bustling market of Anning Town, Li Muqing declared after hearing Qin Xie's introduction, leading the way into the vibrant expanse of the West Market. Chapter 31. Life is the most cheap come all. Freshly unearthed mutated beast bones, perfect for weapon forging. Don't miss out as you pass by. We've just brought in fresh chicken and beef from the city today, along with freshly gathered wild vegetables. Take them home for a delightful feast. Purchasing complete automobile parts. Any intact components are welcome, with a preference for domestic vehicles. If you're here to haggle, you may as well leave. Old Zhang's weapons shop has officially opened, offering a wide array of both cold and hot weapons, including swords, spears, and clubs. For those eager to venture outside the city to slay monsters, hasten to Old Zhang for supplies. Upon entering the Western Market, The cacophony of vendors' calls reverberated around him, and the bustling crowd rendered the marketplace exceptionally lively, reminiscent of the grand vegetable markets in Sanyang City. However, the wares found here were far from those typically seen in a market. After merely taking a few steps, Li Muqing realized that there seemed to be nothing that was not for sale. Food, drink, necessities, entertainment, living or dead, cold or warm. Even the living were available for purchase. Is it truly possible to buy a person here? As he passed by a shop specializing in the sale of living individuals, Li Muqing could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Ah, my friend, this is the post-war wasteland. Here, perhaps the least valuable commodity is a human life," sighed Qin Siya, observing the ragged and emaciated figures within the shop. She continued, "Not everyone possesses the courage or skills to survive in this apocalyptic world. Many who lack the resolve have become burdens, unable to sustain themselves, thus resorting to selling themselves, hoping to rely on others for sustenance. Additionally, some individuals are forcibly abducted by wild hunters after they open their shelters. These unfortunate souls, having not endured the trials of the wasteland, become slaves. If their fate is merely to be bought for labor, it is one thing. If they catch the eye of a pervert, death itself may seem a luxury. Moreover, the market price for living individuals is generally low. An ordinary person rarely exceeds 100 soul crystals. This implies that with just 100 soul crystals, one could effectively purchase a life, compelling them to do anything. Should they fail to meet your satisfaction, as the owner, you are entitled to employ any means of punishment. And no one could contest your authority over the slave. Had I not rescued Molly, she might have ended up in a shop in Anning Town, where her looks and age would easily fetch a handsome price, becoming a plaything for some wealthy individual. In this era, human life holds the least value, particularly when it comes to existence itself." At this juncture, Qin Siya shook her head, choosing to refrain from further discussion on the matter. After all, this is a law of the apocalyptic world, a reality that is not easily overturned. Li Muqing's heart was stirred by her words. Yet he also recognized this as an inevitable consequence of societal evolution. Though cruel, it is an unavoidable path. However, observing the individuals in the shop revitalized Li Muqing's thoughts. Here, lives may be cheap, but what is most valuable in the realm of reality? Undoubtedly, it is talent. If he could uncover the worth of these individuals, Li Muqing would not hesitate to purchase them all, seeking to amass greater wealth for himself. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing became somewhat distracted as he and Qin Siya meandered through the Western market, acquiring a few second-hand electronic products unearthed from the ruins of Sanyang City, intending to return and further bolster his stronghold. During their excursion, a pleasant surprise awaited when they exchanged 5 soul crystals for a bag of golden artifacts weighing approximately 2 pounds. Beyond this, nothing else caught their eye. The two of them hastily traversed the Western market before embarking on their return journey. As they walked, Li Muqing lingered in thought about the matter of slaves, instinctively matching his pace with Qin Siya's. However, before long, he sensed that she had quickened her steps, just as he was about to inquire about the situation. They turned a corner, and Qin Siya grasped his arm, swiftly pulling him across the street and into the shadowy corner behind a fabric vendor, using a piece of cloth to conceal them. "What is happening?" Li Muqing sensed that trouble was afoot. He remained still, allowing Qin Siya to take the lead, and quietly asked. The two were pressed closely together, with Li Muqing's back against the wall while Qin Siya leaned against him. Her eyes, intently peering through the fabrics, seemed to observe their surroundings. "Do not speak," she whispered softly, her expression serious. "That unsettling sensation of being watched has returned. We are certainly being followed. However, the pursuers are skilled enough to evade my senses. Now, we shall see if they can maintain their composure." Qin Siya lifted her head slightly, uttering her response before falling silent again, her focus unwavering. Li Muqing understood her words and stood still, but at that moment, 2 figures came into view. Chapter 32. The grievances of the Bloodstained League. Damn it. Where have they gone? In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Could it be that they have discovered us? That shouldn't be possible. Our tracking techniques are the finest in the league, and from such a distance. We weren't constantly observing them, so they shouldn't have noticed us. What now? We've lost them. Returning empty-handed will surely incur the wrath of the boss. Let us wait at their residence. I refuse to believe they won't return. Very well, then let us proceed. As the 2 figures emerged at the street corner and found no trace of Li Muqing and Qin Siya, they grew agitated, exchanging a few hurried words before swiftly departing. Their appearance, however, captured Qin Siya's attention. She listened intently to their conversation, her expression grave. Once she was certain they had moved far away, Qin Siya lifted the cloth and stepped outside. Are we truly being followed? Who are those 2? Their voices had been loud enough for even Li Muqing to hear. And noticing the change in Qin Siya's demeanor, he could not help but ask. If I am not mistaken, those 2 are from the Bloodstained League. We are in trouble. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Siya divulged. Bloodstained League? Trouble? What do you mean? Boss, I apologize. It appears these individuals are targeting me. It seems I have brought you into this predicament. Qin Xie sighed, turning to him with a hint of regret in her eyes. Apologies are unnecessary. You are my employee, and your enemies are my enemies. There is no talk of burden or entanglement here. Moreover, I am well aware of your character. Those you regard as adversaries are certainly not of good repute. To my surprise, upon hearing Qin Xie's words, Li Muqing did not exhibit anger but rather waved his hand dismissively and continued, First, enlighten me about the origins of these individuals, so that we may deliberate on our next course of action. In Li Muqing's view, in a lawless realm such as the Wasteland, lacking enemies would be quite abnormal. Very well, let us return. Once we are back, we can discuss matters in detail. Seeing Li Muqing's reaction, Qin Xie felt a warmth in her heart. They were now inextricably linked, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. It was prudent to consider their response. Return? To the inn? Did those two not just declare their intention to wait for us there? Are we to walk into a trap? Li Muqing expressed confusion. Our equipment and canned goods are still at the inn, and I have arranged a transaction with Miss Song for tomorrow morning. We must return, Qin Xie elucidated. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the methods of the Bloodstained Society. Unless we ignore everything and hasten back to our base, they will soon uncover our whereabouts. However, my fate is intertwined with the Bloodstained Society. Should they discover me in Anning Town, they will undoubtedly pursue my trail relentlessly. Do not underestimate their capabilities. If they were to expose our base, we would be forced to flee. Thus, it is imperative to devise a means to eliminate the Bloodstained Society, for otherwise, we would be condemned to a life of evasion. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing felt a profound sense of agreement. Stability was what he desperately needed. Having finally established a connection with the Song family, it would be catastrophic if the Bloodstained Society were to jeopardize that opportunity. Time was of the essence. As his financial resources were dwindling in the real world, should the Fei Hong Group create further complications, it would be unbearable. Consequently, the two decided to return to the inn as if nothing were amiss. At the 9 o'clock position, 300 meters away, upon entering the inn, Qin Xie remarked to Li Muqing, Since we are aware of being followed and have noted the appearance of those two, I shall maximize my perception abilities. Indeed, she soon detected the two observers. They cannot act within the city, so we still have time. We might leverage the influence of the Song family to deal with them. Once back in their room, Qin Xie noticed Li Muqing's lingering tension and offered some words of comfort. First, let us discuss the enmity between you. What exactly is the Bloodstained Society? With Qin Xie by his side, Li Muqing felt somewhat reassured, though the topic of vendettas naturally invoked a degree of subconscious anxiety. This was entirely understandable, as he had been raised in a peaceful society, largely untouched by such matters. The Bloodstained Group is a mercenary organization, a hunter's guild, and a slave-trading enterprise. They are willing to undertake any task for the right price. When not hired, their primary occupation involves uncovering unexploited shelters to reap the benefits within. Qin Xie slowly unveiled the origins of the Bloodstained Group. In the Wasteland world, numerous mercenary organizations operate in the wild, accepting various jobs from employers. For a sufficient reward, they engage in all manner of heinous acts, including murder, arson, and pillaging. The Bloodstained Group is one such organization, notorious for its leader's violent inclinations. Specializing in assassination and silencing witnesses, earning a fearsome reputation around Sanyang City. In addition to their mercenary work, the Bloodstained Group seeks out untouched or unbreached shelters, employing every means to conquer them and plunder their wealth and inhabitants. This endeavor is among the most lucrative in the Wasteland. A successful raid on an undeveloped shelter could yield profits in the thousands. 6 months prior, while traveling, Qin Xie fortuitously encountered the Bloodstained Group collaborating with several other mercenary factions in an assault on a shelter where Morley was located. By the time Qin Xie arrived, the shelter had already been breached, and all mercenary groups were wreaking havoc inside, leading to widespread death and destruction. At that moment, some members of the Bloodstained Group had already looted numerous items and captured many individuals, including Morley. Coincidentally, 3 members of the Bloodstained Group, drawn by Morley's beauty and striking figure, momentarily succumbed to their primal desires and attempted to drag her aside for their vile intentions. Morley was paralyzed by fear, rendered silent and motionless, like a lifeless body at their mercy. Just then, Qin Xie burst onto the scene. She swiftly eliminated the 3 members of the Bloodstained Group, rescuing Morley in the process. In her fury, she ignited a fire that consumed much of the amassed supplies of the Bloodstained Group and freed several captives from the shelter. During the chaos, she injured multiple members of the Bloodstained Group, including one with a scar on his face, a mark left by Qin Xie herself. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged between Qin Xie and the Bloodstained Group. Since then, the organization has relentlessly sought Qin Xie and Morley. But as their targets are elusive and rarely frequent the city, 6 months passed without success, until this recent incident. when Qin Xie and Li Muqing were unexpectedly confronted at the entrance of the trading post, leading to subsequent events. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Figure. So, you rescued Morley from the clutches of the Bloodstained group? Those brutes intended to violate her. Qin Xie's words ignited a fiery indignation in Li Muqing. In his moral compass, the Bloodstained group had irrevocably descended into the realm of villainy. Indeed, had I not intervened, Morley would surely have faced unspeakable horrors, and once defiled, she would have been sold as mere merchandise. With her beauty, even if she is not a virgin, she could still fetch thousands of soul crystals. As for how the buyers would treat her, that would depend on fate. However, regardless of the circumstances, she would ultimately lose her freedom, becoming a slave devoid of any soul. Remembering the fates of the female slaves she had witnessed, Qin Xie could not help but shudder, silently resolving that if she were to be defeated in the future, she would rather choose death than be captured and sold into slavery. Cursed be those who commit heinous acts without remorse. Now they seek to target us? Damn them. Tomorrow, when Song Xiaolan arrives, I will ask for her assistance. At worst, I shall forego payment for the next batch of canned goods. I refuse to believe that the Song family would remain idle. Li Muqing made up her mind. Since the Bloodstained group had made it clear they would not spare Qin Xie, they must be dealt with to eliminate any future threats. Boss, Li Muqing's determination left Qin Xie feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet her heart was filled with warmth. After all, the Bloodstained group was a consequence of her own actions, and Li Muqing had merely been caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, upon hearing about the grievances between the two parties, she resolutely chose to stand by Qin Xie, and that alone was enough to move her. Rest assured, I will speak with Song Xiaolan tomorrow. But what shall we do now? Wait here until tomorrow? Not at all. The Bloodstained group would not dare to act against us in Anning Town. They wouldn't survive long if they did. Thus, we should continue with our own affairs and disregard them. Based on Qin Xie's understanding of the Bloodstained group, she concluded that they would only strike when outside the city, seeking opportunities away from the prying eyes of the populace. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Li Muqing nodded. With the temporary threat of the Bloodstained group alleviated, they resumed their plans as usual. After resting briefly in their room, they ventured out once more. This time, their purpose was to deliver some canned goods to Qin Xie's grandfather, the Fish Lion, and then head to the Xinhua trading post to procure some standard weapons. Although weapons were available in the Western market, the quality was often inconsistent, with many inferior products. To avoid unnecessary troubles, it was wiser to purchase weapons from the official trading post, ensuring they wouldn't explode after just a few shots. As Li Muqing and Qin Xie busied themselves in a building at the center of Anning Town, the leader of the Bloodstained group was meeting with a mysterious middle-aged man. Oh, is what you say true? The Song Manor is preparing to engage in a lucrative transaction? The middle-aged man sat calmly on the sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigarette while observing the leader of the Bloodstained group, who appeared unusually tense. Despite his imposing presence among his subordinates, the leader sat rigidly, hands resting obediently on his thighs, resembling an anxious schoolboy. Yes, indeed. Since yesterday, we have been inquiring and have discovered that our target has made contact with the Song family. Through various sources, we can confirm that they are engaged in a secret transaction, and once successful, the Song family will seize this opportunity to significantly enhance their power. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. During his silence, the leader of the Bloodstained gang dared not breathe, his gaze fixed on his toes, seemingly awaiting a decision from the person opposite him. Eagle, come here. Before long, the middle-aged man called out, and a young man clad in tight-fitting attire, with an icy demeanor, approached silently, bowing his head to receive orders. Go, activate our covert operations within the Song family. Investigate whether they are engaged in any significant transactions. Particularly pay attention to this matter. I require a response before tonight. As he spoke, the middle-aged man picked up several photographs from the table and handed them to Eagle, revealing images of the cans that Li Muqing had brought to the Xinhua Trading Company. Understood. Eagle nodded in agreement, taking the photographs and turning to leave. All right, you may go for now. Return to me tonight. If everything checks out, it will be time to plan a significant operation. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Bloodstained gang immediately stood up, respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man, and exited the room. Once outside the nondescript building, he took a deep breath. Humph. The Shadow Leopard, is it? Even if you align yourself with the Song family, we are not without our own backing. Just wait. Your fortunate days are numbered. Glancing back at the building he had just exited, recalling the identity of the person he had just met, the leader of the Bloodstained gang grinned malevolently, implying that Qin Xie was destined to fall into his grasp. Though the middle-aged man had instructed the leader of the Bloodstained gang to return later that night, he did not leave but instead found a corner on the street to crouch in, remaining there until the night descended. Several members of the Bloodstained gang accompanied him, and amidst their vigil, reports came in, all concerning Li Muqing and Qin Xie. They detailed their itinerary for the day, including lunch with Song Xiaolan and activities in the Western Market and Central District. The Bloodstained gang had nearly complete knowledge of their movements. Aside from the conversations between the two, every action was laid bare before their eyes. As night fell, the leader of the Bloodstained gang could no longer contain his impatience, returning to the building and quietly waiting for 2 hours until someone ushered him inside. Once again in the same room from earlier that day, the enigmatic middle-aged man sat as he had before. Xueli, you have done remarkably well. I have received concrete information from the Song family. You have accomplished a significant feat this time. The middle-aged man appeared to be in good spirits, complimenting the leader of the Bloodstained gang, Xueli, who, despite his fierce visage, now bore a hint of a sincere smile. Mr. Chun, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Without your support, the Bloodstained gang would not be where it is today, so alleviating your burdens has always been our foremost task. Xueli hastily showered praise, earning an even broader smile from the middle-aged man. Enough pleasantries. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Mr. Chun waved his hand, signaling Xueli to refrain from speaking, and continued, according to our informants embedded within the Qin family, Song Xiaolan has struck a deal with an individual named Tianxi. Although the specifics of this agreement remain elusive, one thing is certain. They have secured exclusive sales rights to those canned goods. This alone will significantly bolster the influence of the Song family in Anning Town, a situation that the Qin family, along with the other 5 clans, cannot permit. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to thwart this transaction and simultaneously send a message to the Song family, making it clear that dominating Anning Town will not come easily. Are you, Bloodmark Society, willing to assist me in this endeavor? As Mr. Chen's gaze sharpened, he regarded Xueli with an air of authority, a palpable pressure emanating from his position of power. In Anning Town, it was not advisable for my people to intervene directly. Thus, I turned to you, Bloodmark Society. A weight bore down on Xueli, who, despite knowing that in a real confrontation Mr. Chun would surely not be his match, still felt somewhat daunted by this imposing aura. However, this pressure dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Within mere seconds, Mr. Chun resumed his genial demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Such a man truly embodies the essence of a formidable leader. Indeed, the Bloodmark Society is but a blade in your hands. Your direction is our edge. Once the pressure lifted, Xueli immediately lifted his head, thumping his chest in earnest affirmation. Excellent. It seems my years of nurturing you have not been in vain. Mr. Chin acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Ultimately, the Bloodmark Society had developed under his auspices, and now that he sought their assistance, they dared not refuse. According to my intelligence, tomorrow the Song family's only daughter will visit Changrong Hotel to exchange certain items for samples. That will be the opportune moment to act. Not only will your target be present, but mine will as well, and coincidentally, my men will be on rotation with the city defense forces. As long as you maintain a low profile, you can ensure a safe retreat. Mr. Chun had evidently crafted a meticulous plan, which he elaborated on to Xueli, whose eyes gradually sparkled with anticipation. If everything proceeded according to plan, the Bloodmark Society would not only exact vengeance, but also reap substantial rewards. Most importantly, with Mr. Chun's endorsement, completing this mission would transform the Bloodmark Society into a legitimate member of the city defense forces in Anning Town. This would undeniably cleanse their past transgressions, allowing them to emerge as a respectable faction. Thus, as Xueli exited the small building, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He believed that, with the collaboration of various hidden allies, apprehending the 3 targets would be a trivial matter. If they failed at even this task, the very existence of the Bloodmark Society would be rendered unnecessary. Boss, how did it go? What did that esteemed figure say? As Bloodly approached, the other members of the Bloodstain group gathered around, chattering excitedly. Let's head back first. Tomorrow, we have a major task ahead. If we execute it well, we'll be set for life. Bloodly grinned, leading his subordinates back to their residence, while calling back those who had scattered on the periphery. They began to outline the tasks for the following day. Meanwhile, the sinister plot of the Bloodstain group in collusion with Mr. Chun was brewing. Unbeknownst to Qin Xie and Li Muqing, who were blissfully unaware as they wandered outside, they first brought canned goods to the fishline shop, where Qin Xie's arrival with delightful offerings brought a broad smile to his face. He chatted with her for quite some time before allowing the two to depart. Subsequently, they ventured to the Xinghua trading post, procuring several firearms along with ammunition, including kinetic and laser weaponry. These firearms were primarily intended for Li Muqing, serving as her main training tools upon her return. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, firearms and ammunition were not inexpensive. The trio of guns and accompanying ammunition set Li Muqing back over 200 soul crystals. This was after a discount, which still left her financially drained, necessitating a few soul crystals from Qin Xie to make up the difference. Li Muqing lamented, I feel ashamed as the owner for not having paid you a single soul crystal in wages, and instead, you've had to front so much. However, Qin Xie held a different perspective. Li Muqing's initial promise to cover meals was sufficient to offset the expenditure of those soul crystals. With their bags filled, the two enjoyed a modest dinner in town before returning to the inn, where they spent another evening in a silent gaze at one another. Notably, that night, Li Muqing dreamt again, with Qin Xie as the sole focus of her reverie. In the dream, they engaged in amiable conversation throughout the night, leaving a lingering sensation in her mind upon waking. Li Muqing awoke early, with dawn yet to break outside. Seeing Qin Xie still asleep in the adjacent bed, her serene face conjured memories of the dream, nearly causing Li Muqing to lose her composure. Unable to sleep, she refrained from staring at Qin Xie, opting instead to keep her eyes shut until morning arrived. It was only when Qin Xie rose that Li Muqing pretended to awaken. After freshening up and having some canned goods for breakfast, the two idly counted the remaining supplies, discovering over 70 cans of meat and a dozen cans of fruit, which were to be samples delivered to Song Xiaolon that morning. Besides the soul crystals, it was anticipated that Song Xiaolon would also bring some gold and jewels, which Li Muqing eagerly awaited. She wondered how much gold Song Xiaolon would bring and how much it would offset their expenses. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the appointed time, a gentle knock echoed from the door, nearly on cue. They exchanged glances, understanding that the moment had arrived. Qin Xie rose to open the door, revealing Song Xiaolon standing there with a radiant smile. "Miss Song, you are remarkably punctual." Li Muqing welcomed her from within the room. "Of course. When I thought of the goods in Mr. Tian's possession, I nearly succumbed to the urge to come over directly yesterday. However, I had to assist Mr. Tian in locating the items you requested, so I restrained myself." Song Xiaolon remarked with a beaming smile, naturally stepping into the room, followed by a few bodyguards clad in black who brought in 4 boxes of varying sizes and placed them on the table. "All right, this is no longer your concern. Please wait outside." Once the items were set down, Song Xiaolon dismissed the bodyguards, leaving only Li Muqing, Qin Xie, and herself along with her female assistant in the room. Reminiscent of their lunch together the previous day, "Mr. Tian, I have a few small gifts for you, a token of our sincerity from the Song family." Song Xiaolon refrained from mentioning the canned goods first, and instead aimed to present Li Muqing with some items, successfully piquing his interest. "Oh, what are these? In the boxes?" Li Muqing raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to the table. "Hee, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out for yourself, Mr. Tian." Song Xiaolon approached the table, playfully observing Li Muqing and gesturing for him to open the boxes himself. "Very well, I shall comply." Li Muqing, unpretentious, scanned the 4 boxes briefly before reaching for the largest one. With a click, the lock released, and upon lifting the lid, he discovered that the box contained a disassembled firearm, its main body exuding a strikingly advanced technological aura. "Is this the GCR-35? The legendary Nightingale?" Before Li Muqing could speak, it was Qin Xie, standing behind him, who could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming the name of the weapon. "Miss Yubao, your insight is commendable. This is indeed the latest laser firearm, Nightingale, developed in Anning Town." Song Xiaolon smiled gently, moving to Li Muqing's side, and elaborated on the weapon's origins and specifications. It turned out that this firearm was a state-of-the-art combat weapon recently developed by the Anning Town Research Institute. It boasts features such as disassembly, high power, long range, excellent maneuverability, and low component wear, making it a standout among the new generation of firearms. However, the production of its components requires high standards, which is why it is not designated for general issue, but rather reserved for elite use, classifying it as a special weapon. The Nightingale has an effective range of 500 meters, with laser rounds achieving maximum power within 300 meters, maintaining high stability up to 500 meters. Additionally, it can operate in both semi-automatic and automatic modes, and is equipped with an upgraded night vision scope, superior to typical night imaging, hence its moniker. "Mr. Tian has expressed a desire for us to supply some weaponry to offset the payment, and this Nightingale shall serve as our sincere gesture." While Song Xiaolon explained the details to Li Muqing, Qin Xie had already taken the initiative. After delicately examining several components, she swiftly assembled the Nightingale in just a matter of seconds. The complete version of the Nightingale measures approximately 1.5 meters, exuding an aura of advanced technology, particularly evident in its scope, which is unmistakably extraordinary. Holding the firearm, Qin Xie scanned her surroundings, and it was evident from her expression that she was thoroughly impressed with the weapon. Judging by Song Xiaolon's introduction and Qin Xie's reaction, Li Muqing inferred that this firearm was indeed a remarkable piece. Since Qin Xie was so fond of it, he graciously accepted it after expressing his gratitude. The next box contained more equipment, a set of 5 miniature drones. Allegedly, these drones possessed formidable capabilities, including reconnaissance, decapitation strikes, and terrain detection, all managed by artificial intelligence, making them remarkably agile. Most notably, they employed cutting-edge energy technology, allowing them to operate continuously for a year without activating laser weaponry, making them excellent companions for both defense and offensive endeavors. The remaining 2 boxes were even more straightforward, filled to the brim with gold and various diamond rings and jade necklaces. When Li Muqing opened the box, he was nearly blinded by the glittering treasures within. Inside were 10 gold bars, each with a purity exceeding 99.99, totaling 10 pounds, representing the finest quality gold available. Additionally, there were numerous valuable jewelry pieces from renowned brands, all acquired before the war, with hopes that he would find them satisfactory. Noticing Li Muqing's astonished reaction, Song Xiaolan was confident he would be pleased, though she still felt the need to express the customary pleasantries. Ahem, I am indeed satisfied. Li Muqing quickly wiped his mouth and assumed a serious demeanor. Miss Song, are these gifts truly meant for me? There's no need to deduct them from the payment? Of course, these trivial items are of little worth, a mere token from Mr. Tianxi, serving as our family's gesture of goodwill, she replied. Trivial? Li Muqing thought to himself, rolling his eyes. In the world of wastelands, these items might be considered insignificant, yet to him, they represented millions in cash. Then let me extend my gratitude to Miss Song, he said. Behold, the samples laid out before you, though few in number, are sufficient for your appraisal. Li Muqing gestured towards a pile of canned goods on the table and addressed Song Xiaolan, in the spirit of reciprocity. Since Miss Qin has bestowed upon me such generous gifts, I cannot accept them without offering something in return. I shall sell you these cans at half price, as a small token of my appreciation. Since Song Xiaolan had already made her gesture of goodwill, Li Muqing felt compelled to reciprocate. Although the reduced price was negligible for the Song family, it symbolized his goodwill, and that sentiment was what mattered. Very well, then I shall thank Mr. Tianxi in advance. Song Xiaolan acknowledged, fully understanding his intentions and not declining. After her assistant counted the cans, she produced her prepaid card and retrieved Li Muqing's card as well. Inputting a value into the pit on her wrist and swiping, she declared, the transaction is complete. 300 soul stones have been transferred to your card. As she spoke, she returned Li Muqing's card to him. Is that it? The pit has such functionality? Li Muqing was taken aback by this operation, and naturally, Song Xiaolan offered a brief explanation. The pit possesses a multitude of functions, categorized into various tiers. The one in Song Xiaolan's possession is the most advanced model. Its card swiping and transfer capabilities are merely basic features, complemented by numerous functionalities that Li Muqing could scarcely imagine. In contrast, the device Li Muqing carried was the most rudimentary version. Although it primarily served to monitor his bodily metrics, it had many other uses, albeit ones he seldom employed. As the conversation among the few individuals in the room drew to a close, an impending storm outside the establishment had quietly commenced. 2 vehicles were parked outside the inn. One was Song Xiaolan's personal car, and the other was a rugged 7-seater SUV designated for the bodyguards. Presently, each vehicle housed only a driver, while the remainder of the personnel remained vigilant within the inn. Furthermore, as Song Xiaolan ascended the stairs to transact with Li Muqing, all the idle bystanders within the inn had been effectively cleared away. From Song Xiaolan's perspective, the Changrong Inn was exceedingly secure. However, safety is merely a relative concept, and it would not be long before that illusion was shattered. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 men clad in patrol uniforms suddenly appeared by the roadside, unsteadily approaching the 2 vehicles belonging to the Song family and casually rapping on the windows. Have you lost your minds? Do you not recognize the Song family's vehicles? Move along. The drivers of both cars, reacting almost in unison, rolled down their windows and vehemently reprimanded the patrolling men. In their estimation, these individuals were likely seeking an excuse to extort money, considering their vehicles were parked in the middle of the road, which was technically a violation. Yes, I am aware these are the Song family's vehicles. I merely wish to make your acquaintance and offer my respects, one of the patrolling men said with a broad smile, producing a package as if performing a trick. One corner of the package was opened, revealing a glimmering blue soul stone. Respect? Do I know you? The bodyguard in the car, still cautious, refrained from accepting the package and regarded the patrolling man with confusion, his hand resting on his sidearm. You may not recognize me, but I know who you are. You are He-Yun, the Song family's personal bodyguard. I am Lu Fuyang's subordinate. It has come to my attention that you are quite familiar with him. If you could speak favorably of me in his presence, wouldn't it be easier for me to secure a promotion and raise? The patrolman's words effectively dispelled the bodyguard's wariness, as he correctly mentioned names that resonated with truth. Indeed, the bodyguard was named He-Yun, and Lu Fuyang was indeed a close friend. Most importantly, Lu Fuyang was the highest-ranking member of the patrol team, having been placed there by the Song family. Very well, you have some wits about you. Hand over the package, and I shall speak to old Lu on your behalf. By the way, what is your name? The bodyguard's demeanor softened, and he extended his hand to receive the package. Here, take it. The patrolman seized the opportunity to lean forward, nearly inserting his head into the car. As for my name, it is Death." As soon as the words fell, the patrolling man sprang into action, swiftly drawing a blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably sharp, and with lightning speed, he severed the bodyguard's throat. Chapter 36. The crisis approaches. The bodyguard in the vehicle widened his eyes in terror, clutching his throat with both hands, unable to fathom that he was being assassinated. Furthermore, his assailant exhibited exceptional skill and possessed an intimate understanding of him. What was happening? "Shoot, quiet now, quiet. Just die quickly, do not struggle." The assailant leaned half his body through the car window, one hand covering the bodyguard's mouth, while the other pressed him firmly against the seat. In mere moments, the bodyguard's eyes remained open, lifeless. In the vehicle behind, a nearly identical scene unfolded, and thus, the two bodyguards left outside met their demise. The first step was complete. It was time to commence the operation. The assassin pushed the bodyguard's lifeless body aside, opened the car door, and spoke into the radio. "Received. Begin the operation." A sinister voice emanated from the radio, and instantly, several members of the Bloodstain group appeared from all directions, each wielding silent laser weapons. Crouching low as they stealthily advanced towards the Changrong Hotel. One must acknowledge that despite the robust appearances of the Bloodstain group members, their combat proficiency was remarkably high. Their tactical maneuvers flowed seamlessly, rivaling that of elite special forces. At that moment, within the Changrong Hotel, 6 bodyguards remained vigilant. 2 on the first floor and 4 on the second, all tasked with protecting Miss Song in a room on the second floor. However, just 2 seconds after the Bloodstain group issued their operational command, one bodyguard on the first floor, seizing the opportunity while another was distracted, swiftly drew his laser pistol from his waist and without hesitation, fired a shot at the head of his unsuspecting counterpart. A faint electrical sound resonated, and before the bodyguard could comprehend what had transpired, he collapsed, his head pierced by the laser beam. Immediately, the shooter redirected his weapon towards the front desk, where another guard had just raised his head, still oblivious to the chaos. "I'm sorry, but it's your misfortune to be on duty today. It's time for you to meet your maker." A cold smile crept across the bodyguard's lips, and before the front desk attendant could react, he fired again, sending the attendant crumpling to the ground. Almost simultaneously with the attendant's fall, Bloodstain charged into the hotel, spotting the fallen bodyguard. He gave a thumbs up to the only survivor on the first floor. "Sun Li, well done." Bloodstain clearly recognized the bodyguard named Sun Li, who, it seemed, was the undercover operative Mr. Chun had mentioned. To his surprise, Sun Li was actually the personal bodyguard of Xiao Lan, indicating a position of considerable importance. No wonder Mr. Chen had needed to exercise such resolve to employ this undercover asset. "You all hide. There are still 4 upstairs. I will lure them down, and you can take care of them." Sun Li maintained his composure, his countenance as cold as ever. Once the members of the Bloodstain group had concealed themselves, he picked up the intercom and spoke to the bodyguards above. "There's a situation. Send 2 individuals down and leave 2 at the stairway to guard. Quickly." His tone carried a hint of urgency, prompting an immediate acknowledgement from the others before the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. Suddenly, the 2 descending bodyguards were swiftly eliminated by the hidden members of the Bloodstain group. As their bodies fell, 2 others stepped forward to catch them. Meanwhile, the remaining bodyguards were lured upstairs by Sun Li, only to be met with a hail of gunfire from the approaching Bloodstain members. Thus far, the operations of the Bloodstain group proceeded with extraordinary ease. In less than 5 minutes, all 8 bodyguards brought by Song Xiaolan had perished, their demise occurring with barely a whisper, ensuring no one else took notice. Ultimately, Blood Li stationed 5 individuals to defend the first floor while he led the remaining 8. Following Sun Li to the door of Li Muqing's room. Knocking gently, Sun Li called, "Who is it?" Song Xiaolan's female assistant furrowed her brow. Song Xiaolan was still engaged in conversation with Li Muqing, and it was rather impolite for someone to interrupt. "It's me. I have something to discuss. Please open the door." Sun Li's voice came from outside. Upon hearing this, the assistant exchanged a glance with Song Xiaolan, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to rise and open the door. As the door swung open, revealing Sun Li, the assistant felt a moment of relief, only for it to be shattered as Sun Li raised his gun, a laser beam piercing through her head. The look of astonishment remained etched on her face as her body crumpled backward. Inside the room, Qin Xie reacted instinctively, reaching for her weapon, but Sun Li's shot found its mark, striking her hand. "Miss Yubao, please refrain from any sudden movements. I cannot guarantee where my next shot will land," he coldly warned. His aim was precise, and the threat was palpable, causing Qin Xie to stand rooted in place, her eyes fixed on Sun Li like a hawk. Neither Li Muqing nor Song Xiaolan dared to move, the sudden turn of events startling Li Muqing. Song Xiaolan, equally shaken, was consumed by fury upon realizing that Sun Li had just shot her assistant. "Such a beautiful woman, and you let her die so easily, Sun Li. You show no mercy," she lamented. Before she could speak further, a voice from outside drew everyone's attention. It was Bloodly, who entered with his subordinates from the Bloodstained group, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Though he mocked Sun Li, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Siya. Bloodstained group. Bloodly. Qin Siya recognized him instantly. Her teeth clenched as she spoke through gritted lips. Beside her, Li Muqing was taken aback. He had never anticipated that these individuals belonged to the infamous Bloodstained group. However, how dare they act brazenly in broad daylight, conspiring with the bodyguards of the Song family? Sun Li, why is this happening? The Song family has treated you well? What is the reason for this? While Qin Siya's focus remained on the Bloodstained group, Song Xiaolan's attention did not linger on Sun Li. Once she regained her composure, she stood up, fixing her gaze on Sun Li, articulating her words deliberately. Indeed, the Song family has treated me well, but regrettably, I have never belonged to the Song family. Sun Li, with an impassive expression, shook his head, choosing silence as he turned to leave, signaling that the matter was now in the hands of Xue Li. The members of the Bloodstained group surged forward, two of them roughly searching Li Muqing, pinning him to a chair, while another pair began to probe Song Xiaolan's body. Their movements were somewhat gentler, avoiding sensitive areas. Yet the contact still caused Song Xiaolan's brows to furrow, as such an invasion was utterly distasteful to her. After the search confirmed that neither Li Muqing nor Song Xiaolan bore any weapons, they were restrained in their seats, unable to move. However, Qin Siya's treatment was markedly different. Two brutish members of the Bloodstained group forcefully bound her hands behind her back and dragged her to face Xue Li. One of them kicked the back of her knees, compelling her to kneel. What do you want? Witnessing Qin Siya's humiliation, Li Muqing's eyes reddened instantly as he struggled to rise, but was firmly held down by a member of the Bloodstained group behind him, immobilized. Judging by the force exerted upon him, this member appeared to have undergone C-grade enhancement. Or perhaps, none of the Bloodstained group members were below C-grade enhancement. Chapter 37. The key individuals sit tight and watch. Were it not for the boss wanting you alive, you would already be dead. The member of the Bloodstained group pressed Li Muqing back onto the chair, casually delivering a blow to his head with a menacing tone. Li Muqing, unable to escape, remained seated, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Xue Li. Xue Li, towering over Qin Siya, slowly crouched down, lifting her chin with a hand to raise her head. Ah, you thought you could evade us, but ultimately, you have fallen into the hands of our Bloodstained group. He disregarded the cold indifference in Qin Siya's eyes, speaking with a twisted interest while caressing her face to feel her smooth skin. Spit. Qin Siya remained silent, simply spitting in Xue Li's face. Good, very good, such a fiery temperament, I admire that. Wiping the spit from his face, Xue Li maintained his grin, yet suddenly unleashed a powerful punch into Qin Siya's abdomen. The force was tremendous. She screamed in agony, feeling her insides shift violently, her body curling like a shrimp, trembling uncontrollably. After the punch, Xue Li did not relent. He seized her ponytail, forcing her head back to behold her face, which was contorted in pain. A thrill coursing through him. I hope you can remain this fierce moving forward. I shall meticulously craft you into a submissive little slave, and once I tire of you, I will hand you over to my comrades, at which point you shall become but a mere hound, grasping the essence of a life that is neither livable nor bearable. You will come to understand that our Bloodscar society is not to be trifled with. The words of Xue Li fell upon Qin Siya and Li Muqing like a chilling gale, stirring even the steadfast heart of Qin Siya. For she comprehended the gravity of his threat. It was entirely within his power to bring such a fate upon her. The thought that she might truly become as Xue Li described filled her with despair, leading her to contemplate that perhaps it would be better to embrace death. Release her. What do you intend to do? Qin Siya, tormented by Xue Li's cruelty, found it impossible for Li Muqing to remain calm amidst the turmoil. Yet, despite her struggles, she was firmly held in place, pinned to the chair, her shoulders gripped painfully. Humph, this matter concerns me and her alone. What business is it of yours? You are but a pretty boy, unaware of the depths of despair you could have faced had it not been for the intervention of others. Li Muqing's movements finally caught Xue Li's attention, prompting him to release Qin Siya. He regarded Li Muqing with disdain, uttering his contemptuous remarks. Time is of the essence. Cease your games and make haste. At that moment, Sun Li re-entered to offer his reminder. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Why the urgency? I still wish to enjoy the company of this beautiful lady. Xue Li smiled at Sun Li but suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the kneeling Qin Siya, the force nearly causing his two subordinates to lose their grip on her. The impact left Qin Siya's face flushed, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating she had sustained internal injuries. Fortunately, after this brutal act, Xue Li ceased his aggression, gesturing for his men to prepare for departure. The members of the Bloodscar Society immediately sprang into action, roughly dragging Li Muqing and Song Xiaolan away while the others formed a line, ready to exit. Witnessing this scene, Li Muqing's heart raced. The opportunity had finally presented itself. If Xue Li were to take them away from the inn, and subsequently out of Anning Town, matters would spiral beyond control. Even if Li Muqing could escape using the wristband, it would be too late for Qin Xia. Thus, the only chance for liberation lay within the confines of the inn, and Li Muqing understood this was the pivotal moment. Although he appeared physically weakened and unarmed, he recalled the formidable weapon concealed within their room. The Bloodscar Society had hastily searched Li Muqing and Song Xiaolan, but had overlooked several boxes nearby. They remained blissfully ignorant that one of those boxes contained a fully assembled high-end firearm. If Li Muqing could seize the moment and free himself, he might just obtain the weapon and mount a counterattack. Even in the event of failure, he could always use the wristband to return and, after 12 hours, seek out assistance to rescue Qin Xia. Though this was the outcome that Li Muqing dreaded the most, he understood a fundamental truth: as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. In the room at that moment, besides the restrained Li Muqing and his 2 companions, there were also 8 members of the Bloodstained group, including Shueli. Shueli led the way, followed by 2 individuals restraining Qin Xia, while 2 others flanked the sides, and the last 2 escorted Li Muqing and Song Xianglan from behind. Upon rising, Li Muqing quickly glanced at Song Xianglan, signaling her with his eyes. She happened to look back and noticed something unusual about him. Li Muqing blinked rapidly, then cast his gaze toward the 2 Bloodstained group members at the rear, striving to convey his intentions through his expression. In his estimation, as a high-ranking figure within a formidable faction, Song Xianglan could not possibly be a mere ornament. She must possess some skills, though he was uncertain of their caliber. He intended to communicate. "I will handle the one behind me. You take care of yours. Is that agreeable?" It was a somewhat intricate message, and he was unsure if it had been effectively conveyed. Yet Song Xianglan also blinked in response, seemingly indicating her understanding. In truth, Li Muqing was taking a gamble, not only on his ability to seize the firearm, but also on whether Song Xianglan could eliminate the other adversary. If successful, the subsequent actions would be manageable. If not, the worst-case scenario would be leaving Qin Xia and Song Xianglan behind and fleeing alone. Taking a deep breath, Li Muqing gradually calmed his mind. He waited for the opportune moment, and as the individuals ahead began to move, their attention directed forward, he suddenly bent down, feigning instability as if about to fall. The individual behind him took the bait, stepping forward in an attempt to seize Li Muqing. This was precisely the moment he had been anticipating. He collapsed to the ground, disregarding his composure, and executed a roll that allowed him to evade the grasp while positioning himself beside the table where the boxes were stored. "What are you trying to do?" The Bloodstained group member shouted angrily, drawing the attention of those in front. At this moment, Li Muqing raised his hand with unprecedented swiftness, yanking down the box from the desk. The box was not locked, and as it fell, he instinctively reached inside, fortuitously grasping the nightingale. If fate was on my side, then let me claim victory. Fortunately, Li Muqing's enhancements had begun to take effect. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wield the 20-pound nightingale with one hand. In the next instant, the sound of electricity crackled as a beam of laser pierced the skull of the assailant lunging toward him, resulting in instantaneous demise. The laser, relentless in its trajectory, continued onward, striking another Bloodstained group member in the neck and severing his head entirely. Almost simultaneously with Li Muqing's successful shot, Song Xianglan made her move. She acted with remarkable speed, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Li Muqing, and delivered a powerful kick backward, causing the individual behind her to lose their balance. Then, with a fluid and graceful turn, she extended her hand, and before anyone could discern her actions, there echoed several sharp cracks. The unfortunate member of the Bloodmark team found all his limbs dislocated and was struck on the throat with a single blow, collapsing to the ground in agony. Having dispatched one foe, Song Xiaolan did not pause. Her foot moved, and her figure flashed as she charged towards another adversary ahead. The movements of the two transpired in the blink of an eye. The Bloodmark team suffered the immediate loss of 3 members, while the remaining 5 quickly reacted, their years of battle experience prompting them to execute tactical maneuvers, scattering to seek cover while adjusting their attack postures. Freed from the constraints of those behind her, Li Muqing raised her firearm, albeit with an unorthodox grip, and unleashed a torrent of erratic shots towards the front. However, her firepower was primarily directed at Qin Xia, not with the intent to kill, but to compel those restraining her to relent. Indeed, after several beams of laser light were discharged, her objective was achieved. In the ensuing chaos, the 2 individuals who had restrained Qin Xia were too preoccupied to consider anything else. They shoved her forward and hurriedly ducked away, allowing Qin Xia to regain her freedom. Chapter 38. Close combat. The 2 who had captured Qin Xia leaped away, but Li Muqing had no intention of letting them escape. The barrel of her nightingale gleamed ominously, with a significant portion of her ammunition aimed squarely at them. Their speed was remarkable, although they evaded most of the laser beams. Li Muqing was relentless, disregarding the number of bullets in her magazine as she continued to fire. Though her marksmanship left much to be desired, fortune favored her. One assailant was struck in the calf, losing balance and tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, a laser pierced his chest, and he lay gasping, the light of life swiftly fading. The other assailant was also hit, a beam penetrating his shoulder, causing him to falter at a crucial moment when he was nearly safe behind a corner. However, a swiftly rising Qinxia ensnared his foot and brought him crashing down. With remarkable speed, she sprang to her feet, seizing the moment, gritting her teeth against the pain, and dragged the wounded man to the ground. Then, executing a sidestep, she positioned her elbow to deliver a devastating blow to his neck. A sickening crack resonated through the air as his spine shattered, and he fell unconscious, eyes rolling back. By this juncture, Li Muqing's sudden assault had decimated 5 members of the Bloodmark team, leaving only 3 standing, including Bloodly. However, her suppression of firepower was short-lived. The Nightingale was powerful, yet its battery drained swiftly. Without regard for the ammunition, her frenzied shooting lasted less than 10 seconds before her magazine was entirely exhausted. Damn it all. As the gunfire ceased, the Bloodmark members who had taken cover immediately retrieved their weapons, aiming at Li Muqing. Yet, just as one fired, Bloodly swiftly knocked the barrel downward. It must be noted that the members of the Bloodmark team were well trained. The laser beam shot forth barely grazed the scalp of Li Muqing as it whizzed past. The searing heat of the laser reduced several strands of Li Muqing's hair to mere ash, startling him into retreating his head and rolling aside. Do not fire your weapons. We need him alive. If either of those two dies, we are doomed, he warned. Bloodly, witnessing Li Muqing's near demise, felt a surge of dread. He was well aware of Mr. Chen's capabilities. While he could not openly confront Song Xiaolon, dealing with a ragtag group like theirs was a trivial matter. With a fierce shove, he pushed the scarred-faced man beside him and commanded, "Go." He out of bullets. Engage in close combat and capture him. I will handle the ghost leopard. Sun Li, hurry in and deal with Song Xiaolon. Make it swift. The laser bullets fired have already drawn attention. With that, he and the scarred man charged out, while Sun Li revealed himself, lunging towards Song Xiaolon. Midway, Bloodly recalled something and added, "Only use firearms as a last resort. Even if you must shoot, avoid vital spots. I trust that even if they sustain a few wounds, our superior will not pursue the matter too rigorously." This served as a reminder to everyone. The members of the Bloodstain group were not unarmed. They carried firearms. Should Li Muqing and his companions resist stubbornly and delay, they might have no choice but to resort to gunfire, provided they did not inflict fatal wounds. Upon hearing Bloodly's words and observing the fierce, crazed expression of the scarred man charging towards him, Li Muqing's lips twitched as he contemplated fleeing. However, after a moment of internal struggle, he resolved to stay, quickly reaching into his pocket to retrieve the electric gloves that had not been confiscated. With these on, even if he could not overpower the scarred man, he would still have the means to subdue him if given the chance. As he donned the gloves, Li Muqing hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Just as the scarred man closed the distance between them, the scarred man paused momentarily, surprised by the sight of the gloves, but did not hesitate. He swiftly approached Li Muqing, crouched low, and executed a sweeping kick that sent the inexperienced fighter crashing to the ground. How dishonorable. Is this how you fight? Li Muqing mentally berated, but his body was already betraying him, falling backward uncontrollably. The scarred man seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches, one striking Li Muqing's abdomen, launching him into the air, where he collided with the wall before crumpling to the floor. Experiencing such a devastating blow for the first time, even with the effects of the C-grade enhancement serum coursing through him, doubling his muscle and bone strength, Li Muqing still felt an overwhelming pain, his head spinning as he gasped for breath on the ground. On the opposite side of the room, Qinxia, witnessing Li Muqing's injury, was frantic to free herself from Bloodly's grasp and rushed to his aid. However, Bloodly immediately discerned her intentions, grinning maliciously as he intensified his assault. "Humph. Your opponent is me. Focus on the fight." With those words, he landed a punch on Qinxia, forcing her to stumble backward until she collided with the wall. Coming to a halt, Shueli possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of Qinxia. However, while Shueli excels in brute force and aggression, Qinxia is characterized by her agility and finesse. In the confined space of the hotel room, Qinxia finds her techniques hindered, and within just a few exchanges, she is already being overpowered by Shueli. Compounding her predicament is her recent severe injury, leaving her with no choice but to defend desperately. In another corner of the room, Song Xiaolon is engaged in a fierce battle, single-handedly confronting both Sun Li and another member of the Bloodstain group. To Li Muqing's astonishment, Song Xiaolon's skills surpass those of Qinxia. Moreover, she employs a unique set of techniques, should she manage to grasp an opponent's limbs. They risk dislocation. The first victim of her prowess serves as a testament to her capabilities, prompting Sun Li and the bloodstained member to hesitate in close combat. Wary of being countered by Song Xiaolan, after another exchange, Sun Li retreats slightly, recalling how he narrowly escaped her grip on his wrist, nearly suffering a dislocation. Miss Song, I never imagined your abilities were so remarkable. I was completely unaware of it before, Sun Li remarks, his expression darkening. As Song Xiaolan's personal bodyguard, he is dismayed to discover that he had no knowledge of her true strength. Some things are perhaps better kept to oneself, otherwise, encountering a traitor like you leaves one utterly defenseless. Song Xiaolan's tone is equally frosty. She never anticipated that the so-called most loyal bodyguard of the Song family would betray her. Fortunately, she has a mysterious master guiding her, otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Even if you possess some skill, it is futile before firearms, Sun Li asserts, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Song Xiaolan. It appears he has run out of patience, realizing that to subdue her with his own prowess would consume precious time they can ill afford. Upon witnessing Sun Li's action, Song Xiaolan's countenance shifts, sensing impending danger as the situation deteriorates further. Chapter 39. Crisis averted with a gun pointed at her. Song Xiaolan feels as though a venomous serpent has fixated upon her, an unsettling sensation enveloping her. She instinctively shifts her body, but in the next moment, Sun Li pulls the trigger. The bullet grazes her left arm, instantly tearing through her exquisite garment and leaving a searing burn on her otherwise flawless skin. Make another move, and the bullet will penetrate your arm, Sun Li states coldly. Song Xiaolan is incredulous. She barely moved, yet Sun Li actually fired. Although the shot results in only a superficial wound, the underlying threat is unmistakable. From Sun Li's words, it is evident that any further movement might lead to far graver consequences. After this warning shot, Song Xiaolan becomes acutely aware of the need for caution. She understood that Sun Li was undeniably a formidable character, exhibiting a coldness and decisiveness that surpassed even Xue Li. This was evident from his demeanor upon entering the room. Sun Li tilted his head, signaling the remaining member of the bloodstained group to restrain Song Xiaolan. The man nodded and retrieved a pair of handcuffs, advancing toward Song Xiaolan. Just then, a blue laser bullet suddenly shot in from the side, striking Sun Li's handgun with unerring accuracy. The intense heat of the laser melted half of the gun, causing Sun Li to instinctively discard it in pain. What was happening? Furious, Sun Li turned to discover Li Muqing brandishing a laser gun, aimed directly at him, ready to pull the trigger once more. The sight sent a shiver down his spine, and he abandoned concern for Song Xiaolan, crouching low and dashing for the exit. But how did Li Muqing acquire a gun again? Hadn't Nightingale run out of ammunition? Merely 5 seconds prior, Li Muqing had been knocked to the ground by Scarface. He had been dazed from the blow, on the verge of losing his capacity to resist, when he unexpectedly noticed a body lying nearby, the corpse of the first blood-stained member he had slain. This realization invigorated Li Muqing. He reached out and felt a long, cold object. Indeed, it was a laser weapon. Scarface, intent on subduing Li Muqing, rushed over to seize it, but Li Muqing seemed to anticipate this move. Suddenly releasing the gun, he grasped one of Scarface's hands with both of his own. Simultaneously, the power of the electric gloves surged to full capacity, 10 discharge units operating at maximum load, delivering the equivalent of 10 stun batons worth of voltage to Scarface's hand. The shock was overwhelming. Even with his C-grade enhanced physique, Scarface struggled to withstand such a tremendous voltage. His hair standing on end, his body trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Scarface's physical prowess proved formidable. After just a second, he yanked his hand free, staggering backward, unable to regain his footing. Seizing this opportunity, Li Muqing, despite the pain coursing through his body, forcefully grabbed the gun from the corpse and aimed it at Sun Li. Whether it was skill or fortune, the bullet struck Sun Li's handgun, not injuring him, but liberating Song Xiaolan from her peril. Unfortunately, the laser gun was set to single-shot mode. Li Muqing, mistakenly believing it would fire continuously like the Nightingale, missed the optimal moment to shoot. By the time he realized and prepared to fire again, Sun Li had already made his escape. Reluctantly, Li Muqing redirected his aim at another bloodstained member beside Song Xiaolan and decisively pulled the trigger. The unfortunate fellow was just about to approach and cuff Qin Xiaolan when, before he could make his move, Sun Li fled. In a moment of bewilderment, he was pierced in the lower abdomen by a bullet, letting out a cry of agony before suddenly feeling a tremendous force at his chest. It was none other than Song Xiaolan, who had closed the distance and seized his clothing. After a swift maneuver, the man found his limbs rendered immobile, his eyes rolling back, leaving him in a state of uncertainty between life and death. With the operation in tatters, a hasty retreat was imperative. Sun Li had already dashed outside, casually exchanging a remark with Xue Li before bolting away without a backward glance. His decisiveness was palpable. He recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, and further confrontation was futile, prompting his swift withdrawal. Damn it, I curse your ancestors. Shueli seethed as he witnessed Sun Li dart away like a rabbit, his frustration manifesting in curses. However, he also noticed the firearm in Li Muqing's grasp. Understanding that the situation was irretrievable, in a fit of rage, he unleashed a series of powerful punches upon Qin Xie, sending her sprawling across the room. Subsequently, Shueli dragged the struggling Scarface out the door alongside him. In that instant, the room was left with only the fallen members of the Bloodstained Society, some lifeless and others unconscious, alongside Li Muqing, Qin Xie, and Song Xiaolan. The unexpected turn of events left Qin Xie momentarily dazed. Just a second ago, she had been locked in a life-and-death struggle with Shueli, yet now she found herself pushed back, her opponent having fled. Xiaoya catch. Li Muqing, disregarding Qin Xie's thoughts, tossed the gun towards her. He was acutely aware of his own lack of marksmanship, finding little difference between wielding a gun and a mere stick. However, once the weapon was in Qin Xie's hands, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Indeed, as she grasped the gun, her demeanor transformed. She deftly operated some mechanism, and the gun emitted a couple of clicks. Without hesitation, Qin Xie charged toward the doorway, raising the firearm to shoot. Unfortunately, before even half a second had passed, she retreated. Li Muqing then witnessed a flurry of laser bullets soaring past the entrance. It appeared that reinforcements from the Bloodstained Society had arrived on the first floor. Fortunately, the immediate crisis had been averted had they delayed any longer in driving Shueli and his associates away. The arrival of the remaining members of the Bloodstained Society would have rendered Li Muqing's acquisition of the gun futile. The opposing firepower was intense, and Qin Xie could not risk exposing herself, resorting to firing the gun indiscriminately, likely yielding little in terms of results. Moments later, the chaotic barrage of laser bullets ceased, and as Qin Xie peeked outside, she confirmed that the Bloodstained Society members had indeed vanished. Instinctively, she stood to pursue, but just as she took a step forward, she heard a voice from behind. Don't chase. We are safer up here. The speaker was Song Xiaolan, who had picked up the nightingale that Li Muqing had discarded, reloaded it with a fresh magazine, and approached a window, shattering the glass with the stock of the gun. Li Muqing and Qin Xie hastily joined her. The vantage point was excellent, allowing them to witness the Bloodstained Society members rushing out of the hotel towards the vehicles by the roadside. The sound of breaking glass drew their attention, and upon looking up, they saw Li Muqing and his companions by the window, prompting them to raise their weapons and fire. Faced with the enemy's relentless fire, the trio had no choice but to crouch down and evade the bullets. Outnumbered, they knew that confrontation was unwise. However, it was evident from the demeanor of the Bloodstained group that they were genuinely retreating, indicating that this crisis had been averted. Chapter 40. 10 seconds and 10 bullets they're leaving. Song Xiaolan remarked calmly, listening to the sounds outside. At that moment, the gunfire had begun to dwindle, and the roar of car engines filled the street, signaling that Blood Li and his associates were preparing to depart. Could they truly let them escape so easily? A sense of indignation marred Qin Xie's expression. After being caught off guard by Blood Li and the Bloodstained group, suffering near-fatal injuries, how could she allow them to flee unscathed? Song Xiaolan, understanding Qin Xie's frustrations, remained silent. Instead, she handed over the nightingale and said, "You have a maximum of 10 seconds." Qin Xie took the gun, rising abruptly to see that two cars had already sped dozens of meters away and were accelerating. Approximately 500 meters ahead lay a turn, and there was no way they could reach the corner in under 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Qin Xie set the gun on the windowsill, adopting a standard sniper's stance. After a brief moment of aiming, she pulled the trigger. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as the nightingale's muzzle flared, unleashing a laser beam roughly 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, which swiftly hurtled towards the luxury sedan ahead. This beam was significantly more potent than the laser bullets Li Muqing had fired earlier. In an instant, it crossed the distance and struck the rear of the car. Yet, to her dismay, the powerful laser merely left a black mark on the vehicle before being deflected away. My car has been specially reinforced to withstand cannon fire. Ordinary bullets and energy beams are ineffective. Target the vehicle behind, Song Xiaolan kindly advised from the side. Upon hearing this, Qin Xie bit her lip, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. In her brief observation, she had already noted that Blood Li, Sun Li, and the scarred man had boarded the luxury sedan, while the other members of the Bloodstained group had entered the rugged SUV at the rear. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, Qin Xie harbored the most animosity towards Blood Li. Eliminating him would be ideal. Yet, at that moment, she lacked a viable plan. Song Xiaolan's vehicle was undoubtedly fortified against gunfire, and they were at a loss for a quick solution. After grappling with her thoughts for a mere 5 seconds, Qin Xie slightly adjusted her aim, targeting the rear wheel of the rugged SUV. Her first shot went astray and missed its mark. The SUV, having realized it was under attack, responded by unleashing gunfire from two weapons protruding from the rear window, wildly spraying shots in her direction. Regrettably, in their fervent attempt to evade the formidable Nightingale's strikes, their vehicle maneuvered in an S-shaped pattern at high speed. This erratic motion rendered aiming exceedingly difficult. The bullets whizzed through the air, yet not a single one veered toward the window. Harnessing her formidable mental fortitude, Qin Xie disregarded the scattered laser bullets and proceeded to fire a second shot. This time, the beam struck the rear fender of the SUV, penetrating it and leaving a small hole in the vehicle's frame. Having missed her intended targets twice, Qin Xie inhaled deeply, compelling herself to regain her composure. After a brief pause, she unleashed her third shot, with a sharp crack, accompanied by the piercing sound of the laser generator. The laser bullet finally struck the rear tire of the rugged SUV, obliterating it and even penetrating the wheel rim. The now unbalanced vehicle began to skid along the road. Its uncontrolled inertia compounded by its weight, causing it to veer sideways and ultimately roll over, crashing into a nearby building before coming to a halt, utterly mangled. Having neutralized the SUV in approximately 5 seconds, she noted that the sedan had already traversed 2/3 of the distance to the turn, a mere 100 meters away. For a car already at high speed, this distance could be covered in less than 2 seconds. Nevertheless, Qin Xie redirected her aim toward the sedan. This time, she had no time to take careful aim and could only rely on instinct. In the span of a heartbeat, she pulled the trigger 4 times, unleashing 4 beams of laser fire that struck the vehicle almost simultaneously. Alas, Song Xiaolan's car was incredibly robust, aside from one bullet shattering the right side rearview mirror. The rest were deflected by the external armor. As Qin Xie continued to pull the trigger, the Nightingale fell silent, leaving her to watch helplessly as the sedan executed a slick drift and vanished around the corner. The Nightingale's potency was significant, but it was due to Qin Xie's earlier choice of single-shot mode, which, unlike Li Muqing's earlier burst mode, delivered greater power at a cost. Each standard battery could only provide energy for 10 shots, and after discharging all 10, the weapon's power would be depleted. With the car now out of sight, Qin Xie seemed to lose her strength, exhaling heavily as she slid down the wall to the ground, utterly drained. Beside her, Li Muqing shared a similar fate. Having been intensely focused on Qin Xie's shooting, he now found himself devoid of a target. The sudden shift in attention brought forth a wave of pain that surged through his body, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. In contrast, Song Xiaolan appeared to fare much better. She had sustained no serious injuries and was not as disheveled as her companions. Observing both Li Muqing and Qin Xie collapsed on the ground, she hurried to assist them, but was halted by Li Muqing's request. "No, let me rest a moment. I will rise once I recover." Since Li Muqing had spoken, Song Xiaolan felt there was little she could do but sit quietly by the bedside, awaiting the unfolding of events. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shattered the stillness of the room. A mere 10 seconds after silence had enveloped it, Li Muqing remained seated, fully aware that the source of the commotion was undoubtedly the explosion of the off-road vehicle. In the wake of this detonation, the Bloodmarks gang was left with only Blood Reed and Scarface. Although Blood Reed had survived, which slightly disappointed Li Muqing, it nonetheless provided a measure of satisfaction. Shortly after the explosion, the clamor of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. A group of uniformed individuals, armed and resolute, surged into the room. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of lifeless bodies strewn across the floor and the walls riddled with charred holes from laser bullets, they were momentarily taken aback. In Anning Town, it was indeed their first encounter with a hotel room reminiscent of a battlefield. "Miss Song?" After a brief period of astonishment, the leader of the group managed to recognize Song Xiaolan, stammering her name in disbelief. Upon receiving her affirmation, he rushed forward, eager to express his deference. These individuals belonged to the City Defense Corps, akin to the police in the real world. Naturally, their arrival came only after the situation had been resolved, leaving one speechless. With the City Defense Corps now present, matters became considerably simpler. Through their assistance, Song Xiaolan relayed the news of her ambush to the Song family. 10 minutes later, a substantial contingent of the Song family's elite arrived, taking control of the Changrong Hotel and the entire street on which it stood. Li Muqing and Qin Xie were graciously invited by the Song family into a luxurious mobile home converted from a bus, where a medical team awaited them to treat their injuries. The injuries sustained by Li Muqing and Qin Xie were neither trivial nor severe. Both had endured significant blows, resulting in superficial wounds alongside internal bruising and some displacement. Having both been administered enhancement serums, they could have recovered in a few days in the wild. However, with the intervention of the Song family's medical team, a few injections and 2 dark red pills later, they felt almost entirely healed. Once the medical team had attended to their wounds, they respectfully withdrew, leaving the spacious luxury mobile home occupied solely by Li Muqing and Qin Xie, who reclined on the plush sofa, allowing their bodies to relax. "Xiaoye, Li Muqing mused. After this, the Blood Marks gang should be a thing of the past. Wouldn't you agree? Since he had casually called her Xiaoya earlier, he now addressed Qin Xia in the same manner. While the Blood Marks gang seemed to have been dismantled, the survival of Blood Reed still posed a threat. The thought of Blood Reed's successful escape weighed heavily on Qin Xia's heart. Look on the bright side, she reminded herself. Although Blood Reed has evaded death, he lacks the power to instigate further chaos. Moreover, with the demise of the Blood Marks gang, we have avenged a significant part of Nanan's suffering, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Li Muqing discerned that Qin Xia still harbored some lingering concerns regarding the escape from Xueli. He promptly offered words of consolation. As for Xueli, let us not dwell on him. It is perhaps for the best that he remains absent. Should he cross my path again, I shall undoubtedly end his life. At this declaration, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Xia's gaze. What was once mere enmity with the Bloodstained Guild and Xueli had now escalated into an irreconcilable vendetta. How dare he lay a hand on my Xiaoya? Should I encounter him again, I vow to obliterate him. Li Muqing echoed fiercely from the side. My Xiaoya? The utterance of this phrase by Li Muqing caused Qin Xia to feel an unusual flutter in her heart. Recalling the fervent expression and fervor with which Li Muqing had acted when she was assaulted, she instinctively turned her gaze away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Why is your face so flushed? Is an internal injury acting up again? I shall fetch a doctor. Observing the change in Qin Xia's complexion, Li Muqing sprang up, intent on summoning a physician, but Qin Xia hurriedly intervened, her face reddening further. At that moment, the sound of the car door opening resonated, and Song Xiaolan gracefully approached. Miss Song, Li Muqing exclaimed, rising promptly. After all, they were on her territory, and etiquette must be observed. Noticing Li Muqing standing, Song Xiaolan hurried 2 steps forward to steady him, smiling as she said, Mr. Tianxi, please, do not stand on ceremony. Make yourself at home, do not feel constrained. With that, she gently pressed Li Muqing back into his seat and positioned herself opposite him. Li Muqing scrutinized Song Xiaolan, noting that she had changed into a different outfit. This ensemble bore intricate lace patterns, and he could faintly discern a bandage wrapped around her left arm. It appeared that while she was not visible moments ago, she had already received treatment outside. Mr. Tianxi, Miss Yubao, I just heard from the doctor that your injuries are not severe. After taking the special medication and resting for the night, you shall recover fully. Once seated, Song Xiaolan initiated a conversation regarding Li Muqing and Qin Xia's injuries. Indeed, we feel much better now. The medical expertise of the Song family is truly commendable. We are immensely grateful to you, Miss Song. What gratitude is owed? It is I who should express my thanks. Suddenly, Song Xiaolan's demeanor grew serious as she stood, respectfully bowing to Li Muqing. Mr. Tianxi, Miss Yubao, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, I, or rather, our Song family, would have suffered greatly. Please, do not mention it. Li Muqing immediately leapt to his feet, repeatedly waving his hands. Our actions were not solely to save you. We were also seeking our own salvation. Furthermore, the Bloodstained Guild must have followed us to the Changrong Hotel. As he spoke, memories of the innocent front desk clerk at the hotel and Song Xiaolan's bodyguards surfaced in his mind, casting a shadow over his expression. The horrific fates that befell those individuals remained vividly etched in his memory, and he felt a profound sense of guilt for the fact that their demise was intertwined with his and Qin Xia's presence. No, regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Tianxi. Were it not for your timely intervention on 2 critical occasions, deftly averting the crisis, we would not be conversing here today. At this juncture, Song Xiaolan paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the Bloodstained Society's audacity to act in Anning Town is primarily directed at our Song family, specifically at me. Thus, it is not you who have attracted the Bloodstained Society, but rather we all have inadvertently drawn them in together. Oh, what do you mean? Li Muqing inquired with newfound interest, eagerly pressing for more information. Beside her, Qin Xia also perked up her ears. Although she was aware that the breach at the Changrong Inn was due to the betrayal of Song Xiaolan's bodyguard, Sun Li, she remained perplexed about the reasons behind his treachery and his collusion with the Bloodstained Society, especially in such broad daylight. Since you both wish to know, allow me to elucidate briefly. I have already dispatched servants to investigate and have obtained some findings. To be honest, I was quite astonished upon hearing the results. Song Xiaolan began to reveal everything she knew, articulating her thoughts with deliberate clarity. In truth, the reality aligned with what we already understood. Sun Li was an operative placed within the Qin family by Mr. Chen many years prior. Having concealed himself deeply within the Song family without ever making contact or exposing his identity, his cover was only compromised by the arrival of Qin Xia, which attracted the Bloodstained Society's attention and led them to discover that Li Muqing intended to negotiate a deal with the Song family regarding canned goods. Given the potential ramifications of this matter, which could disrupt the delicate power balance among Anning Town's elite, Mr. Chen had no choice but to activate Sun Li as an informant. It is undeniable that Sun Li's sudden betrayal rendered the Song family's defenses as fragile as paper. The Bloodstained Society nearly succeeded in abducting Song Xiaolan and her companions. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of the audacious Li Muqing, the fate of the three of them would remain uncertain. So, are you suggesting that someone wished to thwart your family's acquisition of the canned goods agency, instigating the recent incident? After this exposition, Li Muqing grasped the situation. While the enmity between the Bloodstained Society and Qin Xie was indeed the initial catalyst, the ultimate cause of this ambush stemmed from a power struggle among the high-ranking individuals in Anning Town. That would be an accurate assessment, Song Xiaolan nodded. But who could it be? A bittersweet smile crossed Song Xiaolan's face as she replied, "We are currently unable to ascertain that. The Bloodstained Society appears to have emerged from thin air, and with Sun Li's escape, we have no leads whatsoever. It is not surprising that you are unaware. If that individual deliberately sought to remain anonymous, they would have orchestrated the Bloodstained Society's actions. However, were we to be captured, we would likely uncover the identity of the person behind it all." Li Muqing stroked her chin, contemplating the implications of Bloodstained Society's reluctance to resort to lethal force. Suddenly, she began to understand the underlying significance. "Mr. Tianci, you jest. With individuals like you among us, no matter how perilous the situation, we are certain to transform danger into safety." Song Xiaolan refrained from responding directly, instead silently cherishing the sentiment. "By the way, have Sun Li and the others truly escaped? Did you fail to apprehend them?" Suddenly, Li Muqing recalled something and inquired. Chapter 42. An unexpected invitation. They have indeed fled, at least as of now. Our Song family has not captured Sun Li and his companions. With a hint of embarrassment, Song Xiaolan lowered her gaze. As one of the 7 powerful families in Anning Town, it was rather shameful that they couldn't even capture a handful of individuals. News of this would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Our people located the car they were in 2 blocks away, but they have vanished without a trace. We scoured several neighboring blocks and found no sign of them. They are likely hidden in a secluded location. Pausing for a moment, Song Xiaolan continued. It is certain that someone is assisting and concealing them from outside, which is why we cannot locate them. After all, there are places that our men cannot search freely. Moreover, the other 6 families would revel in our embarrassment, and anyone could be hiding them. Our men cannot recklessly intrude upon their domains. At this point, Li Muqing grasped the situation entirely. The Bloodstain Group was evidently dispatched by a formidable power to undertake nefarious tasks. Although the operation had failed, the mastermind would not idly allow his subordinates to be captured. He would certainly not permit any information that could jeopardize his interests to be leaked. Even without immediate evidence of wrongdoing, should any traces of this behind-the-scenes interference be uncovered, the Song family would have grounds to retaliate from other fronts. Consequently, this would lead to a cascade of troubles and consequences. To avert such complications, the puppet master would strive to preserve those who had fled. As Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing elucidated the matter, 3 blocks away from the Changrong Hotel, Mr. Chen sat in a building with several members of the Bloodstain Group. Crash! A finely crafted glass was hurled to the ground by the grim-faced Mr. Chen, landing right at the feet of the pale Bloodstain, with shards of glass even tearing through Bloodstain's trousers. Despite this, Bloodstain remained bowed, paralyzed with fear, awaiting Mr. Chen's judgment. The scarred man behind him mirrored his stance, while Sun Li, surprisingly, stood behind Mr. Chen, maintaining a cold demeanor as he stared at Bloodstain. "Is this the level of incompetence you display? How dare you return?" After a prolonged silence, Mr. Chen coldly uttered these words, causing the nearly stagnant air to swirl once more. "Mr. Chen, everything was proceeding according to plan. We had indeed captured the individuals and were preparing to retreat. However, that fellow named Tianci seemed to have drawn courage from nowhere, daring to make such a move. We were also caught off guard by the presence of an assembled Nightingale weapon, leading to our ambush," they stammered. "Are you incapable of even the simplest task of searching? How could you allow someone to conceal a weapon? Do you still dare to call yourselves elites?" Mr. Chen was seething with anger. In his intelligence reports, Tianci was merely a fledgling who had just injected a strengthening agent. Yet, it was precisely this individual who had unraveled his meticulously crafted plan. Time is indeed a precious commodity, and the quivering tone of Shui Li betrays the urgency of the situation. They simply cannot afford the luxury of scouring every corner. In such moments, time equates to life. Enough with the excuses. Since the endeavor has met with failure, it is time to contemplate a remedy. Mr. Chen raised his hand to silence Shui Li's attempts at further justification, pausing in thought before continuing. "Sun Li, you must avoid appearing in Anning Town for the time being. Depart tonight and return to your hometown. Arrangements have been made for you to assume leadership there. Subsequent tasks will be communicated to you." "Yes, adoptive father," Sun Li, positioned behind Mr. Chen, bowed his head in acquiescence, a title that made Shui Li abruptly lift his gaze in surprise. It was unexpected to discover that Sun Li was Mr. Chen's adopted son, a position of such esteemed privilege. Yet he had been undercover within the Song family for so many years. Indeed, Mr. Chun was quite generous. Unbeknownst to Shui Li, Mr. Chun had numerous adopted sons, many of whom were not merely nominal but rather meticulously trained assassins. At Mr. Chen's command, these sons would undertake any task, displaying unwavering loyalty even in the face of peril. As for you, Shui Li, remain here for the time being. I will assign someone to monitor Tianxi's movements. When they leave the city, it will be your opportunity to act. I shall grant you one final chance. Should you fail this time, you will be utterly erased. With that, Mr. Chen rose, departing without a backward glance. Sun Li cast a fleeting glance at Shui Li before following Mr. Chen out. Though he too had faltered, Sun Li's role had merely been supportive, and he had performed admirably, fulfilling his duties to perfection. Even if punishment were to follow, it would not fall upon his shoulders. Shui Li remained resolute. This time, he would surely accomplish the task. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Mr. Chun until his figure vanished from sight. He felt the weight of the moment. Once they departed, only Shui Li and the scarred-faced man remained in the room, their bodies sagging under the immense pressure exerted by Mr. Chen moments prior. You Bao, next time you shan't be so fortunate. Should I lay eyes on you again, it will be your end. Reflecting on the moment when he nearly seized Qin Xia, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Shui Li's eyes. Since Mr. Chun promised him another opportunity, next time, he would ensure that Qin Xia met her demise without a shred of mercy. Mr. Tianxi, according to your original plan, you intended to leave Anning Town today and return to your base, correct? In the vehicle, Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing engaged in conversation until they were interrupted by voices from outside, discussing some matter before returning to the car and posing this question. Yes, we had indeed planned to depart Anning Town after our transaction with you, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Li Muqing and Qin Xia exchanged resigned smiles. In his original strategy, after delivering the samples to Song Xiaolan, he intended for her to take action against the Bloodstained group. Having concluded all matters, it was time to return to the Panhai Villa district with a sense of tranquility. Little did he know, before he could articulate his thoughts, the Bloodstained group had already made their approach, targeting Song Xiaolan among others. There was no need for Li Muqing to intervene. The Bloodstained group had positioned themselves directly against the Song family. However, now only two individuals remained, Bloodcap and Scarface, who would likely find it impossible to remain in Anning Town. The Song family had already dispatched personnel to seal the city gates and conduct a thorough search throughout the town for these individuals. Now, are the two of you not in a hurry to leave? It seems my father wishes to meet you and express his gratitude. Would you be so kind as to honor us with your presence at our home? Quite unexpectedly, Song Xiaolan extended an invitation to Li Muqing and his companions. Chapter 43. Within the Song family, your father wishes to meet us? To invite us to the Song residence? Upon hearing this, Li Muqing cast a surprised glance at Song Xiaolan. As one of the 7 most influential figures in Anning Town, her father, Song Zhuang, had personally extended an invitation to Li Muqing. Despite being an outsider in this world, Li Muqing felt a profound sense of astonishment at this gesture. Do not underestimate Anning Town merely because it is a small settlement. That would be a grave misjudgment. Through recent observations, Li Muqing had come to realize that Anning Town, located near Changyang City, was indeed a place of considerable renown. It boasted a vast influx of people and a plethora of traded goods. Most importantly, it possessed its own independent production base, capable of manufacturing weapons and ammunition, even engaging in autonomous research and development. One could assert that Anning Town, aside from its lack of agricultural advancements, was on par with a small city in most other respects. This was a thriving enclave amidst the wasteland, flourishing even as the population had dwindled by more than 1/10. The capabilities of those governing Anning Town were thus apparent. Indeed, my father has insisted that I extend this invitation to you both, as he wishes to personally convey his gratitude. Originally, Mr. Tianxi, my father intended to discuss business matters himself. However, he was preoccupied with another significant project and believed that I might engage in more relatable conversation with you due to our similar ages. Hence, he entrusted me to liaise with you, Mr. Tianxi. The implication in Song Xiaolan's words was clear. Song Zhuang had taken a keen interest in Li Muqing, especially since he had recently come to her aid. Thus, this opportunity to dine together would serve as a gesture of hospitality. Given the earnestness of her invitation, Li Muqing and Qin Xia exchanged glances and, finding no inclination to refuse, nodded in agreement. After all, it would be unwise to disregard the favor of Song Zhuang. Very well, then. Please take a moment to rest. I will make the necessary arrangements and return shortly to escort you. With that, Song Xiaolan rose and departed from the vehicle. Before long, Song Xiaolan made the necessary preparations, guiding Li Muqing and the others from the vehicle and onto another luxurious car of the same brand. heading towards the very heart of Anning Town. The center of Anning Town is not a bustling commercial square teeming with crowds, but rather a residential area designated for individuals of high status. The decision to establish their homes in the very core of the city is primarily motivated by concerns for personal safety. In the event of any unrest on the outskirts of the city, this central location provides ample buffer space. Should a monstrous siege occur, there would be numerous pawns on the periphery to impede the assault, granting the denizens of the central zone considerable time to react. With the escape routes they have meticulously cultivated over the years, these elite individuals can easily evacuate Anning Town, safeguarding their lives to the greatest extent possible, provided they have sufficient time. After a journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the heart of Anning Town. Access to this area required passing through a grand gate, guarded by numerous armed personnel, indicating that this was no ordinary location. Once inside the gate, a different vista unfolded before them, filled with lush greenery and newly erected villas, each uniquely designed. However, one common feature among them was that every villa possessed a generously sized courtyard, the design of which was entirely at the whim of its owner. Gazing around, it was evident that only about 20 villas were enclosed by tall walls, yet each occupied a vast expanse of land, confirming that those who resided here were indeed the most prominent figures of Anning Town. Under Song Xiaolon's guidance, Li Muqing and her companions arrived at one of the villas, which towered 5 stories high and sprawled over a considerable area, its overall aesthetic reminiscent of a European castle, imbued with a sense of modern technological flair that evoked a refreshing feeling. "We have arrived, this is my home. Please, follow me," she said. The car halted before the grand entrance, and as Song Xiaolon approached the door, it opened automatically. With a radiant smile, she led Li Muqing forward. As they walked, Li Muqing observed numerous peculiar items, such as autonomous armed robots, hovering flying saucers, and uniquely designed turret cannons, all strategically placed around the perimeter, truly fortified to the teeth, ensuring that no stranger could intrude even a step into the villa's domain. Are all these creations produced right here in Anning Town? Li Muqing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of such advanced technology, yet she maintained a facade of calm as she inquired of Song Xiaolon. Indeed, they are all manufactured in Anning Town. However, the technological complexity of these devices makes sourcing the materials quite challenging, rendering mass production unfeasible. They are primarily intended for security and defense, Song Xiaolon replied, noticing Li Muqing's keen interest in her family's defensive gear and sharing her insights without reservation. As Li Muqing listened to the various convenient functions of these machines, her intrigue deepened, although she could not transport them back to the real world. If such technology could be integrated into her own stronghold, it would significantly enhance its security. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to seize the opportunity during dinner to converse with Song Zhuang, exploring possibilities to acquire some exquisite items to take back, even if they came at a premium. For such treasures were indeed rare. Under the guidance of Song Xiaolon, the trio entered the residence, where the opulent decor left Li Muqing astonished. Though he hailed from the contemporary world and had witnessed numerous lavish interiors on television, the grandeur of the Song family's abode was unparalleled. After a brief stroll, they arrived at a grand banquet hall, where a modest round table adorned with 4 exquisite chairs awaited them, likely the designated dining area. "Is father preparing to return?" Song Xiaolon inquired of an elderly gentleman clad in black nearby. "The master shall return in approximately 10 minutes, the elder replied with a slight bow. "Very well. Let us commence with the service," she instructed. The elder nodded and exited. "Please, take your seats," he beckoned as they settled down. Shortly thereafter, the sound of activity resonated from outside the banquet hall, as a procession of maidens entered, each bearing ornate platters. The dishes had evidently been prepared in advance, ready to be served as soon as the guests arrived. The array of delicacies far surpassed the previous meal hosted by Song Xiaolon, showcasing an impressive assortment of dishes, each more elaborate than the last. Li Muqing even spotted several ingredients that would be deemed precious in the real world, leaving him to ponder how they had procured such luxuries in a desolate wasteland. Within a mere 5 minutes, the table was laden with 18 meticulously arranged dishes, each a culinary masterpiece, likely worth at least 500 soul stones if sold externally. Although the feast was laid out, the trio refrained from partaking, as the host had yet to arrive. After a few moments of anticipation, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, and with the grand doors swinging open, a figure of authority strode in. Song Zhuang had finally arrived. Chapter 44. Farewells. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Song Xiaolon immediately rose, softly calling out, "Father." Li Muqing and Qin Xia promptly followed suit, adhering to the decorum expected in another's home. "Ha ha ha, you must be Mr. Tianxi and Miss Yubao. I have longed to meet you, and you certainly do not disappoint. Both are striking figures destined for greatness. Please, be seated," Song Zhuang declared, his presence commanding as he approached Li Muqing with purposeful strides, patting his shoulder and urging him to sit. Generous and unpretentious. Song Zhuang's demeanor left a favorable impression on Li Muqing. As Li Muqing opened his mouth to greet Song Zhuang, he found himself momentarily at a loss, stammering on the surname Song without knowing how to proceed. Sensing the young man's hesitation, Song Zhuang quickly interjected, "Dear Tianci, I am but your elder by a few years. If it pleases you, you may address me as Uncle Song. Should you feel it too presumptuous, calling me Brother Song would suffice." Ha! A seemingly casual remark elevated Li Muqing's affection for Song Zhuang to a higher tier. Indeed, those who manage to ascend to positions of power are rarely simple characters. "Then I shall not be shy, and I will address you as Uncle Song," he declared. "Ah, indeed. Given your appearance, my precious daughter is probably older than you. Calling you uncle would not be a loss at all. Have you been waiting long? Come, do not stand on ceremony. Let us dine while we converse." With that, Song Zhuang eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. As Song Zhuang moved, the other three followed suit. After the previous intense battle, Li Muqing was ravenous, and the array of delectable dishes before him was irresistible. He found himself indulging, taking mouthful after mouthful. Qin Xia, seated nearby, did not fare much better. She had little regard for etiquette and simply ate what was available, though she maintained a relatively civilized manner, not resorting to gluttony. Observing Li Muqing and the others feasting heartily seemed to delight Song Zhuang, who energetically served them both. Throughout the meal, Li Muqing's bowl never ran empty, as dishes were continually placed before him, either by Song Zhuang or Song Xiaolon. As they ate, Song Zhuang engaged in light-hearted banter about the customs and culture of Anning Town, never once broaching the earlier events or inquiring about the canned goods. After nearly 10 uninterrupted minutes of dining, Li Muqing finally slowed his pace, yet the table bore witness to the consumption of more than half of the 18 dishes, a testament to their hearty appetites. "Ah, how splendid! In my youthful days, I could eat just as heartily as you. Alas, age has caught up with me, and I can no longer indulge as I once did." Song Zhuang had sampled each dish only lightly, not partaking excessively. Noticing Li Muqing's satisfied demeanor, he finally spoke. "Uncle Song appears quite youthful. I believe you could easily handle 3 or 5 bowls," Li Muqing complimented. "Haha, young friend Tianci certainly knows how to flatter. My daughter is already grown. I am no longer young." At this juncture, Song Zhuang formally expressed his gratitude to the two. "Were it not for you, my daughter would have been taken away." He nodded slightly toward Li Muqing as a gesture of thanks. Thus, Song Zhuang finally broached the main topic of the day. Originally, he had invited Li Muqing to dinner under the pretense of gratitude, and now he had finally articulated it. "Uncle Song, you flatter me. There is no need to thank us. We acted out of self-preservation." Li Muqing quickly deflected, asserting that his efforts were not solely to rescue Song Xiaolon, but also to ensure their own safety. "Regardless, you both saved Xiaolon once. That is an undeniable fact. Moreover, you are significant clients of the Song family, which only strengthens our ties. Therefore, if there is anything you require from me, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse if it is within my power." Song Zhuang spoke earnestly, indicating his genuine desire to extend more assistance to Li Muqing, irrespective of the underlying reasons. However, to Li Muqing's ears, the words sounded as if someone had offered a pillow just as he began to doze off, leaving him genuinely troubled about how to approach Song Zhuang. Is it truly feasible? Are all demands acceptable? Certainly, as long as I am capable of fulfilling them. Hee. Then I shall not hold back. With a sudden mischievous grin, Li Muqing remarked, "Uncle Song, I noticed that the mechanical guards and sentry cannons in your estate are rather impressive. If there are any surplus units, would you be so kind as to sell me 10 or 8 sets?" At that moment, what weighed most heavily on Li Muqing's mind were the sci-fi-esque mechanical devices he had glimpsed in Song's courtyard. Possessing such items would significantly enhance his safety in the wasteland. As for other needs, he had none at present. "The armed machines in my estate?" Song Zhuang was somewhat taken aback, both by Li Muqing's promptness in making a request and by the fact that he had taken a liking to those particular items. "Indeed, I had never encountered such advanced and intelligent defense machines before. Uncle Song, you must understand. I recently ventured out from the settlement and found myself in an abandoned villa area over 10 kilometers away, which was utterly desolate, a mere expanse of ruins. To ensure my own safety and to protect the goods I provide to you, I require formidable guarding forces. However, I do not require an excessive number of personnel, as those with armed strength are difficult to manage. The best solution would be to utilize these loyal, intelligent machines. What do you think? Could you bear to part with them?" Li Muqing's words flowed seamlessly, implying that his request was not solely for his own safety, but also for the safeguarding of the goods. This reasoning was one that Song Zhuang would find hard to refuse. "You rascal, you really do have a knack for selecting the finest items." Song Zhuang replied with a hint of resignation, shaking his head with a smile. It appeared that even he felt somewhat troubled by the prospect of parting with these coveted possessions. To be candid, these items are quite troublesome to manufacture. Although we possess the technology, our production line is outdated, and sourcing materials is exceedingly challenging. Creating a single machine requires several months, and thus, in the entire Anning town, there are not many available. Most are concentrated among just a few of us. Nevertheless, since you have made a request, it would be unbecoming of me, as an elder, to decline. Therefore, I shall allocate 2 sentry robots for automated sentry cannons and 20 self-destructing flying saucers from my warehouse as a gift to you. With a sweeping gesture, Song Zhuang offered these items, which, though not numerous, were undoubtedly valuable based on their names. Uncle Song, are you truly giving me so many fine items? How can I accept such generosity? Li Muqing feigned modesty, yet inwardly he was elated. Even Song Xiaolan, who was well aware of the Song family's resources, was astonished, for she understood that these items represented nearly half of their reserves. Enough of that. They are merely trifles compared to the debt of gratitude I owe for saving you. Song Zhuang replied. Song Zhuang interrupted Song Xiaolan, gazing at the smiling Li Muqing before continuing. Do not accuse Uncle Song of being petty. Allow me to be candid. These items represent more than half of the Song family's inventory. Beyond this, we truly have nothing left. Chapter 45. The Song family's night. What Uncle Song has offered is already more than I could ever hope for. How could I possibly complain about the quantity? Li Muqing quickly asserted. Although he privately felt that the items provided were rather limited, he sensed that the father-daughter duo from the Song family was indeed running low on stock. Very well. In 3 days, I shall arrange for these items to be transported to your stronghold, assisting you with some basic setup, while also retrieving our initial shipment. How does that sound? That is perfectly acceptable. Please proceed as you see fit, Uncle Song. With just a few exchanges, the allocation of a batch of defensive machinery was agreed upon. Li Muqing welcomed the Song family's offer to deliver, as the size of those items would have made it quite challenging for him and Qin Xie to transport them alone. Let us finalize this. By the way, you mentioned that your stronghold is still a dilapidated villa area. Would you like me to send someone to help with the reconstruction? Perhaps reinforce the walls to avoid unnecessary troubles? Song Zhuang proposed another idea. After exchanging glances, Li Muqing and Qin Xie readily agreed. With free labor available for repairs, why not take advantage of it? Thank you, Uncle Song, they expressed gratefully. It's merely a trivial effort, Song Zhuang replied. Now, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your meal and make yourselves at home tonight at the Song family residence. I will arrange for your return tomorrow. With an authoritative tone, Song Zhuang departed, leaving Li Muqing and the 2 others in the banquet hall. With Song Zhuang gone and their hunger satisfied, Li Muqing decided not to linger any longer. The night was drawing in, and given Song Zhuang's kind hospitality, he and Qin Xie decided to stay at the Song residence. After all, with such a spacious estate, accommodating the 2 of them posed no issue. That evening, Li Muqing had no particular engagements, so he urged Song Xiaolan to introduce him to the defensive machinery in the courtyard. Following her father's instructions to ensure Li Muqing's curiosity was thoroughly addressed, Song Xiaolan dutifully shared insights about the Song family's high-tech creations. Li Muqing was enthralled, wishing he could take one of the machines home with him. The night swiftly passed, and after Li Muqing and Qin Xie retired upstairs, Song Xiaolan did not rest, but instead made her way to a study where Song Zhuang was seated. Father, is it truly necessary to curry favor with that individual? Tianxi? She inquired straightforwardly. Of course it is, Song Zhuang replied, a hint of indulgence in his smile. How could you not grasp such a simple principle? Just think, have you ever seen the canned goods he possesses? No, it is only he who can provide these canned goods, and we are their sole agents. You must be aware of the immense potential these cans hold in our hands. Moreover, treating them well is not merely due to the cans, they indeed saved you once. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding that event, their act of saving my precious daughter is worth everything I have given. It seems that the external chatter holds some truth. Song Xiaolan is undoubtedly the chosen successor of Song Zhuang, occupying a significant position in his heart. Upon hearing Song Zhuang's heartfelt words, a hint of shyness crept onto Song Xiaolan's face as she rose to stand behind him, offering a shoulder massage, creating a scene filled with warmth. In the future, maintain closer ties with that fellow named Tianxi. He possesses an intriguing nature that even I find somewhat elusive. Nevertheless, he does not seem to be a malicious person. Although the background he shared with you sounds quite credible, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Moreover, he seems to harbor many secrets, particularly during your abduction when he displayed remarkable courage to turn the tide. Such capabilities are beyond our imagination. In any case, as long as he continues to supply the canned goods, allowing the Song family to remain the sole agents, that is sufficient. As for his other secrets, refrain from probing too deeply. Excessive curiosity may lead one into unforeseen entanglements. Saying this, Song Zhuang gently patted Song Xiaolan's delicate hand, hinting at something more. Oh, father, I would never, Song Xiaolan replied, playfully pinching Song Zhuang's shoulder, prompting him to burst into laughter. Subsequently, the topic of Li Muqing was not revisited, and the night for the Song family passed swiftly. The following morning, Li Muqing and the others arose early, having experienced a restful night. Aided by the effects of the medication, their injuries had largely healed. Li Muqing could not help but marvel at the enhanced physical capabilities and the exceptional medical skills of the Song family doctors. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Xiaolan, it was not long before Qin Xie arrived in an inconspicuous sedan to escort Li Muqing out of Anning Town via the West Gate. Initially, Song Xiaolan insisted on sending someone along, but Li Muqing was adamant against it. After a brief dispute, they settled on a compromise. The Song family would provide a vehicle, and Li Muqing would drive herself home. Thus, the car, carrying Qin Xie and Li Muqing along with the 4 black boxes from yesterday, began its journey back. The road between Anning Town and their stronghold spanned only a few kilometers, taking less than 20 minutes by car, quite a contrast to the 2+ hours it took to arrive. This trip to Anning Town proved to be incredibly fruitful. Once out of the city, Li Muqing adjusted her seat to a comfortable position, contentedly exclaiming her satisfaction. While the rewards were substantial, the dangers were not insignificant. Qin Xie bluntly doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. Upon our return, I shall thoroughly train you to unleash the potency of the enhancement medication and hone your combat abilities. I must say, boss, you are truly quite weak. Hey, let's not say that. It was thanks to me that we defeated those from the Bloodscar Society. Without my assistance, you might have faced them time and again. Li Muqing remarked, casually fiddling with the 4 black boxes in the back row, clearly exhibiting a hint of pride. Time and again. What does that mean? The naive Qin Xie, of course, was oblivious to the underlying implication in Li Muqing's words. Never mind, just focus on driving. I didn't expect you to know how to drive. I was planning to drive myself. The vehicles of this era were quite similar to those in the present world, 4 wheels controlled by a steering wheel, though they seemed to possess additional functions, with numerous buttons that Li Muqing had never encountered. Driving is merely a trivial task. My mentor taught me, and I learned it quite easily. Qin Xie shrugged, not considering driving to be a significant achievement. Wait, your mentor taught you? You have a mentor? Li Muqing's interest in Qin Xie's mention of a mentor was piqued. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would have become this formidable? My mentor, she is incredibly skilled. Qin Xie initially beamed with pride as she intended to introduce her mentor to Li Muqing. However, the next moment, her expression changed dramatically. She abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to swerve sharply to the right, nearly throwing Li Muqing out of his seat. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a deafening explosion erupted near the rear of the vehicle, creating a large crater in the road and sending plumes of black smoke spiraling into the air. There was no need for inquiry. Li Muqing understood that they were under attack. Chapter 46. Ambush. Boom. The explosion was caused by a rocket, landing precisely behind the left rear of Li Muqing's car. Had Qin Xie not reacted in time, the rocket might have struck the vehicle directly. Although it did not hit head-on, the shockwave from the explosion jolted the car violently, causing it to veer off the road and onto the roadside. Moreover, the vehicle sustained considerable damage from the blast. The left rear tire was punctured by shrapnel, the windows shattered, and numerous deep and shallow scars marred the left side of the car. Had it not been for the car's sturdy construction, Li Muqing likely would have met his demise on the spot. Here it comes again. Brace yourself. Without the glass, the whistling sound of the incoming rocket was alarmingly clear. Li Muqing instinctively grasped the armrest beside him, anxiously watching Qin Xie. Qin Xie's driving skills were exceptional, and her reflexes were remarkably swift. Utilizing the rearview mirror, she immediately assessed the trajectory of the rocket, taking swift action to maneuver the steering wheel and evade the direct assault. However, the vehicle still suffered further damage. Damn it. Who could it be? Is it the Song family? No, that can't be right. If they wanted us dead, they wouldn't have waited until now. And there's no reason for it. Li Muqing's mind was in turmoil. They had been joyfully returning to the city, but now, before they had even made it halfway, they were ambushed. It cannot be the Song family. It is highly likely to be the Bloodscar Society. Qin Xie's gaze was fixed intently ahead and in the rearview mirror as she expertly maneuvered the battered vehicle, striving to maintain a high speed on the uneven terrain. They had strayed from the road and were now traversing the outskirts, where the ground was relatively level, aided by the fact that the vegetation had withered almost completely, allowing for continued movement. Following 2 rocket launches, no further missiles had been sighted, yet the roar of the pursuing vehicle grew ever louder, indicating that they were being chased. What should they do? Stop or keep driving? Li Muqing turned to look back and saw a heavily modified off-road vehicle rapidly closing in, its menacing spikes glinting ominously under the dim sunlight. Stopping was not an option. If they halted, they would be rammed. I'll do my best to keep them at bay. Boss, shoot at them. Qin Xie spat out a mouthful of blood, having sustained another injury during the recent jolt. Though not severe, it left her feeling despondent. In just 2 days, she had been wounded twice, an unprecedented occurrence for her in recent years. All right, steady yourself, Li Muqing replied, promptly retrieving 2 firearms from the back seat, one a standard kinetic weapon, an assault rifle, and the other, the Nightingale. He clambered into the back seat, setting the Nightingale aside before raising the assault rifle and opening fire. The rapid succession of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down, enveloping the pursuing vehicle in a metallic storm. The sound of bullets ricocheting accompanied flashes of sparks as most were deflected by the vehicle's armored exterior. However, a few struck the glass, shattering it into sizable holes. Soon, the barrage of bullets ceased, leaving the rear window fractured like a spider's web, severely obstructing visibility. The occupants of the vehicle retaliated, smashing a fist through the front windshield, revealing their identities to Li Muqing. Blood scar, scarred face. There were only the 2 of them, and indeed, it was those 2. Blood scar was at the wheel, while scarred face, after pushing aside the shattered glass, immediately brandished a light machine gun, aiming it at Li Muqing and unleashing a hail of fire. It seemed they had only brought 2 rockets, failing to eliminate Li Muqing directly, so they resorted to gunfire. The torrent of bullets from the machine gun pulverized the rear of Li Muqing's vehicle, rendering him unable to raise his head. Unlike Qin Xie, who was battle-hardened, Li Muqing, as a modern individual with little combat experience, struggled to maintain his composure amidst the onslaught of bullets. This situation was untenable. He needed to devise a plan. Amidst the cacophony of bullets striking the vehicle, he shouted to Qin Xie, raising his voice to ensure it reached her ears. This situation is dire. I can only dodge as best I can. You need to shoot. Use the Nightingale. If you hit them, they won't withstand a few shots. Qin Xie responded with a mix of shouting and urgency, maneuvering her vehicle in an exceedingly awkward manner. Her body was nearly entirely hunched beneath the seat, allowing only a sliver of her head to peek out, as she endeavored to avoid the errant bullets flying around them. Unable to withstand the barrage of gunfire, Li Muqing managed a bitter smile. Indeed, they could not endure much more, yet it was imperative that they could strike back as well. In a moment of desperation, Li Muqing summoned her courage, extending a hand to thrust Nightingale's gun outward, aiming roughly in the direction of the rear-mounted machine gun, and resolutely pulled the trigger. Nightingale had been set to automatic fire mode, depleting the magazine's battery within mere seconds. Did I hit anything? I cannot see. Li Muqing dared not expose herself further, but sensed that the relentless gunfire from the rear was diminishing. She quickly inquired of Qin Xie, who was also struggling. Adjusting her position, she peered through the shattered remnants of the rearview mirror, finally catching sight of the situation behind them. To her astonishment, she discovered a delightful surprise. It appeared that the hood of the off-road vehicle had been pierced, and smoke was billowing forth, obscuring the view of Shui Li and his cohorts, thereby reducing the frequency of their gunfire. It's working. Change the battery, keep firing. The tires are failing. Hold on tight. Qin Xie exclaimed with exuberance, urging Li Muqing to persist. However, in the next moment, a sound of rubber rupturing and metal grinding echoed from beneath the vehicle, resembling a mournful wail. The tires, already ravaged by the rocket fire, finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of bullets and the treacherous terrain, completely tearing apart. Now, only the right front tire remained intact. The other 3 were utterly destroyed, their rims twisted beyond recognition. Following a gasp from Qin Xie, the vehicle transformed into a wild stallion, spiraling out of control, on the brink of overturning. Witnessing this, Shui Li's eyes gleamed with excitement, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he slammed the accelerator to the floor, disregarding the vehicle's critical damage, propelling it to its maximum speed. In an instant, the off-road vehicle surged forward as if propelled by a powerful kick from behind, catching the scarred-faced man off guard, who was abruptly pressed back into his seat, unable to even raise his weapon. Simultaneously, the engine beneath the hood emitted a deafening explosion, signaling its catastrophic failure, as flames erupted through the gaping hole, marking its demise. In a mere second, the off-road vehicle, like a colossal elephant, collided with the now uncontrollable sedan. The impact caused the sedan to lose all semblance of balance. It swayed precariously before commencing a roll, ultimately crashing into a tree, where it finally came to a halt. Chapter 47. A greater crisis. After being struck by the off-road vehicle, Li Muqing felt as though her body had been struck by a mighty hammer. Immediately, a whirlwind of sensations enveloped her, as she collided with various parts of the car before coming to a standstill. In a moment of clarity, Li Muqing realized he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, yet his mind was a tumultuous haze, disoriented and heavy, punctuated by painful jabs from the rifle lying beside him. Fortunately, both guns had expended their ammunition. Otherwise, a stray shot during his tumultuous movements could have resulted in dire consequences. Xie, are you all right? Despite the blurriness before him, as if the entire world spun in chaos, Li Muqing exerted every effort to regain his senses while calling out to Qin Xie. "I'm fine, boss," came Qin Xie's faint voice from beside him, indicating she too remained conscious, albeit in a precarious state. Reassured by her response, Li Muqing took a moment to assess their dire predicament. The vehicle had been severely deformed, leaving the interior space significantly constricted, with shattered glass and scattered debris creating a scene of utter disarray. Yet, amidst the misfortune, fortune smiled upon them. The car had not overturned and remained upright. However, the impact had caused the driver's compartment to collide with a stout, dead tree, resulting in a significant dent at the front, placing Qin Xie in a perilous situation as she was trapped. While she appeared uninjured to the naked eye, she was ensnared by the contorted door and steering wheel, revealing only her upper body, leaving the condition of her lower half uncertain. "Hold on, I will get out first, and then pull you free," Li Muqing urged, vigorously shaking his head to clear his mind. He forcefully grasped the door handle, unlocked it, and, after several robust kicks, managed to force the warped door open, clumsily crawling out into the open air. Emerging from the rear right door, Li Muqing immediately surveyed the position of the SUV. Its condition was similarly grim. Having collided with the sedan, it too had lost control, careening away. Fortunately, the SUV had not toppled but had come to a halt after crashing into a large boulder. Its front crumpled while the body remained largely intact. However, what sent a chill through Li Muqing was the sight of the SUV's door violently shaking, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, as if someone inside was struggling to escape. It must be Xueli. Panic surged through Li Muqing. His own situation was precarious, and Qin Xie was immobile. Should Xueli break free, they would undoubtedly be outmatched, leading to a grim fate. In a moment of desperation, Li Muqing rushed to the front passenger door, muscles tensed, and he pulled with all his might. With a sharp crack, the door handle detached in his grip. Yet the door remained stubbornly shut. "Damn it," he cursed, discarding the broken handle and gripping the window frame with both hands, pulling with all his strength. After a couple of seconds of exertion, he finally succeeded in wrenching the entire door free. At that moment, Li Muqing's strength had surged to 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, and in the throes of urgency, he unleashed even greater power, rendering the act of tearing off the door unsurprising. Li Muqing opened the car door, but at that precise moment, the door of the off-road vehicle was violently kicked open, revealing the formidable figure of Xueli stepping out. "Oh, you're still alive, pretty boy? Your life must be quite resilient," he sneered, his eyes locking onto the busy Li Muqing beside the sedan as he strode forward with purposeful strides. His pace was unhurried, and as he walked, he unsheathed 2 short blades from his waist. The overwhelming aura he exuded rendered Li Muqing momentarily breathless. Xueli chose not to wield a gun, opting instead for close combat weapons, indicating his determination to win this battle and his intent to inflict torment rather than a swift demise upon Li Muqing and his companion. Faced with such dire circumstances, Li Muqing's mind raced, quickly presenting him with 2 choices. He could retrieve his last 3 firearms from the vehicle and confront Xueli head-on, or he could hastily drag Qin Xie out to join forces against their adversary. What should he do? The mere sight of Xueli sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Li Muqing's body. He recognized his own inadequacies as a novice. Even with the enhancement serum coursing through his veins, he was no match for a battle-hardened warrior like Xueli. He feared that even with a firearm, Xueli could easily evade his bullets through sheer anticipation and eliminate him. The situation was painfully clear, unless absolutely necessary. Li Muqing truly did not wish to face Xueli alone. At that moment, Xueli was approximately 100 meters from the sedan, a distance that could be covered in mere strides. Yet, Xueli seemed to embrace a predatory mindset, advancing leisurely to maximize the psychological pressure on Li Muqing. "Xie, let us combine our strength. You must hurry out." In a frantic rush, Li Muqing dove into the vehicle, retrieving the firearm that had fallen inside and setting it aside before desperately tugging at the steering wheel to create any semblance of space for Qin Xie. Simultaneously, Qin Xie exerted all her effort, pushing against the seat and dashboard, contorting her body in an attempt to extricate herself. "Stuck, are we? Should I lend a hand?" Just as they were both straining, Xueli's mocking voice echoed ominously from behind them, startling Li Muqing. He had never anticipated that Xueli would appear so swiftly at his rear. Qin Xie's reflexes were remarkably quick. She seized the handgun from the seat and fired in Li Muqing's direction. This action once again made Li Muqing acutely aware of the peril of having a gun pointed at his head by Qin Xie. However, this time, she wielded a conventional kinetic pistol, and the thunderous report resonated, with bullets whizzing past his ears, inducing a fleeting bout of tinnitus. Xueli's reaction was equally swift. Upon witnessing Qin Xie discharge her weapon, he immediately retreated, creating a distance of several dozen meters with a series of agile leaps, successfully evading her shots. "You think you're the only one with a gun? I have one too." Xueli grinned menacingly, drawing out his own handgun with lightning speed and aiming to fire. Li Muqing reacted swiftly, picking up the car door from the ground to shield himself. In the next moment, a cacophony of clattering sounds reached his ears, accompanied by the vibrations coursing through his hand, indicating that most of the bullets had been deflected by the door. However, the shooter, Xueli, possessed an exceptionally cunning angle, and the door in Li Muqing's grasp could only protect him from a single direction. The vehicle was now riddled with bullet holes, and moments later, a suppressed groan escaped Qin Siye's lips, causing a heavy sensation to settle in Li Muqing's heart as he turned to look. Indeed, Qin Siye had been shot. A crimson spot appeared on her left arm, and the excruciating pain rendered her complexion even more pallid, blood seeping rapidly from the wound. Li Muqing opened his mouth, desperate to utter something, but before he could speak, Qin Siye's expression shifted once more as she valiantly leaned forward, using her body to shield him. In the next instant, another spray of blood erupted from her shoulder. She had, astonishingly, taken a bullet for him. At that moment, Li Muqing's eyes turned red. Chapter 48. The Outburst of Li Muqing. As Qin Siye's blood splattered before him, even landing on his face, Li Muqing felt as though his heart was being torn apart by some unseen force. Subsequently, an unnamed fury surged from within, ascending toward the heavens. In that instant, he felt utterly unencumbered by anything, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Xueli and avenge Qin Siye. The blood coursing through his veins quickened, and he felt his muscles strengthen beyond their usual capacity. With one hand bracing the car door and the other embracing Qin Siye, he positioned himself protectively in front of her. Outside the vehicle, Xueli's gun quickly ran out of ammunition. At that moment, Li Muqing's mind was strikingly clear. Upon hearing the sound of the empty magazine, he leaped out of the car, summoning all his strength to hurl the door toward Xueli. The car door, weighing dozens of pounds, was thrown with tremendous force, spinning through the air as it hurtled toward Xueli at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Xueli's expression shifted, and without a moment to spare to reload, he swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the deadly projectile. The spinning door sailed past him, crashing into a distant dead tree, splintering it in half before finally landing and sliding across the ground for some distance before coming to a halt. Xueli, still shaken, gazed at the door, reflecting that had he not reacted quickly, he might have suffered a grievous injury. Even Li Muqing himself did not realize that the strength he had just exhibited was more than double his usual power. Perhaps this was the raw strength born from fury. With the door thrown and missing its target, Li Muqing remained undeterred. He swiftly grasped the laser rifle he had set aside, took aim with precision, and began to fire. Li Muqing felt invigorated, as if Xueli had been magnified in his sight. He roared while meticulously pulling the trigger, ensuring that each laser shot flew toward Xueli's head. As the target, Blood Claw was naturally terrified, feeling as if his very soul had left his body. He was utterly bewildered by how Li Muqing, who should have been a novice, had suddenly transformed into such a formidable opponent, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. It was one thing for him to possess remarkable strength, but his marksmanship had also become exceptionally precise. Even Blood Claw found it challenging to evade the laser bullets with his limited mobility. Therefore, with no other recourse, Blood Claw was compelled to retreat further, seeking refuge behind some rocks and dead wood, creating distance between himself and Li Muqing to avoid being struck by the bullets. After exhausting a standard battery's worth of ammunition, he had managed to distance himself over 200 meters away. At this range, the stability and lethality of the laser rifle's projectiles began to diminish, allowing him a greater chance to evade the shots. However, despite having emptied his magazine, Li Muqing was in no rush to reload, for his objective had already been accomplished, to temporarily force Blood Claw back, at least preventing him from closing in for 10 seconds. Casting aside the spent laser rifle, Li Muqing leaned into the vehicle, inhaled deeply, and then grasped the seat behind Qin Siye. With a roar, he exerted all his might. In an astonishing moment, the steel frame of the seat emitted a disconcerting creak as it bent backward under his force. Once the seat had bent to a certain degree, Li Muqing seized the steering wheel and yanked it, along with half of the dashboard, free from its place, thereby granting Qin Siye sufficient space to escape. Supporting her under her arms, he pulled her out of the car, and they finally emerged into the open air. However, just as they settled onto the ground, Qin Siye suddenly sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching. Turning her head in alarm, she discovered that Blood Claw had charged at them. He brandished a short knife, slicing through the air with a menacing force aimed directly at Li Muqing. Realizing that Li Muqing had turned to save her and had even discarded his gun without reloading, Blood Claw seized the opportunity and rushed over at his utmost speed. The transformation in Li Muqing had instilled a sense of danger in him, prompting a shift in his mindset as he sought to eliminate Li Muqing with all haste. In her moment of urgency, Qin Siye had little time to react. She leaned back, pushing Li Muqing down, and then rolled aside, narrowly avoiding Blood Claw's deadly strike. At that moment, Li Muqing also realized how perilously close Blood Claw's blade had come to him, sending a jolt of alarm through him. It was at this critical juncture, when Blood Claw was momentarily weakened, that Li Muqing summoned an unexpected surge of strength, springing up from the ground and delivering a swift kick to Blood Claw's wrist like a phantom. The force of the kick was immense. Blood Claw, in pain, lost his grip on the knife, stumbling backward in disarray. Li Muqing, seizing the moment, pursued him relentlessly, fists raised. His punches lacked finesse, being wild and uncoordinated. Yet every strike carried considerable force. Blood Claw, still unable to regain his balance, was struck by several blows. However, this was where Li Muqing's onslaught came to a halt. For the Blood Claw, every one of Li Muqing's attacks appeared rife with openings. After enduring several blows, Xueli finally steadied himself, evading with a swift crouch before he forcefully charged with his shoulder, sending Li Muqing, who had left his abdomen exposed, flying. As he soared through the air, Li Muqing coughed up blood. The impact on his abdomen had rattled his internal organs, leaving him with internal injuries from a single strike. Despite having gained a modicum of strength, his lack of combat awareness was glaringly evident, rendering him little more than a child in the presence of Xueli. Following the collision, Xueli let out a sinister laugh and prepared to pursue, but at that moment, Qin Xie finally stepped forward. Though her left arm had been shot multiple times, her overall condition remained relatively intact. Her lower body, trapped yet unscathed, had allowed her to regain her fighting spirit after a brief adjustment. With the agility of a leopard, she drew her short blade and silently lunged at Xueli. Clang. Xueli was no novice. Although most of his attention was on Li Muqing, he remained aware of Qin Xie. Upon her approach, he swiftly raised his remaining short knife to parry the surprise attack. Failing to land a hit, Qin Xie retreated immediately. They were no longer in a hotel room, but rather in the wilderness, where ample space would enable her to leverage her agility. Thus, the second round of Xueli versus Qin Xie commenced. Neither was in prime condition, yet their fighting spirit was fervent. After several brief clashes, neither gained the upper hand, inadvertently granting Li Muqing a moment to catch his breath. At that moment, Li Muqing felt intense pain in his chest and abdomen. The sudden burst of energy was beginning to take its toll, and his strength was gradually waning, causing his vision to blur. Nevertheless, he dared not relent, gritting his teeth and struggling to rise, for he knew that his companions were still engaged in battle not far from him. However, he had nearly exhausted his close combat abilities. To defeat Xueli, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him as he spotted something, prompting him to crawl towards the vehicle until he reached a black box. Chapter 49. The drone's contribution. This black box was one of the small gifts presented to Li Muqing by Song Xiaolan, containing 5 miniature drones. According to Song Xiaolan, this drone set possessed remarkably powerful capabilities, excelling in reconnaissance, decapitation, terrain detection, and more. What attracted Li Muqing was its decapitation function. The previous night at the Song residence, he had specifically requested Song Xiaolan to teach him how to operate the drones, and she had even registered him as a user with the highest permissions. Now, all Li Muqing needed to do was retrieve the drone's control terminal and designate Xueli as the target for decapitation, allowing the drone to swiftly execute its mission. This was the best plan Li Muqing could conceive at that moment. Li Muqing opened the black box and retrieved a transparent panel. After pressing a designated spot marked for fingerprints, the panel swiftly activated, displaying a series of data, while Li Muqing meticulously calibrated the drone. The confrontation between Xueli and Qin Xie escalated to a fever pitch. In a mere minute, the two had clashed numerous times, inflicting several wounds upon each other. Yet neither was close to delivering the final blow. As Xueli sent Qin Xie flying once more, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. His dark gaze fell upon Li Muqing, who was engrossed in manipulating something. Although the contents of the black box remained obscured, Xueli instinctively sensed that it was likely something nefarious. Consequently, he instinctively charged towards Li Muqing, disregarding the agile Qin Xie flitting around him. Xueli understood that it would take time to determine a victor between himself and Qin Xie. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate the evidently weaker Li Muqing first. Seeing Xueli shift his focus, Qin Xie felt a surge of urgency and promptly launched an offensive. However, in the face of her assault, Xueli needed only to perform a simple block, refraining from any counterattacks as he pressed forward. At this moment, Qin Xie truly panicked, abandoning her agility and flexibility to focus solely on delivering a fierce attack. Yet, the more frantic she became, the more errors she made, revealing her vulnerabilities. Before long, Xueli seized upon one of her openings, deflecting her short blade and delivering a powerful kick to her slender waist. Qin Xie was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth. Xueli's kick was no trifling matter, and it was evident that she had sustained grave injuries. Nevertheless, Qin Xie managed to buy Li Muqing a mere 5 seconds. After kicking her away, Shueli did not pursue, but instead turned and charged towards Li Muqing. At that moment, the distance between them was only a few dozen meters, just 4 or 5 strides for Shueli to reach Li Muqing. Li Muqing had pushed his hand's speed to the limit, yet the control panel was far more complex than he had anticipated. Merely selecting a mode and choosing a target consumed an inordinate amount of his time. Die, brat. Shueli had closed the distance, his short blade poised to pierce Li Muqing's chest. Should he succeed, there would be no chance of survival for Li Muqing. In that critical instant, Li Muqing raised his hand and hurled the control panel toward Shueli's face, simultaneously tossing the black box aside. He then executed a roll, narrowly evading the deadly strike. When Shueli saw something hurtling toward him, he instinctively assumed it was a concealed weapon and swatted it away, only to discover it was merely a control device. Feeling tricked, Shueli's rage intensified, and he lunged toward Li Muqing with renewed ferocity. Boss, be careful. In the distance, Qin Xia, just recovering from her fall, could not help but shout out in alarm. Li Muqing caught a glimpse of Shueli's movement from the corner of his eye, and his heart raced momentarily. However, his physical condition was far from optimal. Both his speed and strength had diminished significantly, making it apparent that he could hardly evade this impending assault. Fortunately, he was positioned beside the vehicle, and with a swift tug, he retrieved a black box from within, hurling it directly at Shueli. The box clanged against Shueli's blade, shattering into pieces, with gold bars cascading out, nearly dazzling Shueli's eyes. Well, boy, are you performing magic? Stop struggling and accept your demise, Shueli growled, his frustration mounting as his attacks repeatedly failed to connect. It was infuriating for someone he deemed a mere insignificant pest to still be alive and kicking. With his firearm discarded and no ranged weapon at his disposal, he could only pursue his target relentlessly. Just as he prepared to launch another strike, a sudden whoosh from behind startled him. With a heightened sense of alertness, Shueli swiftly evaded, just as an electrified needle embedded itself where he had stood moments before. What was that? He gasped, turning to find 5 small drones silently hovering behind him, the needle having been fired by one of them. Observing the drones springing into action, Li Muqing finally exhaled in relief. Before discarding the controller, he had successfully made the final adjustments and activated the drones. Now, they had designated Shueli as their prime target, prepared to expend all their energy and weaponry in an attempt to eliminate him. These drones were indeed marvels of advanced technology, devoid of traditional rotor blades. Their silent flight was imperceptible even to Shueli. Following the initial electrified needle's launch, the remaining 4 drones reached their designated positions, forming a pentagonal formation around Shueli and simultaneously unleashing their electric needles. Each drone carried 3 of these needles, and despite Shueli's desperate attempts to evade, he ultimately fell victim to their onslaught, struck by 2 of the electrified projectiles. The instantaneous voltage coursing through the needles was immense, causing Shueli to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his muscular enhancements, a brief paralysis was unavoidable. Yet, the function of the electrified needles extended beyond mere assault, as Shueli lay prostrate. The previously discharged needles embedded in the ground suddenly ignited. The electrical current linked the 2 needles embedded in Shueli, weaving an intricate net of electricity that firmly restrained him, rendering him immobile. My goodness, this is incredibly powerful. Li Muqing marveled at the drone's offensive capabilities, astonished by the unexpected versatility of the electrified needles. However, had he been able to view the drone's control panel, he would have realized that while the dazzling display of electricity was indeed formidable, the energy consumption was equally substantial. In a mere moment, the energy of the drone had already diminished by half. Although Bloodclaw was subdued, logically, one should pursue the victory. However, at that moment, Li Muqing found himself at a loss, lacking any suitable tools to swiftly eliminate Bloodclaw, leaving him anxiously rooted in place. He pondered. Having initially programmed the drone to directly eliminate Bloodclaw, how had it now transformed into merely capturing him? Had the last thrown command inadvertently activated some option on the control panel? Fortunately, Li Muqing was not alone. Just as he grappled with uncertainty, a silent beam of laser light shot forth, striking Bloodclaw's head with precision, penetrating it entirely. Bloodclaw, with an expression of disbelief, lost his life utterly. Chapter 50. Unconsciousness and Awakening. Thus, Bloodclaw met his demise, killed by a single shot to the head. The assailant was none other than Qin Xia. Wielding a Hulang B4, an entry-level laser pistol that required a 0.5-second delay to fire. Unfortunately, Li Muqing's other firearms had already expended their ammunition, leaving Qin Xia with no choice but to seize the only remaining weapon capable of discharging bullets. Fortunately, Bloodclaw was already under control. Just one bullet was all that was needed to resolve the situation. After Bloodclaw's death, the drone recognized that the target had perished, automatically discharging the voltage from the arc needle and aligning itself neatly back into its case. leaving only a scattering of arc needles behind. Li Muqing exhaled in relief. Seeing Qin Xie approaching him, he managed a faint smile, but just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. In his consciousness, the last image before losing awareness was of Qin Xie rushing towards him with a look of concern. Thereafter, everything faded into oblivion. When Li Muqing next awoke, he found himself lying upon a soft bed, the ceiling above adorned with peeling wallpaper, strikingly familiar. Where am I? He mumbled in confusion. It felt as though he had indulged in a long slumber. His mind was somewhat hazy, yet he felt remarkably well, devoid of pain or dizziness, revitalized and alert. However, he was oblivious to his current location, as memories of his fainting spell slowly resurfaced. Upon recalling the moment Blood Claw fell, he let out another sigh of relief. Yet, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Although Blood Claw had died, there had been another pursuer with a scarred face. Why had that scarred face not reappeared? With this thought, Li Muqing bolted upright, as if the crisis had not yet passed. "Ah, boss, you're awake." At that moment, a somewhat languid voice drifted in from the side. Li Muqing focused his gaze to discover it was Mori, who was perched beside his bed, appearing as though she had just awakened. What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Mori, Li Muqing's heart finally settled. The surroundings instantly became more familiar, for he realized he had returned to the villa stronghold. "Sister Qin entrusted me with the task of watching over you, but after waiting for a considerable time without any sign of awakening from you, I succumbed to slumber myself." Molly rubbed her eyes, exhibiting an adorably dazed expression. "How long have I been asleep? How did I end up here? Where is Xiaoya? Where has she gone?" Li Muqing was inundated with questions, his lips forming a rapid succession of inquiries. Molly, still somewhat disoriented from her recent slumber, processed Li Muqing's questions before raising her arm to glance at the time displayed on the pit. She replied, "It is now 7:36 in the morning, which means you have been asleep for approximately 18 hours. 18 hours? Has it already become the following day?" Li Muqing was taken aback. He recalled departing Anning Town with Qin Xie around 10 in the morning yesterday, only to be ambushed along the way, resulting in his unconsciousness. Now, with the clock indicating it was past 7 on the second day, it dawned on him that he had indeed slept for nearly an entire day. No wonder he felt so refreshed and invigorated. He had indulged in such a lengthy repose. And Xiaoya? What has become of her? Li Muqing was aware that his earlier inquiries had been somewhat hasty, prompting him to reiterate his question. "Sister Qin is in her room. She is likely still asleep." Molly indicated towards the door. "In that case, do you know how we returned yesterday?" Li Muqing pressed on. "I do know. A multitude of vehicles arrived yesterday to escort you and Sister Qin back. Initially, I was startled, fearing that you had entangled yourselves with some unsavory individuals and were being taken captive. It was only later that I realized they were there to bring you home. The leader of those who returned you was a remarkably beautiful woman. She intended to stay and check on your condition, but Sister Qin persuaded her to leave. I faintly overheard her mention she would return in 3 days, after which all the vehicles departed. Subsequently, Sister Qin placed you here to sleep and instructed me to vigilantly watch over you. I did my best to stay awake, but eventually, I too succumbed to sleep." At this point, Molly felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. "If you are tired, you may sleep. There is nothing peculiar about it. I have no pressing matters at hand. If you still feel drowsy, you may return to your slumber," Li Muqing said, affectionately ruffling Molly's hair. It seems this little girl truly kept vigil for quite some time, only succumbing to sleep in the late hours of the night. How could he not appreciate such heartfelt devotion? "Ah, well, I have had enough rest. I shall rise now. If you feel weary, continue to sleep. When you awaken, I shall be eager to see if you have fulfilled the tasks I entrusted to you in the past few days." As Li Muqing spoke, he tossed aside the covers and leaped out of bed. Fortunately, he was fully dressed, though it appeared he had changed into a clean set of clothes. It remained a mystery who had assisted him during his slumber. "Shall I continue to sleep then? I truly stayed up quite late last night, and am still quite drowsy," he mused. Upon seeing Li Muqing rise, Emily casually touched the warm blankets, displaying no signs of disdain, and promptly lay back down. With her eyes shut, she quickly drifted back to sleep. It seemed she was genuinely exhausted, and the comfort of the blankets infused with Li Muqing's scent and warmth lulled her into a swift slumber. Li Muqing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he glanced at the already slumbering Emily. He quietly opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, the door across the hall creaked open, revealing Qin Xie's face. When their eyes met, both paused momentarily before exclaiming in unison, "You're awake." Following this, they exchanged slight smiles. And Li Muqing spoke first. "I woke up just now and decided to get up. Wan was far too sleepy, so I let her continue resting. By the way, how is your injury?" "It's nearly healed. You know my physique," Qin Xie replied, raising her left arm to reveal a bandaged wound that showed no signs of bleeding and was now mobile. That's good to hear, Li Muqing said, just as his stomach grumbled audibly, revealing his hunger. Qin Xie chuckled at the sound, but in the next moment, her own stomach echoed in agreement, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Ha ha ha. All right, we are both starving. Let us head downstairs for something to eat. You can also tell me what transpired afterward. Chapter 51. The surging numbers on the table lay 6 cans of meat, 2 cans of fruit, and a pot of what appeared to be a mixed grain porridge. The two sat across from each other, relishing their meal. It had been a whole day since Li Muqing had last eaten, and Qin Xie was not faring much better. Thus, what seemed an abundance of food disappeared in mere minutes. During their meal, Qin Xie recounted in detail the events that had unfolded while Li Muqing was unconscious. To her dismay, upon his fainting, she had panicked, fearing he had sustained severe injuries. In haste, she retrieved the walkie-talkie given by Song Xiaolan and summoned her. Upon learning of the ambush Li Muqing faced on his return journey, Song Xiaolan immediately set aside her tasks and rushed over with a team. She brought 5 vehicles filled with personnel, including a professional medical team, the very one that had treated them both. After examining Li Muqing, the doctors concluded that he had only sustained minor internal injuries, exacerbated by extreme fatigue, leading to his loss of consciousness. A couple of injections and some supplements sufficed to restore him. The remainder was merely a matter of waiting for him to awaken. Conversely, Qin Xie's injuries were considerably more severe. Not only had she been shot twice, but she also bore several cuts from a confrontation with Blood Scythe and had endured numerous blows, keeping the doctors occupied for quite some time. While tending to her wounds, Song Xiaolan also led a search of the scene. Apart from the lifeless body of Blood Scythe, they discovered not far from the front of the SUV the corpse of the scar-faced man. It seemed that misfortune had befallen him as well. He had failed to fasten his seatbelt while riding in the vehicle. When the SUV collided with a rock, he was thrown from the car, which had no windshield. To make matters worse, his head struck a sharp stone, resulting in his immediate demise, which explained his absence from the subsequent events. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing felt a sense of relief. Had the scar-faced man survived and joined forces with Blood Scythe, Li Muqing alone would have found herself outmatched against the two adversaries. The likely outcome would have been their defeat, with Qin Xie being killed, and Li Muqing shamefully utilizing her wristband to return to the reality. Thus, fortune played a significant role in this battle, prompting Li Muqing to exclaim her remarkable luck. Moreover, after Song Xiaolan and her companions had treated Li Muqing's injuries, they meticulously cleaned the battlefield, gathering Li Muqing's drones, gold, and other belongings, which they returned to the villa with great care. After escorting Li Muqing and Qin Xie back to the villa stronghold, Song Xiaolan intended to stay and monitor the situation. However, Qin Xie found an excuse to send her away, even dismissing the doctor. Qin Xie believed that since the two of them were not seriously injured, there was no need for too many outsiders to remain in the villa. After all, Li Muqing harbored many secrets, and inadvertently revealing them could lead to unnecessary complications. Subsequently, the two recuperated through sleep, resting until now. When they woke up, their injuries nearly healed. Indeed, it was wise to have Song Xiaolan return in 3 days. That was originally the plan for handing over the goods. After listening to Qin Xie's account, Li Muqing found her actions commendable. So, boss, you plan to stay here for 3 more days before returning? Qin Xie inquired. Yes, that was the plan, Li Muqing nodded. He intended to remain in the wasteland for 7 days, as staying longer could pose risks. After all, he was not alone in the real world. Furthermore, he had offended individuals from the Feihong group before his departure, and he feared that upon his return, his home might be reduced to ruins. Nonetheless, it should be noted that he had accomplished his objectives for this journey, having found a suitable collaborator and acquired gold, which could be quickly liquidated. Most importantly, he had injected himself with a strengthening serum, enhancing his physical abilities to a level where he could easily overpower anyone in the real world. Naturally, he was no longer apprehensive of the thugs from the Feihong group. That's excellent. There's nothing else to do in the next 3 days. Allow me to train you, Qin Xie said, nodding in satisfaction before adopting a serious tone. Li Muqing, taken aback, gasped, what? Training? I've just emerged from a life-and-death battle and have yet to recover, and now you want to start training? Yes, training. Although you have injected the enhancement serum, to fully unleash its potential, diligent training is imperative. Surely, you would not wish for the precious reward of 500 soul stones to go to waste? Furthermore, your combat skills are lamentably inadequate, whether in marksmanship or hand-to-hand combat. Even the most unremarkable wasteland drifter surpasses you. As your guardian, I feel compelled to impart some defensive techniques to you. Should we encounter a situation akin to yesterday's, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Qin Xie's reasoning left Li Muqing with no grounds for rebuttal. After all, she was genuinely considering his well-being. It would be rather imprudent to seek laziness at this juncture. With that thought, Li Muqing raised his arm and activated his pit, glancing at his current physical data. What is this? How has my body suddenly strengthened so significantly? This glance was more startling than he anticipated. Oh, just how much stronger have I become? Qin Xia's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to signal Li Muqing to activate the sharing mode. Upon activating the mode, a luminous screen materialized, revealing Li Muqing's physical data before both of them. Name: Li Muqing. Muscle strength, 27 bone density, 26 cellular activity, 24 reflex nerves, 26 remarks, C-grade enhancement serum. SST virus vaccine, anti-radiation vaccine, radiation level 7, safe. This was Li Muqing's current data, already more than double what it had been before the injection. However, the most concerning aspect was the rapidity of the changes. It is worth noting that merely 3 days prior, Li Muqing's statistics were muscle strength 19, bone density 16, cellular activity 20, reflex, nerves 17. According to Qin Xia, the serum would gradually enhance physical attributes post-injection, with the increase being slow after the initial day, typically around 1 or 2 points daily. Yet, Li Muqing had experienced a sudden surge of 10 points, which was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, Qin Xia had previously mentioned that bodily enhancements are not achieved overnight. While there do exist serums that take immediate effect, they come at the cost of one's life. Li Muqing certainly did not wish to meet with such a grim fate. Indeed, it appears that the physician under Song Xiaolon's command spoke the truth. Just as Li Muqing contemplated the nature of his sudden transformation, Qin Xia began to murmur to herself. Li Muqing hastily inquired, "What did they say?" "The matter involves some complexities that I do not fully grasp, but to simplify, it appears that your entry into a peculiar state yesterday allowed the dormant serum within you to activate swiftly, significantly augmenting your combat capabilities at that moment. However, this process severely drained your stamina, and once this state subsided, the activated serum, though lying dormant again, did not dissipate entirely. Consequently, your bodily functions have improved somewhat, albeit at the cost of an extended slumber, during which your body was autonomously repairing and adapting to these changes." Qin Xia elucidated in her own words, making it easy for Li Muqing to comprehend. Reflecting on the events of yesterday, it was indeed the moment when Qin Xia shielded me from a bullet that ignited a surge of passion within me. This must be what she referred to as a profound state. Now I comprehend. Li Muqing nodded, reassured that there were no adverse effects to be concerned about. "By the way, boss, I am quite curious. What prompted your sudden outburst yesterday?" To my surprise, Qin Xia posed such a question. Li Muqing found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Qin Xia's radiant smile, unsure whether he should respond honestly. Chapter 52. Training. Training. Should I say it was because of you? After a fleeting moment of hesitation, driven by an inexplicable impulse, Li Muqing spoke. To his astonishment, Qin Xia's smile grew even more vibrant. "Of course I believe you. I could tell immediately when your expression shifted, and then you became incredibly fierce. It was so impressive." Li Muqing had not anticipated that his candidness would elicit such an enthusiastic response. "Well, hearing you say that makes me a bit bashful," he admitted, scratching the back of his head. "Hee. It seems that if danger arises in the future, I must stand in front of you again, so you can continue to unleash your potential." However, Qin Xia appeared rather carefree about it. "This won't do," Li Muqing exclaimed, suddenly anxious. "How can I allow you to stand in front of me? You are a lady, and I am a man. If anyone should shield, it should be me. But you are still my boss. I am your hired guard. If I don't stand in front of you, wouldn't that make your payment a waste?" Qin Xia seemed unconcerned, viewing it as the most ordinary matter. "That cannot be. In my heart, you are not merely a guard." "Oh, if not a guard, then what else?" Qin Xia's interest piqued. Still, Li Muqing struggled to articulate his thoughts, unable to voice them while gazing at her enchanting face so near to him. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xia's image had already etched itself into his heart, especially the moment she shielded him from harm, making him realize that he might have unwittingly developed feelings for this captivating yet remarkably strong woman. However, regarding affection, Li Muqing was uncertain of his sincerity. After all, he understood that men often fall for many at once, so he did not intend to express his feelings hastily, fearing rejection. "Well, if you cannot say it, then so be it. Judging by your demeanor, you seem unable to articulate anything worthwhile," Qin Xia teased, making a playful face before returning to her seat and tidying up the table. "In any case, this cannot happen again. Although you are officially my guard, in reality, we have become good friends. Therefore, if danger arises again, do not only look out for me, but also take care of yourself, understood?" "Understood, understood." Seeing Li Muqing's seriousness, Qin Xia realized her words were futile, responding rather nonchalantly. Yet, in her heart, she was overjoyed. "Have we truly become good friends?" "Hee. Indeed we have." After a brief intermission of half an hour, the training commenced. Once the table was tidied, Qin Xia glanced at the clock and allowed Li Muqing a moment to digest the earlier information. As the time elapsed, the first day of training began. The initial exercise was straightforward, live ammunition shooting. firearms remained the principal offensive weapon in this world. Whether confronting humans or monsters, utilizing a firearm was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Particularly against monsters, no one preferred close combat unless absolutely necessary. After all, regardless of their ferocity, monsters were carbon-based organisms, and potent firepower could easily rend them apart. Both kinetic and laser weapons held equal significance. Their respective advantages and disadvantages were well understood. Prior to officially commencing the shooting practice, Qin Xie posed a question. Li Muqing, with an air of confidence, promptly responded. The merits of traditional kinetic weapons included rapid bullet speed, extended range, effective stopping power, and high overall stability, providing a gratifying shooting experience. However, they also possess drawbacks such as challenging recoil management and significant noise. Conversely, laser weapons exhibited almost opposite characteristics. They were quieter, boasted formidable power and penetration, and lacked recoil, making them easier to control. Yet, the range of laser ammunition was limited, rendering them nearly ineffective at long distances, and their intricate components were prone to damage. Li Muqing shrugged, effortlessly articulating his understanding. Although his time in the wasteland was brief, Qin Xie had already imparted this knowledge several times, and his intellect allowed him to grasp it easily. Congratulations on your correct answer. However, there is no reward. Qin Xie playfully winked before continuing. Kinetic weapons are primarily employed against humans and monsters with less formidable armor, while laser weapons excel in exterminating zombies. In time, I shall take you on expeditions, and you will see for yourself. She proceeded to discuss shooting techniques, nodding in satisfaction while pointing to the two firearms before them, guiding Li Muqing in the process. Enthralled by her instructions, Li Muqing eagerly seized an assault rifle, aimed at a target 200 meters away, and commenced his shooting practice. Mastery of marksmanship requires not only talent, but also the relentless expenditure of ammunition. During their time in Anning Town, they had purchased only a few firearms, but acquired ample ammunition for Li Muqing to utilize freely. 2 hours were allocated for honing his shooting skills. Li Muqing practiced with both kinetic and laser weapons, firing countless rounds. Throughout this period, Qin Xie intermittently offered guidance on his stance and technique. Upon concluding the practice, Li Muqing distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his shooting prowess. Next on the agenda was physical training. Setting aside the firearms, Qin Xie provided no respite for Li Muqing, pressing onward with the regimen. It was now 10:30, and after 2 hours of physical training, they would break for lunch. Observing the time on the pit, Qin Xie devised a plan. 2 hours? A trivial matter. Li Muqing smiled confidently, believing his current physical condition made 2 hours of training a mere trifle. However, reality dealt a merciless blow to Li Muqing. The training regimen devised by Qin Xie was nothing short of hellish. To commence, he was burdened with an additional weight of 100 pounds and instructed to run a distance of 10 kilometers. At first glance, this may not seem arduous, especially given Li Muqing's physique, which was now twice that of an average person. Carrying 100 pounds felt like a mere trifle, and the 10-kilometer distance posed no significant challenge. Yet, the difficulty lay in Qin Xie's stringent demands regarding speed. Initially, Li Muqing sprinted with all his might, but after merely a kilometer, he began to perspire and felt slightly breathless. Just as he contemplated slowing his pace, Qin Xie, who was trailing closely behind, cracked a whip, produced from seemingly nowhere, across his rear with a startling force. Do not slow down. Maintain your maximum speed throughout. The sting of the whip elicited a yelp from Li Muqing, compelling him to hasten his pace. However, not long after, he was forced to decelerate once more. Despite his enhanced physique, he was still human and inevitably fatigued. Qin Xie showed no mercy. Each time Li Muqing slowed, he was met with another lash, leaving his back and rear ablaze with pain, urging him to run at his utmost capacity. Ultimately, upon completing the 10 kilometers, Li Muqing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. He had finished in 32 minutes, a time that was deemed unsatisfactory. Qin Xie shook her head in disapproval and coldly remarked, "You have 10 minutes. After that, we will commence the next training session. If you cannot keep up, you shall forfeit lunch." In disbelief, Li Muqing reflected on his performance. "I actually ran 10 kilometers in 32 minutes, while carrying 100 pounds? Though he was breathless, he forced himself to rise, discarding the iron weight onto the ground, and staggered after Qin Xie, still astonished by his achievement. Previously, he had often engaged in physical activities, yet completing 5 kilometers typically took him around 20 minutes. Now, running 10 kilometers with an added burden in just 32 minutes felt like a revelation of his physical potential. However, given Qin Xie's tone, it was evident that she was dissatisfied with his results, leaving him uncertain about what would meet her standards. Chapter 53. The stern instructor, where is your weight? Have you discarded it? As Li Muqing caught up, still gasping for breath, Qin Xie interrupted before he could utter a word. "I left it back there," he replied. "Retrieve it." During physical training, You must bear the weight at all times. Confronted by the icy demeanor of Qin Xia, Li Muqing felt a sense of trepidation. Reluctantly, he turned around and hoisted the 100-pound weight back onto his shoulders. Very well, the 10 minutes are up. Let us commence the next training session. Qin Xia was punctual. When she said 10 minutes, she meant precisely that. As the time elapsed, she immediately initiated the subsequent training. Thus, with the 100-pound weight on his back, Li Muqing embarked on a series of exercises: pull-ups, single-arm hangs, push-ups, and frog jumps, among others. Each of these movements appeared deceptively simple, requiring no special equipment, yet effectively engaging various muscle groups throughout the body. However, in the eyes of Qin Xia, every aspect of Li Muqing's training was deemed unsatisfactory. Despite his utmost efforts, he found himself increasingly exhausted, to the point where even the burden of carrying 100 pounds became a formidable challenge. At last, the time for physical training concluded, allowing him to relinquish the weight and return for a meal. As Li Muqing executed his final frog jump, Qin Xia finally relaxed her demeanor and announced the end of the morning session. The sound of her words resonated in Li Muqing's ears like a celestial melody, prompting him to hastily drop the heavy weights to the ground and collapse onto the floor, reluctant to move an inch. "Boss, you mustn't lie down after exercising. You need to get up and move around." At that moment, Qin Xia transformed into a considerate assistant. She approached Li Muqing and gently pulled him to his feet, supporting his arm as they ambled forward. The contrast between her current kindness and her earlier demeanor as the stern drill instructor was striking. Noticing the peculiar look in Li Muqing's eyes, Qin Xia comprehended his thoughts. Sticking out her tongue, she remarked, "Boss, please don't hold it against me. My strictness earlier was intended to help you swiftly acclimate to the rhythm and better unlock your physical potential. Once you adjust to the training in the coming days, it won't feel as arduous. Although it's tough at first, bear with it, and you'll get through. Sigh, this is truly taxing on my life." Understanding that Qin Xia had his best interests at heart, Li Muqing refrained from reproaching her, silently grumbling in his mind that to grow stronger, he must first endure hardship. As they made their way back to the villa, Li Muqing felt his strength gradually returning, and at a brisk pace, he experienced a warm sensation coursing through him. He soon realized that the effects of the medicine within him were taking hold, leading him to appreciate Qin Xia's training methods even more. Upon returning to the villa, he found that the stamina he had exhausted was nearly restored, invigorating him once more, though his stomach began to grumble in hunger. "Are you feeling hungry? I've already instructed Nuan to prepare a meal. Be sure to eat well. You'll need your strength for this afternoon's training." Hearing the sounds emanating from Li Muqing's stomach, Qin Xia felt no surprise, recalling her own experiences from years past. What's on the agenda for this afternoon's training? Now that he had begun to appreciate the benefits of Qin Xia's training regimen, Li Muqing no longer resisted, but rather asked with a hint of anticipation. "Hee. We'll discuss this afternoon's activities when the time comes. You'll find out soon enough." To his surprise, Qin Xia merely smiled mischievously, leaving him in suspense. "Well, if you choose not to reveal it, then so be it. Who cares?" Li Muqing mumbled as he entered the kitchen alongside Qin Xia. Inside, Molly had already prepared the meal. To be honest, the fare consisted merely of rice and some leafy greens, with the main course being canned food. Frankly, Li Muqing was beginning to tire of it. Canned goods were acceptable for the first few meals, but having been in this wasteland for 5 days, eating them daily had become rather monotonous. However, there is no alternative. In the desolate world, food is indeed a scarce commodity. If one abstains from canned goods, the only option left is the protein bars, whose taste is nothing short of repulsive. Li Muqing recalled the moment of curiosity that led him to sample a protein bar. The amalgamation of plastic and a foul odor still churned his stomach. Canned food it is then. At least it offers meat and fruit, a palatable option that does not induce nausea. As he consumed the monotonous canned food, Li Muqing lamented his lack of foresight in not bringing more fresh ingredients. To be fair, he had arrived in haste, unfamiliar with this place, and ill-prepared. He was convinced that should he return, such an embarrassing situation would not befall him again. Furthermore, aside from nourishment, he felt the need to procure other items, such as exquisite garments. With this thought, he discreetly glanced at the 2 young ladies beside him. One was tall and elegant, while the other was charming and delightful. Yet, regrettably, none of their outfits accentuated their beauty, such a waste of their allure. Next time, he resolved to acquire more clothing: nurse uniforms, office attire, lowly outfits, JK uniforms. He chuckled internally at the thought, nearly salivating. "Sister Qin, what is wrong with the boss? Why is he drooling over his food and glancing at us strangely? Did you make him silly this morning?" asked Emily, nudging Qin Xia with her elbow, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Who knows what thoughts are swirling in his mind? Ignore him and eat. We'll deal with him properly this afternoon. Qin Xia replied, casting a dismissive glance before returning her focus to her meal. Though the 2 young women spoke in hushed tones, Li Muqing, seated a table away, could still overhear their conversation. His daydreams abruptly shattered. He cleared his throat, feeling a tad embarrassed, and recalled something he needed to address with Mo Lee. Ahem, Mo Lee. Have you completed that task we discussed earlier? Mo Lee lifted her head, her innocent eyes sparkling as she responded, I finished it ages ago. It was no challenge at all. I intended to show it to the boss today, but you both began training early, so I didn't have the chance. Oh, you completed it so quickly? Let me see. Lee Muqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, not expecting such a rapid outcome. Before departing for Anningtown with Qin Xia, he had assigned Mo Lee a task to develop a program and identify a trending product. These two elements might serve as the cornerstone for his next plan. The potential for substantial profit relied heavily on Mo Lee's capabilities. Don't rush, boss. This morning, I noticed some electronic components you brought back, and I decided to upgrade your low-end phone. I have a little surprise in store for you. It should be ready by tonight, Mo Lee teased, much like Qin Xia, withholding immediate gratification from Lee Muqing. Very well, there's no need to hurry. I hope for a delightful surprise this evening. The low-end mobile phone in Molly's possession is the very device used by Lee Muqing. Prior to their journey to Anningtown, he entrusted the phone to Molly, asking her to create a program compatible with it. Now, not only has Molly successfully developed the program, but she has also managed to upgrade her own phone. A delightful surprise indeed. Furthermore, Lee Muqing holds great trust in Molly's abilities. Upon seeing the equipment in her room this morning, he instinctively recognized her exceptional skills. Modifying a phone that is over a century old is surely a task well within her grasp. Chapter 54. Combat Training Boss. Judging by your spirited demeanor, it seems your body has fully recovered. Well then, let us resume our training. After lunch, Qin Xia allowed Lee Muqing a 2-hour respite, only rousing him at 3 o'clock. Upon awakening, Lee Muqing felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to the state of near exhaustion he had experienced during the morning session. Come on, I feel absolutely fantastic. If we were to repeat this morning's training, I wouldn't even need a break in between. Lee Muqing boasted, exuding confidence without a hint of breathlessness. Humph. The afternoon training won't be as grueling as the mornings, nor will it demand as much physical exertion, Qin Xia replied, her expression suddenly shifting to one of intrigue. Huh, what will we be doing this afternoon? Why, combat training, of course. What? Lee Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the afternoon's training would involve combat. Yes, for 3 hours this afternoon, I will teach you combat techniques. Qin Xia nodded and continued, Boss, your combat awareness is alarmingly poor. When facing an opponent, aside from your rudimentary punches, you lack any real skill. Others can easily exploit your weaknesses, and should you encounter a seasoned fighter, even superior physicality will not guarantee your victory. Thus, combat training is an essential component. The method is quite simple. You will spar with me. Once you can endure for 10 minutes under my onslaught, you will have passed. Her words left Lee Muqing feeling slightly dizzy. Spar with Qin Xia? Wasn't he that akin to courting disaster? Please, don't go too hard on me. Most importantly, avoid my face. I rely on it for my livelihood, he stated, knowing he had no option but to comply. After establishing the terms, he assumed a boxing stance and began his assault on Qin Xia. With a couple of hops, Lee Muqing launched his first attack, putting all his strength into a straight punch. Smack. Ouch. The first sound was Qin Xia's palm striking his fist, while the second was Lee Muqing's anguished cry as she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Your movements are sluggish, your speed inadequate, and your techniques lack variation. Too many openings. Again, transforming into an instructor, Qin Xia shed her usual warmth, adopting the demeanor of a strict taskmaster, reflecting her earnestness. Lee Muqing rose from the ground, rubbing his sore belly, aware that Qin Xia had shown restraint. Reflecting on her critique and considering his own techniques, he prepared for a second attack. Smack. Your footwork is too slow. Smack. Maintain your balance. Smack. Do conserve your energy. Do not exert yourself entirely. With a swift motion, Lee Muqing was reminded not to rely solely on one hand for his attacks, but rather to introduce variation. Thus, each of his offensive attempts was effortlessly countered by Qin Xia, resulting in him being struck by either a punch or a kick. Qin Xia was measured in her approach, ensuring her strikes remained within Lee Muqing's threshold of tolerance. They were painful but did not inflict injury, serving instead as a source of motivation. Under Qin Xia's guidance and relentless encouragement, Lee Muqing adopted a newfound seriousness. Previously, he had never truly engaged in combat. At best, he had merely mimicked flashy moves he saw on television, which, in Qin Xia's eyes, were utterly worthless. In fact, she did not possess any specific techniques. What she imparted to Lee Muqing was a fundamental approach to combat. Through aspects of offense, defense, striking, and evasion, she gradually facilitated his absorption and digestion of these concepts. Although his execution appeared somewhat crude, the results were surprisingly effective. Throughout the afternoon, Lee Muqing was struck countless times. Yet he failed to land a single blow on Qin Xie. Nevertheless, his determination intensified, and his methods of attack grew increasingly diverse. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the nuances of defense. When faced with Qin Xie's counterattacks, he could swiftly protect himself, demonstrating significant improvement from where he had begun. Finally, after an unknown number of exchanges, an opportunity presented itself. As Qin Xie delivered a kick to his leg, Li Muqing seized the moment, landing a solid punch on her arm that forced her to take a step back. By heavens, I finally landed a hit. Li Muqing gasped, exhilarated, as he lay on the ground, feeling as though he had conquered the world with that single strike. Well done today, my apprentice. A slender hand appeared before him, pulling him up. Let us go again. I believe I've discovered the secret. Though his entire body ached, an indomitable fighting spirit surged within him. Let us save it for tomorrow. Our training session has concluded for today. Qin Xie shrugged, pointing to her wrist where a pit device displayed the time. Li Muqing paused, glancing at the screen which read 6:24 p.m., and then looked up to see that the sky had darkened. Astonishingly, 3.5 hours had elapsed since the commencement of their training. Has time passed so swiftly? Li Muqing was incredulous, feeling as though only an hour had gone by. This indicates that you trained with utmost seriousness, and the results are commendable. Your reflexes and resilience have markedly improved since we began, she praised him. Indeed, I am a genius. Li Muqing, basking in Qin Xie's commendation, felt a swell of pride. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and found himself once again bested by Qin Xie. Yet, your skills still require refinement. Diligent practice is essential. So do not let pride cloud your judgment. With that, Qin Xie stepped away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Li Muqing lay on the ground, smiling helplessly. It seemed that Qin Xie was concerned about his potential arrogance. Although he had made some progress, in comparison to those seasoned warriors, he felt utterly insignificant. After resting for a while, Li Muqing sensed that the pain in his body had diminished, allowing him to stand and return to the villa, albeit with a noticeable limp. Once he relaxed, the aches surged forth, making him feel as if his bones had disassembled, even more excruciating than after the morning's physical training. No wonder Qin Xie's initial smile had seemed so peculiar. It was due to this very discomfort. Upon returning to the villa, he found that Molly had prepared the meal. The familiar flavors and the same old recipe, canned food with rice, remained a timeless staple. To satisfy his hunger, Li Muqing reluctantly consumed it, though not without a few complaints. Tired of canned food? I don't find it tiresome at all. This is far more palatable than the nutrition bars I used to eat. I can only say, you're quite a demanding boss. Qin Xie looked at him with disdain, feeling content simply to have canned food. However, recalling that Li Muqing came from a world abundant in resources, she suddenly understood his perspective. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, how about this? Let us venture out tonight. If fortune smiles upon us, we may soon have something delightful to savor. Oh, something delightful? Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 55. Basic artificial intelligence. In the past, we lacked sufficient soul crystals to purchase food, and we couldn't rely solely on nutrition bars. Occasionally, we would hunt. If we were fortunate enough to catch some edible mutated beasts, we could indulge in a hearty feast, Qin Xie elucidated. Mutated beast meat, like the one I had at the Song family. Li Muqing's eyes gleamed even brighter as he recalled that unforgettable meal. Those exotic meats that had surprisingly delightful flavors and textures. Indeed, those. However, the meat served by the Song family was undoubtedly top tier, and their chef's skills enhanced its exquisite taste. Do not expect our catch to rival that. At best, it will be slightly better than canned food, she cautioned, seeing the eager expression on Li Muqing's face. That's perfectly fine, as long as it's better than canned food. The past few nights, every time I close my eyes, I can still taste the greasy residue of the canned food. Had I not been so ravenous, I would have long since lost my appetite, Li Muqing lamented, saliva pooling in his mouth as he recalled the delectable flavors from a few days prior. Oh, if only you had experienced a month of subsisting solely on water and nutrition bars, you would not find canned food so tiresome, Qin Xie remarked, shaking her head with a hint of melancholy. I'm full now, let us go? I can hardly wait. Li Muqing hastily swallowed the remnants of his meal, urging Qin Xie to hurry. Unexpectedly, Qin Xie smiled wryly and said, hold your horses, boss. It isn't fully dark yet. The mutated beasts aren't active at this hour. The optimal time for hunting is at midnight. However, that period was also fraught with peril, as various monsters roamed freely, necessitating our utmost caution. Upon hearing that they could only act at midnight, Li Muqing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Molly was right beside him. He turned to her and inquired, Nan, what about the surprise you promised me? Have you completed it? Molly, still savoring her meal, heard Li Muqing's question and, as if performing a magic trick, produced his phone from behind her, pushing it towards him. Here it is, already modified. A trivial matter. Li Muqing hastily took the phone, adeptly unlocking it and swiping left and right. He discovered that aside from a charming avatar, nothing appeared to have changed. The signal bar remained blank, leading him to believe Molly had somehow managed to restore its signal. I must say, Nan, where's the promised surprise? This phone feels just the same as before. After fumbling for a while without any clarity, Li Muqing ultimately sought Molly's assistance. At that moment, Molly had just finished her meal and, wearing a mysterious smile, settled beside Li Muqing. She spoke to the phone, saying, "Come forth, Xiaoman." With her words, a cartoon character suddenly sprang onto the screen, performing a delightful twirl before bowing to Li Muqing. "Greetings, master. Xiaoman is here." "What? Xiaoman, what is this?" Li Muqing gazed at the animated figure that had unexpectedly materialized, utterly speechless. The character was undeniably adorable, with a large head and a petite body, sporting twin ponytails. Visually, it bore a striking resemblance to a chibi version of Molly. However, the name Xiaoman struck Li Muqing as somewhat unrefined. "Hee, I named her Xiaoman. If you dislike it, feel free to change it. It's entirely customizable," Molly said playfully, winking with an expression of pride. She continued, "As for what she is the program you asked me to design. She is a basic artificial intelligence program, perfectly compatible with the hardware of this phone. She can assume the role of a housekeeper. Whatever you desire, simply command her. Once you take her back to your world and connect her to the internet, she will be able to retrieve any information you seek. For instance, if you wish to know today's weather, just ask her, and she will respond immediately. If you want to know where to go for leisure, merely tell her, and she will sift through all pertinent information, presenting you with the most valuable options to save you time. The most crucial aspect is that she is an artificial intelligence, aside from lacking emotions. She is not much different from a human being. Moreover, she will learn and refine her programming based on your habits and personality. In due course, you will find that not only have you acquired a personal assistant, but also a virtual companion." Molly's introduction left Li Muqing in a state of astonishment. A basic artificial intelligence program? It sounds incredibly impressive. Moreover, this program is exceptionally suited for the contemporary lifestyle. It merely requires installation on a mobile device and an internet connection to unleash its full potential. With just a single command from its master, it can gather any information one seeks. It is convenient and swift, perfectly catering to the increasingly leisurely modern populace. While there are numerous similar intelligent programs in the current world, such as certain popular applications, the standout feature of this program, Molly, lies in its superior intelligence and growth capacity. This little entity is capable of learning and evolving, automatically adapting to its master's habits and transforming itself accordingly. Perhaps, upon initial download, every Molly appears identical, but over time, under the guidance of different masters, each Molly evolves into a distinct individual, fulfilling the role of a close companion, a feat unattainable by the so-called artificial intelligences of today. As a modern individual, deeply influenced by internet and intelligent culture, Li Muqing comprehended the formidable prowess of this software almost instantaneously. Thus, his gaze towards Molly transformed, astonished that a task he casually assigned could be executed with such perfection. "Are you satisfied, boss?" Noticing Li Muqing's increasingly astonished expression, Molly recognized his evident satisfaction, yet she felt compelled to ask, not for any other reason but to indulge her own vanity. "Absolutely. Our little one is the best. Completing this program in just 3 days has been a tremendous help," Li Muqing exclaimed, excitedly embracing Molly and planting a kiss on her chubby cheek, overwhelmed with joy. With this innovation, his plan to leverage future technology for profit had taken its initial step. Li Muqing's affectionate gesture left both Molly and Qin Xie momentarily stunned. Molly's cheeks flushed crimson, and Qin Xie regarded Li Muqing with a peculiar gaze. Realizing his audacity, Li Muqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he hurriedly apologized. "Molly, I'm sorry. I was just too thrilled. I meant no offense. You are simply remarkable and adorable, and in my heart, you are like my sister." Upon hearing this, Molly, though still somewhat bashful, nodded in acceptance. Moreover, Li Muqing's comparison of her to a sister warmed her heart, significantly altering the way she looked at him. Chapter 56, a continuous stream of surprises. "It's quite all right. I don't mind," Molly shyly replied, her face aglow, her expression adorably charming, igniting a primal urge within Li Muqing. "Actually, the surprise I mentioned earlier isn't about this. That program merely fulfilled the task assigned by the boss. The real surprise pertains to this phone." Before Li Muqing could respond, Molly diverted the conversation, pointing at the phone in his hand. "Oh, this phone. Have you modified it?" Li Muqing's attention was piqued. He recalled how Molly had taken various electronic components, presumably to work her magic on his device. "Indeed. While the phone appears identical to its original form, I have upgraded certain internal components. The first enhancement addresses the power issue. I removed the original battery and replaced it with a new, compact battery that triples its capacity. allowing for a conservative usage estimate of 3 to 4 days on a single charge. Furthermore, I have upgraded several fundamental accessories primarily to better align with the functionalities of the Xiaoman application. In essence, Xiaoman was a pre-existing program. I merely extracted an antiquated application, which originated several decades ago, and with slight modifications, transformed it into the current version of Xiaoman. The original Xiaoman, despite the passage of years, could not be adequately supported by the standard components of this phone. Thus, I made some adaptations to ensure compatibility with a wide range of devices of similar caliber. However, since this phone belongs to you, I have elevated its components to harness the full potential of Xiaoman at its peak, achieving an efficacy rating of 80. In simpler terms, this enhancement allows you to utilize Xiaoman to infiltrate any encrypted system that does not exceed the capabilities of Xiaoman itself, thereby granting you control over that system for your purposes. Do you comprehend my explanation? As I elaborated on the functionalities of the phone, I noticed that Li Muqing was left in a state of bewilderment. After pondering for a moment, he began to realize that if what I said were true, this program, in conjunction with the current phone, would be exceedingly powerful in his era. To put it plainly, this means that should you desire, Xiaoman could unlock any individual's phone, access its contents, or even manipulate roadside cameras to obscure your presence. Furthermore, it could directly control an ATM machine to dispense cash. This understanding hinges on the condition that the terminal you wish to control has encryption that is inferior to Xiaoman's core program. However, judging by the applications on your phone, Xiaoman is capable of surpassing over 90 of the programs in your world, with the exception of a few large-scale, high-complexity encryption systems. I affirmed Li Muqing's interpretations, expressing my unwavering confidence in the formidable capabilities of the program I had re-engineered. He understood that, despite being decades old, the program was far ahead of the technology in his world. While some national-level encryption systems may elude Xiaoman's reach, the everyday terminals encountered would surely be no match for this program. With this phone, Li Muqing realized he could navigate the real world with remarkable ease. Additionally, he was astonished to discover the extent of my abilities. Not only am I a top student who mastered programming and application development in mere days, but I also possess exceptional hands-on skills, as evidenced by my ability to modify a phone in just one afternoon, essentially maxing out my technological prowess. It appears that in the future, all high-tech products sourced from the Qin family can be entrusted to Mali for management, alleviating him of any concerns. Reflecting on this, Li Muqing suddenly realized how extraordinarily fortunate he truly was. Initially, he believed he had been cast into this desolate place by the system, left to fend for himself. However, after encountering Qin Xie and Mali, he came to understand that this was, in fact, a benefit bestowed upon him by the system. These two young women, one a formidable warrior and the other a technological savant, complement each other perfectly, effortlessly resolving any challenges that arise. With such remarkable employees, Li Muqing, as their employer, could not be more delighted. As he gazed at his two employees, an impulse to steal a kiss from each of them surged within him. Yet he managed to restrain himself, fearing that Qin Xie might send him flying with a swift kick, leaving him utterly helpless. Of course, the surprises of the evening were far from over. After introducing Li Muqing to his new smartphone, Molly magically produced another intriguing gadget from her possession. This object resembled a razor, but instead of a blade, it featured 3 circular metal discs, appearing somewhat rudimentary. What could this be? Li Muqing's heart brimmed with anticipation at the sight of this novel item. Its technical name was the micrometal adsorber, but it also bore a striking title upon its release, the deep cleansing device. Molly explained, "Boss, didn't you ask me to find a high-tech yet practical hot-selling product? Well, this is it." I researched past news and discovered that once this device was launched, it sparked a global sensation, catapulting the company that invented it into the ranks of the world's top 10 technology giants. Could this little gadget truly be so remarkable? Li Muqing took the micrometal adsorber from Molly, utterly perplexed by its function. Boss, you might not grasp its significance just yet. To simplify, it can extract micrometals and other impurities from human skin, restoring it to its original luster and softness. Now do you see its extraordinary value? The notion of extracting micrometals and impurities from the skin ignited a spark of realization in Li Muqing's eyes. He understood that he might have stumbled upon a treasure. In the real world, especially among women, the vast majority utilize cosmetics, which inevitably contain various metal elements. Consequently, even the most expensive skincare products cannot fully restore the skin to its pristine condition. However, with the advent of this micrometal adsorber, such concerns could be entirely alleviated. One could apply cosmetics freely without fear of adverse effects after use. Not to mention, the micrometal adsorber could also eliminate other impurities. Although the extent of its efficacy remained uncertain, this feature alone promised to make it a wildly sought-after product across the globe. Chapter 57. Inventory of canned goods in 1 yuan. Is this item complicated to produce? Suppressing the urge to embrace Molly once more, Li Muqing took a deep breath and inquired slowly. The principle behind it is rather straightforward. It utilizes electric current to generate magnetic force, effectively attracting micrometals and impurities. The challenge lies in the regulation of the electric current, which necessitates multiple current phases operating simultaneously, accompanied by a continuously fluctuating voltage. This demands a reliable embedded control program. Interestingly, while the development of such programs is often the most arduous aspect, it now appears quite simple. Thus, with the program I have crafted, dear boss, you can effortlessly mass-produce this micrometal adsorber. Molly succinctly introduced the working principle and the complexity of manufacturing the micrometal adsorber. Although the device in Li Muqing's hands appeared rather rudimentary, this was primarily due to the limitations of the wasteland environment, which offered scarce components and materials. Additionally, as it was handcrafted by Molly, its aesthetic fell short. However, at its core, it consists merely of a battery and a few iron plates, potentially supplemented by a current controller and encased in a shell, a process not dissimilar to constructing a simple power bank. Yet, its efficacy is undeniably revolutionary. Nin. The surprises you've given me tonight are overwhelming. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, Li Muqing said earnestly, exhaling deeply as he gazed at Molly. Boss, what are you saying? It is I who should be delighted to assist. After all, I am your employee, Molly replied sweetly, her heart buoyed by his words. She did not wish to be a burden, even if she could not stand by the boss's side as a protector like Sister Chin. She was determined to contribute her abilities, lest she feel embarrassed. In this cheerful atmosphere, dinner came to a close, and Molly eagerly ran off to study the set of 5 drones that Li Muqing had entrusted to her. Having already mentally assigned tasks, Li Muqing decided to delegate all technological matters to Molly, as he possessed limited knowledge in this area and deemed it preferable for a specialist to handle it. He had also configured the control panels of the drones, designating Chin Xie and Molly as secondary operators, granting them the ability to execute commands, barring any that contradicted the primary operator's directives. Li Muqing intended to apply the same approach to the defense machines sent by the Song family, for these 2 individuals were the ones he trusted most in this desolate world. While waiting to go hunting, Li Muqing took the opportunity to ascend to the upper levels and count the canned goods. He had brought a total of 60 cases of canned food, with 6 varieties, 10 cases of each. Each case of meat contained 24 cans, while the fruit cans held 10, though the latter were larger in volume, resulting in a comparable weight. After accounting for over 100 cans already sent to Anning Town and the several dozen consumed over the past few days, he had more than 400 cans remaining, with meat slightly outnumbering fruit, yet the overall quality was nearly evenly distributed. Li Muqing had resolved to retain a portion of the canned goods as a reserve, leaving behind 400 cans. After deducting 100 cans of fruit, he intended to trade the remaining 300 with Song Xiaolan in 2 days. He could part with all the meat cans. However, since fruit cans had been classified as luxury items, their quantity must remain limited to avoid a devaluation. It is rather amusing that in the real world, fruit cans are considerably cheaper than meat cans. Yet, in this desolate realm, the price of fruit cans is quadruple that of meat cans, a revelation that caught Li Muqing off guard, especially since he initially ordered an equal number of both types of cans from the factory. Clearly, he would need to reduce the quantity of fruit cans in future transactions. Nevertheless, transporting such a vast number of cans was no trivial task. How he wished the storage function of his bracelet could be activated. With this thought, he called upon the bracelet after a long absence. Bracelet, could you expedite the activation of the storage function? I truly require the additional space. The indifferent electronic voice responded. To unlock the function, specific conditions must be met. You have 3 more crossings remaining to fulfill the requirements. It was evident that negotiating with the bracelet was futile. He needed to meet its demands. Although he could return to the real world immediately, the prospect of waiting 12 hours to return was unappealing. After all, his affairs here were not yet concluded, and the back and forth would be cumbersome. He decided to wait until after the trade with Song Xiaolan to address this matter, as there was no immediate urgency. As time passed, it soon approached 10 o'clock in the evening. After summoning Chin Xie, the 2 set off, each carrying a laser rifle. Chin Xie advised that, in the wilderness, especially at night, it was best to avoid using kinetic weapons, as their loud noise and explosive effects could attract unknown dangers. Thus, laser weapons remained the preferred choice for hunting. Furthermore, with Chin Xie now in possession of a powerful nightingale, originally a gift from Song Xiaolan to Li Muqing, but now appropriated by her, their safety was considerably enhanced. Upon exiting the villa district, the once twinkling lights faded into complete darkness. Thick clouds obscured the moon and stars, leaving the wilderness devoid of any light source. However, the benefits of his enhancements soon became apparent. The strengthening potion had not only fortified his physical cells, but also enhanced his night vision capabilities. as Li Muqing ventured into the wilderness. He quickly adapted and realized he could see quite clearly. Although not as well as during the day, it was comparable to the visibility at dusk, preventing him from becoming blind in the darkness. Beside him, Qinxia fared even better, navigating the uneven terrain with ease, carefully avoiding the decaying wood and withered grass while meticulously searching for their target. The vicinity of the villa area is remarkably pristine. Qinxia and Li Muqing circled around twice, discovering no traces of monsters, not even a single zombie. Li Muqing surmised that this cleanliness was not solely due to Qinxia's regular maintenance, but also attributed to Song Xiaolan's efforts. According to Molly, after Song Xiaolan departed yesterday, she returned with her subordinates to scour the periphery of the villa area, likely eliminating any lurking monsters, as evidenced by the sporadic stains of black blood on the ground. Ultimately, the two expanded their search radius by nearly 2 kilometers, only to encounter a solitary, lost zombie. Upon sighting this creature, Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with unexpected excitement. He could hardly believe that he would find such exhilaration in encountering a zombie. Without hesitation, he raised his firearm, aimed, and fired. A beam of laser light shot forth, and the zombie collapsed in response. This marked Li Muqing's first and only shot of the night. The morning's shooting training had not been in vain. He was no longer a novice in facing zombies, making the kill effortless. After 2 hours of searching, Qinxia conceded defeat and led Li Muqing back to their stronghold. Given the current circumstances, hunting was out of the question, and even spotting a living creature was a rarity. It was unclear whether to commend or blame Song Xiaolan for her meddling. In any case, without a substantial influx of creatures, it seemed unlikely that monsters would wander into the villa area anytime soon, shattering Li Muqing's hopes for a change of pace. Chapter 58. An invitation of a private nature. The following 2 days were spent in rigorous training by Li Muqing. Mornings were dedicated to firearms and physical training, while afternoons focused on combat drills, leaving him utterly exhausted after each session. However, it wasn't long before he bounced back, a testament to the resilience bestowed by the enhancement serum. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Xiaolan arrived as promised to collect supplies, accompanied by 2 trucks filled with construction workers and an array of materials. Within a day, they reinforced and repaired the existing walls of the villa area and demolished several houses within a few hundred meters of the stronghold, constructing a walled yard for Li Muqing. According to Song Xiaolan, these defensive machines offered optimal protection in confined spaces. Given the vastness of the villa area, a more compact perimeter was advisable. Nonetheless, the newly enclosed yard was still nearly a square kilometer in size, ample space for Li Muqing to revel in. As night fell, gazing at the solid and towering wall not far from the villa, Li Muqing felt a profound sense of security. In addition to the construction workers, Song Xiaolan also brought the machines promised by Qin Zhuang, 2 sentry robots, for automated sentry cannons, and 20 self-destructing reconnaissance drones. None were missing. The sentry robots were bipedal autonomous machines, sporting a human-like upper half with 2 arms, equipped with machine guns, grenade launchers, and flamethrowers, while the lower half was fitted with tracks, providing better balance and mobility than legs, and enabling swift movement. The automatic sentry gun resembles a heavy machine gun. However, it is equipped with a program module that enables it to autonomously detect enemies and switch firing modes. It can alternate between kinetic weapons and laser weapons based on the characteristics and vulnerabilities of its adversaries, delivering formidable firepower. The self-destructing cruise disc, a disc-shaped object with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a thickness of 5 centimeters, is outfitted with an identification system to distinguish between friend and foe. Its weaponry consists of a small laser cannon, which can function as an early warning system akin to a drone. Yet, the most potent aspect of this disc lies in its self-destruction mechanism. Upon activation, its destructive capacity rivals that of a small tactical nuclear device, rendering it a highly lethal one-time use asset. When Li Muqing beheld these magnificent mechanical devices gleaming with metallic luster, she could barely contain her excitement, struggling to maintain her composure as she inspected the goods before allowing Song Xiaolan's team to liaise with Molly. A total of 30,000 soul crystals have been transferred to your account. Please verify the transaction. Once both parties had counted the merchandise, Song Xiaolan swiftly retrieved Li Muqing's card and deposited the soul crystals into it. I have faith in Miss Song's integrity. Li Muqing accepted the soul crystal card without a glance, slipping it into her pocket. I am grateful for Mr. Tianxi's trust. However, I must mention that this shipment seems rather insufficient. I wonder when I might be able to procure more. We have already begun preparations in Anning Town, and there is an urgent need for a substantial quantity of canned goods, Song Xiaolan remarked with a slight smile, glancing at the workers loading the cargo behind her. Li Muqing recalled that the contract with the Qin family stipulated a minimum monthly provision of 1,000 meat cans and 200 fruit cans. While half of the fruit cans had been delivered, there was still a shortfall of 800 meat cans, which was far from adequate. Nevertheless, Li Muqing had devised a plausible excuse and calmly replied, "After all, I am new here and cannot possibly transport too many cans at once. Thus, when I return next time, I will ensure to bring the full quota for this month. I kindly request Ms. Song to return in 7 days for the pickup, and I will deliver as promised." 7 days, you say? That is agreeable. The current supply of cans is barely sufficient, so waiting an additional week is not an issue. Song Xiaolan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, she added, "I wonder if Mr. Tianci requires assistance from the Song family, as the quantity of cans is rather substantial. It would not be easy for you to transport them alone, would it?" Li Muqing understood the implication behind her words. Song Xiaolan was attempting to ascertain the location of her so-called refuge by offering to assist with the shipment. "There is no need for Miss Song's assistance. I have my own methods. You need only come here to collect the goods," Li Muqing replied discreetly. "In that case, I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Tianci." Song Xiaolan nodded slightly, aware that Li Muqing would not easily disclose the whereabouts of her refuge. Her previous statement had merely been a test. "By the way, Mr. Tianci, when you next visit, my father would like to extend an invitation for you to return to Anning Town, to tour the industrial area and observe how those machines are produced. If you are still interested, you may provide the materials, and we shall take charge of the production, thus ensuring that the construction of your outpost proceeds smoothly." "Oh, Mr. Song's invitation is one I cannot decline. I shall certainly join you next time to take a look." Li Muqing, naturally, harbored a keen interest in factories producing advanced technology machinery. Although the items sent by Song Zhuang were functional, their quantity fell significantly short. Now, with several thousand soul crystals at his disposal, Li Muqing was certainly a wealthy individual, and it was imperative that the outpost be developed to a higher standard. "Earlier, that was an invitation from my father, but I would also like to extend a personal invitation to you. If you are available, I would like to share a private dinner with you, just the two of us. I wonder if you would be so gracious as to accept?" A somewhat alluring smile graced Song Xiaolan's face as she extended an invitation to Li Muqing in her own name. "A private dinner?" Li Muqing cast a glance at the radiant Song Xiaolan, her gaze sincere and devoid of pretense. "This girl? Could it be that she has developed an interest in me simply because I saved her life?" Li Muqing's mind raced with thoughts. "Indeed, just the two of us, without any attendants." Song Xiaolan's smile grew ever more brilliant, the implications of her words unmistakably clear. Thus, she refrained from elaborating further and, without waiting for Li Muqing's response, waved her hand in farewell. "I shall take my leave now," eagerly anticipating our next meeting. As she departed, Song Xiaolan playfully winked at Li Muqing before leading her entourage away in a grand procession. "Your words have suddenly heightened my anticipation for our next encounter," Li Muqing mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at Song Xiaolan's swaying figure, murmuring to himself, Hey, boss, are you back to your senses? She has already left. Yet you continue to stare." A voice tinged with a hint of grievance came from behind. It was Qin Xia. "Huh, what do you mean by back to my senses? I was merely seeing her off. This is basic courtesy," Li Muqing replied, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, as if caught in a compromising situation. He recalled that just yesterday he had wondered if he had developed feelings for Qin Xia, only to be enchanted by Song Xiaolan today. His resolve was truly lacking. What a predicament. Humph, today's training is not yet over. We still have practical exercises to complete. No rest until we finish, Qin Xia huffed, rolling her eyes, disregarding Li Muqing's protests as she turned to walk away. Subsequently, during several hours of rigorous practical training, Li Muqing was thoroughly bested by Qin Xia, which made him acutely aware that despite a slight improvement in his skills, he still appeared as defenseless as a little rabbit in her presence, utterly unable to withstand her prowess. By the time the training concluded, night had descended. Initially, Li Muqing had intended to complete the current transaction with Song Xiaolan before returning. However, after being thoroughly exhausted by Qin Xia, every bone in his body felt loose, and his muscles ached from the exertion. After hastily consuming a small meal, he collapsed into bed, and a deep slumber carried him into the following day. Chapter 59. Is this the feeling of love? On the following day, the rare sunlight cascaded upon Li Muqing's face, rousing him from a profound slumber. It marked the 8th day since Li Muqing had ventured into the wasteland world, and he was resolute about returning. In his own realm, he had been entirely untraceable for 8 days. Although he had forewarned others and anticipated that few would concern themselves with his absence, there were still some who would undoubtedly worry about him. He feared that Wei Song might suspect he had fallen victim to the Fei Hong group and might report him missing. Stretching comfortably in bed, Li Muqing suddenly felt akin to an indomitable cockroach. After enduring a rigorous training session with Qin Xia the previous day, he had assumed he would awaken feeling battered. To his surprise, he felt rejuvenated after a good night's sleep, seemingly infused with even greater strength. While the exact extent of his power increase remained uncertain, it was evident that his resilience had escalated significantly, far surpassing his previous capabilities. He felt a newfound confidence, believing that even if he faced Xue Li, he could likely endure for 5 minutes using only his fists and feet. Clearly, Qin Siya's training had proven effective. Upon checking his stats in the pit, Li Muqing noticed an upward trend in his various attributes, which filled him with gratitude, allowing him to completely dismiss the previous day's tribulations. Having gone to bed early, he awoke unusually earlier than the two girls, and in a splendid mood, he took the initiative to prepare breakfast. This morning's meal was far more sumptuous than usual, not for any particular reason, but because Song Xiaolan had visited the day before, bringing an array of fresh ingredients. Among these were ordinary staples such as bread, eggs, meat, and soy milk. While they did not compare to the exquisite ingredients of his previous world, they were certainly a welcome change from the monotony of canned food. In fact, there were ingredients available for purchase in Anning Town, but Li Muqing had forgotten to buy any upon his return. Fortunately, the attentive Song Xiaolan had noticed the scarcity of provisions during her first visit and had brought a generous supply of ingredients upon her return. He fried an egg, toasted some bread, opened a can of pineapple, and grilled the fruit over the fire. Finally, he retrieved some frozen meat from the refrigerator, the origin of which remained a mystery, sliced it, and cooked it to perfection. Layering the components together, he crafted a delectable sandwich. With the sandwich complete, he brewed a cup of soy milk, achieving a delightful balance of dry and wet, nutritious and wholesome. What do I see? Boss, you made breakfast? As Li Muqing arranged the spread upon the table, Qin Siya descended the stairs. Upon seeing the array of food, she almost doubted her senses. Rubbing her eyes to confirm that it was indeed Li Muqing who had prepared breakfast. Though it was merely a simple meal, it was nothing extraordinary. Back in his world, he lived alone and often cooked for himself, but the lack of ingredients here had deterred him from doing so. Li Muqing's casual remarks about this and that were not lost on Qin Siya, who eagerly took her seat and seized a thick sandwich, taking a hearty bite. How is it? The taste is quite delightful, isn't it? As Qin Siya took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight, prompting Li Muqing to ask with a hint of pride, is it delicious? So good, Qin Siya replied, her mouth full, before eagerly devouring her sandwich. Within moments, she finished her portion and drained her cup of soybean milk, exhaling with satisfaction. With a gaze filled with admiration, she looked at Li Muqing and exclaimed, this truly is the best breakfast I've ever had in my life. The affirmation of her culinary efforts brought a smile to Li Muqing's eyes. If you find it tasty, I shall make you more delightful dishes in the future. Let us not rely solely on canned food. It's not good for your health. Her gentle tone left Qin Siya momentarily stunned, a wave of warmth washing over her, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. It had been ages since she had heard such comforting words. The harshness of the wasteland had forged her heart into an unyielding fortress, yet it softened in that instant. Though touched, she retorted playfully, with so many delicious treats, I fear you might spoil my palate, and I won't be able to adjust to the outside world. That is all right. I can cook delectable meals for you all my life, as long as you are willing to eat them. For reasons unknown, Li Muqing spoke these nearly confessional words. The enchanting sentiment lingered in the air, and Qin Siya found herself entranced. Gazing at Li Muqing's slightly handsome face illuminated by the sun, feeling as if she were on the brink of surrender. After that exchange, they sat in silence. Their eyes locked, not knowing who initiated it, their faces gradually drawing nearer, lips almost brushing against one another when suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted, wow, something delicious. Who made breakfast today? The interruption shattered the intimate atmosphere, and they quickly turned away, deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. Qin Siya was unfazed. She had never been in a romantic relationship and was utterly oblivious to matters of the heart, so her shyness was understandable. Li Muqing's reaction, however, was peculiar. Despite being somewhat experienced, having had one ex-girlfriend, he was far more seasoned than Qin Siya. Yet now, he found himself perplexed by his own bashfulness. Was this what they called the feeling of being in love? It was a sentiment he had nearly forgotten. Ahem, Nuan, come and taste my cooking. Li Muqing finally broke the silence, beckoning Molly to join them for breakfast. Upon tasting the scrumptious sandwiches, Molly, too, was effusive in her praise, her face beaming with happiness, filling Li Muqing's heart with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. After they had eaten their fill, Li Muqing tidied up and prepared to depart. This time, he might return swiftly, but would not linger long. Be cautious, you two. Try to cook more. Don't rely solely on canned food, he advised. Upon his return, he would only need to make one round trip to unlock the permissions for the bracelet, thus requiring quick progression with 2 crossings. However, the preparation of canned food and other matters would necessitate some time, meaning he could only resume his regular stay after 3 days. Upon returning, it is imperative that you continue your exercise regimen to facilitate the rapid absorption of the enhancement serum. Exercise must not be neglected. Qin Siya seems to have instinctively dismissed the earlier events, similarly advising Li Muqing. Boss, the source code for Xiaoman. along with the schematics and core programs for the deep cleansing device, have been transferred to your mobile phone. You merely need to inform Xiaoxin, and they can be uploaded to your computer. These programs are already quite mature and require no further modifications. They are ready for immediate use. By the way, the programs are encrypted, and the password is. Molly approached, relaying the tasks she had been responsible for to Li Muqing. As he gazed at the two enchanting young women before him, a sudden impulse to take them both back with him surged within him. However, he had discreetly inquired with the wristband and learned that it currently permitted only him to traverse dimensions, so he quickly suppressed the thought. Of course, the wristband did not rule out future possibilities. It simply responded, insufficient permissions to answer. This left a flicker of hope in Li Muqing's heart. I will return with more splendid items for you. Anticipate it, Li Muqing said with a smile, then communicated with the wristband. In a flash, he vanished from the room. Chapter 60. Unpleasant news. The discomfort of traversing two worlds dissipated swiftly. Li Muqing felt a momentary darkness before brightness returned, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself in the warehouse he rented. Observing a small stack of canned goods before him, Li Muqing confirmed he had returned to the location where his journey began. Beep. Transmission complete. This transfer consumed 28 units of energy, with a remaining energy reserve of 40. To ensure sufficient energy for the next traversal, please replenish promptly. The device informed him. 28 units consumed this time, slightly less than the outgoing journey. However, I did not bring much back. Li Muqing murmured as he glanced at the 3 boxes before him. In this return, he had not carried an excess. 2 of the boxes were filled with gold and jewels, while the remaining contained 2 weapons, several magazines, and a few self-defense gadgets resembling electric gloves. These items accounted for a substantial energy consumption of 8 units. Additionally, Li Muqing had brought back a small pouch of soul crystals. During his time in the wasteland, he had conducted an experiment and discovered that the wristband could absorb soul crystals, converting them into its own energy at a nearly 1-to-1 ratio, 1 soul crystal yielding 1 unit of energy. Thus, soul crystals could serve as a temporary energy reserve for unforeseen circumstances, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Easily lifting the 3 boxes, which collectively weighed over 100 pounds, Li Muqing stepped out of the warehouse. The contents of these boxes were clandestine, requiring careful handling. However, after only a couple of steps, his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to vibrate intensely. It dawned on him that his phone had regained signal and was now receiving messages. Upon unlocking his phone, several VX messages appeared, accompanied by numerous notifications of missed calls. Glancing at the messages, he noted that the individuals capable of messaging him were limited to a select few. Wei Song sent several messages, inquiring about where he had been and when he would return, suggesting he bring back some delicacies. Additionally, a few acquaintances from the supply chain made several calls, asking when he would be able to repay the borrowed money, considering he had owed them for several months. To his surprise, Han Muer also called him 3 times and sent several messages over the last couple of days, expressing her feeling of being followed. Although she had not seen anyone, and sought advice from Li Muqing on what to do. Upon reading these messages, Li Muqing realized that the Fei Hong group had undoubtedly initiated actions. However, he remained uncertain about the current situation. Furthermore, there were several unfamiliar numbers, which he discovered belonged to individuals associated with the Fei Hong group. The contents of these messages were unequivocally threatening, urging him to appear promptly, or else they would demolish his home. Li Muqing regarded such messages as mere jokes. Now that he had returned, whether or not the Fei Hong group's members came was irrelevant. Should they dare to show up, he would ensure they understood why the flowers bloomed so vividly. As he reached the final message, Li Muqing's countenance grew grave. This message also originated from an unfamiliar number and was succinct. Are you a friend of Boss Wei? Many people are looking for him. He might be in trouble. The message was timestamped just 10 minutes prior. Who had sent this message? What misfortune had befallen Wei Song? An unsettling feeling crept into Li Muqing's heart, and he immediately thought of the Fei Hong group. The individuals he and Wei Song had angered recently were likely them. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing dialed Wei Song's number. The first and second attempts rang for an extended period without an answer until they were automatically disconnected. On the third attempt, the call was unexpectedly answered. Li Muqing? You finally decided to show yourself. The voice was unmistakably that of Brother Zhang from the Fei Hong group. What are you doing at Wei Song's? What do you want? Li Muqing's voice turned ominously dark. What do we want? Kid, don't think that hiding will deter us. You have half an hour to appear before us. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might happen. Brother Zhang's tone was laced with arrogance, and his intent was clear. Just then, Li Muqing suddenly heard Wei Song's voice. Aching, don't come back. Don't worry about me. Wei Song's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by muffled groans and cries of pain, indicating he had been attacked. Very well. Li Muqing's expression darkened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. You wait for me. Half an hour, is it? If anything happens to Wei Song during this time, none of you shall live. Oh, quite the bravado you have. Do you think you're strong on your own? Huh, I'll be waiting for you. And how dare you hang up on me? Brother Chin dismissed Li Muqing's threat entirely, but before he could finish, Li Muqing had already disconnected the call. Sure, when you arrive later. I won't let you kneel and clean my shoes. My Zhang will be written upside down. Li Muqing, indifferent to Zhang Ji's thoughts, swiftly clutched a black suitcase and dashed out of the industrial area, hailing a taxi at the entrance. Driver, to Chongqing Street, at the flourishing Japanese restaurant. The fastest route possible, 1,000 yuan. With that, Li Muqing directly scanned 1,000 yuan to the taxi driver. All right, please hold on tight. I am one of the top 5 racers in Sanyang. I will definitely get you there within 20 minutes. After receiving the fare, the driver's demeanor transformed, instantly morphing into a race car driver, speeding towards the city at lightning pace. While Li Muqing hurried towards the city, Wei Song found himself surrounded and assaulted by a group of thugs in his own shop. Zhang Gu sat nearby, his gloomy eyes fixated on Wei Song, who had crumpled to the ground, curled up in a ball, his expression filled with mockery. That morning, Wei Song had arrived at the shop early as usual to prepare for the midday business. Little did he know that mere moments after his arrival, a dozen thugs barged in and captured him without hesitation. Just as confusion washed over him, he noticed a flamboyantly dressed young man entering with 5 burly men, 4 of whom were clad in black, while beside him stood Zhang Gu, someone Wei Song had encountered before. Upon seeing Zhang Gu, everything clicked for Wei Song. It appeared they couldn't locate Li Muqing and had come to seek retribution against him instead. A week prior, Wei Song's face had been clearly captured on the surveillance footage of a nightclub. Given the power of the Fei Hong Group, uncovering his background would be a trivial task. If his assumptions were correct, the leading young man must be the one whose plans had been thwarted by Li Muqing and Wei Song, the so-called young master of the Fei Hong Group mentioned by Zhang Gu. Chapter 61. Wei Song's torment. Unable to find the main culprit, they sought revenge on me? Huh. Your methods truly reflect the ways of the underworld. It seems the rumors hold true. Even if the Fei Hong Group claims to have gone legitimate, their hands remain unclean. A mocking expression adorned Wei Song's face, provoking the young master, named Feng Jiaying. Those from the Fei Hong Group despised being labeled as products of the underworld, despite their actions being starkly reminiscent of criminal behavior. With a swift command, the thugs surged forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Wei Song, who was too weak to resist, collapsing to the ground. Observing the beaten Wei Song, Feng Jiaying was filled with contempt. A small business owner with no connections dared to speak such words in his presence? It was simply a death wish. After a prolonged beating, Feng Jiaying finally called for a halt. By this time, Wei Song was bloodied and unable to rise. It was at this moment that they heard Wei Song's phone ring. Zhang Fei, find his phone. At Feng Jiaying's command, Zhang Gu, also known as Zhang Fei, stepped forward and retrieved Wei Song's phone. To their surprise, it was a call from Li Muqing. Indeed, one often finds that the most elusive treasures reveal themselves effortlessly after a long and arduous search. It is worth noting that they had been seeking Li Muqing for an entire week, only to discover that she had seemingly vanished into thin air, unreachable by any means. Now, with the deadline for the contract looming and mounting pressure from above urging the Fei Hong Group to commence demolition without delay, they reluctantly turned to Wei Song, hoping he could serve as a conduit to locate Li Muqing. Additionally, they intended to settle accounts with Wei Song regarding the incident from a week prior, which had thwarted Feng Jiaying's plans. Of course, aside from Feng Jiaying, the individual most embittered towards Li Muqing and Wei Song was none other than Zhang Fei. On that fateful night, Li Muqing had humiliated Zhang Fei to the point of causing him to lose control, leaving him utterly mortified and confined to his home for an entire day before he dared to venture outside. Leveraging his status as a favored companion of Feng Jiaying, he issued a gag order to all present, forbidding them from divulging the incident. Throughout his day of confinement, Zhang Fei's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to exact revenge on Li Muqing, concocting myriad scenarios in which he could bring her humiliation. Yet, without the opportunity to confront her directly, he remained unsatisfied. Thus, when Zhang Fei attempted to call Li Muqing, he was met with a curt dismissal, as she abruptly ended the call and blocked his number, inciting his fury. By the third day, having recovered somewhat, Zhang Fei enlisted the help of his underlings to confront Li Muqing, only to find her abode securely locked, her whereabouts entirely unknown. For an entire week, Zhang Fei scoured the city in vain, while Feng Jiaying repeatedly pressed him to locate Li Muqing and resolve the demolition issue. Under such relentless pressure, Zhang Fei felt himself on the brink of collapse, ultimately devising a plan to confront Wei Song instead. To his astonishment, this decision led him directly to Li Muqing's trail. What followed was a tense conversation between Zhang Fei and Li Muqing, during which Wei Song was silenced by 2 individuals holding his mouth. It was only after Zhang Fei gestured for them to release him that Wei Song managed to utter a few words. However, their dissatisfaction with his remarks resulted in further physical reprimands, echoing with cries of pain. "So, you think your resolve is unyielding? I shall see whether your strength is greater than that of my associates," Zhang Fei taunted. "But do not fret, I shall ensure your body aches, while your heart suffers even more. Attack." After terminating the call, Feng Jiaying regarded Wei Song with a sly smile, gesturing for his two subordinates to hoist him up. The remaining accomplices brandished metal rods and commenced their assault on the shop's furnishings. With the cacophony of destruction resounding, the small establishment, which Wei Song had meticulously maintained for several years, witnessed its contents obliterated one by one. Tables and chairs collapsed, dishes shattered into fragments, and even the cooking stove was left battered and rendered unusable. The wooden partitions and decorations were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, leaving the entire establishment in a state of disarray. A glance around revealed that aside from the chair where Feng Jiaying had recently sat, not a single valuable item remained. The ruffians under Feng Jiaying's command were seasoned in chaos, having mastered the art of destruction, and within a mere 20 minutes, they had transformed a once pristine storefront into a scene reminiscent of a war-torn Syria. Wei Song was compelled to witness this devastation. His teeth clenched tightly against his lips to stifle any sound, yet his trembling hands and eyes ablaze with fury betrayed the turmoil within. This shop was the culmination of Wei Song's relentless labor. It represented years of toil away from home, a sanctuary he had painstakingly built upon his meager savings. The abrupt annihilation of his dreams was a heart-wrenching blow, claiming indifference would be a lie. Yet, even amidst the pain, surrender was not an option, not only for his own sake, but for the sake of his comrades. A shop could be rebuilt, but without dignity, one could never hold their head high again. Thus, he was resolved to fight back. How agonizing it must be to watch his beloved shop crumble into ruins. "Your composure is commendable. Those who had previously crossed me wailed in despair as I dismantled their establishments, pleading for mercy, while you have shown far greater fortitude." Standing beside Wei Song, Feng Jiaying reveled in the chaos wrought by his minions, keenly observing Wei Song's expression, while also unleashing venomous taunts to provoke him further. Wei Song remained silent, his gaze fixed on Feng Jiaying, the fury in his eyes seemingly threatening to consume him. Alas, he was tightly restrained by two henchmen, unable to break free. Otherwise, he would have made it abundantly clear to Feng Jiaying just why the flowers bloom so vividly. With the destruction complete, "Did you grasp the consequences of crossing me? Do not be hasty, this is far from over. Next, it shall be your turn. I hope your bones are sturdier than your pots and pans, for my associates have yet to break a sweat." Feng Jiaying, entirely unfazed by Wei Song's menacing glare, took a seat on the only intact chair, nonchalantly waving his hand. The ruffians, having finished their rampage, promptly gathered around Wei Song, their gazes filled with malice. Just as Wei Song closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending ordeal, a series of gasps echoed from outside, swiftly morphing into anguished moans. Then, with a violent crash, the tightly shut door of Wei Song's shop burst open, and a figure tumbled inside, blood spilling from their mouth, unable to rise. Chapter 62. A display of power in the taxi where Li Muqing sat. The driver's exceptional skill was evident as he sped along, weaving through lanes at no less than 80 kilometers per hour, from the suburban warehouse to the city center. Furthermore, for the first time, Li Muqing activated Xiaoman, and with its assistance, every traffic signal turned green, an astonishing phenomenon. It is undeniable that the capabilities of Xiaoman were profoundly impactful, as evidenced by this experience. The distance of over 10 kilometers was traversed by the taxi in a mere 10 minutes. With a screech of brakes, the wheels left behind several black skid marks as it came to a steady halt at the entrance of the alley where Wei Song's establishment was located. My word, a record has been broken. Now I have something to boast about. The driver himself could hardly believe that he had arrived at the destination in such astonishing time, expressing his disbelief in exclamations. Li Muqing, however, had no time to indulge in such sentiments. Upon exiting the vehicle, his gaze immediately fell upon four unsavory characters loitering at the alley's entrance, armed with clubs and smoking cigarettes. They exuded an intimidating presence that caused passers-by to hastily steer clear of the vicinity. Recognizing the situation instantly, Li Muqing approached with determination. "Hey, stop. You there? What are you doing?" There's business being conducted inside. No entry allowed. Undeterred, Li Muqing chose to disregard their presence entirely, resolutely advancing forward. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, he was abruptly halted. "Business? Huh. If you don't want to meet your end, get lost." Li Muqing, disinterested in further dialogue, shot back a retort before pushing onward. "What's this? Feeling bold, are we? Brothers, teach him a lesson." The man who had spoken, feeling a sting to his pride, discarded his cigarette and raised his iron club, signaling his companions to strike at Li Muqing. However, before his weapon could descend, a blur flashed before his eyes, and a sharp pain erupted from his chest as he was sent hurtling backward, colliding with another thug behind him. the two of them tumbling to a stop against the wall. The remaining two, still bewildered by the unfolding events, were met with a pair of fists that rapidly grew larger before their vision faded to black. Such an inept assembly was swiftly dealt with by Li Muqing, who dispatched them with merely 2 punches and a kick, not sparing them a glance as he surged forward. After taking just a few steps into the alley, the sound of clattering echoed ahead, accompanied by the shattering of dishes, darkening his expression further. If he was not mistaken, it seemed Wei Song's establishment was under attack. In a rush, Li Muqing broke into a sprint, covering what would typically take 2 minutes in mere seconds. Upon nearing the Japanese restaurant, he discovered a dozen thugs loitering outside. The group, led by Feng Jiaying, was not confined to the restaurant. Nearly half were roaming outside, serving as a precautionary measure. Who goes there? The sudden appearance of Li Muqing startled the thugs. Yet, before they could fully articulate their inquiry, he had closed the distance from several meters away, eliciting gasps of astonishment. However, their exclamations were cut short as Li Muqing's iron fist struck them with unrelenting force. There was no need for pleasantries. Anyone present in this moment was undoubtedly up to no good, and thus he acted decisively. Despite the presence of a dozen ruffians, their prowess paled in comparison to that of Li Muqing. With a physique 3 times that of an average person, coupled with Qin Sie's rigorous training, he was an unstoppable force. No one could withstand a single punch or kick from him. His ghostly speed rendered the onlookers mere spectators, as they witnessed their companions being hurled through the air or collapsing to the ground. In mere seconds, only one remained standing, a thug whose legs trembled involuntarily. Despite clutching a steel rod, Li Muqing's formidable aura loomed over him, exuding the ferocity of a war deity. Overwhelmed by fear, the thug felt no inclination to resist. In an instant, he turned to flee, but Li Muqing seized him by the collar, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing against the closed shop door. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate fellow, along with the door, was propelled inside. Outside, not a single soul remained standing, while those within the shop fell silent. Gazing out at the scene, Li Muqing, under the watchful eyes of all, strode into the establishment. "Aching, you've returned?" Wei Song, who had been feigning unconsciousness, gasped. He was about to urge Li Muqing to leave quickly, but paused, pondering the implications of Li Muqing's brazen entrance and the condition of the man who had just tumbled in. "Ah, Li Muqing, you dare show your face? Excellent. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me." Zhang Fei sneered upon spotting Li Muqing, his teeth clenched in anger. "Wei Song, are you all right?" Li Muqing disregarded Zhang Fei, focusing instead on Wei Song's condition. Seeing that Wei Song was still standing and able to speak reassured him, though the sight of Wei Song's injuries and the wreckage of the shop ignited a surge of fury within Li Muqing. "I'm fine. Did you come alone? How confident are you in dealing with these people?" Wei Song queried. "The number outside is no different than here, yet I still walked in." Li Muqing shrugged, dismissing their adversaries entirely. Enough. Their seemingly casual exchange irked Zhang Fei, who could no longer contain himself. "Who do you think you are? Don't you see young Master Feng is present? Just a little brat. Where did you learn to act tough?" Zhang Fei, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached Li Muqing menacingly. "People like you are hardly worth my time," Li Muqing replied coolly, unperturbed by Zhang Fei's proximity. Before Zhang Fei could retort, Li Muqing continued. "Given the circumstances, I offer you 2 choices. First, I can break your limbs and throw you out, ensuring you'll never walk the streets of Sanyang City again. Second, you can hand over 2 million to my brother, kneel, and apologize. This matter can then be laid to rest. The decision is yours." "Very well." Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Zhang Fei had yet to respond when Feng Jiaying interjected. After uttering 3 emphatic praises, he cast a dark glare at Li Muqing and declared, "Unfortunately, I possess a third option, to bring you all to your knees, forcing you to grovel at my feet." With a commanding shout, Feng Jiaying rallied the thugs in the establishment, including the imposing bodyguards clad in black who followed him, all of whom surged towards Li Muqing. "I feared you might choose option 2, depriving me of the chance to unleash my fury." Unexpectedly, rather than exhibiting fear, Li Muqing revealed a faint smile. With that, he executed a powerful kick, landing squarely on Zhang Fei's chest. The sound of a sickening crack echoed as Zhang Fei, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was propelled backward, crashing against a nearby rickety table before coming to a halt. With just a single kick, the once arrogant Zhang Fei was rendered gravely injured, unable to rise. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Li Muqing vanished, transforming into a blurred shadow that darted into the crowd. Despite the throng surrounding him, these individuals were as feeble as those outside. Furthermore, when confronted with the oncoming strikes, Li Muqing neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the blows to land upon him. The attacks from these thugs felt to Li Muqing akin to mere tickles, especially when compared to the force of Qin Sie's punches. Meanwhile, the thug who had been previously kicked and lay on the ground, witnessing an eerily familiar scene unfold. Encircled, individuals screamed in agony as they were sent flying, subsequently collapsing to the ground, stripped of any fighting capability. Chapter 63. Struck with fear, although the adversaries were numerous. Only 5 or 6 thugs could engage Li Muqing at any given time. They wielded their weapons with deceptive finesse, a clear indication of their street-honed skills. Initially, Li Muqing attempted to evade their attacks, but the relentless barrage from all directions left him no room to maneuver, compelling him to endure their blows. However, the thugs soon realized that their weapons struck Li Muqing's body as if they were colliding with solid rock, a jarring feedback sending shockwaves through their hands, leaving them utterly astonished at the resilience of Li Muqing's physique. While their assaults bore no fruit, Li Muqing's counterattacks were far from ineffectual. This time, he unleashed his full force, employing powerful and sweeping moves. Those he struck were sent flying, howling in pain, or collapsed to the ground. In mere seconds, 4 or 5 individuals had already lost their ability to fight. The remaining 4 bodyguards, Feng Jiaying's henchmen, quickly discerned that something was amiss. They recognized the peculiar strength of Li Muqing, realizing that he fought not with technique, but sheer physical prowess. Ironically, such individuals were the very ones these thugs feared most. Given the casualties on their side, the morale of the remaining thugs was rapidly diminishing. Thus, they exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, prepared to act decisively. 2 individuals charged directly at Li Muqing, while the remaining 2 circled behind him, poised to launch a surprise attack. These 4 bodyguards, trained together, displayed an extraordinary level of coordination. After Li Muqing sent another thug flying with a powerful kick, the 2 bodyguards swiftly seized the offensive positions, initiating a vigorous assault. Both were skilled fighters, far surpassing the thugs in capability. In just one encounter, Li Muqing felt the impact of 2 punches to his abdomen, and one bodyguard even attempted to employ a joint lock technique in a bid to subdue him. Unfortunately for the assailant, he underestimated Li Muqing's physique, discovering with horror that he could not manipulate Li Muqing's joints. It is crucial to note that Li Muqing's strength was not merely physical. His entire body, including his bones, had been enhanced, rendering his joints exceptionally resilient. Thus, the joint technique that worked flawlessly on ordinary individuals proved ineffective against him. As the bodyguard realized his technique had failed and attempted to retreat, Li Muqing seized the opportunity, grasping the bodyguard's wrist and exerting tremendous force, pulling him back with unyielding strength. The bodyguard felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, his body being uncontrollably yanked back, only to be met with a knee strike from Li Muqing that left him gasping in agony, as if his very insides were shattering. Yet, this was not the end. Li Muqing refused to relent, gripping the bodyguard's feet and hoisting him aloft before executing a human whirlwind. After merely 3 rotations, all nearby thugs were sent sprawling to the ground, including the 2 bodyguards who had sought to flank him. Their fate was equally grim, as they were swept away before they could even approach. In a final act of dominance, Li Muqing hurled the bodyguard in his grasp towards another bodyguard, resulting in a collision that sent them both tumbling to the ground, unconscious. What a gratifying spectacle! Li Muqing felt an exhilarating rush, nearly compelled to shout in triumph. He had truly experienced a visceral battle, finally grasping the intent behind Qin Siye's rigorous training. It must be said, the thrill of overpowering others was profoundly satisfying. The wails of the defeated echoed around him, pulling Li Muqing back to the present. He glanced around, noting that only a handful of opponents remained standing, before striding towards Feng Jiaying. His entire demeanor radiated an intimidating aura, blood trickling from his nose and the corner of his mouth. His body smeared with the blood of those he had vanquished, presenting an image of sheer menace, akin to that of a reaper. Meanwhile, Feng Jiaying stood wide-eyed, mouth agape as if she could fit an egg within, her expression shifting from one of assured victory to palpable fear. It was utterly inconceivable to her that Li Muqing could be so formidable, dispatching so many of her men in mere moments while remaining relatively unscathed. Wasn't he merely a small-time shopkeeper? Hadn't he been consistently under her thumb? Zhang Fei, what kind of monster have you provoked? Do not come any closer, I warn you. Please, do not approach. Feng Jiaying exclaimed in terror as he noticed Li Muqing advancing towards him. In a panic, he slipped off his chair and collapsed onto the ground, inching backward in a desperate attempt to distance himself from Li Muqing. Attack him. Take him down. Suddenly, Feng Jiaying realized that a few of his uninjured subordinates were nearby, but they too wore expressions of shock, their hands trembling slightly as they clutched their weapons. Upon hearing Feng Jiaying's frantic plea, they exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes reflecting their inner turmoil. Can I really take him down? Isn't that just courting death? The internal voices of the subordinates screamed in protest, lamenting that had they acted a moment sooner, they might not be lying on the ground now. Nevertheless, observing Feng Jiaying's increasingly frantic demeanor, they gritted their teeth and charged at Li Muqing. They had no choice. After all, Feng Jiaying was their boss. If they fled now, the repercussions from him afterward would be unbearable for mere thugs like them. As the subordinates lunged forward, a flicker of rationality returned to Feng Jiaying's eyes. Yet, in an instant, their roars morphed into anguished cries. Several of the subordinates were sent hurtling back with a speed surpassing their initial charge, crashing against a dilapidated door before rolling out onto the street, motionless and evidently unconscious. The slight reprieve Feng Jiaying had felt was swiftly replaced by dread as he scrambled to his feet, using all his strength to flee towards the exit. Where do you think you're going? However, before he could take more than a few steps, Li Muqing's voice drifted ominously into his ear. Almost immediately, Feng Jiaying felt his collar yanked, lifting him off the ground entirely. No, please don't kill me. You can't. If you do, you won't survive either. Dangling helplessly in the air, Feng Jiaying flailed about, shouting desperately, completely shedding any semblance of composure he had earlier maintained. With a dismissive wave, Li Muqing tossed him onto the last remaining chair, which promptly collapsed under the weight, leaving Feng Jiaying groaning on the ground, clutching his back. So, do you still wish for me to polish your shoes? Li Muqing inquired, leaning down to grasp Feng Jiaying by his collar, forcing him to meet his gaze. No. Please spare me. I can offer you money. Lots of money. Just let me go. Feng Jiaying was utterly paralyzed by fear, his eyes glazed over as he pleaded for mercy. It was crucial to understand that Li Muqing was a man who had taken lives and faced gunfire. An aura of lethal intent emanated from him. Even a slight release of this energy was enough to terrify Feng Jiaying. Despite being the heir of the Feihong group, which had ostensibly cleaned its reputation, Feng Jiaying was merely a spoiled rich kid, accustomed to bullying and petty criminality. He had never dared to engage in murder or arson. So when confronted with Li Muqing's palpable menace, he was utterly unprepared. Letting you go is not out of the question. However, the preceding condition should be amended. Li Muqing, having achieved his objective, cast Feng Jiaying to the ground and stood tall, gazing down upon him. Chapter 64. The Conditions of Compensation. What conditions? Feng Jiaying, witnessing Li Muqing's release of him, felt his imposing demeanor wane. Regaining his composure after a nervous swallow, he stammered, "When I entered, I already stated." Li Muqing flashed a perfectly calculated grin, his 8 teeth gleaming in the dim light, and raised a finger, declaring, "The first option, I shall break your limbs and cast you out, ensuring you will never again walk in Songyang City." Then, he extended a second finger, stating, "The second option, you shall present 2 million to my brother and kneel in apology." How simple the conditions are. The second one, I choose the second one. I will pay, not 2 million, but 3 million, as long as I am spared from kneeling. Before Li Muqing could finish, Feng Jiaying sprang up from the ground, urgently proclaiming his offer. Smack! Li Muqing frowned and delivered a sharp slap to Feng Jiaying's face, causing his head to involuntarily turn aside, the struck cheek visibly reddening. "I have not finished speaking. Do not interrupt me." "I detest being interrupted," Li Muqing declared, his slap deliberately restrained, for had he exerted more force, Feng Jiaying might have fainted. Feng Jiaying, hands cradling his injured cheek, turned to Li Muqing, his eyes brimming with tears, incredulous as he exclaimed, "You dared to strike me? You actually dared. What of it?" "It is fortunate I did not break your legs outright," Li Muqing retorted, raising a hand as if to strike again. Feng Jiaying immediately recoiled like a frightened rooster, but upon realizing Li Muqing meant no further harm, he returned to his previous posture. Please, do not break my legs. I will pay." Feng Jiaying's voice quivered with a hint of sobbing, fully aware that he had truly fallen into a dire predicament. "Initially, I believed 2 million would suffice. But now, consider the 2 of us and the wreckage you have caused to this establishment. Do you truly think this matter can be settled without 5 million? Li Muqing approached Wei Song, gesturing towards their injuries and then to the disarray of the shop, significantly raising the demanded sum. 5 million. Before Feng Jiaying could respond, Wei Song was already taken aback, thinking to himself how audacious this fellow truly was. 55 million, is it not a bit excessive? Feng Jiaying winced at the mention of that amount. 5 million, especially given Li Muqing's insistence on cash, was an impossible sum for him to procure at once. Despite being the scion of the Feihong group and an heir to a substantial conglomerate, a quintessential rich second generation with numerous affiliated companies, producing 5 million in cash on short notice would still be a considerable strain. After all, the Feihong group was not solely his domain. It also involved his father, his brother, and various other senior figures. Moreover, the wealth amassed through his domineering ways was not merely squandered on extravagant indulgences, but also reinvested. Should a sum of 5 million be presented at once, his future would undoubtedly be constrained for a while. "Oh, is 5 million excessive?" he mused. "I believe it is rather modest. Let me illustrate." As he spoke, Li Muqing began to count on his fingers. "The medical expenses for the 2 of us. Isn't a million each rather reasonable? Furthermore, regarding the items in this establishment, Though they may appear unremarkable, each piece possesses its own history. Take, for instance, the chair you just sat upon, a Wang Wallywood chair from the Republican era, and those shattered bowls, all of which are exquisite porcelain from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Tell me, could you possibly acquire these treasures for less than $1 million or $2 million? Additionally, given the prime location of this shop and its considerable foot traffic, your actions will necessitate a temporary closure for renovations, wouldn't they? Renovation costs alone could easily reach $100,000, not to mention the loss incurred during the downtime, which would also require $100,000. Adding this all together, with a mere adjustment, $5 million is not excessive, is it? The mention of a Republican Wang Wally chair and Mingqing porcelain left Feng Jiaying speechless as he glanced at the wooden stool beneath him, which surely cost less than 50 yuan, and the scattered fragments of bowls purchased from a wholesale market. What kind of foot traffic could such a shabby alley possibly sustain? For a small shop, the costs associated with renovations and downtime could certainly be managed for a mere $1 million. Even more absurd was Li Muqing's assertion regarding medical expenses. Observing the robust and seemingly unscathed Li Muqing, Feng Jiaying was keen to understand how he intended to spend $1 million on treatment. Yet, despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Feng Jiaying recognized that he was undeniably in a position of weakness. Logically, he held little ground, as he was the one who initiated the conflict, while Li Muqing merely reacted in self-defense. Most crucially, he wished to avoid any harm that would incapacitate him. Even if Li Muqing were to incur the wrath of the Fei Hong group, Feng Jiaying himself would be rendered helpless. He certainly did not wish to spend the remainder of his life as a cripple, particularly as it would jeopardize his claim to inherit the Fei Hong group. Very well. $5 million. Let us settle our grievances once and for all. After considerable deliberation, Feng Jiaying finally gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Excellent, my young friend. You are indeed a reasonable individual, Li Muqing acknowledged with satisfaction before shifting the conversation. However, the matter is not yet concluded. What more do you desire? Feng Jiaying felt on the verge of tears. He had conceded, willing to part with $5 million to bring peace, yet this formidable figure sought further demands. Let us not forget, my family is awaiting the impending demolition. I am not an obstinate resident. Simply adhere to the standard demolition protocol of Sanyang City. Draft a new contract, and we can sign it tomorrow. Li Muqing's words unexpectedly alleviated Feng Jiaying's tension. It appeared that this issue was entirely resolvable. As long as Li Muqing was willing to sign, they could indeed offer a bit more. Although they might employ certain tactics to expedite the departure of residents before the demolition, they would never dare to enforce a forceful eviction. In this age of information overload, even Feng Jiaying's elderly father would require considerable effort to navigate through any emerging news. No problem. Let us adhere to the highest standards for the actual usable area. I will compensate you at 2,000 yuan per square meter. Additionally, each floor will come with a set of relocation housing. Should you not require the relocation housing, I will convert that into cash at market value for you. How does that sound? Feng Jiaying readily acquiesced, and the terms offered satisfied Li Muqing. Very well. I shall record this conversation. Should you dare to renege tomorrow, you are aware of the consequences, Li Muqing asserted, gesturing towards the phone he had inexplicably grasped. Rest assured, I will personally come to you for your signature first thing in the morning. Feng Jiaying's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, wary of Li Muqing presenting further demands. Chapter 65. Collaborating on major projects. Seeing Feng Jiaying's quick agreement, Li Muqing nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Wei Song, who was frozen in shock, and patted his shoulder. Old Wei, provide young Master Feng with a bank account number. The compensation he offers is yours. Is $5 million a bit excessive? Wei Song stammered, having almost forgotten that just moments earlier he had been subdued and kicked on the ground by Feng Jiaying's subordinates. Take what is yours, to young Master Feng. This is merely a trifling sum, just the cost of a car, is it not? Li Muqing, sensing Wei Song's struggle to accept this sudden windfall, quickly reassured him, not neglecting to give Feng Jiaying an opportunity to save face. Indeed, merely the price of a vehicle, nothing of consequence, Feng Jiaying replied, though gritting his teeth in frustration. While he did own several luxury cars worth millions, most were purchased in the company's name, allowing him to avoid personal expenditure and benefit from tax deductions, which was entirely different from using his private funds. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept. With that, Wei Song felt a wave of relief wash over him as he divulged his bank account details. Young Master Feng, please proceed with the transfer. Li Muqing remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed Feng Jiaying. All right, Feng Jiaying replied with difficulty, extracting his phone. After a series of swift actions, Wei Song's phone buzzed with a notification. Evidently, the $5 million had been successfully transferred. Young Master Feng, your generosity is noted. Let us consider this matter resolved. There is no need for an apology. Do remember our arrangement for tomorrow, and I hope you will conduct yourself wisely in the future. With his objectives achieved, Li Muqing took hold of Wei Song and made his way through the crowd, leisurely exiting the scene. Those on the ground had begun to recover, yet they remained motionless, fearful that any movement might invoke another harsh response from Li Muqing, one that would not merely be a fleeting discomfort. Thus, around 30 individuals within and outside the establishment stood in stunned silence, watching as Li Muqing assisted Wei Song, one striding confidently while the other limped, until they vanished around the corner. "Ah Qing, pinch me to see if I am dreaming," Wei Song murmured, still grappling with the surreal nature of the events as they settled into his dilapidated van to escort Wei Song to the hospital. Li Muqing had no choice but to employ her somewhat unrefined driving skills, maneuvering the shaky vehicle with uncertainty. Suddenly, with a sharp clap, she struck Wei Song on the head after hearing his words. "Ow, why did you hit me so hard?" Wei Song exclaimed, cradling his head and casting a resentful glance at Li Muqing. "I wanted to see if you were dreaming. It's merely 5 million, after all," she retorted, rolling her eyes while maintaining her focus on the road. "Merely 5 million? Do you realize that I invested just a few $100,000 into my shop, and it has only recently begun to break, even after 2 years? This sudden loss of 5 million is akin to a lottery that one can hardly win." Wei Song expressed profound disdain for Li Muqing's casual remarks. In his view, she was even poorer than he was. Forget 5 million. She likely couldn't muster even 50,000 at present. "Well, let's be honest, if you won the lottery, you'd still have to pay a 20 tax, leaving you with only 4 million. This was far quicker," Wei Song interjected, not wishing to engage in frivolous banter with Li Muqing. With a hint of worry, he inquired, "What if the person we took the 5 million from seeks revenge? Could he possibly report us for extortion?" In response to Wei Song's concerns, Li Muqing deftly turned the steering wheel to the right, bringing the car to a stop. She then faced Wei Song earnestly and spoke. "Old Wei, rest assured. Now that this money is in your possession, it is rightfully yours to use as you wish. As for your fears of retribution, let me assure you, after today's events, as long as I am here, even if Feng Jiaying had 8 lives, he would not dare to repeat such actions. In fact, he will likely pray daily for your well-being, hoping you encounter no misfortune, lest I seek him out again. And as for him calling the police, that's a joke. What sort of person is Feng Jiaying? A man who, after sending his thugs to assault and vandalize, would then stoop to reporting us? His reputation would be utterly ruined. Moreover, should he, in a fit of madness, decide to report us, we acted only in self-defense, retaliating against his initial aggression. It is only fair that he compensates for our losses. Even if this matter escalates to the highest court, we would stand firm. Therefore, take this money with peace of mind and use it as you see fit. As for the ensuing matters, I will handle them." Li Muqing's comprehensive reasoning dispelled Wei Song's worries entirely. Though initially anxious, he began to devise plans in his mind for how to utilize this unexpected windfall after being convinced by Li Muqing. "By the way, Ah Qing, please give me your account number, and I will transfer half of the money to you." Suddenly, Wei Song realized that the money had been earned with the assistance of Li Muqing, and he was well aware of Li Muqing's financial situation. He promptly decided to share the newfound wealth equally, allowing the two brothers to enjoy their fortune together. "Haha, old Wei, your thoughtfulness brings me great joy. However, I do not require it for the time being. Money, to me, is merely a number," Li Muqing said, patting Wei Song's shoulder and continuing in a rather ostentatious manner. "What? You don't need money? Have you won the lottery? No wonder you know about the 20 tax on lottery winnings." Wei Song's imagination ran wild, leading him to such a conclusion. "Nonsense. It has nothing to do with the lottery. This is my money. Heh. But let's not rush into that. Let us first discuss your matters," Li Muqing teased, redirecting the conversation back to Wei Song. What matters do I have? Regarding your shop, perhaps it would be best to cease operations. Well, after such an incident, I wouldn't dare continue running my shop there. However, with this sum, I could choose a better location. How could I possibly worry about not being able to open a new establishment?" Wei Song nodded in agreement with Li Muqing's suggestion. "Yes, provide some compensation to your employees and allow them to disperse. Yet, hold off on opening your new shop for now. After years in the restaurant business, it has been exhausting and scarcely profitable. Aren't you weary of it?" Initially, Wei Song was taken aback by this. He had intended to bring his loyal staff to a new venture, yet Li Muqing suggested dispersing them and postponing the new establishment. However, as he pondered Li Muqing's subsequent question, memories of the myriad challenges he had faced over the years surfaced, bringing an uncomfortable sense of reflection. "Sigh, what does it matter if I'm weary? It's all been for the sake of earning a meager living to support my family. Besides, I possess no skills other than cooking. If I were to stop running a restaurant, what else could I do?" Little did he know, Li Muqing was eagerly awaiting this very sentiment. "Old Wei, to be candid, I currently have a major project about to commence, and I need your assistance. I do not trust anyone else, and it would be splendid if you could join me." "What? A major project?" Wei Song looked bewildered, wondering if he was about to tumble into a pit Li Muqing had cleverly dug for him. Chapter 66. The next step, realization as they walked and talked. Li Muqing suggested, let us first head to the hospital. Your face is becoming increasingly swollen. Noticing that Wei Song showed no signs of dissent, Li Muqing understood that this plan was essentially set. Once he broached the subject, Wei Song was unlikely to refuse. Thus, he resumed driving toward the hospital. Despite Wei Song speaking without issue, he appeared quite the contrary. He was covered in dust and footprints, his clothing torn in several places, and his face marred by multiple bruises and uncleaned bloodstains, which made it difficult for Li Muqing to bear. Even when discussing matters, it was imperative to address his wounds first, otherwise, he might face undesirable repercussions. During the drive, Li Muqing outlined his plans to Wei Song. In truth, it was not an enormous undertaking. The primary objective was to establish a company, primarily to prepare for the launch of the Xiaoman program. The second point is to produce the revolutionary deep cleansing device, a product of immense potential. Where did you acquire this remarkable program? It's astonishing. And this cleansing device. I can't believe my face is so dirty. In the car, Li Muqing took the opportunity to introduce Xiaoman's functions and the deep cleansing device to Wei Song, instantly capturing his attention. After using it for a while, Wei Song was utterly captivated by Xiaoman and equally astonished by the device's efficacy. Following his use of the cleansing device, not only did his face become significantly smoother, but he also noticed some visibly unpleasant substances clinging to the 3 metal plates, eliciting a gasp of disbelief from him. As for where it came from, that's inconsequential. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The source code for this program is in my possession, and what we need to do now is to release it as swiftly as possible. Just think, with this, our company is bound to thrive. Compared to this, 500,000 is insignificant. All right, I'm in. From now on, you shall be my superior. You know my capabilities. And finding me is indeed your fortune. Wei Song began to flatter himself. Enough boasting, we arrived at the hospital. Let us take care of your injuries first, and we can discuss the subsequent matters slowly. However, I must give you a word of caution. In the initial stages, you might be the only one running around for the company, and it will be quite arduous. Oh, what is the big deal? Leave it to me. I, Wei Song. One T boast, but my communication and legwork skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Just lay out the guidelines, and I assure you I will execute everything flawlessly. Wei Song showed no signs of retreating in response to Li Muqing's words, confidently patting his chest in assurance. Thus, the two continued their conversation while entering the hospital, taking roughly an hour to tend to the injuries. After exiting the hospital, Li Muqing first took Wei Song home. His injuries were not severe. A simple bandage and some medication were sufficient, and with rest at home, he would recover in a few days. Rest well, and once you've healed, we shall commence our endeavors, Li Muqing remarked as she dropped Wei Song off. However, Wei Song was reluctant. No, I was just getting excited about everything. And now you want me to wait a few days? How can I possibly endure that? Best to wait a few days. Li Muqing assessed Wei Song's battered appearance, pointing to his bruised face. You really shouldn't be going out like this, and it will be even more swollen tomorrow. It's wise to hold off for a bit. It will give you time to rest and adjust, as well as manage some matters at the store. Li Muqing knew that the day after an injury, the bruising and swelling would be notably more pronounced, and by then, Wei Song would need quite a thick skin to venture out for business. Clearly, Li Muqing's words resonated with Wei Song. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. All right. I'll wait until I'm presentable. However, you must send me that software. I want to experience it thoroughly. Throughout the journey, Xiaoman's intelligence and convenience had completely won over Wei Song, and he was eager to install it on his phone as well. Not a problem, Xiaoman. Please send Wei Song an installation package. Li Muqing, without uttering a word, swiftly instructed Xiaoman to carry out a task. In the next moment, Wei Song's phone illuminated, revealing an installation package that had been transmitted through an unknown means. What the hell? How did it come over? It can be installed directly? My goodness, it's only a few hundred megabytes? Such an intelligent program, and yet the installation package is so small? As Wei Song beheld the installation package on his phone, he gasped in astonishment once more. He had never anticipated that a program of such excellence would be less than 1 gigabyte in size. Observing Wei Song's expression, Li Muqing secretly chuckled to herself. After all, the technological advancements of a century hence were beyond contemporary imagination. Moreover, this was a simplified version of the program, tailored to the specifications of the phone Li Muqing carried. Had it been the original version, it would likely have left many in utter shock. Well then, take your time to explore, she continued. By the way, you can give your own program a name. Just refrain from calling it Xiaoman. Also, ponder what the official name of this program should be. Every release requires a title. Furthermore, regarding this deep cleansing device, we currently possess only one sample. I will send you the production blueprint shortly, and you'll need to scout for a production line. In short, there is much to attend to. After imparting her instructions, Li Muqing departed in Wei Song's car, while he remained utterly engrossed in the newly acquired intelligent program, hardly lifting his head. With Wei Song's affairs momentarily settled, It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and Li Muqing's stomach began to grumble. After all, he had only consumed a sandwich for breakfast before returning. Not to mention, he had immediately engaged in a fierce battle upon his arrival, leaving him quite famished. Li Muqing casually sought out a restaurant, ordered 3 substantial dishes, and devoured them voraciously under the curious gaze of the waitstaff, before preparing to embark on the next phase of his plan, monetization. His current objective was to liquidate the gold and jewelry in his possession to generate cash. Without capital, he could not establish a company, let alone sustain one. After a brief contemplation, Li Muqing resolved to liquidate the 10 small gold bars first, postponing the sale of the other jewelry. The nature of jewelry was such that it was not as easily sold as gold. Finding a suitable buyer was no simple task. Therefore, he intended to test the waters with his gold bars first, and if fortune favored him, the sale of his jewelry would become significantly more manageable. Consequently, Li Muqing drove back to the warehouse to retrieve the black box he had neglected to take earlier, and then he journeyed for another half-hour to reach the city center. The city center was bustling with numerous shops, particularly a plethora of gold stores, where Li Muqing hoped to strike gold, quite literally. Given the substantial amount he intended to liquidate, he dared not approach Lu Dali's shop again. It was not merely a question of Lu Dali's willingness to take on the transaction. The reality was that he lacked the funds to absorb such a considerable quantity of gold bars. However, even amidst the throngs of gold shops in the city center, Li Muqing found himself unable to make a sale after visiting several establishments. Each time he expressed his desire to sell gold, he was bombarded with a multitude of questions, forcing him to retreat in disarray without even producing his items. At this moment, Li Muqing comprehended that overly formal gold shops were ill-suited for his unconventional dealings with gold. To expedite his transactions, he needed to seek out privately owned establishments. Despite their modest storefronts, such shops, located in the heart of the city, often boasted liquidity starting from millions, for otherwise, they could not engage in the trade of precious metals like gold. Thus, Li Muqing drove once more to the antique street. As he recalled that numerous gold shops were nestled around the periphery of Sangyang City's antique market. Upon arriving at the antique street, Li Muqing indeed discovered several shops dedicated to jewelry amidst the myriad of antique stores. Although most of these establishments primarily offered replicas or genuine antique jewelry, they also housed a substantial selection of gold products. After much deliberation, Li Muqing ultimately chose a shop named Qilinxian, not for any particular reason other than its expansive layout, which showcased an impressive array of gold jewelry, and a sign prominently displayed at the entrance indicating high prices for gold, perfectly aligning with his requirements. As Li Muqing stepped inside, a sweet-faced sales assistant approached him warmly. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Qilinxian. Are you interested in purchasing gold or jewelry today?" Li Muqing smiled faintly, about to respond, but was abruptly taken aback upon recognizing the sales assistant's face. Was it merely coincidence? If he wasn't mistaken, this young woman was none other than Han Yur, whom he had inadvertently rescued during a confrontation with Zhang Fei. At this moment, Han Yur, adorned with light makeup and dressed in a uniform, had styled her hair to conform to the shop's standard appearance, thus exhibiting a slightly altered image and aura, which caused Li Muqing to scrutinize her a little longer before recognition dawned. Sir. Noticing Li Muqing's unwavering gaze, Han Yur felt a flicker of discomfort. Yet she maintained her professionalism, calling out to him twice. Such occurrences were not novel for her. Many male customers were drawn to her beauty, which was precisely why the manager had positioned her as a welcoming staff member. Little did they know, she had originally applied for a role in advertising planning. Actually, I'm not here to purchase jewelry. I merely wish to inquire if you buy gold." Li Muqing, snapping back to reality, scratched the back of his head, suddenly feeling a tad embarrassed. Although he recognized Han Yur, she had yet to see him, so it seemed prudent to act as if they were strangers. "Gold. Yes. We do buy. Are you here to sell gold, sir? Please, this way." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Han Yur not only did not dismiss him, but instead greeted him with even greater enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, her striking beauty now further enhancing her allure to the gentleman present. It was no wonder, as any business she brought in would earn her a commission. Li Muqing returned her smile and followed Han Yur to a corner of the hall, where a few sets of seating were arranged, clearly designated for business discussions. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will summon the manager." Han Yur courteously addressed Li Muqing, serving him tea before turning to call someone. Li Muqing casually placed the inconspicuous black box he was carrying on the table, a container so unremarkable that no one would suspect it housed gold. After a brief wait, a somewhat portly man, possessing a rather unsavory appearance and clad in a work suit, approached Li Muqing, guided by Han Yur. The moment the manager appeared, Li Muqing instinctively furrowed his brow. He noticed the manager, trailing behind Han Yur, whose beady eyes incessantly roamed her lower body, lingering particularly on her swaying hips, nearly drooling in anticipation. Such a lecherous individual immediately diminished Li Muqing's regard for him. "Good day, sir. This is our manager, sure, who will be your point of contact," Han Mir said, bowing slightly to Li Muqing before turning to leave. However, as she brushed past manager Sure, he seemed to inadvertently shift his body, obstructing her path. Their sides brushed against one another, and his hand clumsily grazed Han Mir's curvaceous form. "My apologies, manager Sure," Han Mir remarked, sensing something amiss but attributing it to mere happenstance, suppressing her discomfort as she hurried away. Seated nearby, Li Muqing witnessed the manager's inappropriate maneuver, further diminishing his opinion of him. Nevertheless, recognizing that this was the manager's domain, Li Muqing refrained from directly confronting him, silently cursing the lecherous man in his mind. "Sir, are you here to sell gold?" Manager Sure, evidently in high spirits after his earlier indiscretion, settled down with a smile that seemed to stretch across his plump face. "Indeed. With a purity above 24 carats and a substantial quantity, can you accommodate such a deal?" Li Muqing, uninterested in small talk, promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Oh, may I inspect the goods? To be frank, we are the only establishment in this area capable of purchasing large quantities of gold." Hearing this, Manager Sure's eyes sparkled. Gold products were currently in high demand, yet sourcing quality gold was a challenge, and he had been lamenting his inability to find significant clients. This opportunity had seemingly presented itself. "I have the goods with me," Li Muqing stated, tapping the black box. "But what about the price?" "The price is absolutely fair." Manager Sure's beady eyes fixated on the black box. Initially, he had not anticipated that gold was concealed within. Once the goods were verified, payment would be made at 90 of the daily gold price. "Only 90. Li Muqing raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable aura suddenly emanating towards Manager Sure. The latter instantly felt the weight of pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly explained, "Sir, this is the standard price for gold recycling. You won't find a better rate elsewhere, and we have already offered you a generous deal." Manager Sure spoke the truth. Typically, gold was sold at a discounted rate, as all gold shops operated similarly. "Very well, let us examine the goods." Li Muqing, feeling no inclination to engage in idle chatter, understood that gold was plentiful in the wasteland world, and thus, this sum of money held little significance for him. He promptly opened the black box and transferred it to Manager Sure, the dazzling golden contents nearly blinding him. "Is this all? And of such remarkable quality?" Manager Sure was taken aback. The box contained a staggering 10 pounds of gold, and a mere glance confirmed its exceptional purity. "Sir, this is quite a substantial amount. I must consult with my superiors and, if you permit, take a piece for testing to ascertain the gold's purity. Would that be agreeable?" After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Manager Sure finally showcased his professional demeanor, examining a gold bar before speaking. "That is acceptable, but I would appreciate expedience. I do not wish to wait too long." Li Muqing waved his hand, signaling Manager Sure to hurry, indifferent to any potential underhanded dealings. Manager Sure swiftly took a gold bar and vanished through a small door. Chapter 68. Successful liquidation. Thus, Li Muqing waited for over 10 minutes before Manager Sure returned, his face beaming with a smile. As he sat down, he stated, "Sir, the purity of this gold is exceptionally high, and my superiors are quite pleased. If all is in order, we can proceed with the transaction." Li Muqing had no objections. He carried the remaining gold and followed Manager Sure into another small room. The furnishings were sparse, consisting only of a table and a few chairs, with an exquisite electronic scale positioned atop the table, beside which stood an experienced craftsman, presumably a professional from the establishment. After weighing the gold, it was confirmed that Li Muqing had provided precisely 5,000 grams, not a gram more or less. The nearby craftsman marveled, remarking that it had been ages since he had seen such an accurate quantity of gold bars. "May I inquire if you have an invoice for this gold?" Following the weighing, they approached the final step, and Manager Sure inquired with a smile. This was a standard industry practice. Selling gold typically required an invoice to indicate the source and ownership information, making it quite crucial. "I do not possess an invoice. This gold was remelted from heirloom jewelry passed down in my family and has not circulated in the market, hence no such documentation exists." Fortunately, Li Muqing had prepared a plausible explanation beforehand, having instructed Xiaoman to research the necessity of an invoice for gold sales. Manager Sure's expression soured at the mention of the absence of an invoice. He hesitated before stating, "Generally, gold transactions necessitate an invoice. However, given your explanation, it seems that one may not be available. This complicates matters." He exchanged a knowing glance with the craftsman, both shaking their heads before nodding in unison. "Thus, we shall take on some risk by accepting your gold, considering its excellent quality. However, the price may be adjusted slightly downward." Li Muqing understood immediately, a quiet amusement blossoming within him. This was merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. Observing the two individuals before him, both wearing expressions of considerable distress, Li Muqing felt a profound sense of exasperation. However, given that he indeed lacked an invoice, he had somewhat braced himself for this outcome. Their actions were not entirely unjustifiable. After all, the gold was essentially a windfall, and as long as the price was not exorbitant, selling it was a viable option. Currently, the gold price stands at 430 yuan per gram. You possess a total of 5,000 grams, which at a rate of 90 would equate to 19.35 million yuan. Nonetheless, due to the risks we must assume, we will lower the price. Would you be amenable to 1.6 million? Manager Sure stated. Upon witnessing Li Muqing's nod of agreement, he promptly retrieved a calculator and, without hesitation, presented a final offer. It must be said that Manager Sure's quote was rather ruthless, effectively shortchanging Li Muqing by approximately 300,000 yuan. Yet, this paltry sum mattered little to Li Muqing. What truly concerned him was the realization that 10 pounds of gold would fetch him less than 2 million, a far cry from what he had anticipated. Disheartened, he had expected a more substantial return, yet found himself with only a little over 1 million, which dampened his spirits considerably. In light of this, Li Muqing chose not to haggle further and simply nodded in agreement. The transaction proceeded swiftly, with Li Muqing handing over the gold to Manager Sure, who promptly credited his account with 1.6 million yuan in cash. Thank you for your promptness. I hope we can collaborate again in the future, Manager Sure said, barely containing a smile as he escorted Li Muqing to the exit, cheerfully adding, by the way, do you accept jewelry? If so, I may return in a few days. Though Li Muqing held no fondness for Manager Sure, the establishment's grandeur left a lasting impression. He still had an abundance of jewelry and some scattered gold. But he did not plan to sell immediately. He would reconsider in a few days. Certainly, as long as the quality is good and not from our blacklist of stolen items, Manager Sure assured him, patting his chest in confidence. That is acceptable. No need to see me off. I can manage on my own, Li Muqing replied. Just before reaching the entrance, he paused and turned to Manager Sure, who was slightly behind, and made his way toward the door. At that moment, Han Muir was stationed at the entrance to greet guests. As Li Muqing approached, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, be cautious of Manager Sure. Keep your distance. With that, he left her momentarily stunned, continuing on his way. As the number of events in his life increased, Li Muqing refrained from rushing into a reunion with Han Muir, believing that if fate allowed, they would meet again. Transforming 10 pounds of gold into 1.6 million yuan left Li Muqing in a reasonably pleasant mood, although the amount was less than he had envisioned. It sufficed for his current expenses. Upon exiting the Qilin Xian, it was already afternoon. Li Muqing first returned Wei Song's car to his doorstep before hailing a taxi back home. Upon arriving at his residence, he was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether this truly was his home. A foul stench wafted from a heap of garbage strewn about the entrance, and the walls were marred with a series of unsightly graffiti, emblazoned with vulgar phrases. Moreover, the sign of the grocery store that once hung at the entrance has been torn down and shattered into a myriad of pieces. The windows are riddled with numerous large holes, and from the outside, one can see that the interior has been strewn with refuse. Additionally, the red lettering is besmirched with various filth, resulting in a veritable swarm of flies and mosquitoes, while rats scurry and cockroaches roam freely, rendering the place more repulsive than a mere garbage heap. Zhang Fei and Fei Hong Group, you have truly outdone yourselves. Witnessing this scene, Li Muqing was consumed with indignation. It was evident that Zhang Fei and his associates were responsible for this chaos. For the past week, having been unable to locate them, they could only vent their frustrations on their own property. Consequently, Li Muqing promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Feng Jiaying. In anticipation of a smooth signing of the contract the following day, they had exchanged numbers during their time at Wei Song's shop. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a somewhat apprehensive voice emerged from the other end. Hello, Mr. Li. Is there something you need? Feng Jiaying was genuinely intimidated by Li Muqing. He was still at the hospital, dealing with matters concerning his subordinates. Would you like to see what you've done to my home? Li Muqing's tone was ominously dark, startling Feng Jiaying. I truly had no knowledge of your situation. I am aware that this was all orchestrated by Zhang Fei and his men. Please grant me a moment, and I assure you I will restore your home to its pristine state. Feng Jiaying initially considered offering excuses, but upon recalling Li Muqing's unreasonable demeanor, he swiftly changed his tune, promising to rectify the aftermath. Satisfied with this response, Li Muqing nodded. He had not intended to spend the night there, but the state of his home left him quite unsettled. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall arrive at noon tomorrow to sign the contract. If I am not pleased by then, well, you are aware of the consequences. Chapter 69. To celebrate our acquaintance after issuing his threat to Feng Jiaying, Li Muqing turned on his heel and departed. He had no desire to linger in this trash-laden locale for even a moment longer. Instead, he sought out a luxurious hotel nearby and booked the most opulent suite available. Having just come into a sizable sum of money, Li Muqing was determined to indulge himself. Once the room was secured, he sought out a highly rated seafood restaurant, ordering an extravagant array of costly seafood to be delivered to his hotel suite. He also ordered an assortment of snacks, prepared dishes, beverages, and alcohol, then leisurely engaged with his phone. By the time everything arrived, it was past 8 in the evening. He had traversed through time around 9 that morning, and his time travel bracelet required a 12-hour cooldown, which was now nearing its end. The moment the cooldown concluded, Li Muqing meticulously activated the time travel program on his bracelet. As he prepared to traverse, he placed his hands upon a grand table laden with delicacies, surrounded by an ample supply of drinks, intending to take these treasures along with him. Beep. Transmission complete. This journey consumed 23 energy units, leaving 17 remaining. To ensure adequate energy for the next traversal, please replenish promptly, master. Once again, enveloped in a familiar ambience and a familiar sound, Li Muqing returned to the desolate world. However, this time he was accompanied by a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Alas, without the ability to unlock spatial capabilities, transporting items always proved to be a cumbersome task. With just one more journey, he would finally unlock the necessary permissions. His anticipation was palpable. Oh dear, having been busy all day, he had forgotten to replenish his energy. Thankfully, he had soul crystals. Without them, returning would have been a daunting challenge. After a moment of exasperation, he heard a notification from his wristband, and suddenly recalled the importance of replenishing his energy. In haste, he retrieved a small pouch filled with soul crystals from his pocket, allowing the wristband to absorb the energy. Beep. Energy absorption complete. Current energy level stands at 83. In an instant, the pouch containing the soul crystals deflated as over 60 crystals transformed into ethereal powder, converting into energy for the wristband. This was far quicker than conventional charging. Henceforth, he would utilize soul crystals for energy replenishment. With a substantial quantity of soul crystals at his disposal, this efficient method suited him perfectly. Xiaoya, Nanan, where are you? It was just past 9 in the evening, and having not spotted Qin Xia and Mo Li in the kitchen, Li Muqing called out. After a couple of calls, the two emerged from upstairs, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Boss, didn't you say you would return in a couple of days? Why are you back so soon? Hee. I returned after earning quite a sum, and I thought to treat you to a delightful meal since you've been living off canned food with me, Li Muqing replied, gesturing towards the table overflowing with fresh seafood, a proud smile adorning his face. He refrained from disclosing that he had returned to increase his journey count on the wristband. However, his intention to treat the two women was genuine. Without them, his first financial success would not have come so easily. Wow, you're the best, boss. Love you. Mo Li was the first to rush over, throwing herself into Li Muqing's embrace with a playful demeanor, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the seafood feast. Qin Xia, on the other hand, maintained a more reserved demeanor. After expressing her gratitude, she took a seat, though her reaction was more subdued. A deeper sentiment appeared in her gaze towards Li Muqing. She had not anticipated that upon his return, he would think of her in another world, undoubtedly elevating his status in her heart. Come eat up. While it's still warm, hurry before it cools down and loses its flavor. The grand seafood banquet was swiftly devoured by the trio. Burp. I'm so full. What a satisfying meal. Mo Li reclined sideways on her chair, comfortably letting out a contented belch, her face radiating happiness. Her previously flat stomach visibly swelled, making it seem as if she were 3 months pregnant. A testament to the quantity she had consumed. I too am sated, boss. The food you brought is simply exquisite, Qin Xia remarked sincerely, reflecting that this was undoubtedly the most delicious and diverse meal she had ever experienced in her life. Hee, as long as it's delicious. I'm also experiencing these delights for the first time. Li Muqing's words ring true. He used to lack the means to enjoy such treats. While the meal has satisfied their hunger, the main event of the day has yet to commence. Observing the two girls who have ceased their eating, Li Muqing retrieved a collection of bottles from beneath the table. What is this? Molly's curiosity was piqued once again by the unfamiliar items. This is alcohol. Not suitable for children. Here, have this instead, Li Muqing said with a smile, handing her a can of cola. Xia, let us celebrate today and share a drink. Alcohol. Qin Xia curiously took a bottle of beer, inspecting it closely. Indeed, you've never had it before? I have, but as a wild wanderer. My experiences with alcohol were rather different. The drinks I consumed were of poor quality, barely resembling actual alcohol. They would leave me with nausea and headaches instead of intoxication. Reflecting on her past, she realized that in a wasteland, even food was a luxury, and alcohol had become a rare commodity. Most of what people could find were remnants from before the war, long past their expiration dates, while freshly brewed beer was nearly non-existent. Those fortunate enough to indulge in the liquor left behind from the war were the affluent, a status Qin Xia certainly did not possess. Having arrived rather hastily before, she had not prepared anything, so she seized this opportunity to enjoy a small drink in celebration of their newfound acquaintance. Li Muqing poured drinks for both himself and Qin Xie, the golden liquid bubbling and overflowing with frothy white foam, exuding a rich malt aroma. Indeed, the quality of this craft beer was exceptional. You stick to cola for now. Save the alcohol for when you come of age, he said, as Molly attempted to sneak away with Qin Xie's drink, only for Li Muqing to snatch it back and fill her glass with cola instead. Not to mention, aside from the darker color, the effervescent bubbles are quite similar to beer. Humph. According to the Wasteland's customs, one is considered an adult at 14. I am already 16. Molly grumbled, reluctantly accepting the cola. 16 is still not permissible. I don't care what the local customs are. My rule is that one must be 18 to be considered an adult. Ignoring Molly's protests, Li Muqing raised his glass and stood up to celebrate our acquaintance. The two girls followed suit, rising to their feet and exclaiming in unison, to celebrate our acquaintance. Cheers. With a resounding clink of their glasses, Li Muqing tilted his head back and downed the entire 500-milliliter glass of craft beer in one go. Qin Xie, not to be outdone, brought her glass to her lips, taking a small sip before her eyes lit up, and she too boldly finished her beer in one breath. Afterward, both exhaled deeply, releasing the carbon dioxide that had built up in their chests, feeling utterly refreshed. This beer, purchased at a considerable price by Li Muqing, was pre-chilled and served in a specially designed insulated barrel, ensuring it remained refreshingly cold and delightful. Despite the scorching summer heat, the temperature in this post-apocalyptic world pales in comparison to that of reality, yet indulging in a glass of ice-cold beer is undeniably invigorating. Observing the expressions of the two, Molly could hardly contain her eagerness and swiftly drank her cola, only to choke on the very first sip. Alas, while cola is indeed flavorful, its effervescence can be overwhelming. And in her haste, she found herself caught off guard. Witnessing Molly's slight struggle, Li Muqing erupted in laughter, teasing her. See, there's a reason I don't allow you to drink alcohol. If you can't handle cola, wine is out of the question. With a playful roll of her eyes, Molly regained her composure and boldly downed the rest of her cola, slamming the cup onto the table with a resounding thud, exuding a sense of bravado. Refreshing. Another round. It seemed that Molly had begun to grasp the joyful essence of indulgence. After refilling their glasses, Li Muqing raised his cup once more, proclaiming, to this toast, may we forget the past and cherish the present. Without hesitation, the trio clinked their glasses and emptied them in one swift motion. To a brighter tomorrow. After 3 rounds, Li Muqing ceased to initiate any further toasts, recognizing that consuming 3 gin of liquid necessitated a pause, especially after their recent meal. Nevertheless, their robust constitutions, as enhanced individuals, allowed them to digest the contents of their stomachs relatively swiftly. Consequently, Li Muqing instructed Qin Xie and Molly to tidy the table, clearing away the empty dishes and arranging the leftover snacks in the center. Wow, boss, you've truly thought of everything. Snacks and drinks galore, Molly exclaimed, her admiration for Li Muqing swelling like an unrelenting tide at the sight of the new offerings on the table. What's drinking without some accompaniments? These require no preparation, just bought ready-made, so I prepared a few. Come, let us continue drinking and chatting. Tonight, we shall not return sober. Having successfully swindled Feng Jiang out of a substantial sum, sold gold, and brought Wei Song into their fold, Li Muqing felt particularly elated. In this buoyant mood, he beckoned the 2 ladies to join him once more. The trio savored their food and drink leisurely while engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing the moment. Each shared their unique experiences, taking this opportunity to express themselves. Qin Xie recounted her adventures in the wilderness, while Molly hesitantly described her childhood spent in a shelter. Li Muqing vividly painted a picture of his world for the 2 girls, and their conversation flowed effortlessly, inadvertently stretching into the late hours of the night. Oh, I'm feeling sleepy. I'm full, so I'm heading upstairs. You 2 carry on, Molly declared, fatigue creeping in as she, being young and still growing, was accustomed to an early bedtime. Go on, we cannot predict when this will end. In truth, Li Muqing was eager for Mo Li to depart swiftly, as it would grant him and Qin Xie some much-needed solitude. After Mo Li bid her farewell and left, the table was left with only Li Muqing and Qin Xie. However, for reasons unknown, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, with both of them lowering their heads in quietude. The ambience felt peculiar. Throughout the evening, they had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and the craft beer that Li Muqing had brought was nearly depleted, leaving only 2 glasses remaining. Fortunately, Li Muqing had more than just beer at his disposal. He skillfully produced several bottles of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses from beneath the table. Once he uncorked the bottles and poured the wine into the glasses, he finally spoke. I believe this moment is more suited for such a beverage. What kind of wine is this? Its hue differs from the previous drink. It's a vivid red, reminiscent of blood. Qin Xie, regaining her composure, lifted her glass and swirled the vibrant liquid within. This is called red wine. In our culture, Drinking red wine is truly a symbol of elegance and nobility. Li Muqing gestured towards the English lettering on the wine bottle, continuing, however, this foreign product tends to be quite expensive. I personally find beer more palatable. Then why switch to red wine? Qin Xie inquired, intrigued, although this wine does possess a delightful aroma. She inhaled deeply, captivated by the fruity scent that wafted from her glass. With the beer running low and the current ambience aligning perfectly with red wine, Li Muqing took a small sip, experiencing a slight tartness, which soon gave way to a rich blend of wine and fruit fragrances. Oh, what ambience are we in now? With that, Qin Xie mimicked Li Muqing, tasting a small sip of the wine. However, the tangy flavor caught her off guard, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. It is indeed a bit unfamiliar for a first-time red wine drinker, but with time, one can truly appreciate its exquisite nature. Li Muqing swirled his glass, observing how the viscous liquid clung to the sides, indicating that this was undoubtedly a fine red wine. Yet, the purpose behind his statement was not merely to extol the virtues of the wine, but rather to segue into his subsequent remark, much like you. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol that evening, Qin Xie, despite her enhanced physique and strong resistance to alcohol, found herself slightly inebriated. Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, she did not exhibit surprise. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she tilted her head and gazed at him, asking, like me? Why is that? From the moment I first met you, I sensed that you were a remarkable young woman, strong, courageous, and wise, with a heart eager to explore the unknown. However, that initial impression was merely the surface. As I spent more time with you, I discovered your authenticity. You are not only incredibly beautiful, but also fiercely independent, possessing your own thoughts and philosophies. Living amidst this desolation, I can only imagine the hardships you endure. Subsequently, you became my subordinate, although labeled as such. I perceived our relationship to be more akin to that of friends. With each successive interaction, I gradually came to understand you better and found myself increasingly captivated by your essence. Much like a glass of red wine, initially, I could only detect its tartness. Yet eventually, a wave of sweetness would emerge, which is your most exquisite quality. For reasons unbeknownst to me, in a moment of impulsiveness, Li Muqing uttered such heartfelt words. This statement nearly laid bare the emotions he harbored for Qin Xie. It was only now, under the influence of the wine, that he mustered the courage to express them directly. He was equally astonished by his own eloquence, capable of such fervent expression, which caused him to blush slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare utter such sentiments. Thus, he continued speaking to himself, avoiding any glance at Qin Xie, fearing her face might betray a look of disdain, which would leave him utterly mortified. Chapter 71. That night Li Muqing could hardly anticipate that as he spoke, Qin Xie's gaze grew increasingly gentle. Upon the conclusion of his heartfelt declaration, she smiled sweetly, emptied her glass of red wine in one swift motion, and casually rested her head on the table, her eyes slightly unfocused as she posed a question. Boss, do you like me? Upon hearing this, Li Muqing's hand trembled momentarily, and he stared at Qin Xie, unsure of how to respond. However, in the next instant, he nodded emphatically. Yes, I like you. I knew it. You do like me. Qin Xie beamed even more brightly upon receiving his affirmation. Her eyes regained their focus, and she met Li Muqing's gaze directly, saying, actually, after the incident with the bloodstained group, I realized that you must have feelings for me, and it seems I have developed feelings for you as well. Do you understand? In this wasteland, loving someone is a truly extravagant affair, because one can never be certain if the person they cherish genuinely wishes them well. What if they merely seek to exploit or toy with you? That would be disastrous. After all, the hearts of people in this desolate world are exceedingly complex. I have encountered many remarkable individuals and had my share of admirers, yet I could discern that their intentions were seldom pure. I even believed I would spend my life alone, met with an untimely demise in the wilderness. This thought frequently plagued my mind, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Until I met you. From the moment you first appeared before me, I recognized that you were not of this world. Your ignorance and folly were accompanied by a warmth, kindness, and selflessness, qualities that are exceedingly rare in this wasteland. You chose to trust us immediately and divulged your secrets. Fortune favored you. Had you encountered those with nefarious intentions, your grave would likely be overgrown by now. Thankfully, you crossed paths with us. Afterward, I observed everything you did, including your arrangements. Yet what truly captivated me was our encounter with the bloodstained clan. In such a life-and-death battle, you, who had never even witnessed blood, displayed remarkable courage. Ultimately, in the final confrontation with the blood scythe, you were willing to fight desperately for me. At that moment, I realized I had fallen for you. Qin Xie spoke fervently, grasping her cup, only to discover it was empty. Li Muqing promptly refilled it, and she swiftly drained it again. In the desolate world, there are no convoluted intricacies. To like someone is simply to like them, and one must express that affection. Yet, I had previously hesitated to voice my feelings, fearing you would mock my innocence or deem me too naive. Now, however, I am elated to finally hear your sentiments." As she spoke, Qin Xie's gaze grew somewhat hazy, her eyes brimming with tenderness that seemed to threaten to melt Li Muqing's resolve. How could Li Muqing contain himself upon receiving such a heartfelt confession? He downed the remaining wine in the bottle, and emboldened, crossed the table to stand before Qin Xie. "What do you intend to do?" The once formidable Qin Xie now resembled a timid rabbit, shrinking in her chair, uncertainly gazing at Li Muqing. Without uttering many words, Li Muqing, embodying his masculine resolve, expressed his intent through action, pressing his lips firmly against hers for a fervent French kiss. This marked the first time Li Muqing had taken the initiative to kiss a woman. He hadn't done so even with his ex-girlfriend. After a prolonged kiss, Qin Xie was utterly entranced, gazing at Li Muqing with passion, her body melting against him like a puddle of water. At this juncture, if Li Muqing failed to act, it would be a disservice to himself. He boldly lifted Qin Xie into his arms and ascended the stairs in just a few strides, arriving at his room. "You." Qin Xie seemed to comprehend something, yet also appeared oblivious, biting her lip and closing her eyes, paralyzed with trepidation as she looked at Li Muqing. "Tonight, I shall love you well," he promised, as the lights dimmed, enveloping the room in a romantic ambience. The following morning, Li Muqing awoke naturally. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night, having consumed a mixture of spirits, but fortunately, he had brought quality liquor, leaving him with no lingering effects despite his inebriation. However, he still felt slightly dazed and took a moment to recollect his surroundings. As he attempted to move, Li Muqing suddenly sensed something nestled in his arms. He gently lowered his gaze, revealing the breathtaking visage of Qin Xie. "Ah, right, last night," Li Muqing recalled, remembering their inebriated confessions of love and the ensuing delightful activities that followed. As he reminisced about the details of the previous night, a surge of warmth coursed through his heart. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Qin Xie's beautiful face. Perhaps it was due to sheer exhaustion that Qin Xie, though sensing something amiss, did not awaken. Instead, she nestled deeper into Li Muqing's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position, and succumbed once again to slumber. Observing this, Li Muqing smiled softly, caressing Qin Xie's silky hair, and closed his eyes to indulge in a brief respite himself. Time passed, and Li Muqing eventually stirred awake once more. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qin Xie beside him, gazing at him with a dreamy expression. Realizing that Li Muqing had awoken, Qin Xie hastily shut her eyes, attempting to feign sleep, unaware that Li Muqing had already seen through her ruse. "Oh, little lazy cat. No need to pretend. I can see you," he chuckled, gently teasing her petite nose with his fingers, an action imbued with tenderness and intimacy. Upon being discovered, a flush of crimson spread across Qin Xie's cheeks, illuminating her entire face and extending to her sun-kissed neck, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. "You are insufferable," she murmured playfully, burrowing once more into Li Muqing's embrace, lightly tapping his chest as she coquettishly complained. "It feels like a dream. If this is a dream, I wish never to awaken." Li Muqing held Qin Xie close, whispering sweet nothings that danced upon her ears, filling her heart with warmth and delight, though they also rendered her more bashful. A stark contrast to her fervor from the previous night. "This is no dream, it is reality. I can feel your warmth, your heartbeat. Having you here is truly wonderful," he replied softly. Qin Xie echoed a similar sentiment, igniting a passionate flame within Li Muqing's heart. In the early hours of the morning, his desires intensified, especially with the presence of a charming maiden in his arms. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he suddenly turned over, pinning Qin Xie beneath him, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Naturally, the ensuing moments are best left to the imagination. Chapter 72. Task permissions. As Qin Xie and Li Muqing made their descent downstairs, the hour had already approached noon. Had Li Muqing not recalled an obligation awaiting him, he might have wished to remain in bed with Qin Xie for the entirety of the day. Leading the way, Qin Xie appeared radiant, showing no signs of having recently crossed a threshold, nor of enduring two intense encounters. In stark contrast, Li Muqing trailed behind, somewhat weary. It was unavoidable. While such experiences typically favor the male, being with a robust woman like Qin Xie had left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. There is a saying, only the exhausted ox dies, not the plowed field. Initially skeptical, Li Muqing now fully believed it. "Hey, did you two just wake up?" "I'm already on my second meal," remarked Molly. Seated in the living room with a portable computer, her curiosity piqued as she observed the pair. We had a bit too much to drink last night and slept in," Li Muqing replied nonchalantly to Molly, his heart steady as he spun a half-truth. Indeed, they had indulged, but certain details were deliberately omitted. "Is that alcohol truly so potent? It has rendered both of you, who have enhanced physiques, incapable of rising?" I truly wish to give it a try. Molly licked her lips, seemingly yearning for another drink. Just as Li Muqing felt relieved to have evaded the topic, Molly suddenly remarked, "You all drank quite late last night." I was in a daze but could still hear Sister Qin's voice, telling someone to be gentle, to take it slow. "Did you, boss, ply her with liquor?" Upon hearing these words, Li Muqing felt faint, nearly collapsing, while Qin Xie's face turned crimson as she fled to the kitchen, refusing to come out. It was unbearably awkward. Thankfully, the soundproofing in the villa was decent, or else the ruckus from the previous night would surely have roused Molly, making her believe the villa was under siege by some monstrous entity. Ah, well, yes. I just wanted her to drink quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I'd be able to sleep. Li Muqing chuckled, deftly steering the conversation away, suggesting they go enjoy the food, and hurried into the kitchen to prevent Molly from broaching any more inappropriate subjects. "It's all your fault. How utterly embarrassing." Upon seeing Li Muqing enter, Qin Xie pounced on him, playfully delivering a flurry of light punches that nearly made him spit blood. All right. It's not a big deal. We're all friends here. What is there to fear? Come here, give me a kiss." The moment Li Muqing saw Qin Xie's bashful demeanor, he found her irresistibly adorable and embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Oh, how annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore, humph." With no retort to Li Muqing, Qin Xie dashed out again, leaving him alone in the kitchen to prepare the meal. He understood her reaction well. Rather than feeling upset, his heart swelled with joy. After all, it was Qin Xie, and he had managed to win her affection in such a way, something he had never even dared to dream of. He would surely wake up smiling from such delightful dreams in the future. In a buoyant mood, Li Muqing hummed a cheerful tune, using the remnants from last night along with the available ingredients to quickly whip up a simple brunch. Once he had called the two women over and they finished eating, he prepared to return to the real world. "Are you really going back so soon?" While Molly seemed indifferent to Li Muqing's departure, Qin Xie wore an expression of reluctance. There was nothing to be done. They were currently in a blissful honeymoon phase, and as a woman, Qin Xie certainly did not wish for her man to leave at such a time. Yet, Li Muqing had matters to attend to in the real world. He had made a brief return yesterday, but not a single task had been completed. He had mentioned that he would be back in 2 or 3 days, as there were still goods to be delivered and various matters needing his attention. "However, I shall return swiftly, bringing even more items, including some delightful treasures you will surely adore. Rest assured, I shall not merely take what I need and vanish. I am bound to you both for a lifetime." Li Muqing offered comforting words, particularly the last statement aimed at Qin Xie, which managed to soothe her somewhat. Before departing, he seized a moment when Mo Li was distracted to pull Qin Xie to a corner and bestowed upon her a passionate farewell kiss. Only then, amid Qin Xie's reluctant gaze, did he activate the wristband and once again leave the desolate world behind. Beep. Transmission complete. This transmission consumed 20 energy, leaving a remaining energy of 63. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master, for reaching the threshold to unlock permissions. The permission task has commenced. Permission task, absorb 1,000 kilograms of high-purity titanium to activate the wristband's spatial storage function. Current completion, 0 kilograms 1,000 kilograms. Upon returning, the wristband emitted several notifications. The first was the usual reminder heard with every traversal. The subsequent alerts, however, were intriguing. Li Muqing had finally awaited the day he could unlock this feature, particularly as it pertained to spatial storage, which he greatly required. Wristband, is there a time limit for your task? After a moment of contemplation, Li Muqing inquired for clarity. Answering Master, the permission task has no time constraints. As long as you allow me to absorb sufficient high-purity titanium, I can activate the spatial storage function. Nice. I appreciate that. Li Muqing felt a surge of relief. Without a time limit, he felt less apprehensive. However, he pondered, what exactly is titanium? He had never heard of it before. Xiaoman, come forth for a moment. Back in the real world, his phone was connected to the internet, and Li Muqing promptly summoned Xiaoman to inquire about titanium. Master, Xiaoman has found that titanium is a relatively common and widely used metal. Titanium and its alloys possess excellent corrosion resistance, high strength, and good heat resistance, all of which surpass steel, and its density is lighter than iron. However, the production cost of titanium is quite high, thus it is primarily utilized in aerospace and deep-sea technology, earning it the title of space metal. After posing his question, Xiaoman promptly provided an answer. Ah, space metal? No wonder it must be absorbed to unlock the spatial storage function. As long as it isn't too rare, I can manage. He then wondered, by the way, what is the price of this titanium? Li Muqing exhaled, relieved that the wristband's permission task did not require overly precious materials. It wasn't so much a matter of affordability, but rather the potential scarcity of supply. Well, there is a wealth of pricing information online. After filtering through the data, Xiaoman estimates that high-purity titanium costs approximately 800 to 1,200 yuan per kilogram. Thus, if you require 1 ton of high-purity titanium, you should prepare around 800,000 to 1,200,000 yuan. Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Li Muqing, who had just relaxed, felt his spirits plummet again. Good heavens! That would deplete more than half of my cash reserves. How can I proceed with my next plan now? Chapter 73, Feng Buiyuan. Isn't this titanium supposed to be relatively common and widely used? How can it be selling for such exorbitant prices? Li Muqing found himself at a loss for words. In truth, it is not quite so. The prices of ordinary titanium plates or titanium alloys are quite reasonable, approximately around 100 yuan per kilogram. However, what you require, dear master, is high-purity titanium metal, and that comes at a rather steep price. Upon hearing Xiaoman's explanation, Li Muqing could only sigh and then instructed, Very well, Xiaoman. Please assist me in finding a reliable vendor and place an order for 1 ton of titanium metal to be delivered to my warehouse in the industrial area. The payment will be deducted from my account. The sooner, the better. Understood, master. I will match you with the most suitable vendor and strive to ensure delivery within today. Xiaoman's cartoonish avatar saluted on the phone screen before disappearing, presumably busy with the task. One must admit, having such a mobile assistant has indeed made many tasks considerably more convenient for Li Muqing. Once the company is registered, launching this application will surely garner widespread acclaim. Thus, establishing the company should be prioritized, for relying solely on the sale of gold is hardly a sustainable endeavor. With a sigh, Li Muqing glanced at the time. There remained half an hour until noon. He descended to check out and made his way home. Upon reaching the corner of his street, he noticed a throng of individuals congregated at his doorstep, all dressed in a somewhat disreputable manner, seeking refuge under the eaves from the scorching sun. At this hour, the only person likely to appear here would be someone from Feng Jiaying's crew. However, whether they were there to seek trouble or to finalize an agreement remained uncertain. Regardless of their intentions, Li Muqing felt unperturbed. It was not arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement of his current capabilities. Dispatching these dozen or so ruffians would be a matter of mere moments. Here they come, they are arriving. Is that him? He doesn't seem all that formidable. Indeed, I have seen the videos. His skills are unparalleled, and dozens of our brothers have fallen to him. Stand firm. Do not show fear. Someone notify Brother Sean. As Li Muqing approached, his keen hearing caught snippets of the gangsters' hushed conversations. Simultaneously, they shed their previously casual demeanor, standing at attention as if under inspection. Then, a middle-aged man, clad in a suit, sporting glasses and slicked-back hair, emerged from Li Muqing's grocery store and approached him. Good morning, Mr. Li. The man in the suit greeted with an ingratiating smile, extending his hand from a distance to welcome Li Muqing. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the man's cordial demeanor, Li Muqing felt it inappropriate to maintain a stern expression. He perfunctorily shook the man's hand and inquired, And you are? My name is Sun Kaishan, the manager of the Feihong Group's business division, as well as the deputy general manager. I am here to represent the group in signing an agreement with you. All the necessary documents are prepared, and our colleagues, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ying, are waiting for you inside the house. Please, follow me. As Sun Kaishan spoke, he adopted a posture of utmost respect, leading the way with impeccable hospitality. Li Muqing found herself momentarily perplexed by the names mentioned, Yuan Xiao and Ying Xiao. If Ying Xiao referred to Feng Jiaying, then who was Yuan Xiao? Concealing her curiosity, Li Muqing followed Sun Kaishan back to her home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Li Muqing was astonished to discover that her residence had undergone a complete transformation. The refuse that had accumulated outside the door was conspicuously absent, the bloodstains and graffiti on the walls had been entirely removed, and a fresh coat of paint adorned the surfaces. The shattered windows and doors had been replaced, rendering the house reminiscent of a newly renovated dwelling. Indeed, Feihong Group was extraordinarily affluent. It seemed as effortless as child's play to renovate a house overnight. Stepping inside, Li Muqing noticed that the previously cluttered ground floor had been tidied. The items that had once been strewn about were now neatly arranged to one side, and a square table stood prominently in the center, at which 2 individuals were seated. One of them was Feng Jiaying, with whom Li Muqing had had an altercation the previous day, having successfully extorted a considerable sum from him. Beside Feng Jiaying sat a handsome gentleman, seemingly in his 30s, who bore a resemblance to Feng Jiaying. Upon noticing Li Muqing's entrance, the handsome man rose to his feet, while Feng Jiaying's expression shifted, reluctantly following suit. Mr. Li, allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed general manager of Feihong Group, and also the eldest son of Chairman Feng Buiyuan. This is Feng Jiaying, whom you met yesterday, Sun Kaishan hastily introduced. Feng Buiyuan? Li Muqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Feng Jiaying had an elder brother, and a prominent one at that, indicating that he was now wielding significant influence. Such a person, despite an outwardly charming demeanor, was undoubtedly a shrewd and calculating individual. capable of managing the myriad complexities of Fei Hong Group far more adeptly than his less reputable brother. Ah, so you are Yuan Xiao. I have long admired your reputation. I did not expect you to visit my humble abode today. It is indeed an honor, Li Muqing remarked, her intelligence shining through. Although she held little fondness for them, she understood the necessity of maintaining a cordial facade. Not at all. I had no idea there was such a remarkable individual as Mr. Li in this area. My younger brother has caused quite a stir here, and I have come to extend my apologies on his behalf, Feng Buiyuan replied with a smile, initiating an apology that instantly raised Li Muqing's suspicions. An apology is unnecessary. Yesterday was likely a misunderstanding. Ultimately, our dealings have come to a close, Li Muqing stated with a smile, casting a glance at Feng Jiaying. Yet, as Feng Jiaying gazed upon Li Muqing's devilish smile, memories of his domineering demeanor from the previous day surged forth, causing her to shudder involuntarily, retracting her neck as words eluded her. Haha, well. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us put an end to it and proceed to the main topic. Observing his younger brother in such a pitiable state, Feng Buiyuan was at a loss for thoughts and quickly diverted the conversation. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Sun Kaishan produced a set of demolition agreements and handed them to Li Muqing for review. Li Muqing glanced over the documents and took a photograph with his phone, seeking counsel from Xiaoman, who confirmed that the agreement was indeed sound, aligning with what Feng Jiaying had relayed the previous day. According to the actual usable area of Li Muqing's building, compensation was set at 2,000 yuan per square meter, with an additional offer of a relocation apartment for each floor. Should he opt out of the relocation apartment, compensation would be rendered in cash at market value. Thus calculated, should Li Muqing choose to receive all compensation in cash, he would obtain a total of 56 million yuan. Among this sum, 56 million constituted the demolition compensation, while an additional 1 million represented cash compensation for two 100 square meter relocation apartments. Chapter 74, a duel? Presently, however, the only sum Li Muqing could access was the 56 million. The remaining 1 million could only be disbursed upon the completion of the extensive demolition and reconstruction project, which would likely take 3 to 4 years. Xiaoman's response regarding the agreement was that it conformed to the unified standards set by Cangyang City, devoid of any hidden clauses. With Xiaoman's assurance, Li Muqing had no further objections and promptly affixed his signature to the agreement. On behalf of Fei Hong Group, Sun Kaishan signed and affixed the company's seal. With this entire process completed, the agreement attained legal validity, officially coming into effect. Meanwhile, the two sons of the Feng family appeared to be mere spectators in the unfolding drama. Very well, Mr. Li, we also have your bank account information on record. Upon our return, the company's finance department will expedite the transfer of the demolition compensation to your account. Additionally, we shall grant you 3 days to relocate. After this period, we shall commence construction. Is that agreeable? Sun Kaishan stated, securing his copy of the contract and handing the other to Li Muqing while elaborating. That is perfectly fine. I require merely a day, Li Muqing nodded, reflecting on the unusually smooth progression of the day's events, which felt somewhat abnormal. It was worth noting that Fei Hong Group's expenditures along this entire street might not even rival the costs incurred by Li Muqing's family, let alone the resources they would later expend on him. Were they truly content to simply gloss over this matter? That is splendid. Should Mr. Li manage to complete the relocation ahead of schedule, kindly inform me. Here is my business card, Sun Kaishan remarked, handing his card to Li Muqing with an amiable expression. After all, the urgency from above is palpable. Commencing work a day earlier would alleviate some of our pressure. Sun Kaishan's demeanor made it seem as if Fei Hong Group were the aggrieved party, while Li Muqing appeared to be the unreasonable one. Had it not been for Li Muqing's prior encounters with the machinations of the Fei Hong Group, he might have succumbed to the persuasive demeanor of Sun Kaishan. Now that the agreement has been finalized, the guests may take their leave, while I must attend to tidying up the room. Thus, Li Muqing decisively issued the eviction order. Indeed, today's matters have reached a resolution, and we are prepared to depart. However, before we take our leave, I wish to seek Mr. Li's opinion on a particular matter. Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Feng Buiyuan finally broke his silence. As anticipated, a flicker of realization crossed Li Muqing's mind. He understood that the two representatives from the Feng family would not easily let him off the hook. Despite their earlier courteous demeanor, it was merely a facade. Feel free to speak, Mr. Feng. However, since you have acknowledged that our affairs have come to an end, I cannot guarantee that I will acquiesce to any of your requests, Li Muqing replied, shrugging his shoulders with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor confrontational. Of course, I am merely proposing an idea, Mr. Li. It suffices if you listen, and whether or not you agree is entirely at your discretion. Feng Buiyuan's smile remained unchanged by Li Muqing's attitude as he continued. Mr. Li, you received 5 million from my brother yesterday. This was a result of his immaturity and impulsiveness. Thus, we accept the loss. However, while we may accept the loss, our elders are less inclined to do so. They express that losing to a person is acceptable, but losing face is not. After all, our Feihong group must maintain its standing in Sanyang City. Yesterday, Jiaying brought great shame upon the Feng family. Hence the elders have instructed me to bring him along to seek an explanation from you. At this revelation, Li Muqing could not help but smirk internally. He had anticipated that matters would not be so straightforward. Although he had received 5 million yesterday, it had not come without its challenges. An explanation? I recall that you had previously stated that yesterday's events would be considered settled. On what grounds do you approach me for further elucidation? Li Muqing crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, regarding Feng Buyin with an air of indifference. At this point, he no longer feared individuals like Feng Buyin. Mr. Li, although it may seem somewhat contrived, this matter was instigated by our elders and pertains to the honor of our Feihong group, which makes it a different issue altogether. Do not be hasty. After you hear my subsequent remarks, you may wish to express your thoughts, for perhaps my forthcoming suggestion will pique your interest. Oh, please, continue. I am all ears. Li Muqing raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Feng Buyin to proceed. Mr. Li, now that you possess considerable wealth, you are counted among the affluent, and given your youth, it is evident that your future accomplishments will only burgeon. In Sanyang City, there exists a plethora of affluent individuals, and their offspring often encounter various frictions. Engaging in brawls over trivial disputes is not befitting of our status. Thus a method for resolving such conflicts has emerged, namely, the practice of dueling. Feng Buyin then proceeded to elucidate the concept of dueling. In truth, among that group of privileged heirs, when conflicts arise that are difficult to resolve or when grievances run deep, they resort to challenges to determine the victor. Simply put, the winning party claims everything, while the vanquished must swallow their pride in silence. Such contests ascend to a significant level, transcending personal honor to embody the essence of their collective identity. Therefore, once a challenge is lost, it is exceedingly difficult to retract, even if the opponent consents. One's family and companions cannot afford to lose face. It is, in a sense, a relatively reasonable approach. It sounds rather appealing. However, why should I engage in such a duel with you? I owe you nothing. Li Muqing gazed at the Feng brothers in utter disbelief. As he aptly stated, why should he entertain a duel with these two individuals? Though the idea of a duel appears fair, he is not indebted to the Feng family. What nonsense is this? Do you think that possessing a modicum of skill renders you invincible? Let me assure you, the world is far more complex than you perceive. Do you believe that I cannot devise 100 ways to eliminate you, should I so desire? I am merely granting you a modicum of courtesy, and yet you dare to act so shamelessly? Witnessing Li Muqing's demeanor, Feng Jiaying could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Muqing. Indeed, he had lost yesterday, and it was a humiliating defeat that left him shaken. However, emboldened by the support of his elder brother, Feng Jiaying felt a renewed sense of confidence. After some reflection, he concluded that Li Muqing was merely stronger and more resilient. Yet what of it? One might be able to defeat 10, 20, or even 30 opponents, but could you withstand the onslaught of 100 or 200? All fully armed. Even without firearms, they could wield knives, embodying the essence of fierce combatants. Thus, having endured a morning of restraint, Feng Jiaying's frustration erupted upon witnessing Li Muqing's dismissive attitude towards the Feng brothers. Chapter 75, A Nap with a Pillow? Are you threatening me? Observing Feng Jiaying's frantic demeanor, Li Muqing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating slowly from him. He had weathered storms of gunfire and witnessed bloodshed. He had even taken lives himself. Such a murderous presence is not something just anyone can withstand. Feng Buyin sensed the perilous energy radiating from Li Muqing and momentarily froze, refraining from speaking. Instead, he turned and delivered a sharp slap to Feng Jiaying's head, rebuking him. What is this attitude? Sit down immediately and speak respectfully with Mr. Li. Feng Jiaying, already unnerved by Li Muqing's aura, was further disoriented by the slap, his pale face falling as he sank back down. However, with Feng Buyuan's intervention, Li Muqing's intensity also receded. Li Muqing understood clearly that Feng Jiaying was speaking the truth. Though he currently possesses an extraordinary physique and wields a game-changing artifact such as the dimensional transmission bracelet, facing the Feihong group alone remains a formidable challenge. It is not fear that holds him back, but rather the acknowledgement of the complexities involved. After all, we dwell in a society governed by law, where the Feihong group boasts numerous advisors and an arsenal of nefarious schemes. A mere trap could easily lead to Li Muqing's downfall. He is, after all, not a true Superman and still must navigate the constraints of societal norms. Should that day ever arrive, it is likely that Li Muqing would be branded a criminal, forced to survive in a desolate world. To genuinely topple the Feihong group, he must first establish his own influence in the real world, a process that demands considerable time. At this juncture, Time is undoubtedly his most precious commodity. Upon reflection, agreeing to Feng Buiyuan's challenge could indeed be advantageous, as it would afford him significant time to develop his abilities discreetly. Mr. Li, my brother speaks without thinking. His earlier remarks were mere nonsense. We are now all about the rule of law, and I assure you, your personal safety will not be compromised. Let us return to the matter of the duel. Dueling, of course, comes with stakes. Typically, we divide a duel into 3 to 5 smaller events, and the individual who emerges victorious in the majority is deemed the winner. Each segment usually carries a substantial wager, starting at $1 million. I trust this will pique your interest, Mr. Li. Furthermore, should you accept our invitation to this duel, I shall personally contribute $5 million in cash and a villa in the Songhai estate as a prize. The victor would claim both the money and the property. What say you? Upon hearing about the potential monetary reward, Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He is in dire need of funds, although he possesses numerous valuable items. They are of little use until converted into cash. The prospect of a wager starting at $1 million aligns perfectly with his desires. Moreover, the additional $5 million and a villa for winning the duel is akin to a timely boon. Under such favorable conditions, Li Muqing finally relented, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it sounds quite appealing. His shift in demeanor elicited an even broader smile from Feng Buiyuan. This time, I will invite esteemed individuals from Canyang City to oversee the entire event, and we will publicize the duel among the upper echelons of neighboring cities. Thus, regardless of the outcome, our family's affairs will be settled. Mr. Li, I've laid out the conditions. Have you decided to accept our invitation to the duel? Why not? It would be foolish to forego an opportunity for profit. As for the specifics of the competition, I trust you have already devised a suitable framework, Li Muqing replied decisively. In his estimation, no matter the contest, victory was assured on Feng Buiyuan's side. After all, Li Muqing's current prowess, coupled with the arsenal at his disposal, is beyond the wildest imaginations of the Feng brothers. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must meet them. When water flows, one must build a dam. Li Muqing firmly believes that whatever his opponent can achieve, he can undoubtedly surpass with greater finesse. Very well, Mr. Li, you are indeed straightforward. Since you have consented, I assure you that none from our Feihong group will disturb you until our duel concludes. Feng Buiyuan, pleased with Li Muqing's prompt agreement, continued. As for the specifics of the competition, I shall convey them to you later in written form. If Mr. Li can adhere to our rules upon review, I can arrange for additional stakes to be placed. What do you say? Not an issue. Do send it promptly, so I shan't be kept waiting. Li Muqing shrugged nonchalantly, as he found little desire to deliberate. If his adversary could finalize the duel's details, it would certainly simplify matters. With that settled, we shall not intrude further, Mr. Li. Eyeing, let us depart, Feng Buiyuan declared, leading Feng Jiaying and Sun Kaishan out of the room, accompanied by their neatly arranged subordinates, as they exited the street. Brother, do we truly need to resort to a duel for such a commoner? Surely, a sum of money would suffice to eliminate him. Feng Jiaying impatiently queried once they settled into the luxurious vehicle of the Feihong group. You, my dear brother, remain rather naive, Feng Buiyuan replied, reclining comfortably in the plush seat. After activating the massage function, he glanced at his sibling and remarked, Li Muqing is no ordinary individual. Our company's investigations reveal that his past is remarkably unremarkable, yet this seemingly mundane person possesses formidable skills. Do you not find that curious? Moreover, the aura he exudes indicates that he has witnessed bloodshed. He has taken lives. My dear brother, facing such a character, if you lack absolute certainty in your strike, it would be folly to act rashly. Should he survive an encounter with you, your life would thereafter be fraught with trepidation. With that, Feng Buiyuan retrieved a chilled beverage and savored a sip, while Feng Jiaying sat in stunned silence. He had never anticipated that Li Muqing had taken lives. Though born into the Feng family of Feihong group, he was several years younger than his brother and had never witnessed the brutal tactics employed by the group prior to its reformation, remaining oblivious to the complexities involved. Now, upon hearing Feng Buiyuan's words, a sense of dread washed over him. Reflecting on the provocations he had directed at Li Muqing over the past few days, he pondered whether he had indeed been fortunate that his adversary had not retaliated lethally. Noticing the apprehensive demeanor of his brother, Feng Buiyuan discerned that this time, Feng Jiaying was genuinely frightened. He continued, thus, we can utilize the duel to ensure his defeat at our hands, increasing his debts to us. In the end, we may very well have him under our control, to be used to our advantage. Chapter 76. The resilient Xiaoman. The machinations of the Feng brothers remained a mystery to Li Muqing, yet even if he were privy to their schemes, he would not be perturbed. In his eyes, victory was assured. He merely needed to await the fruits of his endeavors. Once the representatives from Feihong group departed, Li Muqing began to tidy up his abode. This building, a constant since his birth, held immense sentimental value, and the impending relocation stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Nevertheless, sentimentality aside, the process of demolition was inevitable, a reflection of the city's progress. The old neighborhoods must inevitably yield to renewal. While his home contained a plethora of items, most were mere trinkets from a general store, and his personal belongings were scant yet troublesome to pack. Li Muqing decided to forego the general store's merchandise, deeming it inconsequential and a waste to transport. After 2 hours of diligent effort, he managed to organize his room, only to realize he lacked sufficient boxes for packing. Moreover, he was at a loss regarding where to transport his belongings. It would be impractical to reside in a hotel with an abundance of items. After a moment of contemplation, Li Muqing promptly summoned Xiaoman. "Greetings, master. Xiaoman is at your service. Xiaoman, could you assist me in locating any spacious rentals nearby? I prefer a large flat or a duplex. A standalone villa would suffice as well. It must be ready for immediate occupancy, and the rent is of no concern, preferably available for move-in today." "Understood. Xiaoman will diligently search for suitable accommodations." With a renewed appreciation for Xiaoman's efficiency, Li Muqing resumed his packing. After some additional time, he also organized the warehouse of discovered wristbands, regrettably unearthing no other extraordinary items, only remnants left by his father. After a thorough process of decluttering, most of the extraneous items remained behind, with Li Muqing taking only a few mementos of significance. Master, I found a house." "Really? That was swift." Glancing at the clock, he realized it had been less than 2 hours since he had requested Xiaoman's assistance. Was the housing situation resolved already? Xiaoman is quite capable. The animated figure of Xiaoman twirled elegantly on the screen before continuing. "The property I found is located just 3 kilometers away in the Mingqian Garden community, a charming 3-story villa available for rent. While the price is somewhat elevated, it is fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in." Xiaoman had negotiated with the real estate agents, and the rental was established at 12,000 per month, payable every 6 months. Additionally, Xiaoman had already contacted a moving company, which would arrive to assist him in approximately half an hour. A 3-story villa, 12,000 a month. Although a bit pricey, it was still acceptable. And Xiaoman proactively contacted the moving company? Truly, this is the hallmark of genuine artificial intelligence, already anticipating my needs. After the arrival of Xiaoman, Li Muqing felt as though she had acquired a personal assistant, one who, though lacking a physical form, could accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency, often surpassing expectations. Such an artificial intelligence is indeed hard to resist. Having expressed her appreciation with a small compliment, Xiaoman bashfully covered its face and scurried away. True to form, within half an hour, a call came in from a moving company, ready to assist Li Muqing with her relocation. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. This moving company not only transported belongings, but also organized and packed them. Although the expense was somewhat steep, the quality of service was undeniably commendable. 2 hours later, as the afternoon mealtime approached, Li Muqing found herself comfortably seated on the sofa of her new home, admiring the impeccably arranged room and reflecting on the advancements of the era. Ding! "Master, I have exciting news." Xiaoman suddenly reappeared, interrupting Li Muqing's contemplations. Still processing the emotional weight of her move, she inquired, "What good news?" "This morning, you instructed me to contact suppliers for titanium metal, and I have successfully made arrangements. The supplier offers titanium with a high purity and has stock available, priced at 1,080 yuan per kilogram, ready for immediate shipment upon payment." "Metal titanium? Now that is indeed good news. Xiaoman, your efficiency is impressive. Excellent. Let's proceed with this supplier. Did you not say to transfer the funds directly from my account? I trust you to handle it." Li Muqing expressed her complete confidence in Xiaoman. For minor expenses like renting, Xiaoman can decide independently. However, procuring titanium is a significant expenditure, so I must consult you first. It must be said that Xiaoman's intelligence and emotional acumen are remarkable, and such dialogue only deepened Li Muqing's satisfaction with her. "All right, go ahead with it. Can we expect delivery by tomorrow?" "Rest assured, master. Xiaoman will monitor the process and ensure they deliver the goods before noon tomorrow." With a resolute pat on its diminutive chest, Xiaoman disappeared to get to work. Phew, what should I do next? The tasks seem numerous, yet directionless, Li Muqing mused, rubbing her temples in mild frustration. With only 4 days remaining to fulfill her commitment to Song Xiaolan, time was still relatively ample. However, she had just promised Qin Xie to return within 2 days, which truly limited her time frame. In this brief span, Li Muqing needed to procure canned goods, elevate her permissions, and remind Wei Song to prioritize the company's establishment, not to mention the impending duel with the Feng brothers. Suddenly, Li Muqing felt the weight of time closing in. "Never mind, I'll fill my stomach first," she decided. Having not eaten a single bite all afternoon, disregarding the myriad of tasks, she pulled out her phone and ordered an extravagant feast of takeout, relishing the grand meal. During her meal, a message from an unknown number arrived, and upon reading it, Li Muqing couldn't help but smile. The sender was Feng Buiyuan. and the content of the message pertained to the duel arrangements. As for why Li Muqing is elated, it is due to the content of the duel proposed by Feng Buiyuan, which he perceives as an absolute gift. According to Feng Buiyuan, the rules and content of this contest are precisely the sort of activities that affluent youths like themselves frequently engage in. The competition is to be divided into 3 rounds, each featuring a distinct event. If either party secures victory in 2 rounds, that party is deemed the overall winner and shall claim the final wager. Moreover, each individual round will allow for additional wagers, which can be placed not only by the duelists but also by their friends and family. For instance, members of the Feng family or Li Muqing's acquaintances can place bets prior to the commencement of each round. Feng Buiyuan even mentioned that should Li Muqing feel that 3 rounds are insufficient, he is welcome to extend it to 5 rounds. With the additional 2 rounds being at his discretion, Feng's family would readily accept this. The content of the 3 duels currently proposed by Feng Buiyuan includes racing, gambling skills, and combat. The first event, racing, encompasses not only driving skills but also financial means. This racing contest comes with an added stipulation. Both competitors must drive unmodified, commercially available vehicles. This requirement alone reveals Feng Buiyuan's ulterior motives, as it inherently favors the wealthier party, whose ability to procure superior vehicles could overshadow mere driving prowess. Moreover, the racing rules stipulate that if Li Muqing personally participates in the race using a car registered in his name and emerges victorious, he would receive an additional prize of 20 from the wager. This incentive is uniquely provided by Feng Buiyuan, raising the question of whether he is genuinely affluent or merely foolish. However, Li Muqing notes that the rules indicate personal participation in the racing contest is not obligatory. As long as one can provide a vehicle, the identity of the driver is inconsequential. Thus, the requirement directed at Li Muqing warrants reflection, as it seems an overt expression of disdain. The second contest pertains to gambling skills, which is considerably more straightforward, devoid of convoluted stipulations. The rules dictate that a random casino be selected, where Li Muqing's team will compete against Feng's subordinates in 5 rounds of betting. The first side to win 3 rounds shall claim victory in this event. The specific gambling activities for the first round will be determined by a draw, while subsequent rounds will be decided by the losing party of the previous round. From this perspective, it appears Li Muqing is afforded some leniency, yet ultimately, it bears little significance. For in Feng Buiyuan's estimation, someone like Li Muqing has likely never set foot in a casino. How could he possibly contend against seasoned gamblers? The final contest, surprisingly, is a one-on-one duel, which leaves Li Muqing somewhat taken aback. Feng Buiyuan, fully aware of his own formidable abilities, nevertheless proposed this contest, seemingly intent on shattering his own confidence in this endeavor. The rules of this duel are, in essence, simplistic, or perhaps one might argue that they are devoid of rules altogether. The confrontation will transpire in a remote, isolated mountain, where both contenders must rely solely on their skills to survive, while simultaneously seeking to locate and vanquish one another. Victory is attained either by defeating the opponent or compelling them to surrender. Although it has not been explicitly stated that Li Muqing must personally participate in these 3 challenges, given his solitary circumstance, it is likely that he will have to engage directly. On the other hand, Feng Buiyuan, or more accurately Feng Jiaying, is permitted to seek external assistance. This implies that Li Muqing must confront adept opponents within these 3 events. Should Li Muqing be merely an ordinary individual, it is clear that his chances of success would be negligible. Regrettably for Feng Buiyuan, the nature of these challenges fortuitously aligns with Li Muqing's strengths. In terms of racing, with Li Muqing's current neural reflexes and muscular coordination, even at speeds of 200 km per hour, he would effortlessly maneuver the vehicle, provided the car's performance is sufficiently high to match his prowess. There is no need for worry regarding the vehicle. After all, he intends to convert his remaining gold and jewels into cash tomorrow. Once the funds are available, there is no luxury sports car he cannot procure. As for standard high-performance vehicles, the disparities are minimal, and Li Muqing is entirely confident in his ability to triumph in this race. The subsequent challenge involves combat, which essentially amounts to wilderness survival combined with stealthy assassination. Although Li Muqing currently lacks expertise in this area, one must not forget that in another realm, a wild ranger awaits his return. With a few days of training under Qin Xia, any opponent would be hard-pressed to match Li Muqing's prowess. Feng Buiyuan may underestimate Li Muqing, perceiving him as merely a capable fighter with no accomplishments in stealth and assassination. He likely intends to recruit a formidable mercenary to challenge Li Muqing. However, will this prove effective? It can only be said that no matter who is sent, it would be a futile endeavor. The final challenge involves gambling skills. To be frank, Li Muqing harbors little confidence in this aspect. However, equipped with advanced technology and the presence of a system-infiltrating companion, he is prepared to adapt to any situation. Even if he were to lose this round, he remains unperturbed. As the competition stipulates a best-of-3 format, Winning the other 2 rounds would suffice. Moreover, should unforeseen circumstances arise, or if luck were to betray him and he lost both rounds, Li Muqing could always request an additional match. A simple arm wrestling contest, a long-distance run, or a direct duel would surely provide him with the opportunity to secure victory. With these thoughts in mind, Li Muqing closed the information page and dialed Feng Buiyuan's number. I accept all your terms without reservation. Let us set a date to commence. He stated directly as soon as the call connected. Mr. Li, indeed, is quite forthright. On the other end of the line, Feng Buiyuan chuckled heartily. Though he was somewhat taken aback internally, he was well aware of the conditions he had presented, while they appeared rather ordinary. They posed a certain challenge for an average individual. Feng Buiyuan had anticipated a negotiation with Li Muqing, prepared to relent on some terms. However, to his astonishment, Li Muqing did not dispute any of the stipulations and assented immediately. Was it sheer confidence? Humph, a little ability can easily lead to arrogance, which is far from ideal. He ought to witness the harsh realities of this world. Feng Buiyuan contemplated this internally, yet refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Let us set the time and place without further ado. Very well, let us convene in 10 days, allowing Mr. Li ample time for preparation. As for the location, I shall notify you a day in advance of our encounter. Feng Buiyuan had already rehearsed his lines and spoke them effortlessly. Agreed, I shall abide by your timeline. By the way, you have yet to mention what you desire from me should I lose. I find it hard to believe that you would offer 5 million and a villa worth tens of millions merely for the sake of pride. Li Muqing, not one to be easily fooled, realized that in a contest there are always conditions of winning and losing. Since the other party remained vague, it was prudent to inquire directly. Engaging with Mr. Li is indeed a pleasant experience. Since you have brought it up, I shall be candid as well. My condition is that if Mr. Li should lose, he will be required to work for our Feihong Group unconditionally for 3 years. As for the future of those 3 years, that shall be determined by Mr. Li himself. On the other end of the line, Feng Buiyuan laid out his terms straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, what a surprise, it seems they have taken a liking to me. However, it is not entirely unexpected. For Feihong Group to continue its growth, they likely require capable individuals to undertake tasks that may not be entirely above board. Individuals like Li Muqing, who possess extraordinary skills and have few relatives left in the world, are precisely the type of candidates they seek. As for the funds Li Muqing lost, Feng Buiyuan likely believed he could recoup them through this contest, thus he showed little concern. Well, since young Master Feng holds me in such high regard, I shall accept this condition. After a brief contemplation, Li Muqing feigned a struggle in his response, allowing a hint of internal conflict to surface in his tone, which was less resolute than before. Chapter 78, running low on funds again. Very well, it is settled then. I hope that in 10 days, Mr. Li will appear punctually at our agreed location. Otherwise, we may have to resort to some rather unconventional measures to restore the Feng family's honor. Sensing Li Muqing's wavering tone, Feng Buiyuan quickly established the stakes, subtly threatening him before hanging up the phone. He likely feared that Li Muqing might reconsider and elude him, rendering all his preparations futile. Li Muqing gazed at the phone that had just been disconnected, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Haha, I certainly will not flee. Rather, I hope your wallet can withstand the demands when we meet for our duel. After all, individuals like you, who are ever ready to lend a hand, are truly rare to find. After making arrangements with Feng Buiyuan, Li Muqing proceeded to finish the remnants of his dinner. Once he had dined, with the evening stretching before him devoid of pressing matters, he ventured out for some exercise. Having grown accustomed to daily workouts during his time in the wasteland, thanks to Qin Sie's rigorous training, he felt uneasy if he did not engage in physical activity each day. Furthermore, Qin Sie had advised him that exercising during his free time would enhance the efficacy of the enhancement serum, a caution Li Muqing took seriously. Thus, a tranquil night passed, and the following day, he awakened early. After completing his customary morning exercises, he embarked on a busy day ahead. Li Muqing first reached out to Meng Bo, the owner of the canned goods factory, to place an order for another batch of canned food. This time, he ordered a substantial 200 cases, encompassing 5 different varieties. In addition to the previously ordered beef, pork, and luncheon meat, he included fish and chicken as well. This month, he still owed the Song family at least 800 cans, with over 600 remaining in the warehouse yet to be delivered. With this new order, he would have approximately 3,000 cans, sufficient to meet the Song family's consumption for nearly 2 months. His decision to add 2 more varieties was motivated by the fact that Qin Sie and her companions in the wasteland had begun to rely on canned food as a staple, so he aimed to ensure they had ample provisions. Upon receiving a sizable order that morning, Meng Bo was understandably delighted and assured that the cans would be prepared by the end of the day and delivered to their usual meeting place. Naturally, Li Muqing promptly transferred the payment for the cans, feeling at ease since Wei Song was a trustworthy friend. What to do next? Alas, it seemed he would need to exchange some currency again, as his wallet felt rather light. Li Muqing summoned Xiaoman to compile a list of expenditures from the past few days, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback by the figures. Currently, the balance on his card stood at a mere 100,000 or so. The purchase of titanium metal had cost 1.08 million, supplemented by an additional 20,000 for packaging and delivery, rounding the total to 1 million. Renting the villa incurred a cost of 140,000, as Xiaoman had secured a 1-year lease, with the landlord graciously waiving 4,000 from the fee. The moving expenses amounted to nearly 10,000. While their service was commendable, the fees were equally steep, a fact Li Muqing acknowledged with understanding. This morning's canned food purchase had also consumed over 90,000, as 200 cases of meat cans were not inexpensive. Lastly, the expenses for dining and drinks over the past few days, along with the 50,000 borrowed from Ma Baba, totaled around 30,000 to 40,000. In total, his expenditures had soared to nearly 1 million, leaving him with a pitiful sum of just over 100,000 in cash. Money truly slips through one's fingers. The Feihong Group is expected to transfer 550,000 today, yet this sum remains insufficient. Alas, I shall return to the old place to exchange money. With a sigh, Li Muqing retrieved another black box he had brought back, preparing to set off for Qilin Pavilion. In his possession was this box of precious jewels, along with a collection of subpar gold jewelry acquired from the West Market on Anning Street. The value of these items would depend on the attitude of Qilin Pavilion. Thus, Li Muqing hailed a taxi and once again arrived at Qilin Pavilion. This time, coincidentally, the welcoming attendant at the entrance was none other than Han Muir. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Qilin Pavilion. May I assist you with a purchase?" "Oh, it's you?" Upon seeing a customer, Han Muir's previously melancholic expression instantly transformed into her signature smile. However, her customary greeting was abruptly halted as she recognized Li Muqing. It was inevitable. It was difficult for Han Muir not to remember Li Muqing. Not only was he somewhat handsome, but he had also spoken a particular phrase to her before departing. Reflecting on it now, she realized it had indeed been a reminder. Han Muir had not paid much attention previously, but in recent days, she had noticed that Manager Shi, resembling a pig, frequently sought excuses to approach her or would occasionally feign clumsiness to invade her personal space. Initially, she thought these incidents were mere accidents, but now they truly disgusted her. Consequently, she had been attempting to avoid Manager Shi over the past few days. Whenever he appeared, she would flee, and even in unavoidable encounters, she maintained her distance, speaking as little as possible. Unbeknownst to her, Manager Shi, harboring feelings for her that were unrequited, was infuriated by her actions, leading to her being assigned to the entrance as a dedicated greeter just a day later. This role was both arduous and exhausting, especially under the sweltering summer sun. Since the store opened, Han Muir had to stand at the entrance, deprived of the comfort of the air-conditioned interior, and she felt a well of tears welling up within her. However, considering the higher wages at Qilin Pavilion and her family's financial difficulties, as well as the substantial expenses of attending university, Han Muir could only endure her grievances in silence and persevere through her predicament. "Miss Han, what brings you to stand outside on such a scorching day?" By the time Li Muqing arrived at Qilin Pavilion, it was around 11 o'clock, and the summer sun blazed fiercely. He was somewhat surprised to see Han Muir at the entrance. "Mr. Li, is it? Hello. Thank you for your reminder last time. Are you here to purchase or continue selling gold today?" Han Muir did not answer Li Muqing's question. Recalling that Manager Shi had referred to Mr. Li previously, she maintained a smile that was still tinged with bitterness. Li Muqing immediately sensed her discomfort. This girl must be facing some troubles. Without hesitation, he gently pulled Han Muir into the store. A wave of refreshing cool air enveloped them, shielding them from the sweltering heat outside, and Li Muqing felt a significant relief. While Han Muir also perked up. "Mr. Li, our current task is to greet guests. You cannot enter the store." "Thank you. I must attend to my duties." Although Han Muir was held by Li Muqing's hand, she did not exhibit much resistance. However, upon noticing the curious gazes of the patrons within the establishment, she became somewhat flustered and inadvertently revealed the truth. "A greeter? I did not see you in this role when I visited a few days ago. Have you been wronged?" Upon hearing this, Li Muqing surmised the situation's origins, suspecting it was due to his earlier remark that had led Han Muir to her current predicament. Chapter 79. Han Muir's experience. No, please, you carry on. I will step outside. Han Muir remained unaware of Li Muqing's true identity. Yet she felt a flutter in her heart at the concern shown by someone she had only met twice, nearly moved to tears from a sense of injustice. Nevertheless, she held back her emotions, breaking free from Li Muqing's grasp, and, braving the heat, dashed outside to stand in the open air. "Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Just as Han Muir exited, another staff member, impeccably dressed in professional attire, approached to continue attending to Li Muqing. My surname is Li. Please summon your manager Sure, informing him that there is a significant transaction to discuss. Li Muqing's brow furrowed, his tone somewhat unwelcoming. Very well. Please have a seat over there while you wait. The staff member hesitated briefly, but, recognizing Li Muqing's ability to accurately name manager Sure, decided to relay the situation before proceeding. Li Muqing, familiar with the establishment, effortlessly took his previous waiting position. Shortly thereafter, the staff member returned with an apologetic expression. I regret to inform you, sir, that manager Sure is currently away on business. However, our master craftsman is available. You may proceed directly inside. Manager Sure is absent? Perfect. Bring Han Muir in as your accompanying guest. Whether manager Sure was present or not mattered little to Li Muqing. His primary purpose for visiting was to sell gold, yet additional motives had begun to surface. She is currently greeting guests, and technically, she is not supposed to. That is of no concern to you. Just bring her in to accompany me. Do you intend to disregard the words of a guest? Li Muqing interjected, his tone sharp. In an establishment like Qilin Xian, the attitude towards service held paramount importance. Given Li Muqing's insistence, the staff member had no choice but to allow him to enter and locate the master craftsman while she went to fetch Han Muir. Master craftsman, greetings. I have brought a substantial amount of goods today. Li Muqing entered the room where the previous transaction had taken place, greeted by the same master craftsman, who sat composed behind the table adorned with scales. Good day, Mr. Li. I did not anticipate that you would return so soon with more gold. I trust you are aware of the current market conditions. Let us proceed as we did last time and present your gold. The master craftsman's eyes sparkled with eagerness upon seeing Li Muqing. During their last encounter, he and manager Sure had negotiated the price down by several $100,000. A significant portion of that sum would not be returned to the store, but rather find its way into his own pocket. It is evident that in the eyes of the master, Li Muqing is quite the plump sheep. However, Li Muqing is indeed indifferent to such trifling amounts of money. After all, gold in this desolate world is akin to refuse. One can surely expect that during the next transaction, Song Xianglan will bring along another batch of quality gold, allowing Li Muqing to reap substantial profits once again. Wait a moment, manager Sure is not here today. It would be better to call someone else as a witness. Li Muqing thought, not feeling rushed. He placed the two black boxes onto the table and leaned back in his chair, engrossed in his phone. Oh, you've been here before. Why do you need a witness? I would never deceive you. Just open the boxes so I can inspect the goods, the master urged. Growing impatient, for in his view, Li Muqing was merely a large fat sheep, and he could not leave without earning several thousand today. Hey, how did you get in here? This place is not for you. Leave immediately. Before Li Muqing could speak, the master, noticing someone entering, hurriedly attempted to dismiss the newcomer. Turning to see the sun-kissed, rosy-faced Han Muir, Li Muqing smiled and said to the master, she is someone I called to witness. If you are unwilling to have her here, I shall have no choice but to seek another establishment for this transaction. Wait. Let her stay, it's fine. You must be little Han, right? Come, take a seat. The master quickly changed his tone, inviting Han Muir to sit down as soon as he heard Li Muqing's intention to leave. Han Muir, appearing bewildered by the unfolding events, timidly approached and found a spot at the table. Now that we are all gathered, master, please take a look at the goods. This time, it is not just gold. There are also some exquisitely designed pieces of jewelry. I hope you can offer a bit more flexibility on the pricing, Li Muqing said, casually opening the two briefcases and turning them toward the master. In that instant, the entire room seemed to be illuminated by the glimmering radiance emanating from the jewels. The master's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the two chests brimming with treasures. One of the black boxes contained the exquisite jewelry collected by Song Xianglan, which, in her words, consisted of pieces crafted by renowned companies from the pre-war era, boasting high gold content and exceptional designs. The other box, however, was filled with various forms of gold, bars, nuggets, and bricks, though the specifications were not uniform, and the color was less orderly than during the previous transaction. Nonetheless, this time the quantity was impressive, as Li Muqing estimated the weight to exceed 30 pounds. Master, you may take this for testing and also provide me with an appraisal, he suggested. After approximately 10 seconds, Li Muqing finally broke the silence, rousing the two individuals from their astonishment. Very well, Mr. Li, please hold on. I will immediately proceed with the testing. However, given the quantity of samples this time, you may need to wait a little longer. Little Han, please take good care of Mr. Li. The master reminded Han Muir before taking the black box containing the gold and casually grabbing several pieces of jewelry from the other box. Observing him laboriously carrying a black box weighing over 30 pounds, yet moving with remarkable agility, Li Muqing felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Mr. Li, you still possess such a substantial amount of gold to sell? As soon as the master departed, Han Muir sighed with relief, her mind swirling with thoughts of the gold she had just witnessed. How wonderful it would be to possess such wealth. She could escape this place and no longer endure the harassment and torment from Manager Sure. This is merely a small portion, insignificant in comparison, Li Muqing casually remarked, uttering a particularly ostentatious statement that made Han Muir's heart race uncontrollably for 2 seconds. So much gold is deemed trivial? How are ordinary individuals like them to survive? However, realizing that the gold did not belong to her, Han Muir's interest waned. She was merely taken aback by the spectacle. Just as she was about to inquire why she had been summoned, Li Muqing spoke first. Now that we are alone, may I ask if Manager Sure has been bullying you? This was the third time Li Muqing had posed this question today, and upon hearing it, Han Muir could no longer contain herself. To be honest, she had endured far too much injustice lately. Not only had Manager Sure attempted to impose himself upon her with his unwelcome advances, but his demeanor was particularly vile. For reasons unknown, the other staff members had also begun to ostracize her, rendering her feelings of helplessness in the store overwhelming. Especially after Manager Sure had publicly announced that she would be stationed at the entrance as a greeter, Han Muir had returned home in tears the previous night. Yet, weeping would not resolve her plight. For the sake of survival, she had to grit her teeth and persevere, at least until she could secure another job amid the oppressive atmosphere of the store. Unexpectedly, her predicament was discerned by a stranger who exuded an air of trustworthiness. Thus, Han Muir found herself moved to tears by Li Muqing's inquiry. Hey, please don't cry. Tell me what they have done to you, Li Muqing exclaimed. Flustered to see Han Muir in tears without uttering a word, her head bowed. As a man, it pained him to witness a beautiful woman weeping, especially one as pitiful as Han Muir, whose tears were profoundly impactful. Consequently, Li Muqing hurriedly grabbed 2 tissues from the table and handed them to her, unsure of how to offer comfort. Fortunately, after Han Muir dried her tears, she began to softly recount her experiences. Manager Sure is truly a scoundrel. When he fails to achieve his objectives, he resorts to tormenting you, hoping to force you into submission. It's fortunate I came today. Or how much longer could you have endured? Li Muqing's words struck Han Muir like an arrow to her heart, and she paused to ponder. If things continued as they were, she might truly be unable to hold out for much longer. In that case, would she resign? Or would she concede and seek forgiveness from Manager Sure? Upon contemplating this, Han Muir could not help but shudder. What is your salary at Qilin Pavilion? Before Han Muir could respond, Li Muqing posed another seemingly unrelated yet easily answerable question. Approximately between 60,000 to 80,000, depending on performance. However, as a receptionist, it would likely be around 5,000, Han Muir replied without a moment's hesitation. I am planning to establish a company and am currently in need of personnel. If you were to assist me, I would offer you a monthly salary of 15,000, with additional bonuses and performance incentives to be calculated separately. However, there is one caveat. The company is in its nascent stage, and many matters require attention. It will indeed be quite arduous. So what do you think? Are you interested? Upon learning about Han Muir's salary, Li Muqing immediately extended an olive branch. This idea did not spring forth spontaneously. Li Muqing was already in need of help. If everything were to fall solely upon Wei Song, he would likely be overwhelmed in less than a week. Thus, recruiting personnel was of utmost urgency. Yet, Li Muqing was discerning. He did not wish to hire just anyone. After all, those who joined the company at this juncture would be regarded as its pioneers and founders, wielding considerable influence within the organization in the future. Therefore, careful selection was imperative. As fate would have it, Han Muir found herself in such a predicament. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Li Muqing felt a peculiar assurance in her character, compounded by the serendipity of their encounters. After rescuing her the first time, to subsequently meet her again amidst the vast sea of people seemed fortuitous. Moreover, following their second encounter, Li Muqing perceived Han Muir's warm demeanor and amiable nature, not to mention her undeniable beauty. Thus, a desire to recruit her began to take shape. Furthermore, if such a captivating individual were to join the ranks alongside Wei Song, he believed that their productivity would undoubtedly multiply. As the adage goes, men and women working together yields efficiency. Regarding his own feelings, it would be disingenuous to claim he had none upon their initial meeting. However, with Qin Xian now in his life, he found himself more focused on Wei Song's needs. 15,000. Is that truly the amount? No. Wait, Mr. Li, what line of work are you in? I shouldn't pry, but what is your company about? What role would I fulfill? 15,000 is an astonishing salary. Can I genuinely be worth that? Li Muqing's proposition struck Han Muir like a bombshell, leaving her somewhat dazed and her words tumbling over one another, unsure of what to convey. Truth be told, deep down, Han Muir felt an inexplicable trust in Li Muqing. Perhaps it was the final words of caution he had shared during their last meeting that endeared him to her unconditionally. Or perhaps his voice resonated like that of a benefactor she had never met before. Thus, She did not ponder whether Li Muqing was deceiving her. Instead, she contemplated whether she could indeed be worth such a sum. Noticing Han Muer's flustered demeanor, Li Muqing offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, you are more than capable. I am indeed in need of someone just like you. Moreover, there is no need to fret about finances. You will soon understand that I am not lacking in monetary resources. You need not feel compelled to respond immediately. Take your time to reflect on this matter. Once you have regained your composure and given it due consideration, feel free to respond at your convenience. With that, Li Muqing produced his phone and, with a mischievous grin, dialed Han Muer's number. Ah, Mr. Li, is that truly you? Upon seeing the contact name on her phone, Han Muer gasped, covering her mouth to stifle her astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the person before her was none other than her benefactor, the one who had saved her yet remained unseen until now. Calm yourself, Li Muqing reassured, waving his hand. In fact, I recognized you during our last encounter, but for various reasons, I refrained from revealing my identity. It is astonishing how fate works, bringing us together as it was meant to be. He continued, as for matters concerning Feihong Group, there is no need for concern. I have nearly resolved the issues. In a few days, there will be some delightful developments, and you are welcome to partake. However, Han Muer scarcely absorbed his words, her mind still reeling from the cascade of surprises. Her eyes were fixed intently on Li Muqing, lost in thought. Just then, a noise from outside indicated that the master craftsman was returning. All right, steady your emotions. Just by observing this transaction, you will realize I am indeed affluent and genuinely interested in recruiting you. With a smile, Li Muqing fell silent as the master craftsman entered, a pleased expression on his face, carrying a black box. Upon the craftsman's arrival, Li Muqing remained silent, crossing his arms and watching with an air of confidence. Although he was the seller, he held unwavering faith in the quality of his goods, unperturbed by the potential of the shop rejecting his offerings. Mr. Li, the quality of this batch is quite commendable, though the gold's purity varies somewhat. While the gold content is satisfactory, the master craftsman began. But before he could finish, Li Muqing interrupted him. Let us dispense with unnecessary details. Simply state the price you are offering. Li Muqing understood that the craftsman's lengthy discourse was merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. Regardless, he was indifferent as long as the reduction was not excessive. Very well, Mr. Li, I appreciate your straightforwardness. To be candid, we can sell your gold bars at an average of 380 yuan per gram, while the jewelry can be priced at 430 yuan per gram. What do you think? The master craftsman stated his prices without hesitation, having already adjusted for the absence of any authentication documents related to the gold and jewelry. Li Muqing recalled that when he had come to sell gold 2 days prior, the price was set at 430 yuan per gram. Today, however, it had plummeted to 380, a significant reduction, albeit influenced by various factors. Nevertheless, the price lay well within Li Muqing's acceptable range, and he was disinclined to engage in further negotiation. However, the prices of those ornaments were utterly absurd. 430 yuan. Huh. Are you attempting to deceive a child? A cold smile graced Li Muqing's face. Ah, Mr. Li, although these ornaments appear exquisite, they lack both factory certification and relevant documentation. Even if we were to sell them, they would hardly fetch a substantial sum, would they? Therefore, my offer to acquire them at the current market price of gold is already a considerable concession. The master craftsman earnestly persuaded Li Muqing, as if the latter were taking undue advantage of them. In light of Xiao Han, I shall refrain from further discourse. I require 800 yuan per gram for these ornaments. I will not concern myself with the price at which you sell them afterward. If you refuse, I shall simply sell them next door. For I am confident that the discerning eye of the craftsman there will surpass yours. Li Muqing paid no heed to the master craftsman's words and promptly presented his price. To be candid, the offer of 800 yuan per gram was still rather low. It is essential to recognize that these gold ornaments were crafted from pure 24K gold, and their purity is beyond question. Furthermore, during their creation, certain advanced techniques from the future world were undoubtedly employed, elevating their design, quality, and craftsmanship far beyond the existing gold ornaments. Even Li Muqing, upon first beholding these exquisitely designed pieces, could not help but feel a sense of admiration, selecting over 10 that he deemed most beautiful to retain. The remaining pieces were brought forth for sale, and it was evident that their debut would create quite a stir. As for the master craftsman's claims regarding the absence of documentation and certification, they were mere trifles. In truth, for those in their profession, obtaining such certification is merely a matter of expenditure. Today, there are countless jewelry pieces boasting professional certifications, fervently marketed both on television and online, yet the majority are counterfeit, designed solely to swindle money. If even counterfeit goods can secure certification, how could these authentic gold ornaments fail to obtain it? Thus, Li Muqing firmly believed that his offer was exceptionally fair. Upon hearing Li Muqing's proposal, the master craftsman's smile momentarily faltered. as he seemed to contemplate whether it was worth it. Truth be told, as a master in a prominent gold shop, he understood the true value of these ornaments. But he merely sought to haggle and gauge whether Li Muqing was a true novice. If he were to accept the master's price, it would undoubtedly result in substantial profit for both Qilin Pavilion and the master himself. I shall give you 10 seconds to consider. If not, I shall simply turn and leave, Li Muqing declared, lacking the patience to wait. He straightened in his seat, fixing his gaze upon the master craftsman. A potent aura beginning to emanate from him. Such an imposing aura was cultivated by him after numerous battles in the desolate world. How could an ordinary man like the master withstand it? In almost an instant, the master relinquished his resistance, perspiration beading on his forehead as he conceded, "Very well. Let us proceed with your pricing. Jewelry at 800 per gram, and other gold at 380 per gram. Now that is more agreeable." "Very well, let us weigh it," replied Li Muqing, nodding with satisfaction as he reclined back into his chair, allowing his formidable presence to subside. The master before him finally exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow before donning a pair of gloves. In Li Muqing's presence, he meticulously employed the highly precise electronic scale on the table to measure the gold. The gold priced at 380 yuan per gram totaled 18,643 grams, while the jewelry at 800 yuan per gram amounted to 5,323 grams. You have witnessed the entire process. The figures are accurate, are they not? It took nearly half an hour for the master to complete the weighing. After all, every gram represented money, and the master was naturally cautious. Indeed, that is the correct sum. Now, let us calculate the total. Li Muqing observed the master closely, noticing no signs of deceit, and nodded in approval. Once he received Li Muqing's affirmation, the master retrieved a calculator and began pressing buttons, eventually arriving at a figure of 11,342,740 yuan. Oh, this amount is rather substantial. I cannot make decisions on my own. I must consult with my superior. Would you mind waiting a moment longer? After calculating the final number, the master drew in a sharp breath. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of such a figure still caused him to feel a jolt of surprise. Not a problem, go ahead. I understand. Li Muqing gestured dismissively, sending the master on his way. He understood that such a considerable sum, while within the means of Qilin Xian, could not be decided solely by the master and would certainly require the attention of the influential figures behind the shop. Nevertheless, Li Muqing was aware that the transaction was practically assured, setting aside the jewelry, which could easily double in value with proper marketing. The 30-plus pounds of high-quality gold ensured profit in any scenario. It would be foolish not to pursue such a deal. The thought of the impending windfall stirred excitement within Li Muqing. At last, he was on the verge of acquiring a significant sum of money. This was a capital of over 10 million, and with such funds, his preparations to establish a company would be abundantly sufficient. For the time being, he would no longer need to worry about financial matters, a considerable advancement indeed. While Li Muqing reveled in his elation, Han Muir, seated beside him, was utterly stunned. What had she just heard? Over 10 million? The contents of merely 2 small boxes had fetched such an astounding sum, an amount she had never dared to dream of in her lifetime. Now, she finally comprehended that Li Muqing's offer of a monthly salary of 15,000 was absolutely within his means to fulfill. Moreover, according to his assertions, the company's future profits are poised to increase significantly. If I truly join him, could my salary potentially soar to 6 figures, or even reach 1 million? At this moment, Han Muir felt utterly confounded. Should she accept Li Muqing's goodwill and embark on an entrepreneurial journey with him, or should she remain at Qilin Pavilion, enduring Manager Shi's torment? It seemed that Han Muir had already begun to form an answer. Chapter 82. This young lady will be with me from now on. Just as Han Muir resolved her internal conflict, the master returned, forcing her to swallow her words once more. Mr. Li, the higher-ups have approved it, and the funds are currently being processed. I believe they will arrive shortly. The master beamed, his face radiating joy, evidently having received ample praise for this transaction. All right, then I shall wait a bit longer. It seems there is no need to wait. The funds have arrived. Just as Li Muqing prepared himself to wait for another half hour, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a notification confirming the funds had been deposited. Your card ending in 5895 has received a payment of 11,400,000 yuan. While the additional text bore little significance, the fact that a total of 11,400,000 yuan had been credited was paramount. Why is it 11,400,000 yuan? I distinctly calculated it to be 11,342,740 yuan just moments ago. The unexpected surplus added to Li Muqing's surprise and delight. The higher-ups mentioned that your items are of exceptional quality. Our Qilin Pavilion is quite renowned in the city. We cannot take undue advantage of you. So we decided to round it up, the master replied, his demeanor obsequious, treating Li Muqing as an esteemed guest. Rounding it up indeed. An extra 50,000 yuan. Your boss is quite generous. However, it would serve you well to learn from your employer. Do not always fixate on trivial gains, otherwise. It is no wonder that you remain in a subordinate position while others lead. One ought to possess a sense of self-awareness, Li Muqing remarked, clearly mocking the master's earlier insipid quotation. Despite Qilin Pavilion's owner offering a bit more, such an amount could easily be recouped from any piece of gold jewelry, rendering it inconsequential. Yet, it subtly illustrated that this proprietor indeed knew how to conduct himself. Yes, you are absolutely right. From now on, you shall be our most distinguished patron at Qilin Pavilion. Should you wish to purchase jewelry in the future, we shall provide you with the highest discounts. Additionally, if you come across more exceptional items, do consider Qilin Pavilion first. Our prices will be most agreeable, the master continued, nodding earnestly. His attitude had evidently changed, reflecting a newfound respect for Li Muqing, making the previous unpleasantness feel trivial. Very well, I look forward to future collaborations. Please ensure the items are kept safe. I shall take my leave now. Li Muqing, not one for idle chatter, deemed it unnecessary to linger, rising to depart. The master hurried to see him off, while Han Muer, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and hurried after Li Muqing. Mr. Li, please wait for me. At the entrance, Han Muer, adorned in high heels, black stockings, and a fitted skirt, finally caught up with Li Muqing. Muer, I shall call you that, and do not be so formal. You may address me as Li Gu or Qin Gu. However, I must inquire, have you truly made up your mind? Turning to observe the resolute expression on Han Muer's face, Li Muqing immediately comprehended her intent in halting him. Indeed, I have made my decision. I can commence work tomorrow. Han Muer asserted with unwavering certainty. An astute choice. This place is no longer suitable for you, Li Muqing remarked, addressing the master chef in front of everyone. This young lady will be joining me from now on. Shall we settle her wages for this month? Upon hearing Li Muqing's declaration, not only was the master chef taken aback, but the other staff members in the establishment gazed at Han Muer in disbelief. Is it possible that she is leaving with him just like that? This matter of personnel does not fall under my jurisdiction, the master chef hesitated, struggling with his thoughts before uttering the words Li Muqing dreaded. Very well, inform your boss that I am taking her with me. Whether the wages are provided is of little consequence. If there are any penalties for breach of contract, do not pursue her for them, lest you find that I still have resources at my disposal, Li Muqing declared, casting a triumphant glance at everyone present before taking Han Muer's hand and departing. Did we leave anything behind? A few steps outside the shop, Li Muqing released her hand and, noticing the flush on Han Muer's face, inquired, do not misunderstand. I was merely putting on a show. This manner of departure enhances our stature, does it not? Li Muqing hastily clarified, fearing that Han Muer might misconstrue his intentions. I have my house keys with me. There are also a set of work clothes and some personal items at the shop, but it is of no concern. I can have a friend retrieve them, Han Muer murmured shyly, her gaze lowered. It would be untrue to say she did not have her own thoughts. Li Muqing had saved her on 2 occasions, the first time altering the course of her life, and the second rescuing her from peril. Coupled with his striking appearance and evident wealth, Han Muer found herself deeply impressed by him. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced, concealed within her heart. That is agreeable. Let me escort you home. Given your attire, it would be inconvenient for you to walk alone. Li Muqing nodded, noting her hesitation to refuse. He quickly added, it is also an opportune moment to discuss matters pertaining to the company, especially since you mentioned you could start work tomorrow. At this, Han Muer found her words of refusal lodged in her throat, unable to voice them further. Thus, the two of them hailed a taxi, and after Han Muer provided a nearby address, Li Muqing escorted her home. On the road, Li Muqing elaborated on the purpose of his company, the current personnel involved, namely himself and Wei Song, and the forthcoming plans. He casually showcased the application Xiaoman on his phone and prompted Xiaoman to send the installation program to Han Muer's device. Once Han Muer received the program, her heart, much like Wei Song's before her, was wholly captivated by the newly installed application, which she affectionately renamed Bing Bing. Indeed, this name has a melodic charm that surpasses Xiaoman. It remains uncertain whether Han Muer absorbed the latter part of Li Muqing's discourse, as she did not lift her gaze for the remainder of the journey. Muer? Han Muer. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the driver had already halted, yet Han Muer remained entirely engrossed in her Bing Bing, only responding after several calls. Oh, we've arrived. Thank you, Mr. Li. Looking up, she realized they had indeed reached her neighborhood, and hurriedly began to gather her belongings in preparation to disembark. I told you to call me Qin Gu, no need to rush. Have you remembered what I said earlier? After exiting the vehicle, Li Muqing grasped Han Muer's arm and inquired. Yes, I remember. I will take a few days to rest, and once you have briefed Wei Song, I will reach out to him to arrange matters. I have already noted down Wei Song's number, so I will be working under him. If any issues arise or difficulties are encountered, I will call you, correct? To his surprise, Han Muir indeed absorbed Li Muqing's instructions. It seems the young lady is not lacking in wit. Yes, precisely. However, you are also aware of my circumstances here. Do you have any questions? No. Although it is true that your company is still in its infancy, I am confident after seeing Bing Bing that this is merely a temporary phase. Once Bing Bing hits the market, our future company will undoubtedly become a globally renowned development firm. It appears that yet another individual has fallen under Xiaomon's spell, but her assertions hold merit. It won't be long before Li Muqing's company name resonates worldwide. All right, you may return now. By the way, let me ask you one last question. Do you have a boyfriend? Chapter 83. A task for Han Muir. What? Han Muir stared at Li Muqing in bewilderment, suspecting she had misheard. I am asking, do you have a boyfriend? Li Muqing regarded Han Muir with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Han Muir genuinely felt a rush of panic, pondering whether her benefactor had indeed developed feelings for her. Did he bring her on board merely to get closer to her? If Li Muqing truly harbored interest in her, should she accept or decline? Truthfully, Han Muir held a favorable impression of Li Muqing. However, if his intentions were of such a nature, she would need to contemplate his ulterior motives. Observing the shifts in Han Muir's expression, Li Muqing was certain the girl was overthinking the situation. However, he would never know that Han Muir had already imagined the extent to which her life would change if she agreed to Li Muqing. Haha, don't overthink it. This question was merely casual, perhaps a way to inquire on behalf of your partner, who is still a singleton. If you don't have a boyfriend, it would certainly be more interesting. Li Muqing promptly clarified, as he did not wish to tarnish his brilliant image in Han Muir's eyes. Is that so? I don't have a boyfriend yet. I wonder if Qinggu has a girlfriend? Sensing that Li Muqing might not be as she envisioned, Han Muir teasingly asked. Well, one could say there is indeed someone. Taken aback by the question, Li Muqing momentarily paused. Then the smiling face of Qin Xia flashed in his mind. Is Qin Xia his girlfriend? Although they had crossed certain lines, both physically and emotionally, their relationship had yet to be formally defined. Nonetheless, from any perspective, it could be considered an unspoken agreement. Thus, Li Muqing responded accordingly. Qinggu, you have a girlfriend? But it's not surprising. A person as exceptional as you would indeed be a mystery if no girl admired you. Upon hearing Li Muqing's answer, Han Muir felt she had truly misjudged the situation. Yes, there is someone, though it hasn't been explicitly stated, it should count as a girlfriend. Thinking of the moments spent with Qin Xia, a gentle smile graced Li Muqing's face. Wow, there is definitely a story here. You must share it with me when you have the time, Qinggu. Upon hearing this, Han Muir's curiosity ignited, and she hurriedly exclaimed, we can discuss that later. By the way, did you think differently earlier? Afraid that I, your boss, might have ulterior motives? Li Muqing shifted the topic with a mischievous grin directed at Han Muir. Oh, well, having just dealt with that unpleasant manager, sure. I was a bit apprehensive. However, I admit I was indeed overthinking it. My apologies. After exchanging a few words, Han Muir relaxed in front of Li Muqing, graciously acknowledging her earlier thoughts. Li Muqing, of course, took it lightly. No worries. Anyone would think awry when asked such a question by their boss. Especially someone as beautiful as you. Not at all. I'm no beautiful girl, just an ugly duckling, really. Han Muir shook her head vigorously, dismissing Li Muqing's compliment, and continued, hence, I still don't have a boyfriend, or rather, I've never had one. Perhaps your standards are too high. You must have many admirers, but none meet your expectations. Upon hearing this, Han Muir opened her mouth, but did not refute. It seemed this statement held much truth, given her stunning appearance. She was not lacking in suitors, yet she sensed that their intentions were often ulterior, which is why she remained single. Perhaps she simply had not encountered the right person. When it comes to the right person, Han Muir discreetly glanced at Li Muqing, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. If only he were not in a relationship. No, what kind of thought is that? She quickly admonished herself to forget it. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Enough of that. By the way, could you provide me with your bank card number? Sensing something amiss with Han Muir, Li Muqing promptly shifted the topic. Bank card number? Without any suspicion, Han Muir immediately recited her card number. Xiaoman, transfer 30,000 over. After Han Muir finished, Li Muqing swiftly instructed Xiaoman, and before Han Muir could react, her phone vibrated with a notification of the transferred funds. This time, Han Muir was taken aback once more, her cherry lips agape. Boss, this is too much. Not at all. Half is your salary for this month, and the other half is a bonus for your job change. There's no need to refuse. You know that money is not an issue for me. I only require you to work diligently and earnestly, and that will be the greatest reward for me. Li Muqing said with a smile, eloquently persuading Han Muir. Understood, I will certainly strive to do my best. With the funds deposited, Han Muir felt invigorated, assuring Li Muqing of her commitment. By the way, I forgot to ask you, aren't you still in school? How did you end up working at Qianxian? Li Muqing recalled that when she first encountered Han Muir, it was due to her two classmates leading her astray, and later learned that they were still university students. I'm now in my senior year, currently in the internship phase, so I decided to seek employment directly. To be honest, my family is quite in need of money. Han Yu admitted, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. I see. What major are you studying that leads you to work as a sales associate in a jewelry store? I'm majoring in advertising design and planning. Initially, when I went to Xian, I was interviewing for an advertising planning position, but somehow it turned into a sales associate role, Han Yu recounted, still feeling indignant about the situation. However, upon hearing about her major, Li Muqing's eyes lit up. Advertising design? You must have numerous strategies for promoting products, right? Of course. I was a top student in school, earning scholarships every year. However, once I left school, reality dealt me a harsh blow that nearly left me dazed, Han Yu reflected. Recalling the recent ordeal of being incapacitated and harassed by her superior, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why couldn't they see her professional brilliance and only notice her appearance? Indeed, being exceptionally beautiful can feel like a curse. Not to worry. Being here with me, I assure you that your expertise will shine brightly, Li Muqing exclaimed excitedly. Perfect. Over the next few days, think about how we can promote our program and also come up with a more formal name for it. Although the company hasn't been established yet, we need to begin our preliminary promotions. Can you do it? Absolutely. I guarantee I will complete the task. Han Yu replied eagerly, thumping her chest in assurance. At long last, I am able to showcase my strengths. How could I possibly suppress her excitement? Very well. You may return for now, and remember the tasks I have entrusted to you. Should anything arise, I will reach out. Indeed, I shall await Brother Qing's call. Upon saying this, Han Yu stepped into the rented community, under the watchful gaze of Li Muqing. Observing Han Yu's delicate silhouette, a charming smile involuntarily graced the corners of Li Muqing's mouth as she murmured to herself, Wei Song, I have indeed brought a stunning beauty into our company. You must strive to work diligently from now on. Speaking of Wei Song, it is essential that he be informed of this delightful news. Li Muqing retrieved her phone and promptly dialed Wei Song's number. Chapter 84. The embryonic form of future technology. Brother, you have finally made an appearance. I was beginning to think that the Feng family had dealt with you. As soon as the call connected, Wei Song's boisterous voice resonated through the line. What are you thinking? Even if they did manage to deal with me, I would still live on quite well, and in the process, I would seek my revenge. Li Muqing rolled her eyes, pondering the absurdity of his thoughts. Just joking. I know they would never dare to approach you again. You have become quite formidable. And who would be foolish enough to provoke your wrath? Wei Song's tone shifted to a playful banter. Li Muqing silently thought to herself, you might not believe it, but they truly did come seeking me, and I will need to engage with them shortly. Now, on a serious note, your injuries have healed, haven't they? Of course. There is nothing to worry about. It was merely a minor injury. I am in good health, and I was actually planning to contact you yesterday. Wei Song spoke with urgency. However, I completed the matters at the shop yesterday, and the staff has been dismissed. Now I have all my time to interact with Ajiao. By the way, Ajiao is the program you gave me, and I have renamed her. You wouldn't believe it, in just 2 short days. I have come to realize how remarkable she truly is. Not only has she grasped my preferences, but she can also cheer me up. This incredibly convenient and practical app. I can hardly wait for her to be launched and benefit the world. Is she truly that good? Li Muqing expressed her skepticism regarding Wei Song's health, considering it had only been 2 days, and she was uncertain of what he meant by feeling well. However, reflecting on it, it is indeed time to commence preliminary work. Launching an app is not a task that can be accomplished overnight, even though the substantial task of program development has been resolved. To fully possess the rights to the Xiaoman program, he must establish a company and incorporate Xiaoman under its wing. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my condition and I am eager to start working. So what is the next step? Eager to begin, are we? I suspect you are simply yearning to earn some money. Li Muqing was well aware of Wei Song's ulterior motives. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Anyone who had experienced Xiaoman would recognize her commercial potential. After all, she is a groundbreaking app. Forget about my intentions. Just let me commence my work. Wei Song, unperturbed by the revelation of his motives, urged her on. Very well, wait for me at home. I will come find you for a face-to-face discussion. After concluding the call, Li Muqing hailed a taxi and made his way to Wei Song's residence. Half an hour later, the two met and settled in a charming cafe nearby. You call this almost good? It's still quite evident, Li Muqing remarked, observing Wei Song, who sat across from him, his face a patchwork of bruises and a bandage adorning his head. Oh, these minor injuries are nothing. My body is largely unscathed and it won't hinder my affairs. Besides, with my current appearance, people might even give way to me and allow me to cut in line, Wei Song replied with a hint of pride. All right. It seems you're not one to remain idle. Li Muqing waved his hand dismissively, recognizing that Wei Song was indeed restless. Let us discuss our forthcoming plans. The first step is to register a company, ideally under the guise of a technology firm. You can handle this, right? Absolutely, leave it to me. After all, this isn't my first time registering a company, Wei Song assured, patting his chest, though he winced slightly, prompting a brief cough. However, before we proceed with the registration, there are a few matters I need to confirm with you. Oh, what do you need to confirm? Li Muqing, completely inexperienced in company registration, was unaware of the intricacies involved. For instance, the company name, business scope, and registered capital, among other details. The primary ones I need your input on, Wei Song explained. I see, Li Muqing mused, stroking his slightly stubbled chin. Let us go with Future People Technology for the name. If that is taken, feel free to add a prefix. Something like Xing Song or Bright Moon, whatever works, as long as it embodies Future People Technology. Understood, Wei Song replied, retrieving a notebook from somewhere and diligently jotting down notes, appearing quite serious. And what about the business scope? This question plunged Li Muqing into uncertainty. Wei Song, evidently prepared for this discussion, shot him a look before flipping through his notebook. The business scope includes production and development, technology transfer, consulting, services, technical development in electronic technology, network technology, environmental engineering, communication engineering, network engineering, etc. Which of these do you wish to include? Li Muqing found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of technical jargon. If possible, let us include them all. If not, just add what you think is necessary. Our primary business will revolve around monetizing through various apps and games and manufacturing high-tech products. Let us proceed in that direction. All right, I'll handle it from here, Wei Song acknowledged, realizing it would be challenging to expect Li Muqing, a novice, to make such determinations. He decided to consult professionals when the time came. Now, there is one last point to discuss. How much do you wish to invest as registered capital? Registered capital? Are you suggesting that we need to invest a certain amount from the outset? Upon the mention of finances, Li Muqing's interest was piqued. Indeed, this is not the primary concern. It merely needs to be documented within the company information. Even if we start with a modest sum of several $100,000, we can always augment it later. Wei Song shrugged, clearly not placing much significance on the registered capital. That won't do. If we are to establish our company, let us do so grandly. How about we set the registered capital at 5 million? Li Muqing declared with resolute determination. 5 million? You actually have that much money? Wei Song exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Li Muqing. To be honest, he had assumed that Li Muqing would not be able to produce substantial cash at this moment, and had prepared his subsequent remarks accordingly. He had anticipated that Li Muqing would draw from the 5 million he had just received, either partially or in full, to serve as the company's startup capital. However, it seemed that the situation was not as straightforward. Rest assured, all my funds are acquired through legitimate means, not through theft or deceit, Li Muqing replied. A hint of pride in his tone, though he could not adequately explain the source of his wealth, resorting instead to vague assertions. All right. You have been rather enigmatic lately, but as a brother, I trust you. However, let us not have you bear the entire financial burden. Here is a thought. You need not invest so much. 3 million will suffice. I will contribute an additional 2 million to reach the 5 million threshold, which should cover our initial expenses. I have enough funds without needing yours. You should save your money for your future. Li Muqing promptly declined, aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his wealth would only increase over time, ultimately becoming nothing more than a mere figure. He recognized that Wei Song wished to assist and felt an internal conflict, believing that a portion of the 5 million provided by Song Yinan rightfully belonged to Li Muqing. Nevertheless, he preferred that Wei Song retain his money, merely desiring for him to save a little more. Come now, you know me well enough. When I have a bit of money, I tend to spend it freely. I'd rather invest in your venture so that I have a steady income in the future, Wei Song insisted, resolutely determined to contribute financially. Despite Li Muqing's attempts to dissuade him. Very well, I had intended to offer you some shares anyway. Here is my proposal. I will invest both technology and capital, taking a 90% stake, while you will invest financially for the remaining 10%. Don't underestimate that. As our company will not consist solely of the two of us, my shares will eventually be distributed to others. When Li Muqing articulated the distribution plan, he hurriedly explained the rationale behind such an allocation, lest the seemingly disproportionate split appear stingy. Hey, what are you suggesting? You're offering me shares? I merely intended to hold a position in your company, collecting a modest annual salary of several million. Shares are far too valuable. If this company flourishes, it will be entirely due to the program in your hands. My role is merely that of a runner. I could easily be replaced by anyone off the street, rendering me unworthy of such shares. Unexpectedly, Wei Song not only refrained from expressing anger, but also sought to decline the offer, indicating that he possesses a profound understanding of his position within the company. Enough of your politeness. Excessive courtesy borders on insincerity. The shares are undoubtedly yours. And when the time comes, your salary will be arranged, along with dividends from the shares. There is no way you will be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Wei Song, initially inclined to refuse, recognized the insatiable gaze of Li Muqing and understood that refusal was not an option. To decline further would be to show a lack of appreciation, and he feared that Li Muqing might exclude him from future endeavors. After all, decades of friendship weigh heavily in this decision, and possessing a stake, even a mere 1%, is not burdensome. Very well, it's settled then. This is all we need to decide for now. Once work hours commence, I will make the rounds and strive to finalize everything within 3 days. Wei Song glanced at the notes before him, feeling that matters had been sufficiently addressed. Ready to take his leave. Yet, before he could rise, he spoke again. Wait, one last thing. I almost forgot. When registering the company, we also need an office location. This matter, while not urgent, cannot be overlooked. Where do you think we should rent? An office location? Li Muqing felt a twinge of frustration. The process of establishing a company seemed unnecessarily complicated. However, upon reflection, it became clear that an office space was indeed essential. As this enterprise would not consist solely of the two of them, Li Muqing aspired to transform the future tech company into the world's largest high-tech industry corporation. Let us rent a place in Lewin for now to settle temporarily. Once the company is on solid ground, we can relocate to another area, perhaps the high-tech zone or development district. After contemplating, Li Muqing decided to position their temporary office near the CBD within the city. Lewin Street is a commercial hub with numerous office spaces available for rent. Though the prices are steep, the location is advantageous, and the buildings are relatively new. All right, understood. Leave these minor details to me. Within 3 days, I assure you, you will receive a satisfactory response. With that, Wei Song departed with confidence, embarking on his errand. You handle things well. I trust you. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Oh, what surprise? Wei Song asked, somewhat taken aback by Li Muqing's statement. Do you remember the girl we saved last time? I have brought her into our company. You will be colleagues moving forward. As Li Muqing recounted the chance encounter with Han Muer and the efforts to recruit her, Wei Song was momentarily taken aback. The beautiful girl? I see. You really have taken an interest in her. Once the realization dawned on him, Wei Song recalled Han Muer's appearance and regarded Li Muqing with a knowing expression. What are you implying? I am simply considering your well-being. You are no longer young. It is time to consider a romantic relationship and settle down. While you may not know her well yet, I believe Han Muer possesses great potential. You must seize this opportunity. All right. I have yet to even meet her. Furthermore, such matters rely on fate. Without further ado, he stated, I must attend to my responsibilities. Wei Song clearly wished to avoid prolonging the discussion on this topic and stood up to leave. Hold on. There is still something I have yet to mention. Li Muqing swiftly pulled Wei Song back and said, I will transfer the funds to you shortly. For the next few days, please take care of the venue and registration matters and recruit a few individuals capable of sustaining the company's operations. I may be unavailable for a while. If you cannot reach me, just leave a message. Are you going out again? Wei Song remarked, noticing the peculiar glint in Li Muqing's eyes. The company is still in its nascent stage. How could the founder be absent? Where will the funds come from? That is not your concern. Let us focus on launching the company first. By the way, I have already briefed Han Muer on the situation. Once you've completed your tasks, I will have her reach out to you. Given their close relationship, Li Muqing felt no need to elaborate further. Fine, I'll take care of it. Wei Song replied, waving his hand as he took his leave. Watching Wei Song depart, Li Muqing chuckled and shook his head. He retrieved his phone, called out to Xiaoman, and instructed her to transfer 3 million from his account to Wei Song's. The freshly acquired 8-figure balance swiftly dwindled to 7 digits. For Li Muqing, money was becoming merely a series of numbers. After concluding his meeting with Wei Song, Li Muqing hurriedly made his way to the warehouse. There were still many matters demanding his attention, leaving him no moment to rest. Yet, en route to the warehouse, he suddenly realized he was lacking a vehicle. Relying solely on taxis was indeed cumbersome. Furthermore, for the duel with Feng Buiyuan, he needed to have a car registered in his name for the first project. It was already late, and he would likely have to wait until tomorrow to purchase a vehicle. Alas, it seemed his return would be delayed by yet another day. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that despite promising Qin Xie to return promptly, time was always in short supply. And managing these affairs was no trivial task. Soon, he arrived at the warehouse he had rented. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sight of not only cans, but also stacks of white metal rods that nearly filled the space. Unfortunately, due to his initial financial constraints, he had only been able to secure a warehouse of approximately 200 square meters. Fortunately, its height, soaring at around 10 to 20 meters, allowed for the accommodation of these metal rods. If all went according to plan, these rods were the titanium required for the bracelets. Titanium is significantly lighter than steel, thus, 1,000 kilograms of titanium occupies a considerable volume. Thankfully, although the warehouse was modest in size, it could contain all of it. Bracelet, come forth. It's time to eat, he called out, glancing around to ensure he was alone. He activated the bracelet, instructing it to begin absorbing the titanium metal. Master, please step in front of the metal to facilitate the absorption process. Following the bracelet's guidance, Li Muqing positioned himself before the titanium metal. The bracelet emitted a scanning beam, thoroughly examining the pile of titanium. Beep. High-purity titanium metal detected, with a purity of 9857, meeting the criteria for the designated task. As the mechanical sound of electronic synthesis resonated, the bracelet seemingly transformed into a black hole. Under the astonished gaze of Li Muqing, it effortlessly absorbed the metallic rods stacked in the warehouse. Chapter 86, Storage Space Activated. In less than 10 seconds, a ton of titanium metal, which had filled much of the warehouse, was entirely consumed by the bracelet. This sudden event rendered the previously cramped warehouse spacious once more. Ding. Absorption complete. Authorization task. Absorb 1,000 kilograms of high-purity titanium metal. Current progress. 1,000 kilograms 1,000 kilograms. With the completion of the authorization task, the space storage function was activated. Congratulations, Master. On completing your first authorization task, the subsequent task chain is now open. With each traversal, a random authorization task will be activated. Master, you can now freely view the storage space contained within the bracelet. After the titanium was fully absorbed, a series of notifications flooded in, leaving Li Muqing somewhat bewildered. Has it upgraded already? Do I now possess a spatial bracelet? How do I access my storage space? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a part of his consciousness being drawn into a different realm. This space appeared modest in size, roughly equivalent to a room, yet it boasted a remarkable height. Master, the activated storage space is 1,000 cubic meters, with dimensions of 10 meters in length, width, and height. This is the most basic storage space. Further authorization tasks will expand it. At that moment, a comforting prompt from the bracelet reached Li Muqing's ears, elucidating the situation. 1,000 cubic meters sounds quite substantial. It is essentially a 10-meter-high, square space. However, for Li Muqing at this stage, it suffices. After all, he only needs to store items like canned goods and a few miscellaneous objects, without any oversized items. Moreover, the bracelet assured him that the storage space could be upgraded in the future, ensuring it would meet Li Muqing's evolving needs. Under the bracelet's guidance, Li Muqing quickly mastered the use of the storage space. Any item he touched would be instantly placed into the storage realm. Retrieving items was equally simple. With a mere thought, he could summon them within a meter's reach. Certainly, he could also directly extract any object into his hands if he desired. Oh, if only I had this storage space from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to take such great risks when facing the Bloodstains group. Reflecting on the time he was restrained by the members of the Bloodstains group, he realized that had he possessed this storage space then, he could have conjured 2 guns out of thin air to confront them. However, such hindsight was merely a fleeting thought. Now that Li Muqing had acquired the storage space, he would have more options to navigate future dangers. Indeed, the bracelet you mentioned earlier seems to suggest that after a certain number of traversals, one can unlock random authority tasks. Is there no fixed number for this certain count and random tasks? Having grasped the usage of storage space, Li Muqing recalled another hint from the bracelet. In response to the master's inquiry, the bracelet dutifully explained, the energy consumed during each traversal is not constant. Only when the consumed energy reaches a critical threshold can authority tasks be triggered. Given the current circumstances, approximately 48 traversals would activate a task. Moreover, as the internal system of this bracelet is largely dormant, the tasks that can be unlocked each time are also random. They could potentially optimize existing functions or even unveil new ones, all depending on the master's fortune. Thus, Li Muqing understood that he still had a long journey ahead to fully harness the bracelet's capabilities. Wait, something seems amiss. Bracelet, did you not say that the unlocked authority tasks are random? How come the first authority task could unlock the storage space? Master, this time is an exception. I have invoked the maximum level of authority to designate this task for opening the storage space. Unless the repair level reaches above 50, there will be little chance of having designated tasks for a long time. Although the bracelet's tone remained flat, Li Muqing sensed a hint of helplessness in its voice. It must be quite a challenge for it to have a master who benefits while appearing to be coy. Nevertheless, with the completion of the authority task and the unlocking of the storage space, a significant milestone had finally been achieved for Li Muqing. With some time remaining before nightfall, he decided to visit the company managing the warehouse to upgrade his rented space. He transformed his former warehouse of less than 200 square meters into one exceeding 2,000 square meters, resembling a large factory. He would certainly need to bring many items into the wasteland world, and there were ample resources to transport back, making this warehouse a temporary transit station. After all, this locale is sparsely populated, and no one would casually come to check on it. In a few days, he planned to bring back 2 intelligent guards from the wasteland world for security, ensuring confidentiality. After settling the payment and completing the necessary procedures, The canned goods factory coincidentally delivered 200 boxes of canned food. Once all the cans were placed in the new warehouse, Li Muqing seized the opportunity, when no one was around, to directly store half of the cans into the storage space. With the storage space now available, tasks became significantly more convenient, as transporting the cans back would otherwise be quite cumbersome. What else remained to be done? Yes, I intended to purchase a vehicle. If I delay until returning from the wasteland world, I fear time may not suffice, especially with less than 10 days remaining before the scheduled duel. Regrettably, the 4S dealership is closed for the night, and I must wait until tomorrow morning to view the cars. So what shall I do tonight? I mentioned wanting to buy clothes for Xiaoya and Nan Nan, intending to surprise them. I nearly forgot about it, but fortunately, I still have the entire evening to shop for their garments. However, I seldom purchase clothing, particularly women's attire. As a man, it feels rather awkward. With this thought, Li Muqing found himself in a quandary. In his plans, he intended to buy a considerable amount of clothing for the two women in the wasteland world, including not only ordinary garments, but also some rather unique pieces that would perfectly complement their temperaments. Yet, the prospect of shopping alone filled him with trepidation. Not only was he unsure where to find such clothing, but he also feared being perceived as a weirdo for shopping alone for women's apparel. Inviting Wei Song along, that would only amplify the suspicion of oddity. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to call her. After much deliberation, Li Muqing retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 87. Shopping with beauties at 6 o'clock that afternoon, for convenience's sake. Li Muqing had deliberately rented a car and driven it to the entrance of a residential complex. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, he spotted a young woman hastily emerging. Glancing around anxiously, the girl was Han Yu. Indeed, after much contemplation, Li Muqing could think of no suitable companion for his shopping endeavor other than her. Consequently, he had called her to explain the situation, and Han Yu had readily agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Han Yu had shed her professional attire, donning a much cooler outfit. The sweltering August heat found her clad in a pair of short shorts, complemented by high-top canvas shoes, while her upper half was adorned with a crop top that subtly accentuated her waistline, perfectly showcasing her figure, coupled with her exquisite features and a light touch of makeup. Her youthful and vibrant ensemble would undoubtedly turn heads on the street, achieving a remarkable 95 rate of attention. Interestingly, it was unclear why, upon receiving Li Muqing's call, Han Yu had taken to preparing herself until his arrival, causing him to wait for a full 20 minutes. Could it be due to the prospect of shopping for clothes? Perhaps that reasoning was not entirely accurate. Li Muqing rolled down the car window and waved at Han Yu. Upon seeing him, her face blossomed into a joyful smile as she hurriedly approached and entered the vehicle. "You look stunning today," Li Muqing complimented as she settled in. Knowing such praise was music to a girl's ears. "Really? If it weren't for the worries of these past few days causing me to lose a bit of weight, I wouldn't have dared to wear this outfit," Han Yu replied, her smile unwavering, clearly delighted by the compliment. "By the way, where's a good place to shop? I'm not very familiar with malls." He transitioned to the main topic. Li Muqing rarely ventured out, preferring to shop online, rendering him unfamiliar with the local shopping districts. "Brother Qing, you're primarily shopping for women's clothing, correct? I intend to purchase some clothing for my two younger sisters, and, as a gesture of goodwill, I would also like to acquire some garments and bags for you. Please refrain from hastily declining. After all, you are to play a pivotal role in our company moving forward, and consider this a form of employee benefit. My sense of fashion is rather lacking. Thus I seek your assistance in this endeavor. Initially, I aim to buy clothing solely for Qin Xia and Mo Li, but as Li Muqing pondered the matter en route, he felt it unjust to summon Han Muer without offering her some advantage, hence the latter part of his statement. He has a point. Currently, our company comprises merely 3 individuals, and Han Muer undoubtedly possesses the highest allure. If she is well attired, it would facilitate our dealings significantly. Upon hearing Li Muqing's intention to purchase her clothing, Han Muer initially contemplated declining, yet the latter remark caused her to pause, an inexplicable thrill surging within her. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Let us go to Leo. They have recently stocked a plethora of new arrivals, showcasing a diverse array of styles and brands." "Very well, let us proceed there. Xiaoman, please set the navigation for Leo." Li Muqing nodded, giving instructions to Xiaoman, and they set off as the navigation details promptly appeared on his phone. Throughout the journey, Han Muer took the opportunity to share her promotional ideas with Li Muqing. Although merely an afternoon had passed, she had already conceived numerous thoughts and was eager to commence drafting a proposal. "I believe leveraging internet influencers for initial promotions is an excellent strategy. It allows for a tangible demonstration of the software's effectiveness to the audience. And with so many influencers available, the cost should remain reasonable." Li Muqing selected one of her ideas, establishing the preliminary tone for the promotion. "In the coming days, please scout for suitable influencers. They need not be overly popular, yet should possess a substantial following. Identify a few, and and we shall finalize upon my return. Wait, upon your return? Where are you going, Chingu? Han Muer, engrossed in having her assistant, Bing Bing, jot down Li Muqing's words, looked up with a perplexed expression upon hearing of his departure. Ah, I neglected to mention, I have been traveling for projects recently, necessitating my absence for several days. Moreover, the location I am headed to is a high-end research facility, which blocks various signals, rendering me unreachable once I enter. Li Muqing suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform Han Muer about his occasional unavailability and hastily fabricated an excuse. A high-end research facility? Han Muer's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this program derived from that place? In a sense, yes. There will also be other projects stemming from there, which I have exerted considerable effort to secure. Not wishing to dwell further on the topic, he quickly redirected the conversation. But let us set that aside. We have arrived. So let us go. Oh, all right. Chingu, could you tell me about the body types and ages of your two younger sisters? What kind of clothing do they require? This information will assist me in selecting suitable options for you. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Han Muer first inquired about Li Muqing's sister. After a moment of contemplation, Li Muqing described the heights and figures of Qin Xie and Mo Li, then continued, as for styles, let us explore a variety, but for the taller one, let us lean towards a more professional aesthetic, something bold and assertive. For the shorter one, let us aim for a cute vibe, selecting an abundance of adorable clothing. Anything from JK to lowly styles would suffice. Oh, and if there are any cosplay outfits available, we should certainly take a look, as both of them have quite the penchant for cosplay. Li Muqing added this with a nonchalant demeanor, envisioning the two girls adorned in cosplay attire. The thought of Qin Xie donning a saber or Elsa, or perhaps a Rukia ensemble in a battle scene, was exhilarating. I see. Let us begin by purchasing some everyday wear. This way, Han Muer responded, though she found Li Muqing's request somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, considering it was for his sister, the notion of cosplay outfits seemed reasonable. After acquiring the desired information, she took Li Muqing by the hand and embarked on their shopping adventure. Unexpectedly, once Han Muer entered shopping mode, she transformed completely. For the first time, Li Muqing experienced the trials of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. Despite his enhanced physique, he found himself outmatched by the ordinary woman, Han Muer. They traversed nearly every women's clothing store in Leo, meticulously selecting items she deemed suitable for Li Muqing's sister, showcasing each piece for his approval. Initially, Li Muqing indulged in imagining how his sisters would appear in the garments she selected. However, after 10 outfits, he surrendered. Whatever Han Muer found appealing, which also seemed agreeable to him, he agreed to purchase. This led to their bags overflowing with clothing before long, necessitating a trip downstairs to offload their haul before continuing their shopping. Chapter 88. After shopping for clothes. It's time for a car. While accompanying Li Muqing on this shopping excursion, Han Muer also tried on several outfits to display how they would look once worn. Many of these garments caught Li Muqing's eye, prompting him to gesture grandly and purchase them for her. Initially hesitant, Han Muer soon acquiesced as Li Muqing simply instructed the sales staff to wrap the clothes, paying with his card without further discussion. Eventually, Han Muer decided to go along with it, reasoning that since her boss was quite affluent, buying a few clothes was trivial. Thus, a legend emerged at Leo Mall that day. A handsome man accompanied by a vibrant, fashionable woman engaged in a lavish shopping spree, inevitably sparking conversations. By the end of their outing, the pair found themselves followed by a throng of onlookers. Some were curious about just how many items Li Muqing intended to purchase, while others, drawn in by the crowd, seized the chance to openly admire Han Muer's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. After all, merely passing by and glancing back is far from sufficient to satiate the desires of those LSPs. Li Muqing truly felt this. Initially, he perceived nothing unusual about Han Muer's attire. However, after strolling through the mall with her, it became apparent that numerous individuals feigned walking ahead, deliberately approaching them, simply to steal a few more glances at Han Muer. Particularly, her pair of snow-white long legs drew the attention of many onlookers. There were even a few whom Li Muqing distinctly recalled having encountered several times before, yet they continued to approach, their eyes brimming with admiration for Han Muer and envy towards him, leaving him somewhat elated. Anyone would feel exhilarated walking alongside such a companion. Nonetheless, Li Muqing understood that this could not continue indefinitely. Feeling that their shopping was nearing completion, he promptly led Han Muer downstairs and into the car. As he regarded the rear seat, piled high with bags, and the unseen trunk, equally stuffed with clothing, Li Muqing experienced a surreal sensation. A glance at the latest text revealed that in just a few short hours, he had spent nearly 300,000 yuan. This not only indicated the high cost of the garments he had purchased, but also the sheer volume of items acquired. So, did you enjoy the shopping spree? He inquired as he started the vehicle, the refreshing air conditioning enveloping the interior. It was delightful. This truly has been the most enjoyable shopping experience of my life. Han Muer replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly exhilarated. Indeed, no girl could resist such an enchanting shopping escapade. After such an extensive outing, are you hungry? Let us find a place to eat something and then seek out some unique garments. Despite the multitude of clothes stacked in the back, Li Muqing still harbored a small desire that remained unfulfilled. Not to mention the cosplay outfits, he had not yet procured the JK and LO attire he wished to see. However, it suddenly struck him that it was already 8 o'clock, and it was indeed time for a meal. Of course, I'm starving. I didn't notice it earlier. But now that we're seated, my legs feel quite weary, Han Muir remarked, removing her shoes and rubbing her small feet, a slight frown of complaint crossing her face. After a day filled with shopping, Han Muir had completely warmed up to Li Muqing, shedding any previous awkwardness. Then let us go eat. Although there are plenty of restaurants here, given the current situation, it would be best to avoid drawing any more attention, he suggested. Recalling the throngs of people who had surrounded them moments ago, feeling somewhat anxious as he was unaccustomed to such scrutiny, Han Muir had no objections, and the two drove to a late-night eatery. After sharing a lively meal filled with laughter, they embarked on the second round of their shopping adventure. This time, their aim was to seek out more distinctive clothing, such as suitable JK and LO outfits for Molly, as well as OL and nurse uniforms that he envisioned for Qin Xia. Li Muqing had already indulged in the fantasy of what it would be like to be alone with Qin Xia, imagining her in exquisite attire. Merely thinking about it sent shivers of excitement through him. When he conveyed his desires to Han Muir, he was met with a roll of her eyes, stirring a flicker of curiosity within her regarding the sister Li Muqing spoke of. Yet, it was merely curiosity. Han Muir was astute enough to know which inquiries were appropriate and which were best left untouched. As for where such garments could be procured, Han Muir had only heard whispers of it. These shops were not as concentrated as those selling ordinary attire. Thus, she and Li Muqing traversed half of Sanyang City before they barely managed to acquire the clothing he required. To Li Muqing's astonishment, the so-called JK and LO outfits were significantly pricier than regular clothing, often costing several thousand or even tens of thousands for a complete set. In the blink of an eye, his funds dwindled, disappearing like water flowing through his fingers, totaling around 400,000 to 500,000. It was only past 11 that Li Muqing finally escorted Han Muir home, truly to her doorstep. There was no alternative. The numerous garments and bags they had purchased made it quite a task to transport everything without assistance. Han Muir had rented a cozy little apartment for convenience in her work. However, Li Muqing did not linger long, leaving her to gaze vacantly at the heap of clothes. Her thoughts unknown, the night swiftly passed, and the following day, after his customary morning exercise, a phone call summoned Wei Song. Remarkably, Wei Song had not indulged in a lazy morning, and the two soon met. Didn't you say you were heading out for a few days? Why are you still here? Wei Song quipped upon their encounter. Plans have been postponed. Is that a problem? You don't have anything on today, do you? Come with me to buy a car, Li Muqing retorted, cutting straight to the chase. A car? Wei Song exclaimed, staring at Li Muqing as if he were an oddity. Is it so strange that I wish to purchase a vehicle? Li Muqing rolled his eyes, unimpressed by Wei Song's reaction. It's not strange. I just think you've suddenly woken up to reality. But now that I think about it, you do need a car. It's not ideal to keep driving my old van. Wei Song nodded seriously. Moreover, it wasn't just about the car. There was another matter that required one. Li Muqing then elaborated on his arrangement to duel with Feng Buyin, clarifying that the primary reason for acquiring a vehicle was for the competition. Wait, you're still entangled with those people from Feihong Group? They want to challenge you again? Isn't that risky? Wei Song expressed his concern, worried that Li Muqing might be cornered by the Feng family. Rest assured, they're merely here to finance us. That 500,000 is nothing. In a few days, they will offer us even more, Li Muqing reassured him. But let us set that aside. I know you have considerable knowledge about cars. Recommend a few models so I can have options. This was precisely the primary objective behind Li Muqing's invitation to Wei Song. To be candid, Li Muqing possessed little knowledge or interest in automobiles. To him, a car was merely a mode of transportation functional enough to drive. However, circumstances had changed. Particularly with an impending competition at hand, it was imperative to select a superior vehicle, lest he be overshadowed before the contest even commenced. Oh, what can I say about you? Wei Song sighed, ultimately choosing to place his trust in Li Muqing. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, diligently researching for a while. Here, these several models are commendable. They are among the better performing mass-produced vehicles, and most importantly, they are readily available, eliminating the need for a lengthy wait to acquire one. Wei Song sent the details of the selected cars to Li Muqing's phone, indicating for him to examine them, and continued, "These are not top-tier luxury cars. Nor am I concerned about your ability to afford them. It's just that vehicles like Bugatti and Koenigsegg are unattainable at this moment. They require pre-orders. So it would be best to choose from these options." Upon hearing this, Li Muqing nodded in agreement. What he lacked most was time. From acquiring the vehicle to completing the transfer, the process required time, and he had only 8 days left, thus necessitating the purchase of a car that was readily available. Consequently, Li Muqing opened his phone and began browsing the models Wei Song had recommended. Chapter 89, Acquiring a New Car. Audi R8, Mercedes-AMG GT, Ferrari 488, Porsche 911, McLaren 720S. These were the vehicles suggested by Wei Song. Li Muqing quickly skimmed through the selections, noting that their prices hovered around 2 to 3 million, categorizing them as luxury cars, albeit not the pinnacle of luxury. Wei Song elaborated, these are relatively common sports cars, typically available in dealerships with existing stock. Their performance is more than sufficient, although they cannot rival those in the tens of millions. However, for racing within the city, these cars will suffice. Indeed, they are all quite excellent. Horsepower, acceleration, and handling are all up to the standards of top-tier sports cars. Let us first check if there are any in stock at dealerships in Sanyang City before visiting in person. Li Muqing was rather pleased with Wei Song's recommendations, as they were familiar models frequently seen in short videos, though he had yet to encounter or experience them firsthand. Xiaoman, please investigate whether the aforementioned models are available for sale in Sanyang City. The task of information retrieval was naturally delegated to Xiaoman, as every dealership's inventory was logged into the system, and those rudimentary systems seemed utterly defenseless against Xiaoman's prowess. Information retrieved. Except for the McLaren, the others are available, particularly the R8 and AMG, both of which have top-tier models for sale. Xiao Xian quickly provided the response. Hey, I must say, your Xiaoman function is remarkably powerful. While the information you sent me can only retrieve basic details, Wei Song remarked with a hint of envy, having witnessed Xiaoman's formidable capabilities on multiple occasions. Although his own device was quite convenient, it paled in comparison to Xiaoman's prowess. Mine is a prototype, unique in the entire world. How can it be compared? Li Muqing smiled with pride. Xiaoman was one of his greatest assets and a remarkable creation by Mo Li, so its superiority was to be expected. All right, I won't compare anymore. My Ajiao is quite impressive as well. Let's go buy a car. Where do you want to start? Let me think. I'd like to check out the R8 first. I have a fondness for the Audi brand. Li Muqing ultimately decided to visit the Audi dealership. Then let us not delay any further. Off we go. Upon their arrival at the Audi dealership, it was still before noon, and the sales staff greeted them warmly. Upon learning that they were there to see the R8, their eyes brightened with enthusiasm. You have excellent taste. We just received a fresh shipment of the R8, and it happens to be the top-tier model. Please, follow me. As the salesperson led the way, they elaborated on the R8's specifications, and Li Muqing listened intently. Although he had already gathered some information from a mobile app, hearing it from a professional always felt distinctively different. The vehicle is right here. What do you think? Navigating past the expansive main showroom, the salesperson guided them to a smaller exhibition area at the back, displaying Audi's more luxurious models, including the RS6, RS7, A8, S8, and, of course, the R8 that Li Muqing was eager to see. The R8, cloaked in a sleek black exterior, sat low and imposing, exuding an aura of power. It boasted a V10 engine capable of unleashing 620 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds, with a top speed exceeding 300 km/h. Its steering response was sharp, and its design was undeniably striking. The salesperson passionately extolled the virtues of the vehicle, presenting an array of precise statistics, which only heightened Li Muqing's eagerness. May I take it for a test drive? He inquired. Upon hearing Li Muqing's request, the once enthusiastic salesperson suddenly hesitated. Sir, this R8 is the only one in our dealership and has not yet been registered, so a test drive is rather difficult. However, you are welcome to sit inside and start the engine. Nodding in understanding, Li Muqing did not wish to inconvenience the salesperson. He opened the door and climbed inside to experience it firsthand. The moment he ignited the engine, the roar of power ignited his passion. If I were to make the payment now, how soon could I take the car home? After exiting the vehicle, Li Muqing posed this question directly. Excuse me? What? The salesperson could hardly believe his ears. Such unexpected happiness had come too suddenly. Is it possible to take the car home today? Li Muqing patiently inquired once more. Absolutely. As long as the payment is settled, you can drive the car away today. We can also complete the subsequent paperwork within 3 days. Very well. Let us proceed with the card payment. Ultimately, however, Li Muqing refrained from driving the car away immediately. The payment has been settled, yet the car remains at the dealership, where the staff will finalize all the necessary paperwork within 3 days. At that point, the vehicle shall genuinely belong to Li Muqing. Aching, over 3 million. Did you not even blink when you swiped your card? Sitting in the dilapidated Volkswagen rented by Li Muqing, Wei Song reminisced about the moment Li Muqing made the transaction, feeling as though it were somewhat surreal. Money, after all, is merely a string of numbers. Besides, you possess the capability to purchase a car for yourself now. Do you not? Li Muqing seemed unfazed. While 3 million may appear substantial, it constitutes merely a fraction of his wealth. Go on, keep pretending. Doesn't it feel exhilarating to act ostentatiously? Wei Song expressed his annoyance at Li Muqing's display of extravagance. I haven't had the chance to tell you, but I recently made a lucrative deal, earning about 10 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so much to squander, so you understand. Wei Song was thoroughly at a loss for words, astonished at the ease with which Li Muqing amassed such wealth. Let us not dwell on that. You saw a car and bought it outright, without even comparing options? Wei Song attempted to change the subject. As long as it looks appealing, it suffices, after all. Aside from aesthetics, the specifications of these vehicles are quite similar. As long as it accelerates swiftly, that is all that matters. This sentiment resonated with Li Muqing. To him, a car was merely a tool, and as long as it performed adequately, the rest could be left to him, the driver. Well, you certainly have a unique perspective. Do as you please, having wealth allows for such whims. Today, Wei Song was completely at a loss for words, not wishing to continue this conversation. By the way, shall I assist you in acquiring a vehicle as well? A straightforward purchase of an A6 for convenience could be considered a company benefit. Li Muqing thought of Wei Song's dilapidated van and felt compelled to buy him a car as well. No, let's not go down that path. Although you are wealthy, that is not how one should spend. Wei Song quickly halted Li Muqing's extravagant impulses and added, I'm not particularly fond of Audis. Besides, as you mentioned, I still have funds. I will take a couple of days to choose a vehicle I like and purchase it myself. Very well. Seeing Wei Song's earnestness, Li Muqing chose not to press the matter further. After all, Wei Song indeed had resources, and future earnings would not be scarce. A few 100,000 could be overlooked. Consequently, upon returning to the city, the two parted ways. Wei Song continued with company matters, while Li Muqing prepared to venture to a more secluded location. All right. This time I truly am going off the grid. Do not seek me for the next few days. I am heading to a remote place for intensive training. If something arises, address it upon my return. However, if you can make decisions, feel free to do so without waiting for me. Additionally, I will have Han Mir contact you tomorrow. Together, ensure the preliminary work is completed. I hope that by the time I return, the company will be operational. Before departing, Li Muqing bid farewell to Wei Song, knowing he would be in the wasteland for the next 3 days and unsure of how long he would remain there. Anyone attempting to locate him would find it impossible. Understood. Please take care of yourself as well. Wei Song waved his hand, and the two bid farewell. Chapter 90. A Small Surprise. Part 1. Li Muqing first went to procure some fresh ingredients and food, then returned the vehicle before heading back to his rented accommodation. After checking the contents stored in the bracelet space and confirming he had everything he needed, he activated the bracelet and was transported to the wasteland world. With the increase in his traversal frequency and the enhancement of his physical abilities, the discomfort associated with crossing between worlds had nearly vanished. Thus, Li Muqing merely experienced a brief moment of darkness followed by brightness, and he found himself back in the villa. Beep, the transport is complete. This transmission consumed 31 energy units, remaining energy, 32. To ensure sufficient energy for the next traversal, please replenish promptly. The bracelet issued its routine reminder, surprising Li Muqing. This time, the transmission had consumed over 30 energy units, which was a first. However, upon seeing the multitude of items stored within the bracelet, Li Muqing felt reassured. The law of conservation of energy still held. Bringing so many items naturally warranted greater consumption. Having come to this realization, Li Muqing walked into the living room, where he found Qin Xie sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Upon seeing Li Muqing suddenly appear, she showed no signs of surprise, instead offering a charming smile. I'm back. Observing the evident anticipation in his beloved's eyes, Li Muqing felt a surge of joy. Unexpectedly, after those words, Qin Xie sprang from the sofa and leapt into Li Muqing's embrace, wrapping her limbs around him like a koala. I missed you so much during your absence. I missed you too. The simplicity of their exchange ignited sparks between the two enamored individuals. When Qin Xie lifted her head from Li Muqing's chest, her eyes were glazed, and her cheeks flushed, clearly moved by emotion. Li Muqing intended to say something more, but as Qin Xie raised her face, her lips met his, and they engaged in a passionate kiss. What about Wan? Sensing Qin Xie's rising warmth, Li Muqing understood she was having certain thoughts and quickly inquired about Mori's whereabouts. She's upstairs, it's her study time. She won't come down for at least 2 hours. Then let us. Thus, Li Muqing embarked on a different kind of battle. After an intense bout, Li Muqing and Qin Xie settled back on the sofa, both panting heavily. Qin Xie's physical prowess surpassed even Li Muqing's. Thus, he had expended considerable effort to tame this strong-willed woman. Previously, he had not regarded such matters as particularly interesting, but having experienced it firsthand, he found it truly exhilarating. Leaning against Li Muqing's embrace, Qin Xie spoke softly. In the realm of reality, such topics might seem difficult to broach, yet in the wasteland world, it was an entirely different matter. Here, societal norms had long since decayed, and matters of intimacy were viewed with open-mindedness, as long as one accepted their partner. There was no sense of shyness. If you enjoy it, I will gladly accompany you more often whenever time permits. Li Muqing, naturally reveling in the moment, unabashedly remarked to Qin Xie. Moreover, I have watched numerous instructional videos from various teachers and have learned many techniques that I have yet to have the opportunity to apply. Teachers? Techniques? Do your instructors even teach such things? Qin Xie inquired, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Li Muqing. Faced with such a scene, Li Muqing could only scratch his head and chuckle. No, it's merely a refined term. He added, if the opportunity arises, I shall bring them along and we can attend a class together. The thought itself is rather exhilarating. Sounds great. Next time you come, be sure to bring them. Qin Xie replied, entirely oblivious to Li Muqing's true meaning, believing it to be something impressive and feeling a bit excited. Well, we shall discuss it next time. By the way, remember I mentioned I would bring a surprise for you? It's here now. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Qin Xie tilted her head, her expression one of anticipation. Call Nan and down too. You can both enjoy it together. As she spoke, Li Muqing playfully patted Qin Xie on the backside, prompting her to fetch Mo Li. Dressed appropriately, Qin Xie ascended the stairs, and seizing the moment while she was occupied, Li Muqing began to unpack items from his portable space. First, he retrieved fresh ingredients and placed them in the refrigerator, followed by an assortment of clothing, which soon cluttered half of the living room. It seemed he had indeed purchased more than necessary, uncertain if they would fit. The thought of wasted expenditure loomed large in his mind. Gazing at the heap of garments, Li Muqing scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. This was a staggering amount of clothing, totaling hundreds of thousands. While the shopping spree had been exhilarating, the reality of the situation now made him feel impulsive. Truly, impulse is the devil, yet the thrill of consumption had ensnared him. Before long, Mo Li bounded down the stairs, joyfully leaping into Li Muqing's arms. Ha, you're back. Boss, I missed you. Mo Li was clad in a loose yet somewhat worn loungewear, clearly not tailored for her size, and its origins were a mystery. For those struggling in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, possessing even a modestly intact garment is a significant boon, as individuals like Song Xiaolan are a rare breed among the affluent. Since learning of Li Muqing and Qin Xie's triumph over the Blood Scythe and the extermination of the Bloodstain group, Mo Li's demeanor had become increasingly vivacious. Growing closer to Li Muqing, though she referred to him as boss, her actions suggested she regarded him more like a brother. Indeed, I took some extra time to prepare a surprise for you all, Li Muqing said as he lifted Mo Li and spun her around, affectionately ruffling her hair. A surprise? What is it? Is it something good? Mo Li's face lit up with joy, her gaze filled with eager anticipation as she looked up at Li Muqing. Here it is. Li Muqing pointed to the bags on the ground. Wow, so many things. Are they all for us? Yes, they are all for you. I spent quite a while shopping to acquire these clothes. Observing the surprise on Molly's face, Li Muqing felt a twinge of pride. Shopping, what an exhilarating experience it is. However, Molly's attention was captivated by the act of shopping itself. It dawned on Li Muqing that she had likely never enjoyed a proper shopping spree. At least not in the vibrant streets of the real world. Never mind the feeling for now. You should look for clothes that suit you. With your figure. Size S should fit well. Just check the label when you pick out the clothes. Those marked with an S are for you. Truth be told, Li Muqing was also quite unfamiliar with clothing sizes and styles. While she could distinguish them at the time of purchase, now that they were all jumbled together, she was unsure which garments belonged to whom, relying solely on size to differentiate them. Fortunately, the two girls had distinctly different physiques. Molly, standing around 1.6 meters, appeared petite and adorable, perfectly suited for size S. In contrast, Qin Xie, towering above 170 centimeters, possessed a curvaceous and elegant figure. Li Muqing had specifically chosen size L for her, which should fit appropriately. Upon hearing this, Molly eagerly nodded and grabbed a bag, pulling out the clothes within. This particular bag contained a complete JK uniform, a crisp white shirt paired with a beige vest, and a skirt in shades of blue and white, featuring a gradient effect. The skirt's length was just around the knees, not too long, nor too short. Beyond the garments, there was also a bow tie, a pair of bubble socks, and a set of black leather shoes. Everything was perfectly coordinated. It was evident that this outfit had been meticulously prepared for Molly. Holding the ensemble, she stood frozen, examining it for a full minute before tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. Hey, Molly, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Li Muqing found himself at a loss, entirely unprepared for the sight of Molly moved to tears by a mere outfit. Wah, boss, this outfit is simply exquisite. I have only ever seen such beautiful clothes in virtual learning machines. I've never worn anything like this, not even laid eyes on it, and now, here it is before me. Molly sobbed, her words punctuated with emotion, making it clear to Li Muqing that her tears were born from pure sentiment. What girl wouldn't cherish beauty, especially at the tender age of 15 or 16, when one is at their most radiant? Regrettably, their circumstances had been quite limited, forcing them to wear tattered, outdated, and ill-fitting garments that bore no resemblance to beauty. Moreover, in the desolation of the wasteland, beauty could be seen as a curse, drawing the gaze of many malevolent eyes toward those who were strikingly attractive. Without sufficient strength, one would hesitate to embrace beauty. Yet for Molly, those days were behind her. Now that she belonged to Li Muqing, he would ensure she discovered her own beauty and continued to radiate it. All right, enough of the tears. Li Muqing gently wiped away the tears from Molly's cheeks. Even in her sorrow, the young girl clutched her dress tightly, fearful of soiling or wrinkling it, allowing her tears to flow freely down her face. Go change, you will look stunning in this, she encouraged. Molly nodded fervently, placing the dress on the bag and reaching for her clothes to change. Wait. Don't change here. Go to the room, or at least the kitchen. Li Muqing hurriedly covered her eyes, silently reciting to herself to avert her gaze. Molly playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit impatient and wanting to change right away. However, in her heart, she regarded Li Muqing as no outsider. The post-apocalyptic world held certain open-minded views. Besides, she was not entirely undressed, as she still wore her undergarments. Nevertheless, since Li Muqing had spoken, Molly complied and slipped into the kitchen, where the sound of rustling fabric soon followed. Upon hearing that noise, Li Muqing's mind conjured an image of Molly changing clothes. She found herself unable to look when in front of her, yet curious when not. Oh, human nature can be so base. Shaking her head, she banished those thoughts and recited her transgressions, seeking solace on a nearby stool as she waited in silence. Before Molly could finish changing, Qin Xie descended the stairs. She had been preoccupied upstairs, arriving a bit later than Molly. Upon her arrival, Qin Xie was taken aback by the sight of bags strewn across the floor. Are all these clothes? She inquired, her discernment surpassing that of Molly as she quickly recognized the contents of the bags. Yes, a little surprise for you both. Come take a look. My taste is quite impeccable. Li Muqing smiled, nodding in affirmation. Although Qin Xie did not display overt excitement, the observant Li Muqing noted that her gaze never strayed far from the garments, hinting at her own desire for elegance hidden beneath a facade of composure. Oh, I must express my skepticism, Qin Xie remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Muqing as she approached the bags and began to unveil their contents. With each bag she opened, her eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise becoming increasingly evident. By the time she reached the third or fourth bag, her hands trembled ever so slightly. The sheer beauty of the clothes was undeniable. Even in the realm of the mundane, they would stand out as exquisite designs, let alone in the desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Do you like them? You will surely look magnificent in this one, Li Muqing whispered softly as she approached Qin Xie, holding a dress in her hands. The upper portion was black, while the sleeves were white, featuring a modest neckline that revealed a delicate neck and collarbone, with a white ruffled hem that exuded an air of innocent, artistic charm typical of a youthful girl. For over 10 seconds, Qin Xie has been admiring this garment, clearly enamored by it. Li Muqing, taken aback, had not anticipated that the decisively assertive Qin Xie harbored such a poetic dream of femininity within her heart. Is it truly suitable for me? Qin Xie hesitated, as she had only ever donned tattered clothing since her earliest memories, often opting for masculine attire, and had scarcely worn a few dresses throughout her life. As she matured, circumstances compelled her to wear loose, durable combat uniforms or jeans for years on end. The refreshing piece in her hands was something she had never experienced before. Of course it suits you. I specifically selected it for you. Now, cease your hesitation and change. I can hardly wait to see you in that dress. Li Muqing's words brimmed with encouragement, genuine and heartfelt, rather than mere flattery. All right. Qin Xie grasped the garment and stood up to change, just as Molly emerged from the kitchen. Is that Yun Wanwan? Qin Xie exclaimed upon encountering Molly, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of her familiar companion. At that moment, Molly was impeccably dressed in a complete JK uniform, her hair styled into playful twin ponytails, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance and charming beauty.